God Level Farm Chapter 1720 to Chapter 1765. If Shen Heping was invited by the organizers to taste the Taoyuan Club's food, enjoy the Taoyuan Club's various services, and enjoy the beautiful scenery, he would be very happy. But in this situation, he was forced to leave the venue in such a humiliating way. How could he be interested in enjoying the Taoyuan Club services? He shouted angrily, Xiao Ruofei. This is an unwarranted suppression and wanton humiliation of an expert. Beijing University won't let this go. Wang Qi couldn't help but frown slightly. On one hand, he disapproved of Shen Heping using the name of Capital University. At the same time, he felt that Xiao Ruofei had gone overboard. At least, she was overreacting. He believed that even though the Taoyuan Club was a relatively strong organizer, they could still use more gentle means to deal with this matter. Just as Wang Qi was about to speak, Xiao Ruofei's eyes turned cold. She looked straight at Shen Heping and said calmly, Associate Professor Shen, do you really not know why I kicked you off the stage? If some things are exposed, it won't look good for everyone. Don't you know what kind of tricks you used on this so-called artificial intelligence? Having said that, Xiao Ruofei gently patted the back of Song Wei's hand and said, Wei, I will take care of this matter later. Don't worry. Okay. Song Wei nodded gently and glanced at Shen Heping in disgust. What kind of tricks? Shen Heping said confidently, do you know how much effort my research group put into this artificial intelligence project? Now this project is at the forefront of the international level. The so-called ridiculous tricks you said are just your own conjectures. Wang Qi raised his eyebrows. Shen Heping was bragging in front of industry experts like Li Yufu and Wu Qian. Their research group's artificial intelligence project was established less than half a year ago and the so-called results were very limited. They didn't have any obvious advantages in similar projects in China, let alone compared to international organizations that had been researching artificial intelligence for many years. It was very easy to see through this kind of bullshit. The premise was that one had to be sufficiently professional and have a good understanding of the industry. Wu Qian and Li Yufu were clearly such professionals. As for Xiao Ruofei, he didn't need to know about this. Besides, he wasn't targeting Shen Heping because of the advanced AI. Shen Heping had named the AI Xiaowei and used Song Wei's image. That had crossed his bottom line. Everyone knew that artificial intelligence needed a large amount of machine learning to grow. During this process, Xiao Ruofei could easily imagine how Shen Heping had trained this Xiaowei and whether or not he had mixed in some personal information. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have reacted this way if it was just a waste of time. He just didn't want Shen Heping to continue his explanation. Who knew if Shen Heping's PowerPoint presentation would make Song Wei even more embarrassed? Song Ruofei saw that Shen Heping wasn't clear and shouted impatiently, Ruofei, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just get someone to drag him out. How dare you? Shen Heping glared at him. Song Ruofei smiled contemptuously and shouted back, Security! President Song. Soon, the two security guards at the door pushed the door open and came in. What are your orders? Throw him out. Song Ruofei pointed to Shen Heping on the stage and said, This guy is trying to cause trouble. Take him under control first and deal with him after the conference. Yes. The security guards responded. How dare you? Shen Heping suddenly panicked. This is lawless. The security guards didn't care about Shen Heping's identity. They only listened to their leader because he was the one who gave them their jobs. Therefore, they naturally turned a deaf ear to Shen Heping's words. They directly came forward, grabbed Shen Heping on both sides, and dragged him out of the conference room. Shen Heping's small body couldn't withstand two big security guards. Although he struggled hard, he was still dragged out involuntarily. Shen Heping shouted at the top of his lungs, You're breaking the law. This is illegal detention. I'm going to sue you. Teacher. Say something, please. How can people from Beijing University be bullied like this? Wang Qi's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and said, Boss Xia, Academician Wang. Song Ruofei directly interrupted Wang Qi's words. Can I talk to you in private? At this time, Shen Heping had been dragged out of the conference room, and the cursing sound was getting farther and farther away. Wang Qi frowned slightly. He looked at Song Rui and Xiao Ruofei, nodded silently, and then stood up. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Professors, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this kind of farce to happen. The two of you should take a break and have some snacks. When Academician Wang comes back, we'll continue the meeting." After that, Xiao Ruofei gestured to the staff. The staff immediately went to prepare the snacks and desserts for the tea break in advance. Guqian said with a smile, "It's okay. Professor Shen is relatively young. Young people are full of vigor. Boss Xia, please forgive him. Old Gua, Boss Xia knows what he's doing. We don't need to talk too much." Li Yufu said with a smile. "That's true." Guqian nodded with a smile. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder. In a while, I still have a lot of questions to ask the two professors. I hope the two of you will not be stingy with your guidance." "Haha. No problem. No problem," Guqian said. Xiao Ruofei stepped out of the conference room. With a sweep of his mental strength, he found that Shen Heping had been confined to a room on the 3rd floor. 2 security guards were watching him closely. They were probably warned, so they didn't dare to yell loudly. Song Rui and Wang Qi were talking in the room next door. Xiao Ruofei also stepped into the room. In the room, Song Rui first revealed his identity to Wang Qi. To be honest, after Wang Qi learned of Song Rui's identity, he was quite shocked. This was the grandson of a legendary figure like Master Song. What made Wang Qi even more shocked was that Song Rui, who had such a powerful background, was actually accompanying Xiao Ruofei like a follower. After Song Rui revealed his identity, he said directly, "Academician Wang, you must think that Ruofei and I overreacted today, right?" After Wang Qi thought about it, he said, "Mr. Song, I know it may be because of the name and image of Shen Heping's artificial intelligence project, but..." Wang Qi paused for a moment before continuing, "Actually, it's common practice for artificial intelligence to be anthropomorphic. Moreover, the prototype of artificial intelligence is usually a familiar person, or a combination of the characteristics of multiple familiar people." At this time, Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. He smiled faintly and asked, "Academician Wang, I know what you said, but when Associate Professor Shen Heping used this image, did he ask for Weiwei's opinion and get her consent?" "I think, based on Weiwei's performance today, he probably didn't. This should be his negligence." Wang Qi said awkwardly, "But we're all from Beijing University, we should be able to negotiate afterward." Wang Qi was now quite tired of Shen Heping's matter, but as the leader of the Computer Science Institute, he had to try his best to help Shen Heping. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Academician Wang, I can tell you clearly that this matter is not negotiable." Wang Qi's face changed slightly and he said, "Boss Xia, Academician Wang." Song Rui said directly, "Ruofei and I are not unreasonable people, but in this matter, we're actually helping the Beijing University Computer Science Institute." Fortunately, this time, Shen Heping came to the conference and talked about this artificial intelligence. "Mr. Song, what do you mean?" Wang Qi asked. Song Rui said faintly, "I'm sure Academician Wang doesn't know Song Wei's identity, right? She's part of our family Song, according to seniority, she has to call me uncle. Academician Wang, have you ever thought about what would happen if my grandfather found out that the image of a little girl in our family Song was made into an artificial intelligence? What would he think of the Beijing University Computer Science Institute?" Xiao Ruofei said, "In particular, this artificial intelligence may be installed on humanoid robots in the future. It will be tested and ridiculed repeatedly by various researchers, media reporters, students, and the like." There was one more thing that Xiao Ruofei didn't say, but Wang Qi definitely knew. That was, humanoid robots were very realistic, including the body, skin, and so on. They were all very similar to real people. Based on Shen Heping's feelings towards Song Wei, if such a humanoid robot was made, he would definitely do some dirty things to this robot. Wang Qi couldn't help but sweat. He was shocked and doubtful. Song Rui continued, "Academician Wang, you don't have to doubt Song Wei's identity. I don't have to lie to you. Letting her pretend to be part of our family Song won't do her any good. She's just more low-key and doesn't want people to know about her family background. So, I hope that after this, Academician Wang can continue to keep it a secret so as not to disturb her peaceful life." Wang Qi nodded and said, "I understand. Please don't worry about this, Mr. Song. I'm still very tight-lipped. Song Rui nodded and said, that's good. Academician Wang, please handle today's matter properly. Wang Qi nodded and said, thank you for the reminder. Don't worry. Then, Wang Qi looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, the exchange meeting will be suspended for a while. I want to see Shen Heping first, is that okay? Xia Ruofei said with a smile, of course, no problem. Academician Wang, this way please. Xia Ruofei personally brought Wang Qi to the room on the third floor where Shen Heping was temporarily detained. After opening the door, he motioned for the two security guards to come out first. Then, he nodded to Wang Qi and left the room. Shen Heping came back to his senses. He quickly stood up and shouted, Teacher! Teacher! You're finally here to save me. Wang Qi frowned slightly and said, are you exaggerating? They just don't want you to make a scene at the venue. Do you really think they can detain you? They're businessmen, not bandits. Shen Heping said with grievance, Teacher! I don't think these barbarians are any different from bandits. Look at Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui. I suspect that they're involved. Enough. Wang Qi scolded, before you talk about others, look at yourself and see if there's anything wrong with you. Shen Heping was stunned and said, Teacher, What's wrong with me? Just because the content of my speech at this exchange meeting is not completely in line with what they want, I have to be treated like this? Isn't this too ridiculous? Wang Qi snorted and said, you and I both know the real reason why they're so angry. You don't have to say this in front of me, right? Shen Heping showed a trace of embarrassment and said with his head lowered, Teacher, about the name of the artificial intelligence and its cartoon image, I was indeed a little thoughtless, but, in fact, Shen Heping still didn't think much of it. If he was in the United States where he studied abroad, such a problem might be very serious. Infringement of portrait rights might lead to bankruptcy. However, after returning to his motherland, Shen Heping felt that such things were everywhere. It was not a big deal at all. Just a little thoughtless? Wang Qi frowned and asked, you specifically used the image and name of Song Wei. Don't you have any thoughts of your own? Shen Heping lowered his head and didn't speak. He would never admit it anyway. Wang Qi didn't want him to admit it and said directly, you go back to school first. This artificial intelligence project will be stopped and rectified first. All the cartoon images will be removed and the names will be temporarily changed to serial numbers. Ah? Shen Heping was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and shouted, Teacher, how can this be? The project is now at a critical stage. If we stop at this time, won't it give others a chance to overtake us? Also, the cartoon image and name, I still don't think it's a big problem. You think? Wang Qi snorted and said, do you think that if it's useful, today's incident would still happen? But this project is the work of our entire team for half a year. Shen Heping said in a hoarse voice. I'm the leader of the Computer Science Institute. I have to consider the problem from the perspective of the entire institute and even the entire school. Wang Qi said, this matter has been decided. I'm just informing you. All the rectifications must be completed within a week. Before the rectifications are completed, the project team's account will be temporarily frozen. The subsequent project funds will also be suspended until the rectifications pass my inspection. Shen Heping's face was ashen. There was no room for negotiation at all. He suddenly felt endless hatred for Xiao Ruofei, Song Rui, and even Song Wei. Wang Qi seemed to be able to see through Shen Heping's mind and said lightly, Xiao Shen, you used to be my best student, and now you're the best researcher I've taken in. So, today I still have to give you a few words of advice. Tell me. Shen Heping said weakly. As a scholar, you should be more focused on scientific research. Wang Qi said, there are some things and some people that you and I can't get involved in. I don't want to see you regretting, and I don't want Beijing University's Computer Science Institute to be implicated because of you. Teacher, I don't understand. Shen Heping said, puzzled. Wang Qi looked at Shen Heping and said, I'm afraid you don't want to understand it. I'll get straight to the point. Whether it's Song Rui, Xiao Ruofei, or even Song Wei, you can't afford to offend them. Besides, you were in the wrong this time, so I advise you to put away your thoughts of revenge, especially those against Song Wei. Otherwise, you'll be playing with fire. Wang Qi stared deeply at Shen Heping and said word by word, even I can't protect you. Shen Heping's eyes finally showed a trace of fear. He said, How? How is this possible? Teacher, you. That's all I can say. You can decide for yourself. Wang Qi said, Now, hurry back to the institute and start the rectification today. Shen Heping's body trembled slightly, and he quickly said, I understand, teacher. Wang Qi said lightly, Oh right, in the future, you should call me Professor Wang, Academician Wang, or Director Wang. After all, I didn't really teach your class or guide your thesis. It's not appropriate to call me teacher. Shen Heping's heart sank, and his eyes showed regret. He lowered his head and said, Yes, I understand. Xiao Ruofei stood not far from the door and waited. Of course, he didn't deliberately eavesdrop on Wang Qi and Shen Heping's conversation. When the door opened and Wang Qi and Shen Heping walked out, Xiao Ruofei stepped forward to greet them. Wang Qi said to Xiao Ruofei, Boss Xia, I've already talked to Xiao Shen. The research team will start the rectification today and completely remove and replace the relevant content. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Thank you, Academician Wang. I've already told Xiao Shen to rush back to the computer lab. Wang Qi said, He definitely won't go to the venue to cause trouble again. Boss Xia, do you think you can make him leave now? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Of course, I'll send a car to Associate Professor Shen. Thank you. Wang Qi said. Wang Qi and the others were picked up by the Taoyuan Club's car. If they didn't have a car, it wouldn't be easy to get a taxi in such a suburban location. You're too polite. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he gave a few instructions to the security guards and asked them to arrange for a car to send Shen Heping off. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei had arranged everything, Wang Qi said, Boss Xia, let's go back to the conference room. Don't let Xiaogua and Xiaoli wait for too long. Okay, Academician Wang, this way please. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Shen Heping was led downstairs by the security guards to wait for the car, while Xiao Ruofei and Wang Qi walked directly to the conference room on the second floor. Everyone looked at Xiao Ruofei and Wang Qi. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Sorry for wasting everyone's time. Let's continue. Let's welcome Academician Wang to give a keynote speech. The staff had already restored the projector, projection screen, and microphone. Feng Xiaoi, the PhD student that Wang Qi brought with him, went up first to adjust everything. Then, Wang Qi got up and walked up to the stage. Feng Xiaoi sat down below and used the remote control to help Wang Qi turn the pages. Wang Qi only needed to speak. Before Wang Qi started speaking, Xiao Ruofei sat down and whispered in Song Wei's ear, That matter has been resolved. Shen Heping will go back today to rectify it. All elements related to you will be removed from this project. Song Wei nodded and said, Okay. With you here, I don't have to worry. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, Actually, I don't need to do anything. If you want to deal with him, you can just say the word. Whether it was family background or personal strength, Song Wei crushed Shen Heping's existence. Even if he didn't use his family to deal with Shen Heping, as a cultivator, Song Wei had plenty of ways to make Shen Heping disappear forever without leaving any evidence. Of course, Song Wei wouldn't be so crazy. After all, things hadn't reached that point yet. Wang Qi had already started his speech on the stage. Xiao Ruofei also sat up straight and listened carefully. Wang Qi's status was much higher than Guqian and Liu Fu. Today, he was the finale, so Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were looking forward to his speech. Of course, Wang Qi didn't disappoint them. The content of his speech was also very close to the theme. It always revolved around a few supercomputer projects and analyzed specific application examples. The content could be said to be similar to Guqian and Liu Fu. However, an academician was an academician. The resources of the Computer Research Institute of Beijing University were obviously better than the Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications and the Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Therefore, Wang Qi's speech was more solid. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia felt like their thirst had been quenched. The two of them listened very carefully and were almost constantly taking notes. Wang Qi's speech was almost an hour long. When his PowerPoint was on the last page, Xiao Ruofei was the first to stand up and applaud. Then, everyone else stood up and applauded. On one hand, this was respect for Wang Qi's academic status. On the other hand, the content of his speech was really good. Wang Qi had a smile on his face as he walked off the stage and returned to his seat. Xiao Ruofei said, "Academician Wang is indeed a leader in the field. Your speech was very good." Wang Qi said modestly, "After I received the notice of this conference, I spent a few days preparing. It's inevitable that there will be some mistakes. Please advise me." "I wouldn't dare advise you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Also, I feel like the content of Academician Wang's speech is very mature. It's not a problem to publish it in an SCI journal." Gu Qian and Li Yufu also gave high praise to Wang Qi's speech. The PhD student, Feng Xiaoyi, also felt proud. Originally, Feng Xiaoyi, as a member of the Computer Research Institute of Beijing University, felt a little embarrassed after what Shen Heping did. He was even more critical of Shen Heping. Fortunately, as soon as his teacher Wang Qi came on stage, he immediately regained his face. Wang Qi smiled and waved his hand as he said, "Everyone is overpraising me. I really don't dare to accept it." Although he said this, Wang Qi still had a trace of pride in his heart. Of course, his pride mainly came from the affirmation of peers like Gu Qian and Li Yufu. As for Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia, he didn't think that these two young people knew much about professional things. He thought that their praise was mostly flattery. Even if it was business flattery, it had to be at the same academic level. Only then would there be a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia looked at each other and said, "Thank you for the wonderful speeches. I think it's about time. Why don't we go to the restaurant for lunch? Everyone can take a break at noon, and then we can have some more exchanges in the afternoon." This morning's schedule was supposed to finish the entire meeting in half a day. However, first of all, the time for each expert's speech was a bit longer, and because of the episode with Shen Heping, a lot of time was wasted. Second of all, after listening to everyone's speeches, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia both improved a lot. At the same time, they accumulated a lot of questions. Therefore, he considered putting the exchange session in the afternoon, so that there would be more time. However, he neglected one thing: the experts and professors were also people. They came to this small exchange meeting not only to give face to the people who asked them to help, but also to see the legendary luxurious Taoyuan Club. According to the original plan, they would finish the meeting in half a day. Then, they would be able to experience the Taoyuan Club in the afternoon and evening. Therefore, the three experts, including Wang Qi, didn't hesitate to oppose Xiao Ruofei's suggestion. Gu Qian was the first to say, "Boss Xia, it's only 11:30. I think it's still early. Why don't we strike while the iron is hot and immediately enter the exchange session?" "I also agree with Lao Guo's suggestion," Li Yufu said. "I just finished listening to everyone's speeches. Now is the best time for the exchange." Wang Qi also nodded with a smile and said, "Boss Xia, there's no rush to eat. Let's talk to our heart's content first. Let's talk to each other thoroughly. I even think we can ask the restaurant to pack some lunchboxes and eat in the conference room." "That's not a bad idea. Academician Wang's suggestion is good." Gu Qian immediately agreed. "Work is the most important thing." "I agree too," Li Yufu said. Xiao Ruofei and the others looked at each other, but Xiao Ruofei quickly guessed the experts' and professors' thoughts. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Then let's move on to the next session." Then, he turned to Song Rui and said, "Xiao Rui, tell the restaurant to prepare the food first. Wait until they're notified." Of course, he couldn't let the experts and professors eat lunchboxes. Moreover, the Taoyuan Club was their own decision, so they could eat whenever they wanted. "Okay." Song Rui stood up and said, "Then you guys talk first. I'll go to the restaurant and take a look." After Song Rui left, Xiao Ruofei focused on the exchange. He exchanged a look with Chen Xian, then raised his own question first. "Academician Wang, I'm very interested in your proposal of using a supercomputer to solve a practical problem. There are a few parts that I don't understand. Please enlighten me." After that, Xiao Ruofei raised some of the questions he had after listening to Wang Qi's practical case. Xiao Ruofei's questions were very targeted. After all, his ultimate goal was to use a supercomputer to crack the secret of the floating point pattern on the token. According to their speculation, each group of floating point patterns was likely to represent a Chinese character. There were about 3,000 Chinese characters, and 1 or 2,000 were commonly used. Therefore, each group of floating point patterns had 1 or 2,000 or even 2 to 3,000 possibilities. When all the floating point patterns were combined, the possibilities would be an astronomical number. It was impossible to crack it with human strength. This was why Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia thought of using a supercomputer to help crack it. This kind of cracking actually used the exhaustive method. A supercomputer could do something that was impossible for a human brain. A supercomputer could list all the possibilities and then compare them one by one. Of course, the premise was that there was enough time and long-range computing ability. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was particularly interested in the example of the exhaustive method in Wang Qi's speech. He listened the most seriously. After Wang Qi heard Xiao Ruofei's question, he had a look of admiration on his face. The layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. From Xiao Ruofei's question, Wang Qi and the other experts could tell that Xiao Ruofei was really listening carefully and understood what they were talking about. This was not a show meeting. Wang Qi thought seriously for a while before he said, "Boss Xia, regarding the questions you raised, this is how we thought about it." Then, Wang Qi began to explain the solutions they came up with when they encountered these problems. Guo Qian and Li Yufu also listened very carefully. Wang Qi had long given up on the idea of just doing this. He was really serious about the academic exchange. When he got excited, he asked the staff to find a whiteboard. Then, he walked to the front and used a marker to write down some of the key parts of the program on the whiteboard. He also explained their ideas while writing. Guo Qian and Li Yufu also joined the discussion. They were not questioning the academician. Instead, they were discussing Wang Qi's plan from an academic point of view. The clash of ideas between the three industry giants could be said to be brilliant and varied. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia obviously benefited a lot. They listened while taking notes. They had a look of enlightenment on their faces. From a theoretical point of view, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were at least qualified. However, in terms of practical experience, the experts in the room were miles ahead of them. The ingenious ideas of the three experts seemed to have opened a new door for Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia. The two of them listened with fascination. Xianxia even had the same feeling of enlightenment that he had when he first stepped into the qi condensation stage and listened to the seniors and elders of the sect explain the way of cultivation. It was like a mess was instantly sorted out. This kind of refreshing feeling was enough to cure anyone with OCD. Unknowingly, the discussion around the exhaustive method had been going on for more than an hour. However, it did not seem like they were going to stop. Even Wang Qi found a new way of thinking in this discussion. If he were to design this plan now, he felt that he would definitely be able to find a simpler and more effective way. The staff had refilled the water for everyone many times. When the experts were talking, they would talk non-stop, so the water consumption naturally increased. As for Song Rui, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei, who had just returned from the restaurant, the three of them felt like they were listening to a foreign language book. Even though they were all speaking Mandarin, they could not understand a single word when they were strung together. It wasn't until 1:30 in the afternoon that Wang Qi and the others ended the discussion. If not for Xiao Ruofei's suggestion, they would have chatted for the entire afternoon. These scholars had truly entered the atmosphere of academic discussion. They had completely forgotten about the services provided by the Taoyuan Club. Xiao Ruofei felt that the experts were not young anymore, especially Wang Qi. If something happened to him due to hunger, he really couldn't bear the responsibility. So he couldn't help but interrupt everyone's discussion and let everyone go to the restaurant to eat first. Wang Qi and the others still wanted to chat for a while, so they all said that they were not hungry. However, Xiao Ruofei said that they could chat while eating. If they were not satisfied, they could go back to the conference room to continue after eating. Only then did they leave the conference room reluctantly and take the club's battery-powered car with Xiao Ruofei and the others to the restaurant in the main building to eat. Today's exchange meeting was called by Xiao Ruofei, so Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui were naturally very concerned about his matters. So, today's lunch was especially sumptuous. They used the best Zue Ba Xian wine and ordered Buddha jumps over the wall soup from Lingji private restaurant. This was prepared in advance yesterday. After all, many of the ingredients needed to be simmered slowly. In addition to a few of Lingji private restaurant's signature dishes, the club's star-rated chefs personally cooked exquisite and delicious Western dishes. There were steak, foie gras, caviar, baked snails, and so on. The ingredients for these Western dishes were all top-notch ingredients that were flown in by air. After being cooked by the Michelin-starred chefs, they looked, smelled, and tasted even better. The experts were amazed by the combination of Chinese and Western dishes. They even said that they couldn't find such delicious food in the entire capital. Everyone drank and tasted the food. At the same time, they continued the unfinished conversation in the conference room. Using academic discussion to accompany drinking was a great spectacle. However, the three experts and professors enjoyed it. When they talked about something they were proud of, they would say, "This place is wonderful, let's have a toast." Then, they would raise their heads and drink, allowing them to experience the passion of talking about crazy teenagers. After the meal, Xia Ruofei and Xianxia naturally didn't feel drunk at all. They could be said to have gained a lot. They already had a prototype of a plan to crack the floating point pattern in their hearts. The three experts and the PhD student that Wang Qi had brought, Feng Xiaoyi, were mostly drunk. Their footsteps were light and unsteady. So, Xiao Ruofei called Song Rui over and said, "Xiao Rui, arrange for the experts to sober up in the hot spring. If they have any needs, try your best to satisfy them. Just put it on my tab." "Aren't you slapping me in the face?" Song Rui said. "What do you mean by putting it on your tab?" "Just put it on the club's tab. The other shareholders definitely won't have any objections." "There's no need for that. It's rare for me to come to the club. The dividends are all in the account and can't be used." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Just do it. I'm not being polite with you guys." Song Rui curled his lips and said, okay. "I know you're a nouveau riche. But you just have to listen to us. Brother Zhao has already arranged it. You don't have anything to do here. Go do your thing. Don't forget about drinking tonight. Monkey and the others will come over." "Don't worry, I won't forget." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll take a break in the club this afternoon. I won't go out. Just call me when it's time for dinner." "Okay." Song Rui nodded and said. Then, he took the staff to arrange the next program for Wang Qi and the others. Xiao Ruofei took Mu Xing and the others to walk to the villa above the Formation I. This villa located by the lake wasn't big, but it was the place with the richest spiritual energy in the entire club. Everyone was a cultivator. Naturally, they liked this kind of environment the most. Walking through the door of the villa, Mu Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "Little brother Xia, the concentration of spiritual energy in your Formation I is comparable to some places in our sect. This is really a treasure land." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's about the same as those corners of your sect where the spiritual energy is the thinnest." "Senior Mu, please don't joke about our poor and remote place." "I'm not joking. Little brother Xia, you were able to open up such a place in the secular world. I'm really surprised." Mu Xing said with a smile. Lu Manxia also said with a smile, "Everyone says that the younger generation will surpass us in time." Fellow Taoist Xia has perfectly interpreted this phrase. Xiao Ruofei quickly raised his hand and begged for mercy, "Seniors, please let me go. You're making me blush." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Yu Xian'er covered their mouths and giggled. Xiao Ruofei said, "Everyone can look around and find a place to rest. The spiritual energy in the basement is the richest. You can also go down and cultivate. I'll discuss the specific solution with Brother Chen." Mu Xing quickly said, "You guys are busy with your business. Don't worry about us. Brother Chen, sit here." Xiao Ruofei pointed to the tea table in the corner of the living room and said with a smile, "Let's talk while making tea." Chen Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Okay." The two of them sat around the tea table. Xiao Ruofei took out the tea leaves and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, after listening to today's expert exchange, do you have any thoughts? Seeing is better than hearing 100 times. Xianxia said with a smile, there's still a difference between theory and practice. Moreover, I feel that if we really do it, we may encounter some kind of problem. That's for sure. Xia Ruofei said as he began to boil the water, but at that time, we can only rely on ourselves to solve it slowly. I think that our biggest gain today is learning the methods of the experts and professors to solve practical problems. This is something that can't be grasped no matter how much theory you learn. It's like doing questions before the college entrance exam. After you're familiar with it to a certain extent, doing the same type of questions won't have much meaning. Doing questions is actually a way to solve the problem, a way to solve different types of problems. Xia Ruofei continued, I already have a prototype in my mind. Brother Chen, you must have gained a lot, right? Xianxia said with a smile, I did gain a little. Brother Xia, this key algorithm, I'll leave it to you. Oh? Brother Chen, don't you want to try? Xia Ruofei asked curiously. I want to too. But maybe I don't have as much time as Brother Xia. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, I just received an email from the boss of my department. He said that another team's code has a few bugs and can't be solved. He wants me to help take a look. You know that finding bugs is more troublesome than writing the code directly, so. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stared at Xianxia for a long time and said helplessly, fine. You're such an excellent employee, I'm a little reluctant to let you leave the company. Okay. Brother Chen, let's exchange ideas first. Then I'll summarize our opinions and try to come up with a plan first. Okay. Xianxia happily agreed. Next, Xia Ruofei and Xianxia started to discuss the specific implementation plan, mainly around the problem of the algorithm. After the two of them participated in the exchange meeting, they both had some inspiration. Many of them were great minds, so the discussion process was very smooth. In the end, Xia Ruofei said, Brother Chen, I think it's almost done. But before I write the algorithm, there's one more thing I need to do. Is there anything else? Xianxia asked, puzzled. Xia Ruofei said, all of our work now is based on the premise that each group of floating point patterns represents a Chinese character, right? Of course. Xianxia said. If this premise is not established, then all of our work now will be useless, Xia Ruofei said. Xianxia said casually, it's normal to take some detours in the process of cracking such a mysterious token. Besides, we have to try to find out if it's useless or not. Xianxia didn't care too much about wasting a few days. Even if he specially crammed a lot of professional knowledge and put in a lot of effort for this plan, he didn't think it was a big deal. Even if they failed, at least they ruled out a wrong route, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, yes, let's not consider this possibility for now. Let's go back to what I said just now. Brother Chen, have you ever thought, if our premise is correct, what is the most likely content of these floating point patterns? Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, it's really hard to judge, but I think it might be a cultivation technique? It can't be some meaningless words, right? If that's the case, why bother to use this method to record it on the token? Xia Ruofei didn't think so. The reason was simple. Yuntai practitioner told him that these floating point patterns would change every 50 years or so. If it was a cultivation technique, the content should be fixed. How could it change periodically? However, this didn't affect Xia Ruofei's decision. He said with a smile, whether it's a cultivation technique or other content, if we use the exhaustive method to crack it, the problem is that there are too few samples. There are countless combinations. How can a supercomputer eliminate those combinations that are impossible at first glance? How can it filter out the most likely combination from these countless possibilities and arrange it in order? Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, Xia Ruofei continued, we can't control the number of samples. There's only one set, so we can only rely on the algorithm's ability to judge. This token is very old, so I need to find as many ancient text samples as possible, as well as ancient grammar and other information to form a database. I think this will help the supercomputer make a judgment. Xianxia and the others did not know the specific age of this token. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't know either, but he knew that this token had existed for 2,000 or 3,000 years. Therefore, when he went to look for ancient text samples, his goal and focus would be clearer. Xianxia nodded and said, "Indeed. However, the algorithm for this judgment is not easy to write. If it's too easy, wouldn't it be less challenging?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Chen, I'm going to take some time this afternoon to sort out the framework. Starting tomorrow, I'll start to improve the ancient text database. Let's do this work first." "I think it's okay." Chen Xian nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Xia." I'll take a look at the code that boss sent me first," Xia Ruofei said with a wry smile. "Okay. Let's do our own thing." Xia Ruofei and Chen Xian took out their laptops from their respective storage spaces and sat in the villa's living room, busy with their own work. The afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, Xia Ruofei's friends in Beijing all came to the Taoyuan Club. Zhao Yongjun led a party. Everyone was finally able to gather together, so naturally, they had to drink and chat. Xia Ruofei took Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to the party. As for Mu Xing, Chen Xian, and the others, they were completely uninterested in such a noisy place. They all stayed in the villa above the array core. Mu Xing and the others naturally cultivated when they had nothing to do, but Chen Xian was still wandering in the world of his code. In fact, Wang Qi and the others were also in the club, but they were in another private room and were accompanied by the club's management. Xia Ruofei also took the time to take Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to toast. His main battlefield was still with Zhao Yongjun and the others. Of course, when it came to drinking, no one in this private room could beat him. Everyone had long given up on trying to get Xia Ruofei drunk. The main reason was that they were happy together, so they drank a few more glasses. Other than Zhao Yongjun, who had to take care of things and was more restrained, everyone else was drunk. Song Rui was the first to fall down. If it wasn't for Xia Ruofei supporting him, he would have slipped under the table. After 3 rounds of drinking, a club staff walked in and whispered a few words in Zhao Yongjun's ear. Zhao Yongjun nodded slightly. Then, Zhao Yongjun said to Xia Ruofei, "Ruofei, Academician Wang and the others are preparing to go back. Let's send them off together." "Okay." Xia Ruofei immediately stood up and walked out of the private room with Zhao Yongjun. Wang Qi and the others also walked out of another private room not far away with a bit of drunkenness. This afternoon, they enjoyed the top VIP treatment at the Taoyuan Club, and all the services were free. In the evening, they tasted the top food that they usually couldn't eat at all. On top of that, today's exchange meeting was also quite enjoyable. Therefore, the experts felt very satisfied after eating and drinking. Academician Wang, Professor Gua, Professor Li, Dr. Feng, are you all done eating and drinking? Zhao Yongjun greeted them with a smile and asked. Wang Qi nodded with a smile and said, "We're all full. President Zhao, your hospitality is too warm." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Of course, we wouldn't dare to neglect the things that Ruofei asked us to do. We're afraid that we won't treat you well." Wang Qi looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully, then smiled and said, "Boss Xia, I noticed that you're very good in the computer science field. Why didn't you do scientific research in the end, but do business instead?" Wang Qi's tone was a bit regretful. Obviously, he felt that Xia Ruofei's academic talent was wasted by doing business. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Actually, whether it's doing business or learning about computer science, it's all purely personal hobbies. I just play around occasionally." Feng Xiaoyi, who was behind Wang Qi, was speechless. This kind of winner in life was really annoying. You casually played around, and you created a company with a market value of billions. You casually played around, and you have such a high level in the field of supercomputer application. How can you, a bitter PhD student, endure this? At this time, the car that sent Wang Qi and the others back drove over. There were still 3 cars. The Taoyuan Club had around 20 of these commercial cars that were always available. They were specifically used to provide pickup service for some important guests. Naturally, they wouldn't send only 1 car for the experts and take all kinds of detours just to save resources. At this time, Zhao Yongjun took 4 envelopes from the staff next to him and handed them to Wang Qi and the others. Even Wang Qi's follower, Dr. Feng Xiaoyi, received one. "President Zhao, this." Wang Qi took the envelope with some hesitation and asked, "This isn't very good, right?" Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Ruofei is my good brother. The experts and professors have helped my good brother a lot this time. As his brother, I have to express my gratitude. Academician Wang, and the other experts, this is a little bit of my personal appreciation. You don't have to refuse, please accept it." Wang Qi thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay then. Thank you, President Zhao." When experts and professors like Wang Qi and the others went out to participate in exchanges or lectures, the organizers would usually pay. This time, they didn't charge for coming to the Taoyuan Club. Zhao Yongjun was the organizer's representative, so it was reasonable for him to give them some transportation fees and a thank you fee. Therefore, Wang Qi and the others accepted it without any psychological pressure. "You're too polite. Academician Wang, please get in the car," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. The first car was naturally for Wang Qi and Feng Xiaoyi, then the next two cars were for Guoqian and Li Yufu. Xiao Ruofei stood next to Zhao Yongjun and waved goodbye to the car with a smile. After sending off the experts and professors, Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Zhao, thank you. We're brothers, so of course we have to do things well." Zhao Yongjun said casually, "You don't know how to welcome and send people off. As your brother, of course I have to help you take care of it. Otherwise, these old professors will think that you don't know the ways of the world." "Brother Zhao, you're so thoughtful." Xiao Ruofei smiled and then asked curiously, "What kind of standard transportation fees did you prepare for them?" Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, they will definitely be very satisfied." In the Taoyuan Club's Mercedes-Benz commercial car, Feng Xiaoyi was holding the thin envelope. He was a little excited and curious at the same time. He didn't expect that he would be able to enjoy the services of a top-notch clubhouse just by following his mentor around. He didn't even have to do anything. He even had to pay for the transportation fees before leaving. He saw that Wang Qi was leaning against the seat next to him with his eyes closed. He couldn't help but gently open the envelope and take out the things inside to take a look. Feng Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim when he saw it, and then he immediately covered his mouth. But Wang Qi had already heard him. He opened his eyes and turned his head. He frowned slightly and looked at Feng Xiaoyi. He asked faintly, "What's wrong?" Wang Qi said in his heart, "Little Feng is still too impatient. He's not steady at all. I have to teach him a lesson in the future." Feng Xiaoyi stammered, "Teacher, the transportation fees that President Zhao gave us are a little too." "To what?" Wang Qi asked impatiently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating?" Wang Qi felt that Feng Xiaoyi still hadn't seen much of the world. This child came from a small place. Although his academic ability was good, it was obvious that his vision was not very broad. Even if the Taoyuan Club's transportation fee was a little higher than ordinary meetings, there was no need for him to be so scared. Feng Xiaoyi said, You'd better take a look at it yourself." Only then did Wang Qi open his envelope in confusion. After taking a look, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air even though he was still criticizing Feng Xiaoyi earlier. Inside the envelope was a thin card, but this card wasn't a bank savings card, but the Taoyuan Club's consumer card. The denomination was 30,000 yuan. The instructions on the back of the card were very clear. This wasn't an official Taoyuan Club membership card. It was just a stored value card, but when there was balance in the card, one could use this card to enjoy various services in the Taoyuan Club. After the balance was used up, the card would be taken back. Moreover, the stored value card also had levels. The stored value card sent by Zhao Yongjun naturally wasn't a low-level card. With this card, they could enjoy the treatment equivalent to a gold card member. Gold card members were the second-level members. Most of the facilities and services in the Taoyuan Club were open to gold card members. This transportation fee was much more generous than the general conference. It could be said that it wasn't on the same level at all. Today, Wang Qi and the others had just enjoyed the hot spring, catering, and other services of the Taoyuan Club for free, so they had some understanding of the service prices in the Taoyuan Club. Naturally, it was much more expensive than outside, and of course, the quality was much higher. Even so, 30,000 yuan was enough for them to bring their friends to play once. If they came alone, it was definitely not a problem to use it 3 or 4 times. Wang Qi glanced at the card in Feng Xiaoyi's hand. It also had a limit of 30,000 yuan. It seemed that Zhao Yongjun didn't distinguish their identities. They all gave the same card equally. Needless to say, Guo Qian and Li Yufu also got the same stored value card. This alone was already an expenditure of 120,000 yuan. In addition to the various expenses of today's exchange meeting, Wang Qi calculated that the 2 meals alone cost tens of thousands. There was also the hot spring, sauna, fitness. The price tag of each item was very high. Wang Qi couldn't help but secretly sigh. This is really a big deal. Of course, from this side, Wang Qi could also see the position of Xiao Ruofei in the hearts of Zhao Yongjun and the others. This was no longer an ordinary consideration. It could be said that he considered everything and was very decent. Feng Xiaoyi asked carefully, "Teacher, this is a bit too expensive, right?" I don't dare to take it. It's better if you keep it." Feng Xiaoyi came here today to do odd jobs for Wang Qi. Even during the discussion, he couldn't get a word in at all. He was completely absent. Just by coming here, he was actually given a 30,000 yuan savings card. He suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to deal with. Wang Qi said faintly, "Since it's from President Zhao, just accept it. What's there to worry about? I didn't do anything." Feng Xiaoyi said. "President Zhao might not care about this. He thinks about things from a different perspective," Wang Qi said. "Xiaoyi, just put it away. Didn't you get a girlfriend recently? Bring her here for the weekend. The environment here is pretty good." Feng Xiaoyi naturally wanted this stored value card, but he felt a little uneasy about it since he didn't deserve it. Since Wang Qi said so, Feng Xiaoyi no longer had any misgivings. He said carefully, then thank you, teacher." Wang Qi smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? This is from President Zhao. If you want to thank someone, you should thank President Zhao and Boss Xia. They did it because of you, teacher." "Of course, I want to thank you," Feng Xiaoyi said with a smile. Although he was a PhD student, it didn't mean that he was an ignorant bookworm. No matter how high a person's academic level was, it was impossible for him to be accepted as a student by an academician. Wang Qi laughed and said, "You child, but speaking of gratitude, I really need to make a call." Then, Wang Qi took out his phone and quickly found Xiao Ruofei's phone number. During the discussion, Xiao Ruofei and Wang Qi exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. When Wang Qi called, Xiao Ruofei was still drinking at the table. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Wang Qi. He didn't want to disturb his buddy's drinking mood, so he said goodbye to Zhao Yongjun, then got up and went outside the room to answer the call. "Academician Wang, you're home so soon?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "I'm still on the way." Wang Qi smiled and said, "I just saw the gift President Zhao prepared for us. It's a little too much. You scared our Xiaofeng quite a bit." "Haha. Brother Zhao just wanted to express his gratitude. It's not the weight of the gift, but the sincerity." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You can tell Dr. Feng to accept it without worry. There's nothing inappropriate about it." Xiao Ruofei didn't know what gift Zhao Yongjun prepared for them, but since Wang Qi called in person, it meant that the gift must be expensive. But he didn't intend to ask. It was fine as long as he understood what his buddies were doing. And no matter how expensive it was nothing in the eyes of Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun. "I still have to thank you," Wang Qi said. "Boss Xia, not only did you provide us with a platform for academic exchange, but you also let us enjoy the services of the top club. President Zhao also gave us such an expensive gift. This is all thanks to Boss Xia." Wang Qi was not a pedantic bookworm, so he knew that the person he should thank was Xiao Ruofei, so he called Xiao Ruofei directly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Academician Wang, you're too kind. We should be the ones thanking you. Qin Xian and I have benefited a lot from this exchange. It's been a great help to us. Actually, my exchange with Professor Gua and Professor Li has also been a great inspiration for us. We've had a lot of new inspirations through the collision. So let's thank each other." Wang Qi said with a laugh. "You're too kind," Xiao Ruofei said. Wang Qi said, Boss Xia, you guys took the lead in organizing this exchange because you want to do something in the field of supercomputer applications, right? We do have plans in this area, but the idea isn't very mature yet, Xiao Ruofei said. Of course, the matter of the token couldn't be known by people in the secular world, so he could only be vague about it. Wang Qi had been in the academic field for so many years, so he naturally knew the importance of confidentiality. So he didn't insist on getting to the bottom of it. Instead, he said with a smile, if there are any problems in the future, Boss Xia can find me at any time to discuss it. We can discuss it together. Also, if you need to coordinate the time of some supercomputers, I should be able to help a little. Xiao Ruofei's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard this. He originally wanted to ask Master Song to coordinate a supercomputer for them to use, but asking Master Song to help with this matter was a bit overkill. Wang Qi happened to be a big name in the field, and he was also an academician. He was a member of various committees and had a lot of say in the evaluation of titles, awards, and so on. So if he came forward to coordinate, there would be no problem. More importantly, supercomputers were very busy most of the time. If they wanted to use the time, they could only make use of the time. If Master Song came forward, no matter how difficult it was, he would have to squeeze out time. Maybe it would delay the progress of some important scientific research projects. If Wang Qi came forward, he would naturally evaluate from a professional point of view and allocate the time scientifically to achieve the best of both worlds. Xiao Ruofei said happily, that's great. I'll thank you in advance, Academician Wang. Wang Qi chuckled and said, just give me a call when you need me. I can still help with this small matter. Thank you. Thank you, said Xiao Ruofei. In the Mercedes-Benz business car, after Wang Qi hung up the phone, he said to Feng Xiaoyi, we Huaxia people are particular about reciprocity and reciprocity. Now, we can safely accept their gift. Feng Xiaoyi smiled and said, Teacher, you're so thoughtful. Wang Qi smiled and then contacted Guoqian and Li Yufu. Naturally, they also talked about this kind intention. Soon, the three of them reached a consensus. If Xiao Ruofei still needed technical guidance in the future, the three of them would spare no effort, including the coordination of the supercomputer. They would also contact them together. After all, everyone had different resources at hand, so it was naturally easier to get things done. Guoqian and Li Yufu also received the same gift, so Wang Qi naturally wouldn't let them be idle. It was only fair that everyone worked together. At the Taoyuan Club, Xiao Ruofei returned to the private room. Zhao Yongjun raised his glass and clinked it with Xiao Ruofei. The two of them drank together. Then, Zhao Yongjun smiled and asked, Academician Wang is looking for you? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Zhao, the gift you prepared is too expensive. I feel a little uneasy. He's just being polite. Zhao Yongjun said casually, he's a dignified academician. What hasn't he seen before? How could he not dare to accept such a small gift? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, but Brother Zhao, you're very considerate. You really helped me. Oh? Zhao Yongjun suddenly became spirited. What do you mean? Xiao Ruofei repeated to Zhao Yongjun what he said on the phone with Wang Qi then, he said with a smile, I was wondering who to ask for help with the supercomputer. Academician Wang took the initiative to help us solve this problem. Also, if we have any technical questions in the future, we can ask him at any time. Look, isn't this gift very useful? Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, it's a human society. Everyone is willing to help. This academician Wang is also an interesting person. Since he spared no effort to help you, then I will definitely repay him at the appropriate time. Xiao Ruofei poured a glass of wine, raised the glass and said, Brother Zhao, I won't say any words of thanks. It's all in the wine. Haha. Good brother. Zhao Yongjun said generously. Cheers. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Xiao Ruofei asked the staff to arrange the drunk Song Rui and the others to rest in the guest rooms. He also told them to have someone to watch over them to prevent them from suffocating in their sleep. Then, he talked for a while with Zhao Yongjun, who was already 60 to 70% drunk. Then, he brought Song Wei and Ling Qingshui back to the small villa above the Arai. Mu Xing and the others found their own rooms and went back to rest. Only Xianxia was still under the light in the living room, holding his laptop and looking at the code. He looked up at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, you're back." "Yes, yes. The bug hasn't been solved yet?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "What does Yang Xingqing do for a living? Why do you have to solve everything? What if you're not in the company in the future?" Qin Xian said with a smile, "President Yang definitely doesn't care about these specific things. The reason why he assigned this job to me is mainly because I'm more efficient. When I leave the company in the future, other people can also do this job." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "I feel that this Taoyuan shopping mall project has become your obsession. Okay, go do your work. We're going back to our rooms. You should rest early too." Qin Xian waved his hand and said, "Got it." The villa was not big, so the number of rooms was naturally limited. Today, there were so many people, so Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue could only occupy one room. In the eyes of Qin Xian and the others, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were Xiao Ruofei's Taoist companions. Naturally, there was no problem for the three of them to live together. However, Xiao Ruofei was well aware of this, so he was prepared to not sleep tonight. The three of them entered the largest master bedroom. Xiao Ruofei looked at the spacious Simmons bed and coughed before he said, Wei Wei, Qingxue, you guys sleep on the bed tonight. I have to write the algorithm architecture, so I might not be able to sleep." Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "Staying up late is not good for your health. Besides, you're not in a hurry, so why do you have to work through the night? They might as well sleep together. Anyway, this bed is big enough." Song Wei's pretty face reddened. She secretly pinched Qingxue's arm and whispered, how dare you say anything?" Ling Qingxue giggled. "What are you afraid of? Does he really dare to do anything to us?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right. I admit defeat, okay? Go wash up and sleep first. I'm not sleepy after drinking, so I can sort out some of the thoughts I had during the day." Ling Qingxue wanted to tease Xiao Ruofei, but Song Wei dragged her to the bathroom in the master bedroom to wash up. Xiao Ruofei sat cross-legged on the bay window and took out his laptop from the space. He calmed himself down and began to write code. After a while, Xiao Ruofei heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. He couldn't help but be shocked. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were showering together. He originally thought that the two of them were just washing up, but he didn't expect them to be showering together. He was very familiar with their bodies, so he couldn't help but imagine the scene in the bathroom. He suddenly felt a surge of evil fire. Xiao Ruofei quickly took a few deep breaths and forced his attention to his computer screen. But the more he didn't want to listen, the more the sound of water seemed to drill into his ears. Xiao Ruofei, a dignified cultivator at the Golden Core stage, had to temporarily seal his hearing with his vitality to get rid of the seductive sound. However, after a while, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue came out of the bathroom and almost made Xiao Ruofei vomit blood. Both of them were wearing silk pajamas with spaghetti straps. Their exquisite figures were fully displayed. Both of them had storage rings, so they probably brought a lot of beautiful sleepiness. Song Wei was more or less shy, blushing and lowering his head. Ling Qingxue deliberately walked in front of Xiao Ruofei a few times, then said with a smile, "Ruofei, are you really not going to sleep? Then we can go to sleep?" Xiao Ruofei turned his face and said with a wry smile, "Qingxue, stop fooling around. Hurry up and go to sleep." After coaxing the two of them to sleep, Xiao Ruofei sat on the bay window and began to write code again. However, with two close female friends sleeping not far away, and dressed so seductively, how could Xiao Ruofei easily calm down, if he wasn't afraid that people would misunderstand? He even wanted to go to the living room to accompany Qin Xian. The atmosphere there was suitable for coding. Xiao Ruofei wrote and stopped for a while. Finally, he calmed down and focused more on the algorithm architecture. After listening to Wang Qi and the others' conversation, especially the free discussion at the end, Xiao Ruofei gained a lot of inspiration. The knowledge that originally stayed at the theoretical level also built a bridge with concrete practice. He turned a lot of his ideas during the day into code that the supercomputer could recognize and run. In fact, the logical process of cracking the code was very simple. The first step was to identify the picture. It had to accurately identify each group of floating point patterns. The next step was to exhaust the possibilities of the corresponding Chinese characters for each group of floating point patterns and combine them according to the existing floating point patterns. This step could only be completed by the supercomputer. The number of possibilities was astronomical, and the human brain could never finish calculating it in a lifetime. As for the third step, it was to make a logical judgment, eliminate those answers that were completely illogical, and order them according to the probability. The judgment in this step tested one's ability the most. The machine itself could not make a judgment, it had to be given a judgment logic. This was also the reason why Xia Ruofei wanted to find enough ancient text information and create a database for comparison. This process was simple and clear, but to actually implement it, every step had to be implemented with code. It wasn't that simple. In every process, there would be many problems that Xia Ruofei had to solve one by one. He gradually immersed himself in the world of code. As the logic became clearer and more problems were solved, Xia Ruofei felt that his brain was becoming more active and more excited. Unknowingly, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. In order not to disturb Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's rest, Xia Ruofei had already turned off the lights in the room. Song Wei opened her eyes in a daze. She turned her head and saw Xia Ruofei sitting on the bay window. His fingers were still flying across the keyboard of the laptop. The faint light from the computer screen revealed his extremely focused face. The sleepy Song Wei was a little dazed for a moment. She felt that Xia Ruofei's focused look was particularly charming. She tilted her head and looked a little fascinated. At this moment, Xia Ruofei stopped and stretched. Then, he took out a bottle of Ling Qingshui from the Ring-2 space and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Song Wei quickly looked away. At this time, her face was still slightly hot because she felt that her behavior just now was a little love-struck. Song Wei thought for a moment, gently lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Xia Ruofei heard the noise and immediately turned his head. When he saw Song Wei, he subconsciously raised his hand and looked at his watch. He had completely forgotten the time when he was concentrating on his work, so when he saw Song Wei, he thought it was already dawn. It turned out that it was only 3 o'clock. Xia Ruofei quickly asked, Wei Wei, why are you up at this time? Did I wake you up? No. Song Wei said, I just had a dream and then I woke up. Because they were afraid of waking Ling Qingshui up, they spoke very softly. Oh. Then hurry up and go to bed. Xia Ruofei said, it's still early. You can still sleep for a few hours. Ruofei, how about? Song Wei hesitated and said, how about? You go to bed and sleep for a while? She summoned up the courage to finish this sentence. Her face was already red, and even her ears were red. After being together with Xia Ruofei, Song Wei actually had a slight psychological barrier because of Ling Qingshui. No matter what kind of coincidence led to this relationship, Song Wei couldn't escape the fact that she became Xia Ruofei's girlfriend after Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui were together. Therefore, whenever she was with Xia Ruofei with Ling Qingshui, she always consciously weakened her sense of existence. Even when she was alone with Xia Ruofei, she had a slight psychological barrier to some intimate behaviors, and needed Xia Ruofei's careful guidance. It was the first time that the three of them were really in the same room like this. Therefore, Song Wei couldn't fall asleep at first, but she didn't dare to open her eyes to look at Xia Ruofei. Later, she finally fell asleep in a daze. The quality of her sleep wasn't good, and she kept dreaming. She even woke up completely just now. However, when Song Wei saw Xia Ruofei's figure sitting alone on the bay window with a focused expression on his face, her heart seemed to melt in this quiet midnight, as if a barrier was suddenly broken. Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned and hesitated. This is not very good. Besides, I'm not sleepy. You have to sleep even if you're not sleepy. Song Wei insisted, you're so young, and you want to be like those cultivators who don't eat or drink? Then what's the fun of living? Hee hee. Of course not. Xia Ruofei laughed dryly, it's just that today. Qingshui and I are both your girlfriends. What does that have to do with anything? Song Wei said, besides. I just asked you to go to bed and sleep. I didn't ask you to do anything bad. Song Wei held back her shyness and finished her words. Her face was already as hot as fire. When Xiao Ruofei saw Song Wei's innocent look, he couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Ling Qingxue, who was sleeping soundly, and hesitated for a moment before asking, if Qingxue finds out tomorrow. Song Wei rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, Qingxue won't care. Don't you know her? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, that's fine. I'm a little tired, so I'll sleep for a while. Since Xiao Ruofei had already said so much, if Xiao Ruofei still refused, then he was not a man. Xiao Ruofei didn't take a shower. Instead, he took out a set of pajamas from the Ring 2 space and put them on. For a cultivator at Xiao Ruofei's level, he was basically dust-free. Ordinary dust couldn't get close to him at all. Taking a shower was a long-term habit. It was already so late today, so he didn't want to take a shower, so as not to wake Ling Qingxue up again. When Xiao Ruofei changed into his pajamas, Song Wei blushed. She lowered her head and said, You sleep in the middle. I'll come back after I go to the bathroom. Xiao Ruofei was also excited. He quickly said, Okay. Okay. He carefully climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Ling Qingxue. The pillows and bedding on the bed had a faint fragrance. Xiao Ruofei smelled the fragrance and felt a burst of carefree and happy. Soon, Song Wei returned to the bedside. She looked at Xiao Ruofei and hesitated for a moment. Then, she gently lifted the quilt and lay down. However, her body was a little stiff. She lay flat on the edge of the bed and didn't move at all. Xiao Ruofei said softly, Wei, lie in a little bit. Be careful not to fall when you fall asleep in that position. Oh. Song Wei answered in a little panic. Then, she symbolically moved her body inwards, but it was probably only a few centimeters at most. At this time, Ling Qingxue was sleeping soundly. Song Wei felt like her heart was beating fast. Although she had slept in the same bed with Xiao Ruofei many times, it was the first time that the three of them lay together on the bed like today. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei simply stretched out his right hand and put it under Song Wei's neck. Then, he held Song Wei's shoulder and moved her body in a little bit. Song Wei's body trembled slightly, but he didn't resist and moved his body. Xiao Ruofei didn't withdraw his arm either. He just rested his head on the back of Song Wei's head. This posture gave Song Wei a sense of security. Of course, if it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to maintain this comfortable sleeping position for a night. Their arms would soon go numb. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't have such a problem. He hugged Song Wei's shoulder and said softly, Wei, go to sleep. Song Wei's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. She naturally had some wild thoughts in her heart. Even though she knew that Ling Qingxue was by her side and that Xiao Ruofei would definitely not overstep the rules, how could she not feel her heart throbbing when she laid beside Xiao Ruofei like this? Therefore, Song Wei couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It wasn't until she heard Xiao Ruofei's breathing become long that she gradually fell asleep. The next morning, when Xiao Ruofei woke up from his sleep, he felt a long leg resting on his leg. Song Wei was curled up in his arms like a kitten, sleeping peacefully. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to look to know that the leg belonged to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue had always been restless when she slept. Xiao Ruofei was also very clear about this. At this time, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were still asleep. Xiao Ruofei simply didn't move. On one hand, he didn't want to wake them up and wanted them to sleep as long as possible. On the other hand, he also felt that it wasn't a good idea to wake up first in this situation. For a cultivator at the gold core stage, it didn't seem difficult to maintain a motionless posture and pretend to be asleep. Of course, it was already dawn outside, so Song Wei and Ling Qingxue wouldn't sleep for too long. After all, the two of them used to have a very regular schedule. One had to go to class, while the other had to go to work. Therefore, their biological clocks were relatively normal. At about 8 o'clock, Ling Qingxue woke up first. At first, she thought that she had turned over in her sleep and put her leg on Song Wei's body. However, she soon noticed the familiar scent on Xiao Ruofei's body. She couldn't help but push her hair aside, rub her eyes, and then let out a cry of surprise. Her voice wasn't very loud, but it was enough to wake Song Wei up. Song Wei opened his sleepy eyes. After seeing Ling Qingxue, he quickly gestured for her to be quiet and said softly, "Qingxue, don't wake him up. He fell asleep at 3 o'clock last night, what's going on?" Ling Qingxue also asked softly, "How did this guy sleep between us?" Song Wei's pretty face turned slightly red and said, "When I woke up in the middle of the night last night, I saw that he was still working on the computer after 3 o'clock, so I persuaded him to go to bed and rest for a while. It's too tiring to stay up all night, oh." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and asked, "You asked him to sleep in the middle?" Song Wei nodded and asked, "Otherwise, which side do you think is more suitable for him to sleep on?" Ling Qingxue thought about it and said with a smile, "That's true, but I sleep very deeply at night." This guy didn't do anything bad, did he? Song Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "Qingxue, you're not an inexperienced girl anymore. Don't you know this common sense? Even if you sleep deeply, you can't possibly not feel that Ruofei did something bad, right? Moreover, that guy is as strong as a bull." Thinking of this, Song Wei's face couldn't help but heat up slightly. Ling Qingxue saw this and suddenly became interested. She asked, "Did he really do something bad?" Song Wei blushed and said, "Silly girl, don't you feel what he did?" "How is that possible?" Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "Of course I have feelings. I mean, he wouldn't have bullied you while I was asleep, right?" Song Wei heard this and his face turned even redder. He said in a low voice, "What nonsense are you thinking about? How could we be so ridiculous?" Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was still sound asleep, and said with a smile, "Of course you wouldn't, but this guy might." Song Wei said shyly, "No. Don't think too much. He was so tired last night that he fell asleep as soon as he lay down." Oh. Ling Qingxue was a little disappointed. "I thought something exciting would happen." Song Wei quickly said, "Let's not talk here in case we wake him up. Get up first. Be gentle." "Got it." Ling Qingxue curled her lips and said, "You're so good to this guy." Although Ling Qingxue said this, when she really got up, she was still very gentle. The two of them got out of bed carefully. They really didn't make any noise or cause any vibration. This made Xiao Ruofei, who had been pretending to be asleep, feel touched. Of course, he couldn't wake up now. Since he was pretending to be asleep, he had to do it properly. Otherwise, if Song Wei and Ling Qingxue saw through him, it was hard to say what they would do in shame and anger, so, Xiao Ruofei simply waited for the two of them to go to the bathroom to wash up. When they were almost done, he stretched and pretended to have just woken up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and leaned against the bathroom door frame. He asked in a sleepy tone, "You're up so early?" Song Wei heard the sound and quickly turned around to ask, "Ruofei, did we wake you up because we were too loud when we were washing our faces?" Xiao Ruofei yawned and said, "It's getting late. I should get up too." Ling Qingxue wiped her face with a towel and said casually, "Since you're awake, get ready to eat breakfast. They should have already sent it over." Xiao Ruofei knew that Mu Xing and the others didn't like to join in the fun, especially the restaurant in the clubhouse. So yesterday, he asked Zhao Yongjun to arrange for breakfast to be sent over early in the morning. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I'll go out after washing my face. You guys should get ready too." In fact, there wasn't much to prepare. Both of them had storage rings, so they had a complete set of facial cleansers, skincare products, and so on. Some of their favorite clothes were also brought with them. So, after washing up, they just needed to put away their things and change into a new set of clothes. "Okay, wait for us for a few more minutes. We'll be done soon," Song Wei said. Soon, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue finished packing their things and left the bathroom. Xiao Ruofei went to wash up. Then, the three of them left the room together and went to the villa's restaurant on the first floor to have breakfast. Everyone tacitly didn't mention the three of them sharing a bed last night. However, Xiao Ruofei could feel that the atmosphere between the three of them had gradually changed. This was naturally good news for Xiao Ruofei. He couldn't wait for something like this to happen a few more times. Even if he couldn't really sleep together in the future, at least when he was with his two confidants, he wouldn't always feel like he was walking on thin ice. During breakfast, Xiao Ruofei asked Mu Xing and the others if they wanted to stay at the Taoyuan Club or go to the Sihiyuan. Because according to the plan, they might stay in the capital for a few more days. After all, the library here had all kinds of materials and periodicals, and the resources were relatively abundant. Moreover, experts and professors such as Wang Qi were also in the capital. Therefore, the work of writing the algorithm would be completed in the capital. If there were any problems, it would be relatively convenient to find information or consult experts. Originally, Xiao Ruofei thought that Mu Xing and the others would choose to stay at the Taoyuan Club. After all, the environment here was closer to that of a cultivation sect. Basically, if they stayed in the villa above the array core, they could cultivate 24 hours a day. However, the concentration of spiritual qi here was definitely not as high as that of those top sections. The Sihiyuan was quiet, but the cultivation environment couldn't be so good. He didn't expect that Mu Xing and Lu Manxia would choose to go back to the Sihiyuan at the same time. According to them, the environment of the Sihiyuan was more to their liking. They were not used to living in this kind of modern villa. As for cultivation, anyway, it was a short-term stay. They could use the spiritual crystals to cultivate for 2 to 4 hours every day. Xiao Ruofei naturally respected their opinions. Moreover, if they lived in the Sihiyuan, it would be closer and more convenient to go to the National Library or the capital university. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei contacted Zhao Yongjun and asked him to arrange 2 commercial cars. Together with his alpha, the 3 cars left the Taoyuan Club and returned to the Sihiyuan of Luhai Lane in the city. Xiao Ruofei was going to continue to go to the library. His main purpose was naturally to search for enough ancient text materials. He brought a portable hard drive. As long as there was an electronic version of the materials, he was going to copy them back to perfect the database. The electronic documents of large libraries also provided copies, but they had to pay a certain fee. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't care about the fee. Moreover, it was natural to pay for knowledge. Xianxia wanted to continue to work on the code of the Taoyuan Mall project, so Xiao Ruofei simply asked him to stay in the Sihiyuan. He took Song Wei and Ling Qingshui to the National Library. These days, he basically took Song Wei and Ling Qingshui with him wherever he went, mainly for safety reasons. After all, he couldn't completely trust Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others. Now that everyone knew that Song Wei and Ling Qingshui were his Taoist companions, the 2 girls were, in a sense, his weakness. If they really had ulterior motives, even Qin Xian could easily subdue Song Wei and Ling Qingshui, let alone Mu Xing and Lu Manxia, who were middle-stage gold core cultivators. Although this was an extreme event with a low probability, Xiao Ruofei absolutely wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. When it came to the safety of the people around him, he felt that no matter how careful he was, it was never too much. Song Wei and Ling Qingshui didn't feel bored at all. Usually, Xiao Ruofei and them spent less time together. During this period of time, they were almost always together. Even if they accompanied Xiao Ruofei in the library for an entire day, the 2 of them felt that it was sweet as syrup. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the National Library for an entire day. He copied a large number of ancient articles, and he focused on collecting documents from the pre-Qing period. After all, he already knew that the Rising Dragon command had appeared in the ancient cultivation world, so the words of that era were naturally more valuable as a reference. After returning to the Sihiyuan from the library, Xiao Ruofei began to burn the midnight oil. The structure of the algorithm was already very clear, and the only thing left was to fill in and perfect the code. Therefore, he focused on the database for comparison. This database was also very important, as it could provide a reference standard for the computer, so that the computer could arrange the most likely correct combination of answers according to the rationality. Today, Xiao Ruofei really stayed up all night, and he almost didn't stop working in front of the computer for a single moment. Moreover, he didn't stop after dawn. After a simple breakfast, he immediately threw himself into work again. If he wasn't a cultivator but an ordinary person, he would probably die within a few days of such intense work. Chen Xian also felt a little apologetic. He temporarily put down his work in the Taoyuan company and came to help Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei focused all his energy on the important database, and Qin Xian began to help fill in and perfect the entire algorithm according to the algorithm structure that Xiao Ruofei had already completed. Hearing that Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian had finished writing the algorithm, Mu Xing and the others gathered around. However, everyone, including Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, couldn't understand the dense code on the screen at all. Mu Xing asked hesitantly, "Little brother Xia, can you crack the secret of the token with this?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course it's not that simple. First of all, Brother Chen and I need to further check this algorithm to make sure that there are no major problems. Also, we need to run it on a supercomputer and let the supercomputer complete the cracking." Speaking of which, Qin Xian said, "Brother Xia, we should be able to contact the time of the supercomputer now, right?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. It's good to confirm it in advance. We can check the algorithm again and again. It should only take a day or two. If it was an ordinary programmer facing such a complicated algorithm, it would be impossible to check it in a day or two. Ordinary programmers wouldn't be able to write this algorithm in such a short period of time." However, Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were naturally different. 1 to 2 days was enough for them. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he took out his phone, found Wang Qi's number, and dialed it. After the phone rang a few times, Wang Qi picked it up and said with a hearty smile, "Boss Xia. Are you looking for me to discuss a problem or about the time of the supercomputer?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Academician Wang's personality was straightforward, and he was straight to the point. He said, "Academician Wang, I do want to trouble you to contact someone and see if you can help me find some time for the time of the supercomputer." Wang Qi said with a smile, "I've always been very concerned about your matters. I've been helping you contact people these past few days. Speaking of which, you guys are quite lucky. Originally, I thought it would be good if I could get the time of the Tianhe number 1 or Tianhe number 2. I didn't expect the result to be better than I expected." "Oh?" Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up and asked, "Could it be Shenwei, Taihu Light?" "Haha. Boss Xia is indeed smart. You guessed it right away." Wang Qi said with a smile, "It's just that we need to go to Xian Wu City to use Shenwei, Taihu Light. I wonder if it's convenient for Boss Xia." "It's convenient. Of course it's convenient," Xia Ruofei said quickly. Sunwei Taihu Light was the top supercomputer in Huaxia. It was one of the top 3 supercomputers in the world. This supercomputer was developed by the National Parallel Computer Engineering Technology Research Center and installed in the National Supercomputing Center of Xinwu. Hence, Wang Qi said that he would need to go to Xinwu City to use Sunwei Taihu Light. From Xia Ruofei's perspective, he obviously wanted to use the best supercomputer. And Shenwei, Taihu Light was obviously the best choice. In the supercomputer benchmark test, this supercomputer only took 4 hours to complete the calculation task that Tianhe 2 took more than 20 hours to complete. This meant that its computing speed was far superior to the previous Heavenly River 2 supercomputer. Xia Ruofei quickly asked, "Academician Wang, is Sunwei Taihu Light's computing time tight? Can you really spare it for us to use?" Wang Qi didn't directly answer Xia Ruofei's question. Instead, he asked, "How long do you expect it to take?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and calculated in his mind. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to use Sunwei Taihu Light, so he didn't estimate the computing time at all. After a while, Xia Ruofei said, "It's best if it can take 10 hours. If that's not possible, 8 hours is fine too." "Whoa!" Wang Qi exclaimed, "Your thing. Is it that calculative? Is it hard to coordinate?" Xia Ruofei asked, "If it doesn't work, let's settle for the next best thing, okay? It shouldn't be a problem." Wang Qi said, "But it'll have to wait 3 days. I'll let you know after I confirm the specific usage time. Also, I'll accompany you to Xinwu. If the computing time is really tight, I'll help you on the spot." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel touched when he heard this. Wang Qi was doing them a big favor. What if they didn't have enough computing time when they were waiting for the flight? What if the algorithm they wrote was only halfway running? If Wang Qi accompanied them, this problem would be easily solved. With his reputation, he could still postpone the travel time for a while. "Thank you so much," Xia Ruofei said sincerely. "Academician Wang, we'll take care of the transportation and accommodation issues. You just have to let me know the specific time." "Okay," Wang Qi said with a smile. "Boss Xia, don't worry too much. I have something to do at the New Wu Supercomputing Center anyway, so I'll help you coordinate the computing time. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, no matter what, you've done us a big favor. Thank you so much. Wang Qi spared no effort to help Xiao Ruofei not only because of the 30,000 yuan Taoyuan Club's stored value card. He was an academician, so he wouldn't work so hard just for 30,000 yuan. The main reason was that Wang Qi noticed that Xiao Ruofei was different from the others. These details included the leader who invited him to the exchange meeting a few days ago, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and the others' attitudes towards Xiao Ruofei, and so on. Wang Qi felt that Xiao Ruofei was worth his effort to befriend, which was why he did this. Otherwise, even if it was an official Taoyuan Club membership card, it wouldn't have mattered, let alone a stored value card. It wasn't something that he needed, so there was no need to be so enthusiastic. You're welcome. You're welcome. Wang Qi said with a smile, I'll let you know if there's any news. You just need to be prepared. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. After Wang Qi hung up, Xiao Ruofei told Xianxia and the others about the situation, and they were all very happy. There were still 3 days left, so Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia naturally didn't need to be so anxious. They could calmly check the algorithm program, and even run it on a small sample in their home computer environment to check if there were any obvious logic errors in the algorithm. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also called the crew of the Haven business jet to prepare to fly to Beijing in 3 days, and also applied for a flight route from Beijing to Nuwu City in advance. If Wang Qi accompanied them to the Nuwu Supercomputing Center, Xiao Ruofei and the others naturally couldn't take the flying boat. Wang Qi was old, so of course, he wanted to travel as comfortably as possible. At this time, a luxurious private jet would be very useful. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were too efficient. Even if they took it easy, it only took them a day and a half to refine the algorithm, and they really did find a few small problems. Although they weren't obvious mistakes, and the impact wasn't very big, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia also discussed and carefully optimized it. They ran it a few times in the simulation environment, and the results were good. Huaheng Academy. Of course, the simulation environment built by Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't use the original version of the floating point pattern to test. Otherwise, no matter how good the computer was, it would directly crash. There was absolutely no suspense. After the algorithm was confirmed to be fine, Wang Qi called. The Nuwu Supercomputing Center had confirmed that starting from 10 o'clock tomorrow night, until 8 o'clock the next morning, the Shenwei Taihu light machine could be used by Xiao Ruofei and the others. After receiving the confirmation, Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed, and immediately began to arrange the itinerary. Including Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Mu Xing's group of 4, there were a total of 9 people going to Nuwu City this time. If Wang Qi brought an assistant, it would be 10 people, and the Haven business jet would be able to fit all of them. Mu Xing and the others naturally had to go, even if they didn't know anything about supercomputers. As one of the holders of the token, once there was a result, they naturally had to be the first to know. Moreover, they didn't plan to fly over on their swords. After all, each of them was carrying a qi refining stage cultivator on their swords, and it was a very difficult thing to do. In addition, they rarely experienced the technology of the secular world, and were a little curious about private jets, so they decided to take the Haven to Nuwu City together. They quickly contacted the crew, and they would fly the Haven to the capital at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The flight route from the capital to Nuwu City had also been applied for, and the Haven could take off at 10 o'clock in the morning after a short stop at the capital's international airport. This way, they could reach Nuwu City's airport before lunch. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei prepared to take off at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He notified Wang Qi and discussed the specific matters. As expected, Wang Qi took Feng Xiaoyi with him to Nuwu City. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei calculated the number of people, he booked a hotel room in advance online. The supercomputer could only be used at 10 o'clock in the evening, and they definitely couldn't wait at the supercomputer center all the time, so it was very necessary to book a hotel to rest and reorganize. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Qi and Feng Xiaoyi got on a Mercedes-Benz car sent by the Taoyuan Club at Beijing University. Xiao Ruofei had made an appointment with him last night to meet at the hotel today. Wang Qi was helping Xiao Ruofei, so he naturally had to do his job well, and the moment Wang Qi went out, the security had already started. The car drove and stopped in the morning rush hour traffic, and it was only slightly smoother after they got on the ring road. At around 9 o'clock, the Mercedes-Benz car finally arrived near the airport. Wang Qi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Yesterday, Xia Ruofei told him that the flight would take off at around 10 o'clock, so according to the normal time, they should have already boarded the plane. He felt that the departure time was a little late, and time was very tight now. He was a little confused about Xia Ruofei's 8 o'clock departure. Under normal circumstances, a flight at 10 o'clock would have to be at the airport at 9 o'clock to get a boarding pass. 8 o'clock was definitely too late to leave. Also, Wang Qi quickly realized that the route seemed a little off, and he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, this doesn't seem right. This isn't the way to the airport terminal." The driver of the Mercedes-Benz looked straight ahead and said as he drove, "Academician Wang, I'm following the location that Boss Xia sent me. It can't be wrong, this." Wang Qi still felt that something was wrong. Even though he was an academician and enjoyed the treatment of a ministerial leader, he had never taken a private jet before. Therefore, when the Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the airport terminal, he was still confused. It wasn't until he saw Xia Ruofei and the others waiting by the roadside that he felt a little relieved. After the car stopped, Feng Xiaoi quickly ran to get the luggage, and Wang Qi didn't wait for the driver to open the door. He opened the door and got out of the car himself. He quickly walked up to Xia Ruofei and said, "Boss Xia, is the flight at 10 o'clock? It's a little late." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Academician Wang, don't worry. Don't worry. If we're late, the plane will be waiting for us." How is that possible? Wang Qi felt that it was unbelievable. Even though he was an academician, it was difficult to enjoy such privilege. He quickly discovered a new problem, and he quickly said, "Boss Xia, since time is so tight, we should go to the airport terminal as soon as possible to register. How do we meet here?" This was neither T1 nor T2. Instead, it looked more like an office building. Wang Qi had never taken a private jet before, so he naturally didn't know what was going on. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Academician Wang, we'll take the special passage today. Come, come, come. This way, please." Special passage? Wang Qi muttered in his heart, it seems that Boss Xia really has special privileges. Isn't that a bad idea? However, he obviously wouldn't say this out loud. Xia Ruofei obviously guessed Wang Qi's thoughts, but he deliberately didn't say it out loud. Naturally, he wouldn't explain too much now. He led everyone into the airport terminal. Wang Qi discovered that there was actually a security checkpoint here, but it wasn't as strict as the one at the airport terminal. It was basically a symbolic inspection, and then a special staff member would lead them in. Wang Qi muttered in his heart. He had never seen special privileges that could make the security checkpoint so simple. Confused, Wang Qi followed everyone inside and suddenly found that they had walked directly to the tarmac. What surprised him even more was that at the entrance to the tarmac, two 4-bar captain actually stood there to greet them. Their attitude towards Xia Ruofei was also quite polite. Wang Qi thought, could it be that his family owns the airline? That's too grand. When Wang Qi saw Xia Ruofei walk straight to the beautiful Gulfstream G650 business jet not far away, he suddenly realized what was going on. Wang Qi quickly caught up with Xia Ruofei. He pointed at the haven, which was painted with special vegetables and fruits, and asked, "Boss Xia, are we taking this business jet today?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "That's right. It's more convenient to use a business jet, and it's more comfortable." No wonder the plane would wait even if it was late, no wonder the captain personally came to greet them. Wang Qi murmured, "This is too expensive. Actually, we can just take a civil flight." The PhD student behind him, Feng Xiaoi, looked up at the beautiful Gulfstream G650 business jet with a curious look in his eyes. Wang Qi's identity was quite prestigious. He was an academician. According to his status, he could enjoy a business-class seat on a high-speed train, a soft sleeper on a train, or a first-class cabin on a plane. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but it was his first time riding a private jet. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is a company plane, so it's not expensive. As long as it can improve travel efficiency, it's okay to spend a bit more money. Academician Wang, please. Let's talk on the plane." Okay. Okay. Wang Qi said. Xiao Ruofei made an inviting gesture and led Wang Qi to the front. He was half a step behind Wang Qi as they walked toward the gangway of the haven. The beautiful Chinese flight attendant had a charming smile on her face as she stood next to the gangway to greet them. After Wang Qi stepped into the cabin, he was dazzled by the luxurious decorations. Wang Qi was quite calm, at least he maintained a certain degree of calmness. As for his student, Professor Feng Xiaoyi, he was like Granny Lu who had entered the Grand View Garden. Feng Xiaoyi was originally a research worker under Wang Qi. With a big boss like Wang Qi, his life was quite comfortable and he had ample project funding. When the project was going well, the boss would also give him bonuses. Compared to ordinary PhD students, he definitely didn't have a hard time. However, even when he attended academic conferences with his supervisor, he had to squeeze into the economy class or the second-class seat on the high-speed train. He had never enjoyed such a luxurious private jet. After Feng Xiaoyi got on the plane, he didn't know where to put his hands. Under the illumination of the dreamy atmosphere lights on the plane, the handmade leather seats, bright and clean walnut decorations, soft Italian wool carpet, and other facilities all appeared to be of a higher grade. He was afraid that he would accidentally bump into something. He really couldn't afford to pay for it. After Xiao Ruofei guided Wang Qi to his seat, he noticed Feng Xiaoyi's predicament. He smiled and said, "Dr. Feng, put your luggage away first." Feng Xiaoyi woke up from his dream and quickly said, "Oh. Okay. All right." Xiao Ruofei guided Feng Xiaoyi to put their suitcases into the luggage compartment, and then arranged a seat near the front for Feng Xiaoyi. Mu Xing and the others also boarded the plane. Only then did Wang Qi and Feng Xiaoyi realize that none of them had brought any luggage. Basically, they all boarded the plane empty-handed. Only Xiao Ruofei and the two beautiful girls beside him carried a small bag with them. Xiao Ruofei quickly arranged seats for everyone. The 4 airline seats in the middle of the cabin were reserved for himself, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Wang Qi. Mu Xing and the others had no interest in dealing with academicians from the secular world. Speaking of which, they were people from 2 completely different worlds. If it weren't for this incident, they wouldn't have any interaction at all. Therefore, they were all sitting in the front seats excitedly, looking at the most advanced business plane of mankind. Qin Xian sat on the sofa diagonally opposite Xiao Ruofei and the others. There was also a seat belt set up here, and it was convenient to communicate with Wang Qi when necessary. Xiao Ruofei sat down next to Wang Qi. Opposite the two of them were the beautiful sisters, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. After all the guests boarded the plane, the flight attendants finished the inspection and confirmed with Xiao Ruofei. Then, they closed the cabin door and went to the cockpit to report to the captain. Soon, the flight crew got the taxi permission from the tower. They had already applied for the flight route in advance, and the report was prepared on time at the scheduled departure time, so everything went smoothly. Basically, not long after everyone sat down, the plane was pushed out. When the nose of the plane was facing north, the trolley was released and the plane began to taxi slowly. Wang Qi subconsciously raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was 9:55. From the time he got off at the business terminal until the plane began to taxi, it had only been about 20 minutes. This included the time for a dozen people to go through the security check, walk for a while, and then get on the plane. At 10 o'clock sharp, the Haven business plane was waiting at the runway. After an Airbus A320 landed and left the runway, it was allowed to enter the runway for takeoff. Captain Lewin controlled the plane to turn steadily at the runway. After the plane was aligned with the runway, they had already done the pre-takeoff inspection and directly pushed the throttle to the takeoff thrust. The Haven's engine suddenly became louder, and its speed suddenly increased. It began to taxi at high speed on the runway. This runway was enough for the Boeing 787 Dreamliner and other heavy aircraft to take off and land, so it was naturally more than enough for the Haven. After taxiing at high speed for almost half the length of the runway, it had already reached the wheel lift speed. Captain Lewin gently pulled back the joystick, and the plane suddenly leaped lightly and rushed into the blue sky. The plane continued to climb. Wang Qi looked at the rapidly shrinking ground outside the porthole and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Taking a business plane really saved a lot of time, at least they could save an hour of waiting at the airport, and they also had a lot more freedom. However, the cost was naturally much higher. If time was money, then the time saved was really not cheap. Of course, Wang Qi also knew that the values of rich people were definitely different. If they were all economic accounts, then there wouldn't be so many rich people who bought private planes and private yachts. After all, even if these big toys were parked, the daily maintenance cost was not something that ordinary people could afford. The plane climbed very fast. After a while, it entered the cruising altitude. The captain also turned off the seat belt indicator light in time. The two flight attendants began to provide fruits, drinks, wine, and snacks to everyone. Xiao Ruofei unbuckled his seat belt, stood up, and said with a smile, "Everyone can walk around freely. If you want to go to the cockpit, you can, but you have to enter in an orderly manner." Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others were a little interested in the cockpit of the plane. After all, except that the plane was a little slower, its performance was actually quite close to that of a flying boat. Moreover, the plane didn't need a trace of spirit energy, and it didn't use any cultivation methods, but it could make such a heavy iron lump fly. Naturally, they were very curious. In addition to Mu Xing and Lu Manxia, Feng Xiaoi also wanted to visit the cockpit, but he was one step behind, so he stood outside the cockpit and waited. In fact, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia couldn't see anything at all. Facing the dense instruments and displays in the cockpit, the two intermediate golden core cultivators couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. After looking around, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia left the cockpit, and Feng Xiaoi, who had been waiting outside, couldn't wait to walk in. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Wang Qi, "Academician Wang, don't you want to take a look?" Wang Qi said with a smile, "Let the young people see. I'm not very interested in these things." At this time, Ling Qingxue, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but ask, "Academician Wang, it's said that the computing speed of the divine might, Taihu Light, is one of the best in the world. How fast is this supercomputer?" Ling Qingxue's question was a little naive, but it was obviously not the first time Wang Qi had faced such a question. He smiled and said, "Miss, our divine might, Taihu Light, is the world's first supercomputer with a computing speed of more than 1 billion times per second. Its peak computing speed has reached 1,254 billion times per second. What does this mean? Intuitively speaking, it means that the computing speed of the divine might, Taihu Light, per minute requires 7.2 billion people in the world to have a calculator for 32 years continuously." Wang Qi's analogy might not be very accurate, but it was indeed quite intuitive. After Ling Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and exclaim, "This is amazing." Numbers sometimes didn't have a shocking effect. Whether the divine might, Taihu Light's computing speed was 1 billion times per second or 2 billion times per second, for people who didn't understand this, it didn't seem to make a difference. However, if you added a comparison, the entire human race working together with a calculator for 32 years continuously, the picture would immediately become clear. This was only equivalent to 1 minute of computing speed of the divine might, Taihu Light. This huge difference immediately showed how nutty this supercomputer was. Wang Qi had obviously faced similar questions many times, so he gave such an accurate answer almost without thinking. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Academician Wang. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to coordinate such a good resource." Wang Qi smiled and said, "Boss Xia, you're welcome. I can only say that you guys are really lucky. Even I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You're the one who's most respected." Wang Qi asked with concern, "Oh yeah, have you debugged the algorithm program? Do you need me to run it again for you? If there's a problem with the algorithm, then it'll be a waste of machine time." Xiao Ruofei was very confident in the code that he and Xianxia checked together. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Academician Wang. There shouldn't be any problems with the algorithm. We've debugged it several times in the simulation environment. At least there aren't any obvious bugs. The probability of errors shouldn't be high." Wang Qi nodded and said, "That's good. That's good. After all, the machine time of the divine might, Taihu Light, is precious. It would be a pity if it was wasted because of an algorithm problem." "I don't think so." Xiao Ruofei smiled and then asked, "Oh yeah, Academician Wang, our project this time has strict confidentiality requirements. Do you know about the Xinwu Supercomputer Center? Wang Qi smiled and said, don't worry about that. The Supercomputer Center has strict confidentiality rules, and their staff won't touch your calculation data. You can copy the final result and delete it completely. After this supercomputer was put into use, it has simulated many important projects in the fields of aerospace, meteorology, drug screening, and other fields, including the accurate simulation of the return path of Tiangong No. 1. These projects are also top secret. The Xinwu Supercomputer Center has not had any leaks so far. Xiao Ruofei was relieved to hear this. At the same time, after hearing about the projects introduced by Wang Qi, he was more confident in cracking the secret of the token. Take the calculation of the return path of Tiangong No. 1 for example. This involved countless variables. The amount of calculation required to accurately simulate the return path was very large. However, the fact that the divine might, Taihu Light, could do it so easily was enough to prove its performance. Wang Qi chatted with Xiao Ruofei about some supercomputer applications. After all, the old man's energy was limited. After chatting for a while, he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to take a nap. Xiao Ruofei also got up and sat beside Xianxia. She took out her laptop and the two continued to check the algorithm's code. In fact, this algorithm had been verified several times. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia couldn't find any bugs. They were just killing time. Around 11:30 p.m., the Haven landed steadily on the runway of the Nuwu airport. It was drizzling in Nuwu, and the clouds were very thick. During the approach stage, the plane was slightly bumpy in the airflow. However, Luan's flight skills were very good. He successfully maneuvered the plane through the clouds and then landed smoothly. The runway was a little slippery, but the length of the runway was more than enough for a small plane like the Gulfstream G650. Therefore, the flight crew didn't feel any pressure. They started the reverse thrust and automatic brakes as usual. After the plane glided at high speed for a while, its speed suddenly slowed down. Then, it left the runway and entered the taxiway. After the plane stopped at the parking lot next to the official terminal, the flight attendants immediately opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway. Then, they held up umbrellas and escorted Xiao Ruofei and the others to the eave 7 or 8 meters away. Xiao Ruofei waved goodbye to the flight crew. Then, under the guidance of the staff, he led everyone out of the airport through the official terminal. Outside, a light yellow coaster was already parked on the side of the road. The driver was holding a sign with Xiao Ruofei's name on it. This was the service that Xiao Ruofei booked when he booked the hotel. After all, he didn't know how far the hotel was from the airport. Also, with so many people, it would be inconvenient to take a taxi. After confirming the identity of the guests, the driver welcomed everyone into the car. Then, the coaster drove out of the airport and headed in the direction of the Nuwu Hotel. Generally, a hotel that was named after the name of a place was the best hotel in the area. The Nuwu Hotel was no exception. It was a 5-star hotel that had just been renovated 2 years ago. All the facilities were very new. Xiao Ruofei followed the pre-arranged rooms and checked everyone in. Then, he said, everyone, go back to your rooms and put your luggage down. Rest for a while. We'll meet in the hotel lobby in half an hour. Let's have lunch first. Xiao Ruofei's room arrangement was quite interesting. Lu Manxia and Yu Xian'er were master and disciple. Xiao Ruofei arranged for them to stay in the same room according to their wishes, a luxurious double bedroom. Mu Xing and Mu Jianfei each had a luxurious double bedroom. Qin Xian and Feng Xiaoyi also stayed in single rooms. In order to show respect for the academician and take care of the elderly, Xiao Ruofei booked a luxurious suite for Wang Qi. Only Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue were left. Xiao Ruofei directly booked a luxurious double bedroom. When Xiao Ruofei booked the room, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were next to him. However, they did not raise any objections. Of course, they knew that Xiao Ruofei did not book the room like this to save some money. However, after sleeping on the same bed at the Taoyuan Club that night, the two's mentality seemed to have changed subtly. At least psychologically, they felt that this kind of situation was acceptable. After Xiao Ruofei distributed the room cards to everyone, he returned to the room with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Open the door, plug in the electricity, turn on the lights, turn on the air conditioner. Xiao Ruofei did all this in one go. Then, he said directly, let me make it clear first. I probably stayed up all night at the supercomputing center. That's why I booked the room like this. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, you're just giving yourself away. The more you try to hide it, the more you'll be exposed. Song Wei added. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, then I'll be blatant. Then, he made a posture like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey and was about to pounce on the two. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue cried out in fright, and then split up to dodge to the left and right. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wasn't that lustful. He was just fooling around with his two confidants. Everyone went to wash their faces and the girls touched up their makeup. Then, it was almost time for dinner. Xiao Ruofei had already booked a table in the hotel's restaurant in advance, and the 10 of them were just enough to sit at one table. He ordered a lot of local specialties and Jiangnan delicacies, but because they had important things to do in the evening, no one drank. After lunch, Wang Qi found Xiao Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, I'm going to go to the supercomputing center in the afternoon to take care of my business. I'm also going to finalize the project. Aren't you going to rest first? Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiao Ruofei's supercomputing time was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock in the evening, so it was basically going to be an all-nighter. Under normal circumstances, Wang Qi would definitely accompany them all the time, so Xiao Ruofei was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it at such an old age. Wang Qi said with a smile, I contacted the supercomputing center, and they'll send a car to pick me up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I can rest in the hotel for 2 hours at noon. In addition, there's a place to rest at night. The conditions of the supercomputing center's lounge are pretty good. If there's anything, you can call me at any time. Xiao Ruofei suddenly understood, nodded, and said, that's good. I was worried that your body couldn't take it. Wang Qi said with a smile, if your energy is fine, do you want to go to the supercomputing center with me in the afternoon? You can meet the leaders there in advance? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay, I'll go first. But when it's time to use the supercomputing center, my friends will also be there. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Qi said with a smile, of course, no problem. The New Wu Supercomputing Center receives countless visitors every year, but it's rare to see visitors in the middle of the night, haha. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, we're working on this project together, and we all want to see the results as soon as possible, so, I understand. I understand. Wang Qi said, no problem. I'll ask the supercomputing center to send a car to pick your friends up at 9 o'clock in the evening, and let Xiaoyi stay here to coordinate. There won't be any problems. There's no need to send a car. Xiao Ruofei said, the hotel's car rental service is very convenient. When we arrive at New Wu City, we have the resources of the supercomputing center. Why would we need to rent a car? Wang Qi said, I don't know the exact time of your business plane's takeoff and landing, otherwise you wouldn't need to rent a car to pick them up. Boss Xia, if there's no problem, then it's settled. We'll meet in the hotel lobby before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. By the way, Academician Wang, I'll bring 2 friends to the supercomputing center in the afternoon, the car. Xiao Ruofei definitely wanted to bring Song Wei and Ling Qingxue with him. In addition, although Qin Xian was definitely interested in the supercomputing center, he considered that if he brought Qin Xian, Mu Xing and Lu Mansha would be worried. They would definitely be worried that he and Qin Xian would leave their 2 families behind to crack the secret of the token. As for the time of the supercomputing center, they didn't understand it either. They definitely wouldn't think that 10 o'clock in the evening was 10 o'clock in the evening. In order to prevent everyone from suspecting each other, Xiao Ruofei decided to let Qin Xian stay in the hotel with Mu Xing and the others. At least Qin Xian shouldn't misunderstand that Xiao Ruofei wanted to start a new business. Qin Xian also knew very well that even if Xiao Ruofei secretly went to the supercomputing center to use the supercomputer first, with the amount of calculation of their algorithm, it would take at least many hours to run the results. In terms of time, Xiao Ruofei simply didn't have enough time. In this way, Qin Xian could still do the job of explaining to reassure Mu Xing and the others. Of course, Xiao Ruofei and Wang Qi raised this issue mainly because they were worried that the car wouldn't fit, so they told him the number of people in advance. Wang Qi nodded with a smile and said, "No problem, I'll ask them to bring a business car. It will definitely be enough." "Thank you, Academician Wang," said Xiao Ruofei. Then, Xiao Ruofei called Chen Xian, Mu Xing, and the others over and explained the situation to everyone. What he was worried about didn't happen. Everyone trusted him and agreed to it without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei also didn't leave the portable hard drive and laptop with the algorithm program to Chen Xian because it was meaningless to avoid suspicion. He had a lot of time alone. If he really wanted to leave everyone alone, there were countless opportunities to copy the algorithm program again, although he didn't do so. Xiao Ruofei told everyone to rest well in the afternoon. At the same time, he arranged everyone's dinner in the hotel and handed over some of the coordination to Feng Xiaoyi. Then, he took Song Wei and Ling Qingxue back to their room. After resting in the hotel room for a while, Xiao Ruofei left the room with his two confidants at around 2:40 p.m. They took the elevator to the hotel lobby on the first floor. At nearly 3 p.m., Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Xiaoyi and Wang Qi walking out of the elevator. "Boss Xia, you came down early." Wang Qi greeted with a smile. "I just arrived too." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Academician Wang, did you have a good rest at noon?" "Haha. It was pretty good." Wang Qi said, "I've been running around my whole life, so I'm used to it. I can never sleep on a bed. But, the most comfortable place is the single bed in the laboratory. It's very peaceful to sleep on it." Feng Xiaoyi smiled and added, "Boss Xia, you don't know, right? Teacher often goes to the laboratory to spend the night during holidays just to get a good night's sleep." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh, but Xiao Ruofei was in awe. He knew that if Wang Qi didn't often stay in the laboratory day and night, he wouldn't have developed such a habit. Academician Wang is really working hard for the development of our country's computer industry. Xiao Ruofei praised. Wang Qi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "What Xiaoyi said is just a rumor. I went to the laboratory during the holidays because the air conditioner at home was broken. It was too hot." Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Ruofei knew that maybe what Feng Xiaoyi said was closer to the truth, but Wang Qi didn't want to make it public. Everyone chatted for a while, then Feng Xiaoyi's phone rang. He picked it up and said a few words before hanging up. Then he said to Wang Qi, "Teacher, the car is here." Wang Qi nodded and said, "Oh? Boss Xia, let's go out." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay." Everyone walked out of the hotel and saw a champagne-colored Buick GL8 stop slowly. A middle-aged man in his 40s saw Wang Qi and quickly opened the door to get out. He almost ran to Wang Qi. This balding middle-aged man had a warm smile on his face and said, "Academician Wang." "Hello, hello." Wang Qi had a reserved smile on his face and nodded, saying, "Director Zhou. We meet again. Boss Xia, let me introduce you. This is Director Zhou of the New Wu Supercomputing Center's general office." Wang Qi smiled. The balding man, Director Zhou, quickly said, "Academician Wang, you're too polite. Just call me Little Zhou." Wang Qi didn't comment and said calmly, "Director Zhou, this is the chairman of the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei." "Boss Xia, it's an honor to meet you." Director Zhou said with a warm smile on his face. "Hello. Director Zhou, sorry for the trouble." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome. You're too polite." Director Zhou quickly said, "Academician Wang, Boss Xia, let's get in the car." Wang Qi nodded and said, "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said softly to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, "You two sit in the back. Get in first." The two seats in the middle of the Buick MPV were the most comfortable. However, Wang Qi was old and couldn't squeeze into the back seat. It wasn't appropriate, so Wang Qi had to take one of the middle seats. Director Zhou, who was driving the car, naturally sat in the front passenger seat. Therefore, the remaining middle seat wasn't suitable for either Song Wei or Ling Qingxue. The two of them sitting in the back was the most appropriate arrangement. It wasn't that Xiao Ruofei didn't care about his girlfriend. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue naturally didn't have any objections. To get into the back of the Buick MPV, one could only go through the gap between the two seats in the middle or lift up the middle seats. Therefore, the passenger sitting in the back had to get in first. After Song Wei and Ling Qingshui got in the car, Xiao Ruofei and Wang Qi sat in the middle seats. The Buick GL8 drove towards the supercomputing center in the suburbs. Director Zhou of the General Affairs Office was mainly in charge of reception and security. He wasn't very proficient in technology. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei and Wang Qi talked about supercomputing applications, Director Zhou couldn't get a word in edgewise. The car drove for about half an hour and entered a park. Wang Qi introduced, "The supercomputing center is in this park. It's still okay here, but once we reach the supercomputing center, the security is still very tight." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's understandable. This is the world's leading supercomputer. In a sense, it's not an exaggeration to say that this is the country's treasure." "Yes." Wang Qi smiled and said. Soon, the car drove into the yard of the supercomputing center. The supercomputing center only had an 8-story building and a few other low-rise buildings. From the outside, it could be said to be very ordinary. If no one introduced it, many people wouldn't know that Huaxia's most advanced supercomputer was installed here. Of course, Xiao Ruofei scanned with his power of the mind and found that there were indeed a lot of sentries around. Many of the security guards at the posts were armed. It was obvious that the security was very tight. The car slowly stopped, and the electric door slowly opened with a beeping sound. When the door opened halfway, a few people who had been waiting in the yard quickly walked to the side of the car. "Academician Wang. We warmly welcome you for your inspection and guidance." The leader of the group, an official in his 50s, said enthusiastically. This official was wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was neatly combed and he looked very fresh. Wang Qi also showed a smile on his face and said gently, "Director Kai, long time no see. You're still looking good. You look even better than the last time we met." Director Kai said with a smile. "Your mouth." Wang Qi pointed at Director Kai and said, "Oh right, let me introduce you. This is the chairman of the Taoyuan Company, Boss Xia. Boss Xia, this is Director Kai Linsong of the National Supercomputing Center. Director Kai has the final say in the supercomputing center of New Wu." "Academician Wang, you must be joking. We are following the instructions of our superiors to strictly manage the equipment." Kai Linsong laughed dryly, then immediately showed a warm smile to Xiao Ruofei. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Welcome, Boss Xia. Sorry for the trouble, Director Kai." Xiao Ruofei shook hands with Kai Linsong and said. Wang Qi asked, "Director Kai, is the flight time I booked in advance okay? I brought Director Xia here. If you screw up, I'll have no place to hide my old face." Kai Linsong quickly said, "No problem. No problem. We wouldn't dare to not follow your orders. Don't worry. Before 10 o'clock tonight, I guarantee that Boss Xia will be able to use the equipment." "Thank you, Director Kai." Xiao Ruofei said happily. "You're welcome. You're welcome," Kai Linsong said with a smile. Then, Kai Linsong introduced Wang Qi, Xiao Ruofei, and the others to the other leaders who came to greet them. He mainly introduced them to Xiao Ruofei. Wang Qi often came to the supercomputing center, so he was quite familiar with the members of the leadership team. After the greetings, the group of people surrounded Wang Qi and walked into the building of the supercomputing center. Wang Qi said as he walked, "I'm going to Director Kai to do something. Director Kai, can you arrange for someone to show Boss Xia the equipment?" "Okay," Kai Linsong said with a smile. Kai Linsong appointed a deputy director surnamed Wei to take Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingshui for a tour. He took Wang Qi to his office. As for the other team members, they naturally dispersed and went back to their own offices. "Director Wei, sorry for the trouble," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome." Deputy Director Wei said with a smile, "Boss Xia is a great hero. It's my honor to be able to receive a great hero like you." Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned. Then, he realized that Deputy Director Wei might be talking about the incident where he forced the plane to land in Saipan. In a sense, he was really a hero. After all, if it weren't for him at that time, the hundreds of people on the plane would have been killed. He was equivalent to saving hundreds of lives. However, because the plane belonged to Qantas, half of the passengers were Chinese and half were foreigners. Therefore, although Huaxiao's media focused on the incident, it was still a foreign airline's business. If Xiao Ruofei had saved a plane from Huaxiao's domestic airline, he would have been a model and publicized throughout the country. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I didn't expect Director Wei to know about me, hey. My daughter really admires Boss Xia." Deputy Director Wei said. "I've never seen her so obsessed with someone since she was young." "She said that you are her, what do you mean?" Ling Qingshui giggled and said, "Idol?" "I think so." Deputy Director Wei said with a bitter smile. "Anyway, I don't understand these things that young people do. How did a person become an idol?" Song Wei smiled and explained, "Director Wei, idol is the transliteration of the English word idol. It means idol." "Oh." Deputy Director Wei suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Kids these days are really. Idol is just idol." "Why did she say idol?" Ling Qingshui glanced at Xiao Ruofei and then asked, "Director Wei, how old is your daughter?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Was this the sign of jealousy? "She's in the first year of middle school." Deputy Director Wei said. "She didn't used to chase after idols before. Ever since she saw some of Boss Xiao's Weibo videos, and that TV show. The life that she yearns for?" Song Wei reminded him. Yes, the one where a few celebrities go to a farmhouse." Deputy Director Wei said. "Anyway, she just saw things related to Boss Xia, and she became obsessed." Xiao Ruofei's forehead was full of sweat. He said, "Director Wei, it's not good for kids to be obsessed with idols. You have to talk to her about this. Besides, I'm not a celebrity." "Oh. That's good." Deputy Director Wei said. "Her grades didn't drop much, and she seems to be more cheerful, so we didn't really bother her." Ling Qingshui couldn't help but smile at Song Wei. Then, she said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, it seems like your fans are of high quality this year." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Ling Qingshui and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a celebrity. How could I have fans?" Deputy Director Wei quickly said, "Boss Xia, you're not any worse than those little fresh meats. I see that my daughter has joined your Chebaan group." "Oh. They're called fandom." Ling Qingshui burst out laughing and said, "It seems like the fandom culture is deeply rooted in people's hearts." It was Xiao Ruofei's first time encountering such a situation. He had met his own fans before, but it was a little awkward to bump into the father of one of his fans. He thought for a moment and said, "Director Wei, it's fate that we met. Let me give your daughter a small gift." "It's a small gift from me to thank her for supporting me so much." Deputy Director Wei's face lit up when he heard this. He said, "Really? Boss Xia, if I really bring your gift back to my daughter, I'm sure that my status in the family will skyrocket." Haha. Song Wei and Ling Qingshui couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle at the same time. Xiao Ruofei carried a small satchel with him. He thought for a moment, then reached his hand into the satchel and took out a set of beautifully packaged Yuji ointment. It was a high-end Yuji ointment from the Yuji ointment series. The Yuji ointment was limited to 300 bottles per year and sold for as high as 150,000 euros. There were 3 grades of products that were sold regularly: the Saishua ointment series for 588 yuan, the Ningxi ointment series for 1,888 yuan, and the Yuji ointment series for 3,888 yuan. Xiao Ruofei kept some of his company's popular products in his personal storage space so that he could use them whenever he needed them. Although the 3 grades of Yuji ointment were sold regularly, they were extremely effective, had a good reputation, and the pharmaceutical factory's production couldn't keep up with the demand. Therefore, to this day, people had to make an appointment to buy them. The scalpers on the Xianyu platform all raised the price. Even the Saishua ointment was priced at 1,600 yuan, which was basically 3 times the price. The Ningxi ointment series and the most expensive Yuji ointment series were even more difficult to buy. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's Jade Bone and Ice Skin series of Jade Bone and Ice Skin was a very presentable gift. Perhaps it was due to his daughter's influence, but Deputy Director Wei obviously recognized Taoyuan's famous product. He glanced at the elegant Jade Bone and Ice Skin on the box and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. He quickly said, "Boss Xia, you can't do this. This gift is too expensive, I can't accept it. Yesterday, he heard from his daughter that Yuji ointment was priced at more than 10,000 yuan on the Xianxia platform. Although he was the deputy director of the supercomputing center and was at the forefront of scientific research, he still couldn't bear to spend more than 10,000 yuan on a set of cosmetics for his wife and daughter. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's our company's own product, so it doesn't cost any money." "What's so expensive about it?" Deputy Director Wei, "Besides, I'm giving this to your daughter, not you. How could you reject it for her?" Before Deputy Director Wei could react, Xia Ruofei said, "I think I registered a Tieba account, and I'm the honorary moderator of my own Tieba account. If you don't accept it, I'll just post on Tieba right now. I'll say that the deputy director of the supercomputing center, Wei, firmly rejected the set of Yuji ointment that I asked him to give to his daughter. I think your daughter should be on that Tieba often. If she sees it." No. Deputy Director Wei quickly said, "Boss Xia, you're checkmating me. If you really do that, my daughter won't even let me into the house." Xia Ruofei looked at Deputy Director Wei with a smile and didn't say anything. Deputy Director Wei smiled bitterly and said, "I'll accept it. I'll accept it, okay? Boss Xia, I'm impressed. No wonder so many fans like you. You're too nice to your fans." Xia Ruofei laughed and was about to give the Yuji ointment to Deputy Director Wei. However, he thought about it and asked, "Oh yeah, Deputy Director Wei, what's your daughter's name? I'll write a few words for her. That'll be more meaningful, right?" Yes. Deputy Director Wei quickly said, "Boss Xia, your words are more important than mine when it comes to my daughter." "Oh. My daughter's name is Wei Shui. Shui as in snowflake." Xia Ruofei nodded and took out a pen from his bag. Then, he tore open the outer layer of the Yuji ointment's packaging. After opening the lid, he skillfully found a card inside. The beautifully printed card had a picture of the product and a text introduction. At the same time, there were a lot of empty space. If it was a gift, it would be perfect to write a few words of congratulations. Deputy Director Wei quickly said, "Boss Xia, this way please. This way please. Sit down and write." Deputy Director Wei led Xia Ruofei to a long bench at the side of the entrance hall. Xia Ruofei held the pen and thought for a while. Then, he wrote a line of flamboyant handwriting. "Classmate Wei Shui, I hope that you will work hard and become a useful person to society. I hope that you will have a smooth journey in life and climb to the top with courage." The signature was Xia Ruofei. Any fan of Xia Ruofei would be very familiar with this signature. Xia Ruofei carefully dried the ink and put the card back into the Yuji ointment's box. Then, he stood up and handed it to Deputy Director Wei. Deputy Director Wei took the heavy gift with both hands and said gratefully, "Boss Xia, thank you so much." He had seen the 2 sentences that Xia Ruofei wrote. He was sure that Xia Ruofei's simple and honest words would be a huge motivation for his daughter. Of course, his daughter was quite obedient. He did not have to worry too much about her grades. However, who wouldn't want their children to do better? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's nothing." "You're welcome, Director Wei." Deputy Director Wei thought for a moment and asked carefully, "Oh yeah, Boss Xia, can I take a picture with you?" He immediately explained, "Our supercomputing center is a confidential unit. Under normal circumstances, family members are not allowed to come in. I'm helping my daughter fulfill her wish." Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not common for a father to help his daughter chase after a celebrity. However, Deputy Director Wei's request was not too much. Xia Ruofei did not reject it. He smiled and nodded. "Of course. But your center is a confidential unit." Oh. There's nothing wrong with the lobby. It's mainly because the security in the computer room is stricter. Deputy Director Wei quickly said, "Security is also divided into different areas. We can use our phones normally outside the computer room." Then, Deputy Director Wei took out his phone, unlocked it, and turned on the camera. He handed it to Ling Qingxue and said, "Can you please take a picture with Boss Xia for me?" Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "No problem. I love helping others the most." "Boss Xia, smile. This is a picture for your fans to see." Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingshui helplessly and smiled. Deputy Director Wei quickly stood next to Xiao Ruofei. He looked a little cautious, but the overall effect of the picture was not bad. Xiao Ruofei even saw Song Wei pick up his camera and take a picture from a similar angle as Ling Qingshui. Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Director Wei held Xiao Ruofei's hand tightly and expressed his sincere gratitude. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You're welcome, Deputy Director Wei." Deputy Director Wei quickly said, "Oh yeah, Boss Xia, let me show you around the computer room. That's the core of our supercomputing center." Okay. I've been admiring the famous Shenwei Taihu light for a long time. This is a national treasure. It's my honor to see it in person. Xiao Ruofei said. Hence, Deputy Director Wei led Xiao Ruofei and the other two to the elevator to the third floor. The famous supercomputer Shenwei Taihu light was located on this floor. Such a national treasure would naturally be heavily guarded. First of all, one needed to swipe a card to use the elevator to reach the computer room. If Deputy Director Wei's card was not powerful enough, Xiao Ruofei and the rest would not have been able to take the elevator up. The staircase on the third floor was also one-way locked. It would not affect the escape in case of an emergency, but it would prevent people from entering this important floor from the staircase. After exiting the elevator, one would have to go through a series of checks to enter the computer room. Phones were not allowed to be brought into the computer room. They had to be left outside in a metal shielded cabinet. Deputy Director Wei's people were no exception. He asked for Xiao Ruofei and the other two's identification cards and went to register them personally. Xiao Ruofei and the rest took out their phones and prepared to put them away. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei heard a WeChat notification on his phone. He took a look and saw that it was a message from Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei could not help but turn to look at Song Wei. Song Wei smiled and said, "Take a look at the photo I took just now." Oh. Xiao Ruofei unlocked his phone and opened WeChat. Sure enough, Song Wei sent a photo of him and Deputy Director Wei in the lobby. The words National Supercomputing Center of New Wu could be seen on the wall behind them. Xiao Ruofei looked at the photo. His and Deputy Director Wei's expressions were not bad. They did not frown or close their eyes, so this photo was definitely acceptable. He remembered that he had not updated his Weibo for a while. Deputy Director Wei also said that the lobby downstairs was not considered a confidential area. Since the photo could be taken with a phone connected to the internet, it could naturally be posted online. For those celebrities to post a photo, they might have to choose from many photos and Photoshop them. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not need to do that. After he started cultivating, his skin was the envy of all girls. As for wrinkles and dark circles, they naturally did not appear on his face. Moreover, his body was quite standard and had a hint of an otherworldly temperament unique to cultivators. Naturally, he looked good. There was no need for Photoshop. Xiao Ruofei saved the original image of the photo and opened his Weibo app. He first added the photo and pondered for a while before he wrote a few sentences. Today, I was fortunate enough to visit New Wu's National Supercomputer Center and see the world's top national treasure, Shenwei, the light of Taihu Lake. There were only two words that came to my mind: awesome, my country. After checking the grammar and typos, Xiao Ruofei pressed the publish button. Xiao Ruofei did not care about what kind of discussions his new Weibo post would cause. This was because after he posted on Weibo, he put the phone in the shielded cabinet and put the key in his trouser pocket. The shielded cabinet was divided into many small cubicles. Each cubicle had its own door. After putting the phone in, it could be locked and the key could be kept by oneself. At this time, Deputy Director Wei had also finished the procedures. He walked over and locked his phone in the shielded cabinet. He smiled and said, "Boss Xia, sorry to keep you waiting. You can go in now. Please come in." Xiao Ruofei and the other two were led by Deputy Director Wei. After changing into shoe covers at the door, they entered the computer room that housed the Shenwei Taihu light. Deputy Director Wei explained, "Boss Xia, this computer room is 605 square meters in total. There are 20 computer cabinets and storage cabinets on the left and right in front of us. The row in the middle is the network system cabinets." Xiao Ruofei looked in the direction that Deputy Director Wei was pointing at. He said in surprise, the famous Xianxia, Taihu Lite, only takes up so little space? Deputy Director Wei laughed and said, nowadays, laptops are super thin and small. Some tablets are even portable. Xianxia, Taihu Lite, is essentially a computer. It takes up such a big room. It's already very exaggerated. That's true. Xiao Ruofei said as he looked around. Deputy Director Wei led Xiao Ruofei and the others to a cabinet. He said loudly through the metal grid, this is our computing cabinet. The cabinet was very noisy, so Deputy Director Wei couldn't help but raise his voice. Deputy Director Wei pointed at the cabinet that was slightly bigger than a double-door refrigerator. He said, Boss Xia, each cabinet has 4 supernode units. Each supernode unit is made up of 32 computing plugins. Each computing plugins contains 4 computing node boards. Each computing node board has 2 high-performance Xianxia 26010 processors. Xiao Ruofei did some calculations and said, Deputy Director Wei, does this mean that there are 1024 processors in this cabinet? Yes. Deputy Director Wei said, there are a total of 40 cabinets like this. That means there are 40,960 processors in total. Xiao Ruofei was speechless. Deputy Director Wei nodded and said, that's right. Boss Xia, this Xianxia 26010 processor was developed by our country after the United States banned our chips. There are 260 cores in each processor. Xiao Ruofei laughed and did some calculations. He said, that means that what we are looking at now is actually a 10649600 core computer. Right? Reading Room Deputy Director Wei paused for a second before he laughed and said, in a sense, you can say that. Xiao Ruofei's analogy was not accurate, but it was easy to understand. Everyone's home computer CPU was based on the number of cores. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of cores, it was indeed shocking. As expected, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but say, amazing. Deputy Director Wei smiled and said, the peak performance of Xianxia Taihu Lite is 125. For 36 pflops, which is ranked 3rd in the world. The continuous performance is 93. 015 pflops, which is ranked 1st in the world. Its performance and power consumption ratio is also ranked 1st in the world. At the 2016 World Supercomputing Conference in Frankfurt, our Xianxia Taihu Lite supercomputer system was ranked 1st. Its speed was twice as fast as the 2nd place, Tianhe 2, and its efficiency was 3 times higher. As the world's top supercomputer, Xianxia Taihu Lite had indeed brought glory to the country. Therefore, Deputy Director Wei was very familiar with the data. It could be said that he had it at his fingertips. Xiao Ruofei looked at the neatly arranged cabinets in front of him and said sincerely, our scientists are amazing. Xiao Ruofei had learned a lot about supercomputers during this period of time, so he was naturally very interested in this world-leading supercomputer in front of him. He pulled Deputy Director Wei and started discussing the system architecture on the wall of the computer room. Deputy Director Wei wasn't a pure technical staff. His knowledge in the field of supercomputers was only at the stage where he could introduce the results to the visitors. Therefore, when faced with more professional and in-depth problems, he seemed to be a little powerless. Therefore, he called one of the people on duty over and asked him to discuss with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the computer room for an hour. He still wanted more. However, he didn't want to affect other people's work. Also, he didn't know how Wang Qi was doing. If he stayed in the computer room for too long, it wouldn't be good for the old academician to wait for him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei thanked the person on duty and walked out of the computer room. The person on duty and Deputy Director Wei were a few steps behind Xiao Ruofei. The person on duty couldn't help but ask, Director Wei, which school is this scholar from? So young. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Vice Director Wei replied, you must have misjudged him. He's not a scholar. Don't you think he looks familiar? I don't think so. The staff on duty said in confusion. Director, could it be an overseas expert? I don't think I've seen him before. Deputy Director Wei knew the staff on duty very well. He knew that most of them did not care about entertainment news, much less the cosmetics industry. Therefore, he did not find it strange. Deputy Director Wei said, he's the chairman of the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei. Boss Xia. Haven't you heard of him? Chairman? The staff on duty asked in surprise. Is he really not an academic? Then his professional foundation was too solid. I thought we were in the same industry. Director, Xiao Ruofei, this name sounds familiar to me. You can search for it on the internet when you're free. Vice Director Wei chuckled. Then, he patted the staff on duty's shoulder and quickly chased after Xiao Ruofei and the other two. The staff on duty walked out of the computer room with a confused look. Xiao Ruofei and the other two were accompanied by Vice Director Wei. They had taken off their shoe covers, retrieved their cell phones from the cabinet, and went to visit other places. The staff on duty also took out his cell phone from the cabinet and searched for Xiao Ruofei's information. After a while, the staff on duty couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy sh**t. That's really awesome." There were many bosses who were richer than Xiao Ruofei, and there were many in Huaxia. There were also many celebrities who were more popular than Xiao Ruofei. After all, Xiao Ruofei was not in the entertainment industry, and he had never done any publicity stunts. However, a rich, handsome, and popular chairman like Xiao Ruofei was really rare. Such a winner in life was actually so knowledgeable about supercomputers. This was simply a fantasy story. Vice Director Wei was still accompanying Xiao Ruofei to visit other facilities in the supercomputing center. After a while, his cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Vice Director Wei took out his cell phone and saw that it was his daughter, Wei Shui. He frowned slightly. It was working hours now, and he was accompanying a guest on a tour. Naturally, it was not convenient for him to pick up the phone. After hesitating for a while, Vice Director Wei chose to hang up the phone. However, just as he was about to put his cell phone back into his pocket, he caught a glimpse of the notification on the lock screen. There were 18 missed calls and more than 10 unread WeChat messages. When Vice Director Wei came out of the computer room, he took his cell phone out of the cabinet and stuffed it into his trouser pocket without checking it. Therefore, he didn't realize that there were so many missed calls until now. Moreover, his daughter had called him just now. Vice Director Wei suddenly became nervous. Could it be that something had happened at home? His old mother's health had always been poor, and she had trouble walking. He was worried that his old mother might have fallen down at home. Vice Director Wei naturally couldn't care less under these circumstances. He hurriedly said to Xiao Ruofei, "Boss Xia, I'm sorry. There's something going on at home. I have to make a call. Go ahead, Vice Director Wei." Xiao Ruofei pointed at the long bench in the corridor and smiled. "We're tired from walking. Let's sit here and rest for a while." Okay. Vice Director Wei said quickly. "I'm sorry." Then, he took his cell phone and walked to the side. He turned on the screen and saw that all the missed calls were from his daughter, Wei Shui. This made Vice Director Wei even more nervous. He hurriedly called his daughter back with a trembling hand. Wei Shui's voice was hurried. "Dad. You finally called me back." "Xiao Shui. What happened?" Vice Director Wei asked in a trembling voice. "Could it be that something happened to your grandma?" "Grandma?" Wei Shui asked curiously. "Grandma is fine at home. What could have happened to her?" Vice Director Wei immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He said, "I thought something happened. Why did you call me so many times?" "I said that Grandma was fine. I didn't say that you were fine." Wei Shui muttered. "What happened? Why did you call me so many times in such a short period of time?" Vice Director Wei said impatiently. "Hurry up and tell me. I'm still at work." Vice Director Wei wasn't worried anymore since his old mother was fine. He didn't think that anything big would happen at home. Wei Shui said, "Dad. Is our overbearing CEO visiting your unit?" Xiao Ruofei's fans liked to call him overbearing CEO, even though he hadn't been a CEO for even a day. To be precise, his position was higher than Feng Jing's. He was the chairman. However, his fans felt that this title was more domineering. Vice Director Wei said, "What overbearing CEO? Have you been watching too much nonsense? Don't play dumb." "It's Xiao Ruofei, Boss Xia." Wei Shui said. "Tell me the truth. Don't hide anything. I saw the photo." It was only then that Deputy Director Wei reacted. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was chatting and laughing with her two close female friends not far away. He asked curiously, "You little girl, how did you get the news so quickly?" Wei Shui said proudly, "Didn't I tell you? I saw the photo. Dad. The photo of you and our overbearing CEO has been spreading like wildfire in our fan group. I have to say, Boss Xiao's handsomeness needs a foil, and you are the best foil." Vice Director Wei said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you talk about your own father like that? You little girl. Wait. What photo? The photo of me and Boss Xia? Yes. Boss Xiao posted it on Weibo." Wei Shui said. "We have people who keep an eye on Boss Xiao's Weibo, so we saw it immediately. Wow. I can't believe that Boss Xia came to New Wu, and what's even more unbelievable is that my dad appeared in Boss Xiao's photo. It's like a dream." Vice Director Wei was confused. He had used his own phone to take the photo, and he had asked Ling Qingxue to take it. After taking the photo, he had locked his phone in the cabinet and brought people into the computer room. How did that photo appear on Xiao Ruofei's Weibo? Vice Director Wei tried hard to recall, and he vaguely remembered that Xiao Ruofei's other female friend was standing next to Ling Qingxue, and she had also taken a photo with her phone. He vaguely guessed the ins and outs of the matter, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had wanted to surprise his daughter with the photo and a jade skin ointment as a gift. Now that the surprise was gone, he was shocked. When he saw the 18 missed calls, his heart almost jumped out of his chest, and he really thought that something had happened to his mother. "Dad. Dad." Wei Shui's voice interrupted his thoughts. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" Vice Director Wei came back to his senses and said, "What? What did you say?" "I said I want to come to your unit." Wei Shui said. "Boss Xia finally came to New Wu, and I want to see him. If I miss this chance, I won't have another chance." Vice Director Wei subconsciously shouted, "No. This is nonsense. This is a confidential unit, and a child like you can't just come and go as you please." "I don't care." Wei Shui said coquettishly. "Dad, please help me. I know this is a confidential unit, but I won't go into the computer room. Can't I just stay in the yard for a while? Dad." Wei Shui dragged the last word, and her coquettish voice gave Vice Director Wei goosebumps. He quickly said, "There's no room for discussion. Don't even think about it. By the way, don't you fans have an organization in New Wu? I'm telling you, you can't come to our unit. If you chase your idols all the way to our confidential unit, that would be terrible. Be careful, or you'll all be arrested. Xiao Shui, make it clear to your friends that this is not a joke." Deputy Director Wei was also worried that his daughter would come to work with her fans in Xianwu City. That would be a bad influence on the company. Therefore, he called Director Zhong from the General Office of the Supercomputing Center over to accompany Xiao Ruofei and the others. Then, he put the ointment into a paper bag and left the unit in a hurry. Deputy Director Wei's house was not too far from the Supercomputing Center. He usually rode an electric scooter to work. After he got his electric scooter from the unit's car shed, he got on his scooter and rushed home anxiously. As soon as Deputy Director Wei rode out of the park, he saw a few young people standing under the shade of a tree across the road. There were boys and girls, but most of them were girls. His daughter, Wei Shui, was wearing a long white dress. She stood in the crowd and often tiptoed to look inside the park. Deputy Director Wei was furious and glared at Wei Shui. When the light at the zebra crossing turned green, Deputy Director Wei immediately rode his electric scooter across the road. Before the scooter came to a stop, Deputy Director Wei shouted, "Wei Shui." Wei Shui did not notice her father's arrival. When she heard the shout, she could not help but tremble slightly. When most people were called by their full name, it meant that their parents were angry. Wei Shui slowly turned around and squeezed out a smile at Deputy Director Wei. She shouted, "Dad. You. Aren't you at work? Why did you come out?" Deputy Director Wei said with a dark expression, "If I didn't ask for leave, you would have caused a scene." The young people around Wei Shui gathered around as if they had discovered a new continent. "Uncle, are you the person who took the photo with Boss Xia? Uncle, is Boss Xia still inside?" So you are Wei Shui's father. Wei Shui, your father took a photo with Boss Xia. You hid it from us. You hid it well. Xia Ruofei's fans were talking at once. It was so noisy that Deputy Director Wei felt his head swell. He couldn't help but feel that Xian Wu City was too small. It had only been an hour since Xia Ruofei posted on Weibo, and so many local fans had already rushed to the park. Of course, most of the fans were just trying their luck because Xia Ruofei's Weibo post might not have just happened. Many celebrities would not easily reveal their whereabouts in order to avoid being surrounded by fans. It was just that Xia Ruofei had never been so secretive, and he was not really an entertainment star in the truest sense. In addition, Xia Ruofei's fans were more rational and cultured. Other than the supercomputing center, there were also several high-tech companies in the new Wu Supercomputing Center. The Supercomputing Center was naturally a unit with a relatively high level of confidentiality, and the security was very tight. However, the fans did not even enter the gate of the park, which was relatively unguarded. They just waited on the opposite side of the road, let alone go to the gate of the Supercomputing Center. Although Deputy Director Wei was a little angry, he did not vent his anger on a group of children because of his daughter, Wei Shui. Therefore, he could only say, "Children, go home. Don't crowd around here. Uncle. We don't want to disturb Boss Xia, we'll just watch from afar." "Yeah. Uncle, we're not crazy fans. Boss Xiao's fans are rational fans. We'll never do anything stupid," Xia Ruofei's fans said one after another. Deputy Director Wei could not do anything about it. He could not do anything about other people's children, however, he could not do anything about other people's children, but he still had to do something about his own children. Therefore, Deputy Director Wei looked at his daughter, Wei Shui, and said sternly, "Wei Shui. Come home with me." Wei Shui pouted and said, "I'm not going home. I haven't seen Boss Xia yet, what are you looking at Boss Xia for? Come home with me now." Deputy Director Wei said with a sullen face. "Dad." Wei Shui looked at her father with pleading eyes. Deputy Director Wei's heart softened. He softened his tone and said, "Xiao Shui, come home with Dad. Children, go home too. Don't wait here like idiots. I can tell you clearly that even if you wait all night, you won't see Boss Xia. Don't waste your time here. Go home." Deputy Director Wei knew that Xia Ruofei would stay in the supercomputing center for the whole day. He would start using the supercomputer at 10 o'clock in the evening until the next morning. During this time, he would not leave the campus. Therefore, these fans were destined to wait for nothing unless they could wait all night. Wei Shui looked at her father and asked pitifully, "Dad? Really?" Deputy Director Wei nodded and said, "Xiao Shui, Dad really didn't lie to you." After he finished speaking, Deputy Director Wei winked at Wei Shui without anyone noticing. The father and daughter had a good understanding of each other. Wei Shui immediately realized that her father might have something that was inconvenient for him to say in front of everyone. Therefore, she thought for a while and reluctantly said in a low voice, "Okay then. I'll go home with you." Wei Shui knew that her father was busy with work recently. He definitely couldn't stay at home to look after her all the time. She could just wait for him to leave and then come back. Wei Shui got on Deputy Director Wei's electric motorcycle as the other fans tried to persuade her to stay. Deputy Director Wei naturally couldn't care less about the other children. He had already tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen. Deputy Director Wei rode his electric motorcycle and drove his daughter to his house nearby. On the way, Wei Shui couldn't wait to ask, "Dad, what did you want to say to me just now? Why did you avoid the other fans?" Deputy Director Wei said in a muffled voice, "Let's talk at home." Wei Shui stuck out her tongue. She was quite dissatisfied with Deputy Director Wei's behavior of keeping her in suspense. However, she had no choice but to be patient until Deputy Director Wei led her into the house. Wei Shui couldn't help but ask, "Dad, can you tell me now? What is it?" Deputy Director Wei said, "Didn't I tell you not to go to my office when I called? Why are you so disobedient?" Wei Shui blinked and said, "Dad, I didn't go to your office. I was just chatting with a few friends on the side of the road. Also, the entrance of the park is far from your office." Wei Shui mumbled the last sentence because she knew that this excuse was a little forced. Deputy Director Wei's eyes widened, then he helplessly shook his head and said, Xiao Shui, I just want to tell you that President Xia is indeed in our supercomputing center, but he will stay in the center for the whole night. Even if he comes out tomorrow, he might not come out. So, I'm not lying to you. It's completely futile for you to wait there. Wei Shui smiled and said, It's okay. This is the first time we've been so close to our idol. As long as we stay at the entrance, we feel like we're even closer to Boss Xia. As for whether we can see him in person, it would be best if we can, but if we can't, we won't cry. We've already said that Boss Xia's fans are all rational fans. Deputy Director Wei found it hard to understand. However, it was better for his daughter to maintain a certain level of rationality while chasing after her idol than becoming a crazy fan. Dad. What else do you want to tell me? Wei Shui said, I saw you winking at me. Don't tell me that was just a stalling tactic. Deputy Director Wei scratched his head and said, Of course not. I took a photo with Boss Xia. Don't you want to see it? What's so strange about that? Wei Shui said, Boss Xia posted it on Weibo. Everyone saw it. Is there something special about your photo? Deputy Director Wei was suddenly speechless. He thought about it and realized that there was nothing special about the photo. Even the angle of the photo was basically the same. Originally, he wanted to use this photo as evidence to prevent his daughter from suspecting that his gift was fake. Now that Xiao Ruofei posted on Weibo, he naturally didn't need to use the photo to prove himself. Therefore, Deputy Director Wei simply took out the paper bag and stuffed it into Wei Shui's hands. He said, Since you don't want to see the photo, then take a look at this. What is this? Wei Shui asked. Open it and you'll know. Deputy Director Wei said with a smile. Wei Shui glanced at her father and reached out to open the paper bag. Jade Skin Ointment? It's actually the Jade Bone Ice Skin series. Wei Shui couldn't help but exclaim. As a qualified fan of Xiao Ruofei, Wei Shui was very familiar with all of the Taoyuan company's products, especially the girl's favorite Jade Skin Ointment. Therefore, she only glanced at the packaging and accurately recognized that it was the Jade Bone Ice Skin series that retailed for 3,888 yuan. Wei Shui looked at her father in surprise and said with a smile, Dad. I didn't expect you to be so willing to spend money. But today isn't a New Year's Day, nor is it anyone's birthday in our family. Why did you suddenly prepare a gift? And it's such a precious gift. Although the Jade Bone Ice Skin series retailed for 3,888 yuan, it was very difficult to get a hold of it every time, and the price on the resellers was already over 10,000 yuan. Wei Shui didn't think that her father would be able to get a hold of the official Jade Skin Ointment. If he bought it from a reseller, 10,000 yuan was obviously a luxury for a family like Deputy Director Wei. Deputy Director Wei said with a smile, Open it first and take a look. Wei Shui then realized that the outer layer of the Jade Skin Ointment had been torn off. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, Is it a second-hand product that someone else has used? However, she still opened the box as she was told. The first thing that caught her eyes wasn't the exquisite bottle of Jade Skin Ointment, but the thin card. When she saw the words on the card, Wei Shui was slightly stunned at first. Then, she stuffed the box into Deputy Director Wei's hands and picked up the card to take a closer look. Wei Shui didn't even blink, afraid that she would miss a single detail. Her expression was nervous and excited, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. After a while, Wei Shui finally accepted the surprise that fell from the sky. She couldn't help but shout, Wow! It's really a gift from Boss Xia. I received a gift from Boss Xia? Dad. Am I dreaming? Reading room after Wei Shui cheered, she hugged Deputy Director Wei and kissed him on the cheek. Then, she said happily, Dad, you're so amazing. You're really amazing. Not only did you get a gift from Mr. Xia, but you even made him write a blessing for me. I love you so much. Deputy Director Wei was stunned. He touched his cheek. He wasn't thinking about Xiao Ruofei's gift. Instead, he was thinking about how long it had been since his daughter had kissed him. It seemed like his daughter already knew how to avoid kissing after she entered middle school. Raising a daughter was indeed very considerate. However, sometimes, Deputy Director Wei envied the way foreign families got along with each other. Even if their children were already adults, they could still receive kisses from their children. This was obviously contrary to Huaxia's traditions. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to Xiao Ruofei. Deputy Director Wei couldn't help but think to himself. Dad. Thank you for doing so much for me. Wei Shui suddenly said with her big eyes. Deputy Director Wei recovered from his momentary daze and said, Actually, I didn't do anything. Boss Xia heard that my daughter was a fan of his, so he took the initiative to give her this gift. Even the words on the card were written by him. I really didn't say anything. Wei Shui nodded in agreement and said, Boss Xia is such a person. He treats his fans very well. Otherwise, we wouldn't support him unconditionally and like him so much. Deputy Director Wei thought about the short 1 to 2 hours that he had spent with Xiao Ruofei. He compared the two in his heart and felt that this young tycoon was indeed quite likable. At least, he didn't have the domineering attitude of rich and powerful people. He was very easygoing. There was no doubt that Xiao Ruofei was rich. Everyone in the country knew that. As for power, Shenwei Taihu Light's supercomputer wasn't something that could be used with money. There were so many universities and research institutes in the country. Countless projects were lined up to use the supercomputer. As the leader of the supercomputer center in the Nuwu country, Deputy Director Wei knew very well how tight the availability of this supercomputer was. Deputy Director Wei's thoughts wandered for a moment before he snapped back to reality and said, Boss Xia is indeed a good person. She is an inspirational role model for young people. I have no objections to liking celebrities like her, but as I said before, she must not affect her studies. She is also not allowed to do anything irrational like those brainless fans on the internet. Do you understand? Wei Shui happily looked at the card signed by Xiao Ruofei. She didn't even raise her head as she said, I know. Dad. How many times have I told you that Boss Xiao's fans are rational people who chase after their idols? We've never done anything stupid. Look at the fans in Xianwu City today. They're all standing quietly outside the park. They just want to be closer to their idol and don't want to disturb him. Deputy Director Wei nodded and said, That's right. But since you've already received Boss Xiao's gift, don't go to the park anymore. Do you understand? Also, I just said that Boss Xiao won't leave the supercomputer center until tomorrow. You'll just be waiting for nothing if you go there. Wei Shui actually wanted to go there. Even if she couldn't see Xiao Ruofei, at least she could be closer to Xiao Ruofei. However, Deputy Director Wei had given her such a big surprise today. She couldn't go against Deputy Director Wei's advice anymore. She could only pout and say, Okay. I understand, you're an adult. You have to keep your word. Deputy Director Wei said seriously, Dad has to go back to work. I can't watch over you all the time, but you have to be responsible for your promise. Do you understand? Wei Shui raised her head and said, Dad. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Since I promised you, I'll definitely fulfill my promise. Don't worry. I won't go out today. I'll just stay at home. Speaking of this, Wei Shui looked at the card in her hand and said happily, There's Boss Xiao's handwritten message. I can read it all day. Deputy Director Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, as long as his daughter promised not to go out, he could worry a lot less. Moreover, Wei Shui would stay at home. Even if she really stared at the message card all day, at least it wouldn't affect others. As long as it wasn't long-term, it would be fine. Otherwise, it would affect her studies. I'll remember your words. Deputy Director Wei said, You stay at home obediently. I'm going back to the office. Wei Shui raised her head and said, I'm so envious of you, Dad. You'll be able to see Boss Xia soon. Deputy Director Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, I'm going to work. I'm not going to chase after celebrities. Okay, I should go now. Wei Shui nodded and said, Okay. Just as Deputy Director Wei stepped out of the door, Wei Shui suddenly shouted, Dad, wait. Deputy Director Wei stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, What's wrong, little girl? I'm very busy with work, okay? I don't have time to waste here. Academician Wang was at the supercomputing center today. Deputy Director Wei was a member of the supercomputing center. It was not good for him to be absent for a long time. Wei Shui said in a sweet tone, "Dear Dad. Can you do me another favor?" Deputy Director Wei suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He said, "What is it? Tell me properly. Make it clear first. I won't agree to any unreasonable requests." "Absolutely reasonable." Wei Shui quickly said, "It's just a piece of cake for you. You'll definitely be able to help. Then hurry up and say it." Deputy Director Wei said impatiently. Wei Shui quickly said, We fans prepared a love bento for Boss Xia, but we can't enter the park, right? So, can I ask my dearest dad to help me bring the bento to CEO Xia? Please, please." Wei Shui said as she pulled on Deputy Director Wei's sleeve with a pitiful look on her face. Deputy Director Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm a delivery boy? Dad. You're the best to me." Wei Shui continued to act like a spoiled child. "Just help me. I promise that the bento is absolutely fine. Everyone used the healthiest ingredients and cooked it with care. It's a box of love from the fans of Nuwu City. Just help us bring it to Boss Xia." Deputy Director Wei was helpless against Wei Shui. He could only say, "Okay, okay. But let me make it clear first. I can help you bring it to Boss Xia. As for whether Boss Xia accepts it or not, I'm not responsible for it." Wei Shui immediately said excitedly, "No problem. No problem. You just have to bring it in and hand it to Boss Xia. But you have to say that this is a gift from the fans of Nuwu City." "I know." Deputy Director Wei said. "You've been talking for so long. Where's the lunchbox?" "It's with my friends at the entrance of the park." Wei Shui said quickly. "How about you drive me there again?" Deputy Director Wei said directly, "You still want to go out? What did you promise me just now? Isn't it just a bento? Those kids have seen me just now. You just have to contact them. When I pass by the entrance of the park on my bike, I'll just ask them for it. You don't have to go." Wei Shui was just trying. She didn't have much hope that her father would allow her to go to the entrance of the park, so she wasn't too disappointed. She smiled and said, "That's fine too. I'll contact them now. You can just go and get it." "Okay." Deputy Director Wei said. "It's okay now, right? Can I go now?" "Goodbye, father." Wei Shui said exaggeratedly. "You silly girl." Deputy Director Wei reached out his finger and touched Wei Shui's forehead lovingly. Deputy Director Wei hurried out of the house and rode his electric bike to the park where the supercomputing center was located. From afar, he saw that the group of Xia Ruofei's fans were still standing under the shade of the tree opposite the entrance of the park. They didn't make any noise, nor did they shout. They just stood there quietly. When Deputy Director Wei rode his electric bike to the group of kids, a girl in a white t-shirt and jeans who looked very clean and fresh immediately stood up and said, "Uncle Wei. Xiao Shui told us everything. Thank you so much for your help." The others also expressed their gratitude to Deputy Director Wei. Deputy Director Wei looked at the group of kids who were about the same age as his daughter. They didn't look like crazy fans. Instead, they gave him a clean, fresh, and educated feeling. Deputy Director Wei smiled and said, "You're welcome. It's just a matter of convenience." The girl in the white t-shirt said, "Uncle, it's just a small matter for you, but for us fans, it's a big deal. Uncle Wei, please convey our greetings to Boss Xia." "Thank you." After saying that, the girl took an exquisite light blue bento box from her companion and handed it to Deputy Director Wei. Deputy Director Wei took the bento box and found that it was still warm. Obviously, these fans had used thermal insulation measures. He said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely deliver it." After saying that, Deputy Director Wei put the bento box in the basket in front of his electric bike. He thought for a moment and said, "Kids, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't stay here. As far as I know, Boss Xia will stay in the supercomputing center for the whole night. He won't come out." The girl in the white t-shirt smiled and said, "Uncle Wei, Xiao Shui already told us. Don't worry. We'll stay here for a while longer. Hurry up and do your work. Don't worry about us. Deputy Director Wei was helpless. He had already tried to persuade them, and there was nothing he could do if these kids wanted to stay here. Therefore, he waved at the group of Xiao Ruofei fans and rode his electric bike directly into the park. He rode in the direction of the supercomputing center. After returning to the unit, Deputy Director Wei walked into the hall with the bento box in his hand and asked the security guard, "Where are Director Zhong and the visitors?" "Director Wei, they just returned to the reception room," the security guard quickly said. Deputy Director Wei nodded and walked towards the stairs. There was a well-decorated reception room on the second floor of the supercomputing center. This unit received many visitors every year, and there was no lack of high-ranking officials among them. Therefore, it was necessary to have a reception room. After Xiao Ruofei took a quick look around, she was led by Director Zhong to the reception room for tea and rest. Deputy Director Wei walked into the reception room and saw Director Zhong from the general office chatting with Xiao Ruofei and the other two people. When Director Zhong saw the leader coming, he quickly stood up. Deputy Director Wei said, "Director Zhong, thank you for your hard work. I'll receive Boss Xia and the others. You can go now." Okay, Director Wei. Director Zhong quickly said. Then, he said to Xiao Ruofei, "Boss Xia, I'll go down first." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Director Zhong." You're welcome. You're welcome," Director Zhong said. After Director Zhong left, Deputy Director Wei said with a smile, "Boss Xia, look what I brought for you." Xiao Ruofei and the other two people had already noticed the bento box in Deputy Director Wei's hand. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Director Wei, is this the food that your daughter made for Ruofei?" Deputy Director Wei smiled and said, "To be precise, it was made by Boss Xia's fans in Xianxia City. Of course, my daughter helped too." Then, Deputy Director Wei explained, "After Boss Xia posted on Weibo, some of Boss Xia's fans in Xianxia City prepared bento boxes for you. They're still waiting at the entrance of our park. Shui knows that Boss Xia is visiting our company, so she begged me to bring the bento boxes for you." Haha. I'm taking advantage of my position to do something private. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised when he heard this. He said, "The fans are all gathered at the entrance of the park. I posted that Weibo post only an hour or two ago. They're so fast. And, they even prepared bento boxes. Xianxia City is small." Deputy Director Wei said with a smile, "But these kids are not bad. They just stood quietly under the shade of the trees across the road. They didn't make a fuss or try to sneak in. Speaking of which, Boss Xiao's fans are quite good." Xiao Ruofei smiled and scratched his head. He said, "Actually, I'm not a celebrity." "How are you not a celebrity? I think you're much better than those little fresh meats." Ling Xianxia was the first to refute. "Miss Ling is right." Deputy Director Wei immediately expressed his support. Nowadays, some little fresh meats don't have any works or acting skills. They rely on scandals, buying fans, buying hot searches, and then sneaking into variety shows. In comparison, an inspirational idol like Boss Xia should be more popular. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed by Deputy Director Wei's praise. He even suspected that Deputy Director Wei had been brainwashed by his daughter. Deputy Director Wei said, "Boss Xia, how do you want to deal with this bento box?" "I told them that I'm only responsible for passing it to them. I'm not responsible for whether you accept it or eat it, haha. Of course we can't reject the fans' kindness." Ling Xianxia made the decision for Xiao Ruofei. "Deputy Director Wei, I'll accept it on behalf of Ruofei. We'll supervise him later and make sure he eats all the bento boxes made by the fans. Don't leave anything behind." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Ling Xianxia take the lunchbox and said, "That's it. The fans asked for it, so it has to be arranged." Ling Xianxia said with a smile. Song Wei also said, "Not only do you have to arrange it, but you have to arrange it properly. When you eat the lunchbox later, make sure you have a good posture. I'll take a few photos of you as a response to the fans." Deputy Director Wei could naturally see that the two girls had a special relationship with Xiao Ruofei, so he just laughed and watched the drama unfold. Xiao Ruofei followed the good advice. After all, it didn't matter if he didn't eat for a few days, and it was easy for him to eat more. Besides, this lunchbox wasn't a lot, so he naturally couldn't disappoint the fans. He laughed and said, "Then I'll eat it?" "Eat it. Don't leave anything behind." Xianxia pretended to be serious as she stuffed the lunchbox into Xiao Ruofei's hands. In the reception room, there was a coffee table next to every sofa, and the armrests of the sofa were very wide and wooden. There was no problem with the lunchbox. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he put the lunchbox on the coffee table and reached out to open it. He had to admit that the fans had put in a lot of effort. The lunchbox was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was filled with fragrant chicken soup. Judging from the fans' quick reaction time, the chicken soup was probably bought ready-made and brought over after it was made at home. There was no way it could have been made so quickly. The second layer was divided into 3 compartments, and all of them were filled with main dishes. This layer was filled with braised prawns, sauced pork ribs, and braised beef shank. The third layer was filled with steaming hot rice. The fans had carefully placed peas and diced carrots in the middle to form a heart shape. In addition, there was a set of exquisite stainless steel tableware with chopsticks and spoons. In addition, the fans had also placed a few disposable gloves. It could be said that they were well prepared and considerate. Xiao Ruofei picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat when Songwei shouted, "Wait, this is such a beautiful lunchbox. Let me take a photo first." Xianxia also said, "Let's take a close-up of that heart. It's so lovely." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he moved aside and allowed Song to take a few photos of the opened lunchbox. And then he asked, "Can I eat now?" Songwei was holding his cell phone to eat. To be to eat to Xiao Ruofei to eat something. Especially to see it, Song, and Ling were to take it. Deputy Director Wei also felt a little funny. He noticed that Xiao Ruofei was a little unnatural, so he quickly said, "Boss Xia, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Please excuse me for a while. I'll be right back." Xiao Ruofei already felt that it was more awkward with Deputy Director Wei around, so he immediately said, "Director Wei, if you have something to do, go ahead. We'll just rest here for a while. We won't go anywhere." "Haha. You're too kind," said Deputy Director Wei. "Boss Xia, you can visit anywhere you want." Although the supercomputing center was a confidential unit, the number of visitors it received every year was quite considerable. Also, Xiao Ruofei was brought in by academician Wang. Why couldn't he go around and take a look? If it was a particularly important place, such as the supercomputer room that they just saw, it would be strictly guarded. Normal people would not even be able to enter without an internal staff member. Therefore, Deputy Director Wei was naturally not worried that Xiao Ruofei would wander around. He simply wanted to resolve the awkwardness between Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, he had to leave at the last minute. It was nothing more than finding an office to smoke a cigarette and drink some tea. After Deputy Director Wei left, Xiao Ruofei really did relax a little. He grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat the bento filled with love. He let Song Wei and Xianxia take all kinds of pictures. After a while, Xiao Ruofei finished the entire lunchbox like a whirlwind. She even drank the chicken soup until there was not a single drop left. Song Wei even took a few more pictures of the empty bento box. Xiao Ruofei could not help but say, Wei, your skills are more than enough to be a celebrity's personal assistant." Over the years, after the rise of personal social media, many celebrities would often post some down-to-earth photos on their social media accounts. The most common ones were all kinds of airport snaps. However, these so-called snaps could not be separated from the meticulous planning. They were all done to serve the celebrity's image. Otherwise, how could it be possible that every time they took a photo of her with exquisite makeup, it was obvious that she had professional lighting? Song Wei smiled and said, "Celebrities can't afford a personal assistant like me. Therefore, you should be happy that I can serve you." Of course. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This is a blessing from my previous life." "You're good with words," Song Wei said with a smile. Then, Song Wei and Ling Xianxia gathered together to look at the photos that had just been snapped. They deleted the ones that were not taken well, then selected some and began to edit them on their phones. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "What are you doing?" Song Wei did not even raise his head and said, "We have to do a full set of services. The so-called snaps of celebrities are selected from hundreds or even hundreds of photos. I'm just using my phone to edit them for you. That way, you can directly post on Weibo." Xiao Ruofei nodded helplessly and said, "Okay. You guys go ahead. I'll go wash the bento box." Song Wei and Ling Xianxia nodded without raising their heads. Xiao Ruofei tidied up the bento box and cutlery, then picked them up and walked out of the lounge. As soon as he walked out, he saw Deputy Director Wei, who was smoking at the window not far away. Deputy Director Wei did not expect Xiao Ruofei to come out so soon. He quickly put out the cigarette in his hand and laughed dryly. "Boss Xia, are you done eating? I just finished my work, and I was thinking of smoking first. After all, there are ladies in the lounge, and it's not good to smoke." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "There are more and more no-smoking places nowadays. It's a bit difficult for smokers, but this is the general trend of civilized society." "That's right." Deputy Director Wei said, "It's better not to smoke if you can. Your health is the most important thing." Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement, then took out a cigarette and said, "I saw Deputy Director Wei put out your cigarette after a few puffs. Do you want to try mine?" Health damage was only for ordinary people. How could a golden core cultivator's health damage after smoking a few cigarettes? That was impossible. Deputy Director Wei almost fell to the ground. After all the righteous words, CEO Xia was still a kindred spirit. However, Deputy Director Wei was quickly attracted by Xiao Ruofei's cigarette box. The cigarette box was pure white without any logo. As a veteran smoker, Deputy Director Wei had never seen such packaging before. Of course, he also knew that there was a legend about the cigarette inside the box, but he was not sure. Even if Xiao Ruofei was brought here by Academician Wang, it was unlikely that he would be able to get that kind of cigarette. Even Academician Wang himself would not be able to get that kind of cigarette if he wanted to, if Academician Wang smoked. Xiao Ruofei was still holding the bento box in one hand. He shook his hand lightly and skillfully took out half of a cigarette from the box. He then extended his hand to Deputy Director Wei and said with a smile, "Deputy Director Wei, come. Try it?" Deputy Director Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei. "Try it. Then, let me broaden my horizons." Deputy Director Wei chuckled as he took out the cigarette that was half exposed from the cigarette box. He took a closer look. The filter of this cigarette was obviously longer than normal cigarettes. There was a beautifully printed panda logo below the filter, which confirmed his guess. Xiao Ruofei's hand shook again, and then he brought the cigarette box to his mouth and took out a cigarette. Deputy Director Wei quickly took out a lighter and the two of them lit up the cigarette together. Their movements were very skillful. Deputy Director Wei took a deep breath and closed his eyes to enjoy the feeling of the smoke passing through his lungs. He then opened his eyes and said, "Boss Xia, this cigarette is really different. It's especially mellow, even mellower than soft Xianxia. It's just a little weaker." Xiao Ruofei stuffed the cigarette box into his pocket and skillfully held the cigarette between his index and middle fingers. He exhaled the smoke and smiled as he said, "Yeah. The original intention of this cigarette design was to minimize the harm to health as much as possible. Naturally, there was a trade-off. There were always leaders who couldn't quit smoking, especially in the early years when there were even more leaders who smoked. This internal supply cigarette was the lesser of two evils." Deputy Director Wei was even more certain of his guess. However, since Xiao Ruofei didn't say it out loud, he naturally wouldn't stupidly ask for more details. The two of them chatted casually. Of course, in his heart, he secretly felt a trace of respect for Xiao Ruofei. The internal supply cigarette itself had a long filter, so it only took a few puffs before it was finished. Xiao Ruofei extinguished the cigarette but on the trash can beside the window. He then took out the remaining 10 internal supply panda cigarettes and stuffed them into Deputy Director Wei's hands. He smiled and said, "Director Wei, I don't smoke much, so I'll give you half a pack of cigarettes." Deputy Director Wei hurriedly pushed it away and said, "How can I accept this? These cigarettes aren't easy to get. Boss Xia, you should keep them for yourself." Deputy Director Wei felt that even if Xiao Ruofei had gotten the internal supply cigarettes, he probably got it from his elders at home, so it definitely wouldn't be a lot. If he had the internal supply cigarettes himself, he definitely wouldn't be willing to take them out to smoke. He would most likely show them off in front of a lot of people. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I still have some of these cigarettes, and there aren't many left. Just treat it as a small gift from me to Director Wei. I still have something I need your help with." Deputy Director Wei said, "Boss Xia, just tell me what you need. You don't have to give me something so precious, these cigarettes aren't that precious." Xiao Ruofei directly interrupted Deputy Director Wei. "If you don't accept it, I won't be able to trouble you." Deputy Director Wei heard this and could only put the cigarettes away nervously. He said, "Thank you, Boss Xia. Boss Xia, if there's anything you need me to help with, just tell me." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved the lunchbox in his hand. He said, "First, I'd like to trouble you to show me the way. Where's the faucet? I'd like to wash this lunchbox." Deputy Director Wei couldn't help but be stunned. How could this be a request? However, he quickly reacted and said, "Boss Xia, I'll get someone to wash it. You don't have to do it yourself. This isn't how you treat a guest." Then, without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to decline, Deputy Director Wei shouted loudly in the corridor, "Little Su! Little Su! Coming!" In an office not far away, a young man heard his superior's call and hurriedly ran to Deputy Director Wei. He was slightly out of breath as he asked, "Director, what can I do for you?" Deputy Director Wei said, "Please help Boss Xia wash this lunchbox." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Director Wei, I can do it myself." Before he could finish speaking, Little Su had already snatched the lunchbox from Xiao Ruofei's hands and said, "Boss Xia, leave this kind of small matter to me. Please wait for a moment." Then, without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to decline, he took the lunchbox and ran away. Deputy Director Wei was still loudly instructing him, "Wash it clean. Don't worry." Little Su had already reached the end of the corridor when he said this. There was a washroom there, and there was a faucet and a sink outside the washroom. Deputy Director Wei smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Boss Xia, you said you wanted my help. Don't tell me this is it? This is a little." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "There's one more thing." Deputy Director Wei instantly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "What is it?" "It's not an order." Xiao Ruofei said, "I just want to ask Director Wei to go out with me. The security here is very tight. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back if I go out." Then, Xiao Ruofei explained, "Didn't you say that the children who brought the lunchbox are at the entrance of the park? I want to go and see them and return the lunchbox." "You can't just accept the lunchbox after eating the food, right?" Deputy Director Wei laughed and said, "If Boss Xia accepts the lunchbox, those fans will be even happier. But if you want to go out, it's not a problem. I'll go with you." Deputy Director Wei also wanted to check if his daughter had snuck out to the entrance of the industrial park again. Wei Shui was usually very obedient, but when it came to Xiao Ruofei, that was not necessarily the case. At least, Deputy Director Wei wasn't very confident. After Deputy Director Wei finished speaking, he thought of something else and quickly said, "Boss Xia, when I took the lunchbox, I told those children that you wouldn't leave the supercomputing center for the whole night. I told them to go back early and not wait there. I don't know if they've already left." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go and see. If they leave, then forget it." "Oh right, Director Wei, isn't your daughter with those children? If we can't find them later, I'll have to trouble Director Wei to bring the lunchbox home and ask Wei Shui to pass it to them." "Reading room no problem," Deputy Director Wei said without hesitation. After a while, Xiao Su, who was caught by Deputy Director Wei, came back with a lunchbox and said, "Director, Boss Xia, it's done." "Is it clean?" Deputy Director Wei asked. "Don't worry. I washed it twice with detergent and rinsed it with water for a long time. It's absolutely clean," Xiao Su said. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Go back to your work," Deputy Director Wei said happily. Xiao Ruofei took the lunchbox and said with a smile, "Thank you so much." "You're welcome. You're welcome." Xiaosu was flattered. Xiao Ruofei said to Deputy Director Wei, "Director Wei, please wait for a moment. I'll call my two friends." Okay. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked into the lounge. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were still focused on editing the picture. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'm going to meet the fans at the entrance and return the lunchbox to them. You guys can come with me." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue raised their heads and were slightly stunned. Ling Qingxue quickly said, "I won't be joining in the fun." Song Wei said, "Ruofei, you can go out by yourself. Qingxue and I will edit the picture for you." Xiao Ruofei was stunned at first, but then he understood what they were thinking. Ling Qingxue was Xiao Ruofei's public girlfriend. The two of them were very popular on the internet. Xiao Ruofei's fans all knew about Ling Qingxue. If Ling Qingxue and Song Wei went out with Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei would be in an awkward position and she would inevitably feel disappointed. Actually, no matter what, Song Wei would not go out with Xiao Ruofei to meet the fans. If Ling Qingxue went with Xiao Ruofei and left Song Wei in the supercomputing center, it would be even more inappropriate. So, Ling Qingxue decided in a short period of time that she wouldn't meet Xiao Ruofei's fans and would stay with Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei could not help but look at Ling Qingxue. This girl was usually a little careless, but she was actually very attentive. Now that she was paying special attention to Song Wei's emotions, it was definitely a good sign. Of course, it was enough to keep these things in his heart. It was not good to say it out loud. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was only slightly absent-minded before she smiled and said, "That's fine too. Rest here, I'll be right back." "It's okay. You should chat with your fans more," Ling Qingxue said. We don't mind, right, Wei Wei?" Song Wei was very smart. How could he not understand why Ling Qingxue chose to stay? His heart was as clear as a mirror. Therefore, he felt closer to Ling Qingxue. Therefore, Song Wei also smiled and said, "That's right. As long as you can get back before 10 at night and don't delay the important matters." Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "How can it be so long? Forget it, you two continue to edit the pictures. I'm leaving. Take care. I won't see you out." The two of them lowered their heads and continued to work on the pictures in their phones. They completely ignored Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He took the lunchbox and walked out of the lounge. Deputy Director Wei came up to him and asked curiously, "Eh? Boss Xia, your friends aren't going?" "They're a little tired. Let them rest in the lounge for a while," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "They're tired? I asked someone to get 2 rooms in the guest house. They can lie down and sleep for a while," Deputy Director Wei said. "This lounge can only be used to sit. They won't be able to rest well." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, No. They can just sit for a while. "Director Wei, let's go out." "Okay then." Deputy Director Wei said, "Boss Xia, I've already called for a car. It's downstairs. It's only a few steps to the entrance of the park." Xiao Ruofei said, "We can just walk there. It's not close. Besides, the sun is very strong. Boss Xia is such a handsome young man. It would be bad if he got sunburned." Deputy Director Wei joked, "Besides, I've already called for a car. Let's take it." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Xiao Ruofei said quickly. The two of them went downstairs together. A Buick LaCrosse from the supercomputing center was already parked downstairs. When the driver saw Deputy Director Wei, he immediately got out of the car and ran to open the back door. Deputy Director Wei and Xiao Ruofei pushed each other aside and got into the car one after the other. The driver asked, "Director Wei, where are we going?" Deputy Director Wei said, "We're just at the entrance of the park. Drive slowly." The driver paused for a second, but he immediately replied, "Okay." 2 minutes later, the car drove out of the park. Deputy Director Wei saw that the fans were still gathered under the shade of the tree across the road. He was slightly relieved. If the fans had already left, Xiao Ruofei would be a little embarrassed. If the fans had left, it would mean that they had listened to his advice. Who knew if Xiao Ruofei would hold a grudge against him? Luckily, the fans were much more loyal than he had expected. Deputy Director Wei pointed at the fans across the road and said, "Drive to the crowd and stop there." The driver naturally didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, "Okay." The black Buick LaCrosse slowly stopped on the side of the road. The fans had already seen that the car had driven out of the park. When they saw that the car had actually stopped next to them, they couldn't help but mutter, "Are they here to chase us away? We are already very far away. Also, this is not within the boundaries of the park." After the car stopped, everyone saw Xiao Ruofei, who was holding a lunchbox in his hand, step out of the car with a smile on his face. All the fans were stunned. They definitely didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would actually come out to meet them in person. Many celebrities had an impatient look on their faces when they walked on the road and encountered fans asking for autographs or photos. It was very different from the kind and gentle image they had in front of the camera. Although Xiao Ruofei's fans believed that Boss Xiao was definitely not that kind of person, they didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would be so approachable that he would specially come out to meet his fans. Therefore, for a moment, everyone was stunned. After a few seconds, no one knew who started it, but the fans all screamed excitedly. Their voices were so loud that even the security guards at the gate of the park across the road heard them and came out of the sentry box to check the situation. Although Xiao Ruofei's fans were relatively rational, that also depended on the situation. When their idol appeared in front of them in real life, very few people could maintain basic rationality. Deputy Director Wei looked at the overflowing excitement of the fans and suddenly thought of something. He didn't see Wei Shui in the crowd, which meant that his daughter was very obedient. Even if she really wanted to come, she still stayed at home. Then, here came the problem. When these fans saw Xiao Ruofei, they would definitely go back and spread the news on various fan groups, forums, and other places. These were also places that Wei Shui visited every day. It was not an exaggeration to say that these were her spiritual homes. This meant that Wei Shui would soon find out that Xiao Ruofei had personally come out to meet his fans. Because of his father's request, he missed the opportunity to meet his idol. Deputy Director Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of this. Although a signed gift from Xiao Ruofei was very meaningful, in Wei Shui's mind, would meeting her idol in person be more meaningful? Deputy Director Wei didn't know. However, he knew that no matter what, Wei Shui would definitely not be nice to him after this. Deputy Director Wei hesitated for a few seconds before he made a decision. He walked to the side and dialed the phone number at home. Wei Shui, who was bored to death, was curled up on the sofa watching a drama series. When the phone rang, she didn't even need to move. She reached out and picked it up. "Hello? Xiao Shui, it's me," Deputy Director Wei said. Wei Shui immediately said coquettishly, "Dad. You still don't trust me. Why are you calling me so soon?" Wei Shui also had a mobile phone, but Deputy Director Wei called the landline at home. She naturally thought that her father was checking if she was obedient at home. Deputy Director Wei was too lazy to explain because time was tight. He said directly, "Xiao Shui, come to the gate of the park right now." Wei Shui froze and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you tell me not to go? I told you to come here right now. Take a taxi." Deputy Director Wei didn't tell her that Xiao Ruofei was here. Instead, he said, "Be there in 10 minutes. If you don't make it in time and miss something, don't blame me for not informing you." Wei Shui's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Is it Boss Xia?" Deputy Director Wei had already hung up the phone. Wei Shui immediately jumped up from the sofa. She first asked a few questions in the local fan group, but she didn't get an answer. The people who went to the event were all gathered around Xiao Ruofei. Who had time to check the fan group? The people who didn't go naturally didn't know anything. However, Deputy Director Wei's words were very clear. Moreover, even if Xiao Ruofei didn't show up, Wei Shui was still willing to go to the gate of the park. At least it was closer to Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, she picked up her satchel from the coffee table and rushed to the door. However, she immediately slammed on the brakes and rushed into the bedroom. Using the shortest amount of time, she picked out a set of clothes and changed into it. It was her favorite loose white t-shirt, paired with a pair of cropped jeans, rainbow canvas shoes, and a beige fisherman's hat. She looked youthful and lively with a hint of playfulness. Wei Shui looked at the mirror at the door and adjusted her clothes. Then, she picked up her satchel and rushed out of the house. She hailed a taxi downstairs and rushed to the high-tech park where the supercomputing center was located. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruofei was happily chatting with his fans. Deputy Director Wei secretly hoped that Xiao Ruofei would communicate with his fans more. That way, his daughter would be able to make it here. It was rare for Deputy Director Wei to spare no effort to chase after his daughter's idol. Of course, it was also because his daughter's idol was Xiao Ruofei. If it was some other sissy, he would never do this. The fans held Xiao Ruofei's photos and various cards and asked Xiao Ruofei to sign them. Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse any of them. There were about 10 to 20 fans here. It wasn't difficult to sign all of them. Xiao Ruofei signed the cards and chatted with his fans. He even asked his fans to introduce themselves. Boss Xia, my name is Xianxia. I'm studying at New Wu Air Middle School. I'm in my second year of high school. Boss Xia, I'm Lu Manman. I'm in my first year of high school. It's my turn. Boss Xia, I'm in my third year of high school. A younger girl squeezed in and said, my name is He Miao. I really like you. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly as he listened. Most of his fans were girls and most of them were middle school students. Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart, at your age, shouldn't you be singing Korean songs or being infatuated with some sissy? Why would you like me? Then, he saw a relatively mature figure in his peripheral vision. Judging by his age, he definitely wasn't a middle school student. Most importantly, it was a guy. Xiao Ruofei looked at him and asked with a smile, what about you? You're not a middle school student, right? The girls all burst into laughter. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He had short hair and looked quite energetic. He was a little shy and didn't squeeze into the circle. He didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to take the initiative to ask him. He was a little confused. After calming himself down, the young man said excitedly, Boss Xia, my name is Wu Peng. I'm a new pilot at New Wu Airlines this year. I've seen the information about your forced landing of the Qantas flight in Saipan. During the induction training, the instructor organized a case study. I admire you so much. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that this guy was a real pilot. Even in a small airline, pilots might fly helicopters or very small propeller planes. But this guy was a real pilot with a commercial license. Forcing the plane to land was purely an act of self-rescue. Xiao Ruofei felt a sense of accomplishment to be able to receive praise and even worship from the pilot. Wu Peng was obviously very familiar with these fans. Everyone knew his identity, so they didn't make a fuss. Xiao Ruofei said modestly, a lot of luck played a role in the forced landing. Besides, I'm not a professional pilot. We saw the control data during the forced landing before the ground was grounded. Wu Peng said, our instructor said that even an experienced professional pilot would find it difficult to do this. He said, your operation was amazing. Boss Xia is awesome. Boss Xia is awesome. The girls didn't understand flying, but they knew that Wu Peng was praising Xiao Ruofei, and he was praising her in a different way, so they all cheered loudly. Xiao Ruofei lowered his hands slightly and waited for everyone to quiet down. Then, he said, thank you very much for your love. I can feel the passion of the people of New Wu. Xiao Ruofei's words made everyone laugh. He continued, especially that lunchbox full of love, I ate it all up. Thank you very much. Hearing that Xiao Ruofei had finished all the bento, the fans cheered even louder than before. Xiao Ruofei finally said, let's take a picture together. Director Wei, could you please take a picture for us? Sure. No problem. Deputy Director Wei said quickly. Wu Peng's phone was a new flagship model from Huawei, so it was good for taking pictures. After some discussion, they gave Wu Peng's phone to Deputy Director Wei and repeatedly asked him to take more pictures. The fans quickly lined up in 2 rows, and Xiao Ruofei was naturally in the middle. Just then, a voice rang out, "Wait for me. Wait for me." Deputy Director Wei looked back and saw his daughter, Wei Shui, who had just gotten out of a taxi, running over. A gust of wind swept past him and in the blink of an eye, she ran over to Xiao Ruofei. Deputy Director Wei was confused. "I was ignored by my daughter." Reading room Wei Shui. "Come over here. Wei Shui. I saved a seat for you." The fans all greeted Wei Shui. It was obvious that she was quite popular. However, Wei Shui only had eyes for Xiao Ruofei. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with sparkling eyes and a sweet smile on her face. Xiao Ruofei looked at Deputy Director Wei, who looked like he had nothing to live for. He then said to Wei Shui, "You're Wei Shui? Weren't you locked up at home by your dad?" "Hey. Boss Xia, how did you know?" Wei Shui was shocked. "Of course, your dad told me." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You suddenly came over. Someone must have tipped you off, right? Aren't you afraid that your dad will blame you?" "It was my dad who called me," Wei Shui said. She then patted her head and said, "Oh yeah, where's my dad?" Xiao Ruofei pouted angrily in Deputy Director Wei's direction. Wei Shui slowly turned her head and saw her father's bitter face. Wei Shui revealed a fawning smile and said, "Hee hee. Dad." Deputy Director Wei said angrily, "I'm standing here and you didn't notice me?" I was too excited." Wei Shui lowered her head and said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Let's take a picture first." Wu Peng, who was relatively more mature, also said, "Yes, yes, yes, let's take a picture first. Boss Xia is here to do something. We can't take too much of his time." Thus, the fans got into formation again and smiled at the camera. Wei Shui was the last to arrive. She was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth when she got the seat next to Xiao Ruofei. After taking the picture, Xiao Ruofei gave Wei Shui an autograph. Then, when someone wanted to take a picture with him alone, he agreed to all of their requests. He felt like he was a prop. The people around him changed like a merry-go-round. All he had to do was smile. Of course, the fans still loved him very much. They didn't just treat him as a background for group photos. After working for more than half an hour, the sensible fans took the initiative to let Xiao Ruofei get down to business. Before Xiao Ruofei got on the bus, he told everyone to focus on their studies and not be distracted by chasing after celebrities. In addition, he also asked everyone to disperse and not gather at the entrance of the park. It was a waste of time. Although Xiao Ruofei never thought of himself as an idol, since these children liked him, he felt that he had a responsibility to guide them in a good direction. No matter whether it was useful or not, or how useful it was, at least he had to fulfill his responsibility. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that these fans would listen to his words. After New Wu's fans went back, they posted their meeting with Xiao Ruofei, as well as a large number of photos, group photos, and short videos to their fan groups, forums, and Tieba. Some people even took a video of Xiao Ruofei's instructions and posted it. Xiao Ruofei's fans even set up a study group on Tieba. Every day, they would check their own learning progress and supervise each other. The fans in New Wu City often communicated with each other offline to improve their grades. Of course, this was all in the future. After Xiao Ruofei and Deputy Director Wei returned to the supercomputing center, Song Wei and Ling Qingshui had already fixed the photos. They carefully selected 9 photos and sent them to Xiao Ruofei. Among the 9 photos, there were photos of Xiao Ruofei after she opened the lunchbox, as well as photos of Xiao Ruofei after she finished eating. Most of them were photos of Xiao Ruofei eating heartily from various angles. Song Wei and Ling Qingshui's photography skills were pretty good. The composition and lighting of the photos were quite good. At first glance, it was very appetizing. Just by looking at the photos, one could tell that the lunchbox was delicious. Otherwise, how could he eat like this? Of course, it could also be that the photos were fixed well. After Xiao Ruofei received the 9 photos, he immediately posted them on Weibo. The caption was very simple: "The love lunchboxes sent by fans are so delicious that I can't stop eating." After posting on Weibo, Xiao Ruofei looked at the Weibo posts that had tagged her recently. Sure enough, they were all posted by fans that she had just met. Among them, there was an ID called Little Shuer Sweetie and the profile picture was Wei Shui herself. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if this was really Wei Shui's account or not, but it didn't matter. He picked a few Weibo posts that looked better, including Wei Shui's account. He forwarded them one by one. Then, he closed his Weibo app. This was because academician Wang Qi also came to the lounge. Xiao Ruofei stood up and greeted him. He smiled and asked, "Academician Wang, is everything done?" Wang Qi smiled and said, "It's pretty much done. It's mainly about a few academic problems that I wanted to discuss with everyone. I couldn't explain it clearly via email, so I decided to come here myself." Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was clear that communication methods were so advanced now. Even if email was not enough, a long-distance video call could be done in a matter of minutes. The reason why Wang Qi went personally was most likely to help him arrange the time. Xiao Ruofei was grateful to Wang Qi regardless of whether the token deciphering went smoothly or not. He definitely hoped to repay Wang Qi when the time came. Kai Linsong, the director of the supercomputing center, who was next to Wang Qi, quickly said, "Academician Wang, we have some academic problems that we need your guidance on, but we don't dare to talk about it." Wang Qi smiled and said, "We're learning from each other." Then, he asked Xiao Ruofei, "Boss Xia, how did you feel after visiting our supercomputing center?" Xiao Ruofei said, "The national treasure, it really lives up to its name." Wang Qi laughed and said, "It seems like the performance of Shenwei, Taihu Light meets Boss Xiao's requirements." Wang Qi was deeply involved in the design, manufacturing, assembly, and debugging of Shenwei, Taihu Light. It could be said that he was the leader of this project. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's praise made him feel very proud. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course, this is the best supercomputer in Huaxia, or even the world. If it doesn't meet your requirements, then we can only hope for the help of an alien civilization." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when they heard this. The leaders of the supercomputing center also felt a sense of pride. Kai Songlin said, "Academician Wang, Boss Xia, we've booked a room in the guest house. You guys can rest for a while, then we'll have dinner together. After the computer room is shut down tonight, it still needs routine maintenance. It can only be used again around 10 p.m., so after dinner, you can also rest in the guest house for a while. Once the computer room is ready, I'll send someone to inform you guys." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and asked, "Academician Wang, what do you think?" Wang Qi said straightforwardly, "We'll do as you say. We'll listen to Director Kai's arrangements." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then we'll have to trouble Director Kai." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all," Director Kai said quickly. Wang Qi said, "Director Kai, Boss Xia still has a few friends at Xian Wu Hotel. Don't forget to send a car to pick them up tonight." "Oh. I've already arranged that. Don't worry," Kai Songlin said. Wang Qi nodded and said, "Just let the driver contact Xiaoyi. He'll coordinate the staff." "Okay." Under Kai Songlin's lead, the group of people arrived at the supercomputing center's guest house. This guest house was not far behind the supercomputing center building. The first and second floors were the cafeteria, and the third to sixth floors were the guest rooms. There were a total of 30 to 40 rooms. It was obvious that the supercomputing center's reception was not easy. Between the guest house and the computer room building, there were 3 auxiliary buildings on both sides. They were mainly spare parts warehouses, security personnel's dormitories, and so on. These buildings surrounded a small courtyard with a basketball court in the middle. The guest house had already prepared the rooms. They did not know about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei, so they gave everyone a single room. Because of Wang Qi, the rooms were the best. Everyone rested in the rooms until the evening. Kai Songlin personally came to the guest house to invite everyone down for dinner. They did not set up a banquet outside the hotel. Instead, they invited Xiao Ruofei and the others to a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria. Obviously, the guest house of the supercomputing center often received guests, so they were very confident in their chef skills. In fact, the chef did not disappoint everyone. The table was full of specialty Jiangsu dishes. They were delicate, fragrant, and crispy, and looked very appetizing. The taste of Jiangsu dishes was sweet and light, which was close to the taste of the three mountains. Therefore, Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei were the most used to eating. Song Wei also liked sweeter dishes, so he also ate with relish. Because there were important things to do in the evening, the 8 Drunken Immortals wine that Kai Songlin specially prepared was not used. Everyone chose to drink juice. As the director of the supercomputing center, Kai Songlin naturally had to prioritize his work, so it was not good for him to persuade them to drink. Without drinking, the dinner naturally ended early. Around 8 o'clock, everyone had eaten and drunk enough and returned to the guest house. Everyone rested in the guest house for a while. At around 9:30, Qin Xian and the others took the coaster of the supercomputing center and arrived at the park. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and the others also went to the computer room building. Everyone waited together in the lounge. At this time, the computer room was undergoing routine maintenance. Kai Songlin did not go back. He accompanied everyone in the lounge to talk and wait, mainly to accompany Wang Qi. Although Qin Xian, Lu Manxia, and Mu Xing were cultivators at the gold core stage, they still couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this time. After all, the 5 Saints token, or to be precise, the Rising Dragon token, had been passed down in the cultivation world for so many years. When everyone thought that the mystery of the token might be unveiled tonight, they became a little uneasy. However, Xiao Ruofei was still calm and composed. His feelings were not as deep as Qin Xian and the others. After all, the Tianyi sect had worked hard for decades in order to collect and study the 5 Saints token. Time passed by minute. When the clock on the wall pointed to 9:55, the door of the lounge was knocked. The technician of the computer room came in and said, "Director Kai, the equipment has been repaired and restored. The trial operation is normal. It can be put into use at any time." Director Kai nodded and said, "Well, to make sure there are no problems, we need to perform a more important data calculation immediately. At present, the equipment is stable and the parameters are all normal." The technician said. "Got it, you can go and prepare," Kai Songlin said. Then, he looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and said, "Boss Xia, from now until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, a total of 10 hours of machine time is yours. However, you must complete it before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. There are still many tasks waiting to be completed." Wang Qi also said, "The tasks in the supercomputer center have always been full. Boss Xia, please understand." Xiao Ruofei wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. He immediately said, "Director Kai, I'm already very grateful that you're able to give me 10 hours out of such a tight schedule." "You're welcome. You're welcome," Kai Songlin said with a smile. "Then, let's not delay any longer. Let's go to the computer room." Okay. This time, they were going to run the program directly, so Qin Xian, Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others definitely had to be there. Therefore, the group of people walked out of the lounge and ran directly to the computer room. After they registered and entered the computer room area, Kai Songlin said, "Boss Xia, according to the regulations, only the staff can enter the control room. You have to copy the packaged program to us, or directly copy it to this computer. Our staff can read the data through the internet." As Kai Songlin spoke, he pointed to a work computer next to him. This was an inner and outer suite. Naturally, the inside was the control room. The outside room was slightly smaller, and there was a large double glass window on the wall between it and the control room inside. It was a bit similar to the studio and director's room of a radio or TV station. When Xiao Ruofei saw this design, he knew that this room was probably designed to welcome visitors. This way, everyone could see the situation in the control room from here without disturbing the staff. He thought for a while. Then smiled and said, "No problem. Let's copy it to this computer." After he finished speaking, he took out a portable hard drive from his bag and started operating on the computer. "Put it in this shared folder, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Yes." A technician called over by Kai Songlin quickly said. Xiao Ruofei took about 5 minutes to copy the data. Then, through the window, everyone saw the staff inside copy the algorithm program just now through the internet and then start running the program. Mu Xing saw that the staff inside didn't seem to be doing anything. They just sat on the chair and monitored the status and parameters of the equipment. He couldn't help but pull Xianxia's clothes and ask in a low voice, "That's it?" Xianxia said, "The calculation process is done by the computer. We don't know how long it will take. We just have to wait for the results quietly." Kai Songlin walked out of the control room and said, "Boss Xia, the program is fine. It has started running. You can wait for the results here, or you can go to the lounge or the guest house to rest first." Reading room. Under normal circumstances, the projects that required the use of supercomputers were very large, so it was impossible to get results in a short time. Xiao Ruofei asked for 10 hours of computer time in one go, so Kai Songlin also expected that the calculation time would not be too short. However, Xiao Ruofei was the boss of a private company after all. Kai Songlin did not know what his project was, so he did not know if Xiao Ruofei was worried about the safety of the data, so he asked to wait in this room. In fact, if the time needed was too long, many people would choose to sleep in the guest room. Some units even sent the program remotely and commissioned the supercomputing center to do the calculations and simulations. This was very normal. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Let's go to the guest room. It's getting late, and Academician Wang is not young anymore. We can't disturb his rest." Wang Qi smiled and said, "I'm fine. Which scientific researcher hasn't stayed up late at night? That's when you're young, no one at your age still stays up late." Xiao Ruofei said, "Besides, the program is running. We can't do anything here, so we might as well go back to the room and wait." Wang Qi knew that Xiao Ruofei was actually more concerned about the safety of the data. He did not know why Xiao Ruofei was so relieved to leave, but Xiao Ruofei was considerate of him, so he had to be grateful. Wang Qi said, "Okay. The rules and regulations of the supercomputing center are very strict. The calculation data and results will never be leaked. Boss Xia can rest assured." Kai Songlin also quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. We have done many big projects, including some high-secret aerospace projects, and we have never made a mistake." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course I trust you. This is the National Supercomputing Center. Is there a safer place than this?" The feeling of being trusted was very good, and Kai Songlin was in a very good mood at this time. He said with a smile, "In that case, please go to the guest room and rest. Old Zhong, hurry up and get the guest house to open a few more rooms for Boss Xiao's friends to rest in." Director Zhong from the general office quickly said, "Okay. I'll make the call right now." Xiao Ruofei then said, "Director Kai, I only have one request. That is, after our program runs, no matter what time it is, please inform me immediately. I want to see the results immediately." "Of course, there's no problem." Kai Songlin smiled and said, "I'll ask them to call Boss Xiao's guest house as soon as possible." "Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said. Everyone watched for a while longer. Naturally, the situation in the control room remained calm. Thus, the group of people walked out of the engine room in a single file and headed straight for the guest house building at the back. Kai Songlin and the others naturally didn't know that the trust they felt wasn't real trust. Even the ancient world of cultivation hadn't been able to decipher the contents of the Rising Dragon command. If they could decipher it with the help of a supercomputer, how important would it be? How could they easily trust that the technicians would abide by the confidentiality discipline, even if there was a 99.999% chance that the technicians wouldn't be able to understand the deciphered contents at all? As long as there was a slight possibility of leakage, Xiao Ruofei and the others would never let their guard down. The reason why he proposed to wait in the guest house and why Xianxia and the others didn't object at all was because everything was within their control. The guest house was close by. Whether it was Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, Xiao Ruofei, or Xianxia, their spiritual power could easily cover them. It could be said that every move of the technicians in the control room was under their surveillance. Even if Mu Xing and Lu Manxia didn't understand modern science and technology, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia did. Under their cross-monitoring, they could immediately detect any abnormal movements of the technicians. At such a close distance, they could even deal with it immediately. In addition, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia also put in some effort in terms of confidentiality. The calculation data was directly packaged and encrypted, and another program package was needed to parse it. Although directly parsing the data on the supercomputer was the fastest, Xiao Ruofei would rather spend a little more time and parse it on an ordinary computer. After all, the most time-consuming process was the exhaustive calculation process, and this was also the part that the performance of ordinary computers couldn't meet at all. Of course, because of the time, the encryption algorithm was also relatively rough. As long as there was a certain amount of time, many programmers could crack it. But what Xiao Ruofei needed was this little bit of time. It was enough to ensure that the programmers in the control room of the supercomputer center didn't come into contact with the real calculation data. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia left the control room with ease. Although Mu Xing and Lu Manxia didn't understand modern technology, Xiao Ruofei transmitted a message to them and briefly explained it, so they were relieved. The group returned to the guest house again. It was still one room per person. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia both maintained the mental power coverage of the control room, monitoring the technical staff's every move. Mu Xing and the others took a nap in the room. Anyway, they didn't understand modern technology. Even if the technicians really did something, they wouldn't be able to find out. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were monitoring, so it was enough. As time passed, even Xiao Ruofei began to become a little excited. This was a token that even the powerful people in the ancient cultivation world couldn't crack. If it could be cracked today, what a great achievement it would be. Moreover, he was indeed full of curiosity and expectation about the content of this token. However, Xiao Ruofei designed the algorithm himself, so he naturally knew how big the calculation was. Using the exhaustive method to list all the possibilities, and then comparing them with the database, and then sorting them according to the magnitude of the possibilities. It was easy to say, but in reality, even if it was a supercomputer, it would take a lot of effort. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also knew that the results wouldn't be out quickly. He waited patiently. Time passed slowly. At around 1 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ruofei, who had been maintaining the mental power monitoring, noticed that the sleepy technician in the control room suddenly stood up. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel refreshed. Could it be that the calculation had been completed so quickly? Shenwei, Taihu's light really lived up to its name. Unexpectedly, the technician just stretched and then strolled to the bathroom connected to the control room. Xiao Ruofei was speechless and pursed his lips. Naturally, he couldn't use his mental power to monitor other people going to the bathroom. What was so interesting about this unshaven technical geek going to the bathroom? If it was a beautiful technician, of course, she couldn't spy on other people going to the bathroom. After the technician went to the bathroom, he went into hypnosis mode again. Other than recording the various parameters at fixed times, he spent most of his time sitting on the chair and dozing off. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ruofei's mental power saw the technician stand up again. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that it was necessary to suggest this guy to check his kidney function and bladder function. However, this time, the technician didn't go to the bathroom. He walked to the control panel and looked at it. After confirming it repeatedly, he picked up the phone on the control panel and began to dial a number on a piece of paper. Then, the phone in Xiao Ruofei's room rang. Xiao Ruofei shuddered and immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, is this Boss Xia?" "Yes, I am. This is the central control room. I am the on-duty Xiaoxia. Boss Xia, your program has been calculated. Do you want to come over and copy the data now?" "I'll be right there," Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. After putting down the phone, Xiao Ruofei rushed out of the room. At the same time, the door to Xianxia's room opened at the same time. He was also using his mental power to monitor the situation in the control room, so when the technician on duty called Xiao Ruofei, he was the first to know the situation. "Brother Chen, call Senior Mu and Senior Lu. Let's go to the computer room," Xiao Ruofei said. Soon, Mu Xing and the others also walked out of the room. "Is it done?" Mu Xing asked. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "I haven't seen the data yet, so I don't know if it was successful or not. But the calculation is done. I hope it's successful," Xianxia said expectantly. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Xianxia and found that his face was a little pale. He asked with concern, "Brother Chen, you don't look right. Are you not feeling well?" Xianxia couldn't help but secretly complain, "It's your condition that's not right. I'm an early-stage golden core cultivator, and my mental power has been continuously radiating for 4 to 5 hours. It's already not easy to maintain this state. Then, Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei, who didn't look tired at all, and couldn't help but secretly say, "We're all early-stage golden core cultivators, why is the gap so big?" "Thank you for your concern, Brother Xia. I'm fine, just a little tired," Chen Xian said with a smile. "Brother Chen, you've been working hard recently," Xiao Ruofei said. "You have to do the algorithm here, and you also have to modify the code for the Taoyuan company. It's really tiring to take care of both sides." Chen Xian was speechless for a while. "Is that why I'm tired? I have no common language with this kind of abnormally strong mental power." Mu Xing said with a smile, "Now that this matter is over, Nephew Chen can have a good rest. This time, Nephew Chen and little brother Xia have really worked hard." The group talked as they walked, and soon returned to the computer room building. When they came to the outside of the control room, the technician was already waiting outside. "Boss Xia, your program has been run," the programmer said. "The result of the calculation is a data package. I have already put it on this computer. According to the requirements, the computer in the control room has already cleared the data." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." On the way from the guest house to the computer room building, Xiao Ruofei's mental power had always shrouded the control room. He knew the technician's every move like the back of his hand, so he knew that the technician wasn't lying. Xiao Ruofei connected the portable hard drive to the computer, and while copying the data, he said to the technician, "We need to use the lounge to check the data." "No problem. I'll call someone to come up and open the door," the technician said. Kai Songlin had already told him to do his best to satisfy Xiao Ruofei's requests. Not to mention that today, the technician saw that even academician Wang Qi was kind to Xiao Ruofei, so naturally, he wouldn't be impatient with such a small matter. Even though it was already the second half of the night, the staff on duty at the supercomputing center were all on standby 24 hours a day. It was just a matter of opening the door. It was a piece of cake. The technician made a call on the phone next to him, and Xiao Ruofei waited for the data to be copied. The amount of data wasn't very large. Even though the possibilities listed by the method of exhaustion were astronomical, after Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian's discussion, after the algorithm screening, the possibilities at the bottom of the list were meaningless. Therefore, he set up only the top 1,000 combinations with the highest possibilities. The pure text data was naturally very small. After a while, Xiao Ruofei copied the sealed data to the USB drive, and used a small tool he developed to completely crush the data package on the computer. Even though it was possible to recover some of the data using professional and powerful recovery software, it was relatively safe. "Boss Xia, the door is open. You can move to the lounge now," said the technician. "Thank you. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei patted the technician's shoulder, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and gave it to him. "Keep this, it's refreshing." Even though this wasn't an internal supply cigarette that couldn't be bought on the market, it was just a pack of soft Chunghwa cigarettes. However, for most people's income, soft Chunghwa cigarettes were already considered expensive cigarettes. Especially for smokers who smoked half a pack a day, they wouldn't be willing to buy a pack of cigarettes. Xiao Ruofei used his mind power to monitor the entire control room. Naturally, he knew that the technician was also a heavy smoker. Basically, he smoked a cigarette every once in a while. In fact, this kind of on-duty work was very boring, and many people who did this kind of work would inevitably become addicted to smoking. "No need, no need." The technician quickly declined. "This is my job, take it." Xiao Ruofei stuffed the cigarette into his hand and said with a smile, "Maybe I'll have to trouble you." "No problem, no problem." The technician reluctantly took the cigarette and said, "Until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, it'll be your turn. If you need anything, you can call me at any time." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Let's go to the lounge to look at the data first." Okay, said the technician. Xiao Ruofei and the others came to the lounge again. Xiao Ruofei connected the portable hard drive to the laptop and copied the data over. The small software that analyzed the data was installed on this laptop. In fact, it was a decompression software that Xiao Ruofei wrote himself. However, it had his own specially designed decryption logic. It wasn't easy for ordinary people to crack this logic. After the software read the data, it automatically began to analyze it. Xiao Ruofei and the others looked at the progress bar and became more and more excited. Reading room. In fact, the software parsed the data very quickly. After all, it was only the first 1,000 combinations, so the amount of data wasn't large. However, Xiao Ruofei and the others felt that the progress bar was running very slowly. Of course, this was an illusion. When the progress bar finally ran out, a prompt popped up: analysis successful. Xianxia said, "Brother Xia, you open it." Xiao Ruofei heard Xianxia's voice tremble a little. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "No matter if it's successful or not, the data is here. There's no need to be so nervous. I wasn't nervous before, but now I'm suddenly nervous." Xianxia didn't hide his nervousness, as if he felt that there was nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, even Mu Xing and Lu Manxia couldn't help but feel nervous. Mu Xing was more steady. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Xia, I suggest that the four of us look at the results first, and the others leave for a while. What do you think?" The so-called others were naturally Mu Jianfei, Yu Xin, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "No problem." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue originally didn't participate in this matter. If they looked at the content more, it would be easy to attract all kinds of trouble. Therefore, Song Wei and the others went to the other side of the lounge, found a sofa far away, and sat down to wait. Xiao Ruofei, Xianxia, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia gathered in front of the laptop. "I'm opening it," Xiao Ruofei said. "Open. Open it." Xiao Ruofei double-clicked the analyzed data folder to open it. In fact, it was 1,000 text documents, and the content was the first 1,000 combinations arranged in order. It was also the 1,000 combinations that the supercomputer thought were most likely after complex calculations and comparisons. The file name of each document was a number, from 1 to 1,000. Everyone turned their attention to the first article with great hope. Xiao Ruofei double-clicked the document to open it. The first document was naturally the one that the supercomputer thought was most likely to be the one that everyone was looking forward to the most. However, when everyone glanced at the contents of the document, they couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Although they were all combinations of Chinese characters, they couldn't understand what they meant when they were connected together. In other words, this was a combination of words that didn't have any meaning at all. There were more than 3,000 floating points on the token, which meant that each document was only about 3,000 words long. Xiao Ruofei and the others quickly finished reading the document. With the level of brain development of Aura's core stage cultivators, they could basically memorize the contents. The four of them exchanged glances, trying to see if the others had noticed anything. However, it was obvious that everyone was confused. In the end, it was Xiao Ruofei who said, "How about this? Let's read the second chapter first. We'll talk after reading a few more chapters." Next, Xiao Ruofei and the others read 7 or 8 documents in a row, but the results were the same. They were all meaningless combinations of words. In fact, the higher the serial number, the more reasonable it was. Even the first chapter was full of messy combinations of words. Naturally, the rest wouldn't be any better. Xiao Ruofei's heart sank. He realized that there might be a problem. However, with a strict attitude, they still had to check all 1,000 documents. Xiao Ruofei said to Xianxia, "Brother Chen, let's take out a few more computers. The four of us will distribute 250 documents to each of us. Let's finish reading as soon as possible and then discuss." Xianxia said with some frustration, "That's the only way." For this algorithm program, Xianxia had actually put in a lot of effort. From the looks of it, it seemed that all his efforts were in vain. Naturally, his mood wasn't good. Xiao Ruofei still had a laptop in the Ring 2 space, and Xianxia just happened to have 2 computers. They had enough in a short time. In fact, if it wasn't enough, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue would definitely have some. These two had just received the storage rings and couldn't wait to stuff their homes into the rings. Things like laptops and single-lens reflex cameras would definitely be placed in the storage rings. Xiao Ruofei copied the entire data folder to the portable hard drive, and then let Xianxia copy the folder to the other computers. Xiao Ruofei said, "Okay, now each computer has a complete data folder. 1,000 documents are the same. But in order to improve efficiency, the four of us will divide the work. Each of us will check 250 documents. This will be faster." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei quickly explained, "Our machine time is until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now the data situation is not very good, so we have to speed up the verification. If we can find the problem and solve it in a short time, we can run the program again in time." "Okay. We know. Sect Leader Mu, please check the documents from 1 to 250. Dali Master Lu will take care of documents from 251 to 500. Brother Chen will take care of documents from 501 to 750. I'll check the last part." Xiao Ruofei quickly assigned the tasks. "Does anyone have any different opinions? Let's do it this way. There's no time to lose," Lu Manxia said. So, everyone held a laptop and began to check the documents. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia learned the basic computer operation after some simple learning. The four of them did the same thing, quickly flipping through the documents. Their eyes quickly swept across the computer screen, and then the mouse wheel kept scrolling down. Occasionally, there was the sound of the mouse clicking, which was the closing of old documents and opening of new documents. The more Xiao Ruofei read, the more his heart sank. He was responsible for the last 250 documents, which was the part of the first 1,000 documents that the supercomputer thought was the least likely to be the correct answer. In fact, after reading the first few documents, Xiao Ruofei already felt that there was little hope. The brain development of a cultivator at the gold core stage was far beyond that of ordinary people. Thus, the speed of reading documents was very fast. In less than half an hour, everyone had finished reading the 250 documents that were assigned to them. Xianxia, who was the slowest, was not behind by more than a few minutes. Everyone closed their laptops and gathered together with a solemn expression. "How is it?" Xiao Ruofei asked. The three of them slowly shook their heads. Mu Xing said, "Unless it's a code or something, none of the documents are smooth." Lu Manxia and Xianxia also nodded. In fact, smoothness was the minimum requirement. As the contents of the Rising Dragon Order, there must be some secret. Now that they couldn't even make a simple smoothness, it was very clear that there was a problem. In fact, Lu Manxia, Mu Xing, and the others had always felt that the most likely situation was that there was a cultivation technique recorded in the Rising Dragon Order. Now that they looked at it, among the 1,000 documents, there wasn't even a basic smoothness, let alone a cultivation technique. Xiao Ruofei's expression sank. He said, "My situation is the same as everyone's." Although in order to save time, no one had finished reading all 1,000 documents, there was no need to hide this kind of thing. Because everyone had received all 1,000 documents, it would be very fast to read them again. At this time, lying would be quickly exposed. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Then, there's a very high probability that the data we received this time is not the correct answer." Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and Xianxia all nodded. There was almost no need to doubt this point. Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's analyze it first. In terms of the algorithm, Brother Chen and I worked together to create it. We checked it many times and even built a simulation environment to test run. The situation is very good, so the possibility of a problem is not high." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, and then said, "Although I don't want to admit it, I still feel that, maybe our direction is wrong." Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "Our algorithm is based on the judgment that each floating point represents a word. If this judgment is wrong, then naturally, we won't get the correct result." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. Now, I also highly suspect that this basic judgment of ours may be wrong." From the beginning to the end, Xiao Ruofei didn't think that the Rising Dragon Order recorded a cultivation technique. This was because he had more information than Xianxia, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia. He had already learned from Yuntai that the floating point pattern on the Rising Dragon Order would change. Basically, it would change once every 50 years or so. If it recorded a cultivation technique, then how could the content change? Even because of this periodic change, Xiao Ruofei vaguely felt that it didn't seem reasonable that each floating point represented a word. However, everyone felt that this judgment was a big step forward and was very close to the truth. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia further optimized the algorithm on this basis. Now, it seemed that there really might be a problem with the basic judgment. Xiao Ruofei hesitated whether to tell everyone about the periodic change of the floating point pattern, saying it would undoubtedly be more beneficial for brainstorming, but the biggest problem was that he couldn't explain the source of this information. Before this, the entire cultivation world had never collected 5 tokens, let alone know that the 5 tokens would be combined into the Rising Dragon Order. How did Xiao Ruofei know that the floating point pattern on the Rising Dragon Order would change periodically? What's more, this cycle was 50 years, and Xiao Ruofei was only in his 20s. Xiao Ruofei hesitated again and again, but finally decided not to say it for the time being. After all, even if he pushed all the blame to his nascent soul master, it was not reasonable. There was no record of the Rising Dragon Order in the cultivation world. How did the nascent soul masters know about it? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Seniors, and Brother Chen, let's study the tokens again. Maybe there's some information that we haven't found yet." Muxing nodded and said, "That's the only way." Lu Manxia asked, "Fellow Daoist Xia, are we going to combine everyone's tokens again?" After the high-definition scan in the Forbidden City, everyone had broken down the tokens and stored them separately. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Let's look at the scan first. If we don't find anything, we'll combine the tokens again." The resolution of the scan was extremely high, and basically all the details were preserved. Moreover, it could be enlarged at will on the computer, which was more conducive to observing the details of the tokens. Xiao Ruofei opened the scan on the laptop. Everyone gathered behind Xiao Ruofei and silently observed and analyzed the picture. At this time, everyone was somewhat depressed. After all, they had always felt that they were very close to the answer, and everything had been very smooth. They didn't expect that the final result would be a blow to everyone's head. Xiao Ruofei's mood was not greatly affected. After opening the scan, he stared at the computer screen without blinking. Sometimes he observed the whole picture of the floating point pattern, and sometimes he enlarged it so that a single floating point occupied the entire screen. He carefully observed the black dot pattern on the floating point. After a while, Xiao Ruofei said, "Since the possibility of these floating point patterns being words is very low, then, do you think they might represent numbers?" Xianxia showed a thoughtful expression and said, "It's not impossible. The numbers might represent coordinates, or they might be a password. So, in fact, there are many scenarios where numbers are used in encrypted content." Muxing and Lu Manxia didn't have much contact with this aspect, but they also had their own thoughts. Muxing said, "Little brother Xia, if it's a number, even if it's cracked, we can't judge whether it's correct or not. Words could be logically judged through the context, but how could numbers be judged? If it was a wrong result and they tried to crack the numerical password based on this result, they would be running in the wrong direction and would never get the correct result." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "If each floating point pattern represents a number or a group of numbers, then the answer should be unique and there shouldn't be many possibilities. But there's still one point, which is that it must be based on the premise that the judgment is correct. Like before, if the judgment is wrong, then the numerical result will be useless." Lu Manxia said, "Why don't we try it first?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Little brother Xia, let's try it again according to this direction. Don't we still have a few hours of flight time? According to the direction of the numerical decryption, the calculation shouldn't be too big. There's still time." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. We have to reserve at least 2 hours to modify the algorithm." Xianxia also started thinking and said, "In each floating point pattern, there are about 60 to 70 black dots. The total number is not constant, and the row combination is not constant, so there are more comparisons to be made in the algorithm." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That's right. In addition, we have to consider the possibility of the number being binary, octal, or hexadecimal. After all, we don't know anything now, so we can't just assume that it's decimal. Then the workload will be even bigger." Xianxia said with a slight frown. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, even if the workload is huge, we still have to try it. Also, there's no way to break down the work, so I can only do it alone. Brother Chen, help me check and fill in the gaps. Reading house okay? There's no time to lose. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Xia. Xianxia said. Part of the algorithm could still be used, but it needed to add some logical judgment parts. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had spent a lot of effort to build the database about the ancient text, so it was basically useless. This was also because Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were cultivators, so it was possible to complete the modification in a short time. If it were an ordinary programmer, such a workload would definitely not be done in a week. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia couldn't help. The only thing they could do was stay here and give Xiao Ruofei some spiritual encouragement. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue saw that the four of them had finished their discussion, so they walked over. Song Wei saw everyone's dignified expressions and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Ruofei, what's wrong? The result of the calculation is not very good? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, maybe the original direction was wrong. We are preparing to try other methods. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look at each other. Xiao Ruofei had spent a lot of energy on this matter during this period of time, but they didn't expect that he was running wildly on the wrong path. They all felt that this was a bit of a blow. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I have been mentally prepared for this result. The legend of the Five Sages token has been circulating in the cultivation world for so many years. It would be abnormal if it could be easily cracked with just a supercomputer. Xiao Ruofei's mentality was indeed much more peaceful than Xianxia and the others. The main reason was that he had a better estimation of the difficulties. After all, he had more information about the nascent soul and essence soul masters in the ancient cultivation world and the rising dragon. Token. Song Wei nodded and said, then we won't disturb you. You can do your work first. Xiao Ruofei nodded and sat cross-legged on the sofa with his laptop. He opened the original algorithm program while thinking about the modification plan. The entire algorithm was still based on the high-definition scan. The image recognition part did not need to be changed. The main part was the logical judgment part. Suppose that each floating point represented a number or a group of numbers. Each group of numbers had 2, 3, 4. At the same time, these numbers could be binary, octal, decimal, hexadecimal, according to the black dot matrix pattern among the more than 3,000 floating points, especially the floating points with repetitive patterns. It could determine what number or array each floating point represented. If a human brain was used to list and calculate this, it would still be an impossible task. However, if one were to use a supercomputer, the amount of calculation would not be large. Compared to using the exhaustive method to list the possibilities of every combination of Chinese characters, the amount of calculation required was much smaller. Xiao Ruofei opened a new document and recorded some of his thoughts. At this moment, Layman Yuntai's voice sounded in his mind, Brat. What are you busy with? Layman Yuntai laughed and said, I've been in seclusion for a long time, haven't I? I have to say, seclusion is really comfortable. When I wake up, I feel so refreshed. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be surprised. He quickly communicated with Layman Yuntai using his spiritual sense, Senior Yuntai, you've finally come out of seclusion. Hey! It sounds like you've missed me a lot. Layman Yuntai laughed and said. We've been researching the secret of the Rising Dragon token. Xiao Ruofei said, I have a lot of things to ask you. Oh? You've already combined the tokens? Yuntai practitioner's interest was piqued. I'm right, aren't I? Did it become a token with the words Rising Dragon and the floating point pattern? Of course you're right. Xiao Ruofei said. Did you make a copy of the floating point pattern? Yuntai practitioner asked immediately. I think it's a copy. Xiao Ruofei hesitated for a while and said, I've scanned it with a high-resolution camera. It's even clearer than a copy. Really? Let me see it in detail. Layman Yuntai said with great interest. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Senior, please wait a moment. This high-resolution scan was stored in both of Xiao Ruofei's laptops. The laptop he had just taken out from the space was still in the outside world. Mu Xing had just used that laptop and had only looked at the first 250 documents. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well open the remaining 700 documents and look through them again. This could be considered a cross-check. Xiao Ruofei said, Senior Yuntai, I have something urgent on my hands right now. I can't show you the scanned image for now. Wait for a while, when my computer is free, I will send it to the small space for your reference. What's a laptop? Layman Yuntai asked curiously. Xiao Ruofei had built a communication channel so that Layman Yuntai could communicate with him telepathically in the Ring 2 space. However, Layman Yuntai couldn't sense what was going on in the outside world. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei would be spied on. Layman Yuntai wouldn't like that. I'll explain it to you later. Xiao Ruofei said, Senior Yuntai, let me tell you about our progress in cracking the secret of the Rising Dragon token. Yuntai Hermit's interest was immediately piqued. He said, Great. Good. Boy, have you made a breakthrough? I'm afraid it's not easy. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, You're right. Senior Yuntai, you've seen the Rising Dragon token before. I wonder if you've noticed that there's a black dot matrix on each floating point? Of course. Layman Yuntai said without hesitation. There was no doubt about the answer. After all, the floating point was only the size of a grain of rice and the black dots were almost invisible to the naked eye. However, this was relative to the eyesight of ordinary people. How could a cultivator not notice such obvious clues? Xiao Ruofei continued, Senior Yuntai, I don't know if the seniors in the ancient cultivation world have tried this before. This time, we've determined that each floating point represents a word. Some floating points with the same dot patterns mean that they're repeating words. Based on this, we can deduce the content of the 3,000 floating points, Layman Yuntai said with a smile. This is almost a mainstream judgment in our time. Although I've never participated in the related research, I've often heard about it. But boy, the possibilities are almost endless. Some people spent hundreds of years and still couldn't find all the floating points. The distribution of floating points changes every 50 years. Xiao Ruofei said thoughtfully, speaking of which, it's not necessarily a bad thing that the distribution changes every 50 years. What are you talking about? Layman Yuntai asked in confusion. Senior Yuntai, the pattern of floating points changes every 50 years or so. However, the black dots on the surface of the floating points should have a lot of repeating patterns, right? Xiao Ruofei asked. That's right. Layman Yuntai said, someone did a comparison and found that 70% to 80% of the black dots are repeating patterns. Of course, their positions are all messed up. That's equivalent to having a lot of samples. Xiao Ruofei said, different floating point patterns are different samples. This way, the accuracy of the deduction will be higher. One floating point pattern can't even be exhaustive. What's the point of having more samples? Layman Yuntai retorted with a smile. Layman Yuntai didn't know what samples were. He only knew that someone had spent hundreds of years on a single floating point pattern and still came up empty-handed. Xiao Ruofei said, if you're talking about the direction where each floating point represents a word, then we've already listed all the possibilities. What? Layman Yuntai was shocked. He quickly asked, how did you do it? How is that possible? That's more than 3,000 words. Other than a few repeating floating points, there's no clue at all. It's just a continuous list. Xiao Ruofei said, then we'll make a judgment. If it's obviously illogical, we'll immediately reject it. A complete list? Layman Yuntai couldn't help but ask, how long did you take? Don't tell me. I've been in seclusion for thousands of years? Xiao Ruofei almost burst out laughing. He quickly said, Senior Yuntai, please don't misunderstand. You've only been in seclusion for a few days. It took us less than 4 hours to complete the exhaustive list. That's 4 hours. That's impossible. Layman Yuntai said. What Xiao Ruofei said was completely beyond his comprehension. What could be done in 4 hours? For a cultivator, it was just a snap of a finger. Sometimes, when a cultivator was thinking about a problem in cultivation, a few hours would pass in the blink of an eye. A few days, a few months, or even a few years would pass in the blink of an eye. Now, Xiao Ruofei was telling him that it took him 4 hours to list all the possibilities. How was that possible? Xiao Ruofei briefly explained the principle of the supercomputer, then said, Senior Yuntai, after we finished the algorithm program, the calculation was done by the supercomputer. Its calculation speed is very fast. It listed all the possibilities in 4 hours and arranged them according to the probability. Of course, if all the combinations were kept, the amount of data would be very large. So, I only kept the first 1,000 possibilities. At this point, Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment. However, before Layman Yuntai could ask, he continued, unfortunately, we checked the 1,000 possibilities one by one. None of them were coherent. That is to say, we have basically ruled out the possibility that each floating point pattern represents a word. Layman Yuntai was stunned for a while before he said, that is to say, at least 60% of the cultivators in our era who studied the Rising Dragon Order were wrong from the beginning? Xiao Ruofei said, although we can't be completely sure, the possibility is very high. Xiao Ruofei was very confident in the algorithm program he wrote. He believed that even if there were more samples, the final result would be the same. The cultivators of the ancient cultivation world didn't have supercomputers to use, so they had to rely on manpower to list and make judgments. In addition, the lifespan of cultivators was very long, so there were people who spent hundreds of years studying the Rising Dragon command. If these people knew that the direction they chose hundreds of years ago was wrong, who knew if they would collapse? Of course, it was unknown where these cultivators were now. Did they disappear in the long river of history? Or did they go to some mysterious place, just like the cultivators above the nascent soul stage who disappeared more than 300 years ago? Xiao Ruofei's thoughts were a little scattered. Layman Yuntai was shocked by the news and didn't say anything for a long time. Both of them were silent. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei realized that now was not the time to be absent-minded. He was wasting precious time. He quickly asked, Senior Yuntai, in your era, did anyone consider the possibility that the floating point pattern could represent a number or a group of numbers? Layman Yuntai thought for a moment and said, yes, but not as many people as those who insisted on the word scheme. The reason for the opposition was very simple. If it was more than 3,000 numbers, what was the point? Didn't they think of double encryption? Xiao Ruofei asked, turning the pattern into numbers and deciphering the secret of the token through the pattern of the numbers. Isn't that a possibility? Layman Yuntai said with a smile, we don't understand what you mean by double encryption, but I know what you mean. Most of the cultivators who studied the Rising Dragon token thought that the floating point pattern was complicated enough. It was so complicated that a cultivator might not be able to decipher it in a lifetime. If it only represented some numbers. Of course, not everyone objected to this idea. Oh? Xiao Ruofei said, that is to say, some people thought that the floating point pattern could represent a number or a group of numbers, right? Layman Yuntai said, those who insisted on this direction were probably less than 5% of the people who studied the Rising Dragon token. The number was relatively small, and they didn't get any results from their research. However, among the people who supported the number scheme, there was an influential figure in the world of cultivators at that time. Oh? Xiao Ruofei was immediately energized. Senior Yuntai, please tell us more about it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but complain in his heart. When Layman Yuntai talked about the Rising Dragon token last time, he didn't reveal such information. He only said that the floating point pattern didn't have any pattern, and he didn't even mention the black dot matrix. Did he really think that it wasn't important, or did he intentionally hide some information? Xiao Ruofei also had doubts in his heart. Layman Yuntai said, at that time, there was a senior who firmly supported the number scheme. His name was Venerable Xianxia, and he was already an out-of-body cultivator at that time. Out-of-body cultivator. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be shocked. In the current world of cultivation, this level of cultivation was no longer just a legend. Nowadays, even the nascent soul stage was beyond the reach of cultivators. After the nascent soul stage, there was still the nascent soul stage, and then the out-of-body stage. The difference between the two was simply too great, Layman Yuntai said. Venerable Xianxia insisted that the floating point pattern represented numbers, and he was once laughed at by some cultivators of the same level. Right, Venerable Xianxia was also a grandmaster in arithmetic. Reading house mathematics? Xiao Ruofei was slightly taken aback. He could not help but ask, "Don't tell me it's the chicken and the rabbit in the same cage?" He knew that the level of ancient mathematics in Xianxia was not very high. Of course, the development of mathematics in the world was still in its infancy. Even the 9-chapter arithmetic only appeared in the Western Han dynasty, and layman Yuntai should have lived in the Qin dynasty. Layman Yuntai was also taken aback. He asked, "What do you mean by the chicken and the rabbit in the same cage?" Xiao Ruofei thought about it. The chicken and the rabbit in the same cage should first be recorded in Sun Tzu's mathematical classic, and this mathematical classic appeared about 1,500 years ago, far later than layman Yuntai's era. Therefore, it was normal that he did not know about the classic problem of the chicken and the rabbit in the same cage. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm just giving you an example. The problem is like this: today, there are a chicken and a rabbit in the same cage. There are 35 heads above and 94 feet below." Xiao Ruofei explained the problem of the chicken and the rabbit in the same cage, and then asked with a smile, "Don't tell me the mathematics problem that Venerable Xianxia studied is this kind of problem?" Layman Yuntai laughed. "How can such a simple problem be called mathematics? Venerable Xianxia's knowledge is very broad, and the mathematics part is also very profound, including the Pythagorean observation method, the heavenly origin method, the great derivation method, the erasure method, the stacking method, and so on." Xiao Ruofei was dumbfounded. He could not help but use the search engine on the computer to search for the mathematical methods that layman Yuntai mentioned. He could not help but be secretly amazed. What layman Yuntai said, when translated into the language of modern mathematics, was the Pythagorean theorem, higher-order equations, first-order congruence arrays, higher-order interpolation, and higher-order arithmetic series summation. Even though the content wasn't particularly profound in modern mathematics, in the context of the Qin dynasty, this was simply a supernatural technique. In Xiao Ruofei's memory, this content did not appear until the Song dynasty and the Yuan dynasty. However, a senior cultivator who lived in the Qin dynasty had actually studied such deep content so many years in advance. One had to know that the development of a theory wasn't just a flash of inspiration from a genius. It had to be the contribution of 100 flowers blooming together. Only then could the development of a theory be pushed forward. Since this venerable Xianxia lived in the Qin dynasty, or even in an earlier era, he naturally had no reference materials for these complicated mathematical problems. So, it was basically certain that he was the one who came up with them. That was amazing. Xiao Ruofei also put away his contempt for the ancient people and asked humbly, "Senior Yuntai, does this Reverend Xianxia have any specific opinions on how to solve the Rising Dragon Medallion?" Yuntai said, "Senior Xianxia also studied the Rising Dragon badge for a short period of time, about 1 or 2 years. But he soon gave up. He concluded that the secret of the Rising Dragon Medallion lies in these floating point patterns, and that the solution of these patterns is related to mathematics." Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "Since Reverend Xianxia has concluded that the secret of the floating point patterns needs to be solved through mathematics, why didn't he continue? Is he not interested in the Rising Dragon Medallion at all?" "No," Yuntai said. "Reverend Xianxia has publicly said that even if his attainments in mathematics were 10 times more profound, it would still be very difficult for him to solve the secret of the Rising Dragon Medallion, because there is a limit to human power, and the complexity of the floating point patterns is beyond the scope of human power. So, he wisely chose to give up, lest he waste a lot of time and energy only to end up with nothing in the end." A thought flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind, and he almost immediately guessed the situation at that time. Reverend Xianxia's attainments in mathematics were indeed beyond that of his era, and it was very likely that he had deduced that the amount of calculation needed to completely solve the secret of the floating point patterns was very frightening, so he gave up directly. After all, even if Reverend Xianxia's knowledge was beyond that of his era, and his mental force cultivation base had reached a terrifying level that even Xiao Ruofei could not understand, in terms of pure calculation ability, he could never be compared with a supercomputer. Perhaps Reverend Xianxia could not see any hope of solving the problem, so he gave up decisively. But, this amount of calculation was never a problem for a supercomputer. In other words, the biggest problem Reverend Xianxia encountered 2,000 or 3,000 years ago was no longer a problem now. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was not disappointed when he heard the news, but was very happy instead. It indirectly confirmed the direction of their solution, and the conclusion came from a leading aperture expert with a very high level of mathematics. Naturally, it was more convincing. Xiao Ruofei was even more excited. Senior Yuntai, do you still have any of Reverend Xianxia's opinions about the Rising Dragon Medallion? Or, did he leave any books or writings behind? There should be some of Reverend Xianxia's legacy left behind, but not much about the Rising Dragon Medallion, Yuntai said with a wry smile. After all, Senior Yangshan only briefly studied the Rising Dragon Medallion before he gave up, and he never mentioned it again. It was only by chance that I heard the seniors of my sect talking about it at a gathering where all the sects discussed the Rising Dragon Medallion together. Yuntai paused for a moment, then continued, at that time, everyone took Reverend Yangshan's opinion as a topic of conversation after dinner. Why? Xiao Ruofei was puzzled. Reverend Yangshan's attainments in mathematics were so high, and his cultivation base was also very high. Logically speaking, everyone should pay more attention to his opinion. If everyone followed Reverend Yangshan's advice, then they would simply stop trying to solve the Rising Dragon Medallion, because even Reverend Yangshan thought it was hopeless. In fact, who could resist such a temptation? In our era, there were many legends about the Rising Dragon Medallion, and some of them were so tempting that even leading aperture experts were tempted. In addition, Yuntai said, among those who studied the Rising Dragon Medallion all year round, there were a few whose cultivation bases were on par with Reverend Yangshan's, and they had all invested a lot of time and energy into it. Naturally, they would not give up easily just because of a few words from Senior Yangshan. Besides, at that time it could be considered a competition between different sections. Reverend Yangshan insisted that solving the medallion from the perspective of mathematics was the correct path, while some seniors had been trying the solution you mentioned before, which was that each floating point corresponded to a character. They kept trying various combinations of characters, and some of them persisted for hundreds of years. Xiao Ruofei was secretly shocked when he heard that. The calculation of a supercomputer in less than 4 hours required the efforts of Gold Core, Nascent Soul, and Nascent Divinity experts for hundreds of years, and they could not complete it even after hundreds of years. From this perspective, it was really hard to say which was better between a modern technological civilization and a cultivation civilization. As the saying went, nothing was absolute, and this was exactly the situation. Everyone had their shortcomings, and everyone had their strengths. Xiao Ruofei decided to modify the algorithm immediately and try to use the remaining time to run the program again. This time, he was more confident than the last time. Just then, Mu Xing came over with Xiao Ruofei's laptop and said with a wry smile, "Little brother Xiao Ruofei, I'll give this laptop back to you." Xiao Ruofei felt a bit strange and asked, "Senior Mu, you don't want to read it anymore?" Mu Xing definitely couldn't finish reading the remaining 750 documents in such a short time. "I'm dizzy, so I don't want to read it anymore. I don't want to read it anymore. Everyone has checked it together, so I'm afraid I won't find anything new." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Then please take a rest, Senior Mu. I'll modify the algorithm as soon as possible and try to use the remaining time to do the calculation again." "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, little brother Xia." Mu Xing said, "I hope there'll be a good result this time, haha." In fact, Mu Xing and the others were already used to failure. If they really didn't gain anything this time, they wouldn't feel too disappointed. At most, they would feel a little disappointed and continue to work hard to find a way to crack it. Mu Xing didn't want to disturb Xiao Ruofei's coding, so after returning the laptop, he sat down on the sofa on the other side and chatted with Lu Mansha in a low voice. Xiao Ruofei looked at the laptop, which still had plenty of power, and his heart skipped a beat. He first put the laptop into the cave in the Ring 2 Spaces Mountain Sea territory. His action didn't attract the attention of the others in the lounge. They must have thought that Xiao Ruofei put the laptop into his storage magic treasure. This was a very normal behavior, and they would have done the same if they were in his shoes. Then, Xiao Ruofei communicated with Layman Yuntai through telepathy, "Senior Yuntai, I've got my laptop back. There's a high-definition scan of the floating point pattern in it, as well as the top 1,000 possible combinations of characters in the previous text scheme. If you're interested, you can take a look." Layman Yuntai said, "I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. I have nothing to do anyway." But, the laptop you mentioned. How do I use this thing? Layman Yuntai was only left with his spiritual body. Although he could use his spiritual body to control objects in the outside world, he was now inside the mysterious space, which made it even more difficult to do so. Moreover, this kind of control would definitely cause damage to his spiritual body. It would be extremely difficult to replenish his spiritual energy after it was used up. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Layman Yuntai wouldn't use his spiritual body to control objects in the outside world. Of course, Xiao Ruofei could also use his spiritual power to control the laptop remotely. However, the most important thing for him now was to modify and perfect the algorithm, so he couldn't be distracted by helping Layman Yuntai open and close pictures or flip pages of documents. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly called Xiaoqing to the cave stone room. The cave stone room was absolutely forbidden to anyone other than the owner of the Ring 2 space. Of course, with Xiao Ruofei's permission, Xiaoqing could enter the cave stone room. Simple computer operations were not high-tech, and Xiaoqing learned them very quickly. After a few minutes, she learned how to use the touchpad to control the mouse, open and close documents, pictures, and other basic operations. Naturally, she learned them very quickly. Xiao Ruofei communicated with Xiaoqing through his spiritual power and taught him these basic operations as quickly as possible. Then, Xiao Ruofei left Xiaoqing in the cave stone room to act as Layman Yuntai's temporary secretary. Xiao Ruofei said to Layman Yuntai, "Senior Yuntai, take your time. If you find anything new, please let me know." "Got it. Go do your work," Layman Yuntai said casually. "Little puppet. First, help me open the high-definition scan that Xiaoqing mentioned. Let me see how clear it is in high definition." Xiao Ruofei smiled and retracted his spiritual power, no longer actively sensing what was happening in the cave stone room. Of course, if Xiaoqing or Layman Yuntai contacted him, he would receive it immediately. Xiao Ruofei's fingers moved quickly on his laptop, deleting sections of code and adding new ones. The algorithm in his mind was implemented bit by bit through the code. This algorithm tested one's ability to think logically, especially when modifying the original algorithm. It was actually more difficult. However, Xiao Ruofei had already organized his thoughts, so he didn't need to think much. Moreover, his fingers were extremely fast, so the code on the laptop kept rolling up. Ordinary people couldn't even see what was displayed on the screen. Even so, Xiao Ruofei spent almost an hour to modify the algorithm. He called Xianxia over, and the two of them spent about half an hour to recheck the entire algorithm. Xiao Ruofei was the clearest about the logic of the entire program, so he explained the purpose of his code to Xianxia in a low voice as he flipped through the code, so that Xianxia could understand it faster and save as much time as possible. During the process, the two of them made minor adjustments to 2 or 3 flawed areas. In reality, the safer way would be to run the program in a simulated environment for a period of time, verify the stability of the program, and then run it on the supercomputer. However, time didn't allow for it. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia rushed and barely finished checking the algorithm. There were less than 4 hours left. If they wasted any more time, they might not have enough time to complete the calculation process. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly re-encrypted the program, then copied it to the already cleared portable hard drive, and walked quickly to the control room of the computer room. "He Gong, I've made adjustments to the algorithm. Please help us run it again." Xiao Ruofei knocked on the door of the control room and handed the portable hard drive to the technician on duty. Although the technician was a little surprised, the leader had told him last night to fully cooperate with Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, the computer time hadn't run out yet, and the equipment was still idle. Why should he be the bad guy and refuse Xiao Ruofei's reasonable request? "No problem." The technician took the portable hard drive and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll run the program, then send the portable hard drive to you." "Okay. Thank you, He Gong," Xiao Ruofei said. The technician on duty knew that Xiao Ruofei's time was precious, so he didn't waste any time. He quickly returned to the control room, copied the algorithm program from the portable hard drive, and ran it on the supercomputer. Then, he removed the portable hard drive and went outside the control room. He handed the portable hard drive to Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "Boss Xia, I've started running the program." You still have 4 hours of time. As long as it's not too complicated, it shouldn't be a problem. The technician made this judgment based on Xia Ruofei's previous program, which took more than 3 hours to complete the calculations. If Xia Ruofei didn't make too many changes to the program, there shouldn't be too much of a change in the amount of calculations. In fact, the program that Xia Ruofei modified had much less calculations than before. So, if nothing unexpected happened, there should be enough time. Xia Ruofei was still confident about this. He smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, He Gong. He Gong, I'll wait in the reception room downstairs. Once the results are out, please call the reception room to inform me." Okay. The technician, He Gong, smiled and said, "Boss Xia, I think you should just go back to the guest house and rest for a while. You can't even lie down in the reception room. I think it'll take at least 3 to 4 hours for the results to come out. That's enough time for you to sleep." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I won't run back and forth. I'm young anyway. It's okay to stay up all night. Besides, we've already slept for a while in the first half of the night." Okay then. The technician, He Gong, said, "Once the results are out, I'll call the reception room immediately." Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Xia Ruofei said politely, then left the computer room. Of course, Xia Ruofei was still using his spiritual power to monitor the control room at all times. The Rising Dragon Order was too important. He couldn't afford to be careless. After returning to the reception room, Xia Ruofei and Xianxia explained the situation. Then, the two of them used their spiritual power to cover the entire control room and observe the actions of the staff on duty. Time ticked by. Every second, the supercomputer Shenwei, Taihu Light was performing countless calculations. The sky gradually turned white, and then the sun slowly rose from the east. At around 7:30 in the morning, the phone in the reception room rang. Xia Ruofei had already used his spiritual force to check that the technician on duty, He Gong, was on the phone. He was slightly happy in his heart as he walked over to grab the phone and said, "Hello. Is it He Gong?" "Yes. Boss Xia, your program is finished." The technician, He Gong, said. It turned out to be a package of encrypted data. I copied it out intact. He Gong's operation was under Xia Ruofei's supervision. Xia Ruofei was naturally very clear. He knew that He Gong did not do anything unnecessary, nor did he try to secretly save a copy of the data. "All right. I'll be right there," Xia Ruofei said. "Thank you for your hard work. You're too polite." He Gong said, "I've already placed it on the work computer outside the control room. You can directly check it out or copy it. I've also cleared the data on the control computer. You can rest assured that it's confidential." Okay. Xia Ruofei said. He called Qin Xian, Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others, and went to the computer room in a mighty manner. At this time, the supercomputing center was not open yet. However, the people who were responsible for the next shift or the next project that required the use of the supercomputer had already arrived in advance. When everyone saw this large group of people walking in the supercomputing center building, they could not help but cast curious looks. At this time, in addition to He Gong who was on duty in the control room, there were other technicians who were changing shifts. Everyone was using this short gap to check the state of the parameters of the equipment. He Gong saw Xia Ruofei and the others through the large glass window. He immediately put down the work in his hands and walked out from the inside. "Boss Xia. He Gong, thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're welcome. The calculation data is already in the shared folder of this computer." He Gong smiled and said, "You can just copy it." As He Gong spoke, he opened the shared folder and pointed to one of the compressed files. The compressed files were automatically named. Xia Ruofei wrote the program himself, so naturally, he recognized it at a glance. Moreover, his mental strength had been enveloping the control room just now. It was equivalent to watching He Gong operate with his own eyes, so there was definitely no problem. "Thank you." Xia Ruofei directly took out the portable hard drive and copied the compressed file to the hard drive. Then, he ran the data shredding program he wrote on the hard drive and completely deleted the original data on the computer. Xiao Ruofei unplugged the portable hard drive and said, "He Gong. Thank you again. Thank you for your hard work last night." "You're welcome," He Gong said with a smile. He didn't say anything about looking for him if there was a problem with the data, because the data was automatically generated and compressed by the program. Due to the principle of confidentiality, it was impossible for him to open it without permission. Of course, it wasn't that easy to open it. There was a high probability that Xiao Ruofei had already discovered it when he tried. The compressed file in the computer in the control room had also been deleted by him. Shenwei, Taihu Light often took on some relatively confidential business, so there was a fixed process for the processing of sensitive data. Yesterday, the director of the center, Kai Songlin, personally instructed that the confidentiality work must be done to the extreme. Therefore, He Gong also strictly followed the procedures and destroyed the data. Of course, Kai Songlin's consideration was not only for Wang Qi's face, but also for Xiao Ruofei's identity as the chairman of the Taoyuan company. He was worried that if the supercomputer was used to simulate a project related to the Taoyuan company's trade secrets, then there would be some trouble if the secret was leaked in the future. Therefore, strictly enforcing the confidentiality of the data processing process was also a kind of protection for the supercomputer center. After Xiao Ruofei got the data, he didn't stay outside the control room, which was gradually getting busy. He said goodbye to He Gong, then left the computer room with Xianxia and the others. "Brother Xia, where are we going now?" Xianxia asked. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then said, "Let's go to the guest room first. Let's look at the data first." If the data was still wrong, then Xiao Ruofei might need to coordinate some supercomputer hours. Even if Wang Qi couldn't help, if he really needed to use the supercomputer, Xiao Ruofei would definitely need to ask Master Song to coordinate more hours. But no matter what, staying in Xianwu City for now was the right thing to do, so that they wouldn't have to travel back and forth. Moreover, Wang Qi was still in the supercomputer center. Even if they had to go back to Beijing, they couldn't just leave this old scholar here, so, the group went back to the guest room, and they all went to Xiao Ruofei's room. Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any time. He directly took out his laptop from the Ring 2 space, connected the portable hard drive to the computer, and copied the data onto the computer. Then, he used the decryption software he wrote himself to decompress the data. The text data couldn't be that big, so it only took about 10 seconds for the data to be decompressed. This time, there was only one text file in the folder. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath, then double-clicked the text file to open it. Everyone held their breaths and stood behind Xiao Ruofei, staring at the computer screen. What they saw were groups of numbers: 603, 5502, 201335052635223-72. Of course, this wasn't surprising, because Xiao Ruofei wrote the algorithm according to the idea that each floating point represented a number or a group of numbers. After adding in all kinds of logical judgments, there was only one result. However, when faced with a bunch of numbers, everyone couldn't tell what was going on. This was even more difficult to judge than the previous time. Previously, all the generated data were words. Even though there were 1,000 of them, everyone could make a basic judgment with a glance. At least, they could tell whether it was a meaningless pile of words, or there was real content. But this time, all the generated data were numbers, so no one could tell whether the program was running normally, or whether the generated results were correct. Xiao Ruofei quickly browsed through all the 3,000 groups of numbers. He had already confirmed that there were a total of 3,065 groups of numbers in the generated document, which corresponded to the number of floating points. In other words, after all kinds of logical judgments, the program believed that each floating point represented a group of numbers, not a single number. This was also in line with Xiao Ruofei's prediction. After all, if there were more than 3,800 numbers, the number of repetitions in the middle wouldn't be so few. With more than 3,800 numbers, the probability of repetition would naturally be much lower, which was also in line with the current distribution of results. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Now, this is the result. We can only assume that this result is correct, and then analyze the data on this basis. Everyone, tell us. What can you see from these 3,000 groups of numbers?" Chen Xian and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia could barely recognize the Arabic numerals. After all, they were used to using one to represent one most of the time. Although the tadpole-like Arabic numerals weren't difficult to grasp, they still needed time to get used to it. Say what you have to say. Let's brainstorm together. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I can't see anything, so I want to ask for everyone's opinion. Maybe someone will have a flash of inspiration and find a breakthrough. Weiwei, Qingxue, if you have any findings, just say it. Brother Jian Fei and Miss Xian, don't be shy. You can say anything for everyone's reference. Yu Xian blushed slightly and looked at her master first. Lu Manxia said with a smile, Xian, just say what you have to say. Don't be nervous, no one will blame you if you say something wrong. Now that everyone didn't have any ideas, they naturally had to encourage everyone to speak up. Even if they said something wrong, it wouldn't be a big deal. Maybe they could give others some inspiration. Yu Xian nodded and said softly, I looked at these numbers and found that there were only 0 to 7. I didn't see 8 and 9. I don't know if this is a special place. Yu Xian was still not confident. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head shyly. Xia Ruofei looked at the document full of numbers on the computer screen. After glancing at it, he immediately said with a smile, Miss Xian, this is very good. This is definitely a discovery. To be precise, there should only be plus or minus 1 to 7, and 0. There are no plus or minus 8 or 9. Miss Xian has made a good start. Everyone, analyze this and see if there is anything special about these numbers. After being praised by Xia Ruofei, Yu Xian couldn't help but blush and lower her head. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, then stared at Xia Ruofei with a faint smile. Xia Ruofei didn't notice the murderous look in the eyes of his two confidants. He stared at the computer screen and said to himself, the length of each group of numbers isn't constant, and there is no fixed pattern. The ratio of positive and negative numbers. At this time, Chen Xian said, Brother Xia, is it possible that this is a special encryption method? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, if it's really just a simple password. It would require a very strong mathematical foundation, and without enough samples, it would be very difficult to crack it. With just this document. At this point, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and said, I don't think it's very likely. In fact, to translate a floating point pattern into a number combination without the help of a supercomputer is already a hellish level of difficulty. If this number combination is encrypted and there is no way to crack it, then it can only mean one thing. Everyone looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, it means that the person who made these 5 tokens didn't want to be able to crack the secret at all. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei continued, Seniors, Brother Chen, the design of this token is so delicate, and the floating point pattern is so mysterious. I think that if this token was made with so much effort, it must be to leave behind important information. If the difficulty of deciphering is too high, or even beyond the scope of human power, then the possibility of this is very low. Mu Xing stroked his beard and smiled, nodded, and said, I also agree with Brother Xia's words. I think we shouldn't think so much and focus on looking for any patterns in these numbers. Maybe it's just as Brother Xia said, everything isn't that complicated. We don't need to complicate a simple problem. Chen Xian also nodded and said, let's try to find a pattern first. If it doesn't work, then we'll consider a more complicated plan. Everyone began to discuss it, but other than Yu Xian's earliest suggestion that there were only numbers from 0 to 7 and from -7 to -1, plus, -8 and 9, no one made any particularly exciting discoveries. At this time, Song Wei, who had been standing next to Xia Ruofei, stared at the groups of numbers on the computer screen and subconsciously hummed in a low voice. Reading room everyone was discussing, so the room was actually quite noisy. However, Xia Ruofei still keenly heard Song Wei humming in a low voice. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask with a smile, Wei, what's this tune? I don't think I've heard it before, but it's really nice. In fact, Song Wei hummed completely subconsciously. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she suddenly realized it and quickly stopped, blushing. Don't stop. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, oh right, Wei, you haven't answered me yet. What's the tune? Song Wei came back to her senses. She pointed at the computer screen with some embarrassment and said, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just subconsciously hummed these numbers according to the musical notation. I didn't expect it to really sound like a tune. Xiaoruofei was stunned when he heard this. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the computer screen, turning the numbers into musical notation in his mind. Sure enough, the first few groups were the tunes that Song Wei had just hummed. Xianxia and the others also noticed the conversation between Xiaoruofei and Song Wei. Xianxia couldn't help but say, "Brother Xia, Miss Song Wei gave us a good idea. But, these numbers, is it just a tune? If it's just that, why use such a complicated method to encrypt it? Could it just be a coincidence?" Xiaoruofei didn't answer in a hurry. Instead, he quickly went through more than 3,000 groups of numbers. These groups of numbers naturally weren't standard musical notation, and what the negative numbers and zeros represented had to be guessed, so Xiaoruofei couldn't immediately reproduce the tune in his mind. However, even after going through it briefly, Xiaoruofei was still certain that the combination of these numbers could really form a song. Xiaoruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Chen, let's analyze it first. First of all, let's assume that the direction of the deciphering this time is correct, and the program is operating normally, so there is no problem with the result generated, right?" Qin Xian nodded and said, "Of course, this is a big premise." A smile appeared on Xiaoruofei's face. Unable to contain his excitement, he said, "Now I can basically confirm that there won't be any problems with our premise." Qin Xian was stunned for a moment, then he immediately came back to his senses. He opened his eyes wide and asked, "You mean, our deciphering direction is correct, the program is running normally, and the resulting data is accurate? Are you sure?" Xiaoruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Out of careful consideration, I can only say that it's basically confirmed, but the possibility is very high." Qin Xian and the others gasped at the same time. Qin Xian was still in disbelief. He pointed to the document full of groups of numbers on the computer screen and asked, "What's the basis? Is it because of that song?" Xiaoruofei nodded and said, "I just went through these more than 3,000 numbers as fast as I could. Although I'm not completely sure what the numbers represent if this is a simple musical notation, there is no doubt that these more than 3,000 groups of numbers can still form a song." Qin Xian nodded thoughtfully and said, "I believe in Brother Xia's vision. In other words, these numbers can really be turned into a song, right?" Xiaoruofei nodded and said, "If we want to restore it perfectly, we need to try again. The main thing is to figure out the meaning of some of the numbers." After listening for a while, Muxing couldn't help but interrupt and ask, "Little brother Xia, I don't understand. Even if these numbers can form a song, how can it prove that our previous judgments are correct?" Xiaoruofei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Sect leader Mu, think about it in reverse. There are 3 conditions in the big premise just now: the direction is correct, the program is normal, and the data is accurate. If any of them are not true, then the answer we get must be a pair of chaotic numbers with no pattern. How can it be a song score? Since we have the song score, doesn't it mean that we are on the right track?" Muxing looked thoughtful, but he still frowned slightly and asked, "Little brother Xia, I'm not doubting your judgment. I'm just a little worried. What if it's just a coincidence?" Xiaoruofei said with certainty, "It may be a coincidence that 1 or 2 groups of numbers can form a meaningful tune, but if more than 3,000 groups can form a song, the probability of coincidence is much lower than winning 5 million in the lottery." Speaking of this, Xiaoruofei said with a smile, "Today's incident reminded me of a story. The Russian psychologist Lefebvre has always believed that music is the transfer of feelings from one person to another. He even thinks that the language of music is the universal language. Lefebvre once studied the spectrum of the star SS 433. He found that the spectrum slowed down for a certain period of time matched the music composed of 9 notes, and the accuracy was unusual. Many experts thought it was ridiculous at first, but after careful inspection, they had to admit that the spectrum of the star SS 433 could indeed form music. Of course, most astronomers think that the creation of music is an accidental phenomenon, rather than some cosmic intelligence using the planet to compose music. After Xiaoruofei finished telling the story, he looked around at the crowd, and then said, "Lefebvre mathematically calculated that the probability of the spectrum of this star matching the music is about 1 in 1,000. Such a low probability is enough to arouse everyone's interest and attention. In other words, the possibility of natural or accidental formation of music is extremely low. In particular, the combination of more than 3,000 numbers can form a meaningful piece of music. To say that it is a coincidence or accidental formation, I can say that the probability of such a thing happening is infinitely close to zero. It is basically negligible. Xianxia nodded slowly and said, the probability is indeed very low. Brother Xia, so to speak, we have found the right path this time. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, yes. The question now is how we can go further on this path, and even reach the ultimate goal to obtain the ultimate answer. Fellow Xia, since the music is confirmed, shouldn't we start with the music first? Lu Mansha asked with a smile and a negotiating tone. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I agree. Let's determine the content of the music as soon as possible. Maybe we can find more clues. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look at Song Wei with a smile and said, Wei Wei is really my lucky star. If it weren't for your sudden inspiration, we would never have thought that this was a piece of music. Song Wei blushed and said, I didn't mean to. I don't know what happened just now, but I subconsciously hummed it as a simple score. Invisible. Unintentional is the best. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, this means that you and this piece of music are fated. So, you have to put in more effort next. We will strive to reproduce this piece of music perfectly. Song Wei blushed and nodded, saying, if I can help, I will definitely spare no effort. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Wei Wei hummed the first part just now. Tell me what you think first. Song Wei nodded and said, actually, I didn't think too much just now. I just followed the notes from 1 to 7 corresponding to do to SI. Then, I felt that it wasn't completely correct, because it was obviously a little bumpy. Well, let's think about it slowly. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, there are always more ways than difficulties. What's more, we should have already overcome the most difficult part. The next step is nothing more than trial and error. The workload isn't particularly large. Mu Xing and the others were also very excited. Lu Mansha pondered for a moment and said, Fellow Xia, let's study this number combination according to the direction of the music score. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, this should be the direction we should focus on. But I think we should go back to the capital first. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. Since we can basically confirm that the answer of this number combination is correct, we shouldn't need a supercomputer in the future. After all, it's not convenient here. Let's go back to Brother Xiao's courtyard house in the capital. In fact, Qin Xian wanted to go back to the Tianyi sect more, but he knew that Xia Ruofei couldn't completely let down his guard. It was definitely not appropriate for Xia Ruofei to go to the Tianyi sect, at least at this stage. Similarly, if Mu Xing and Lu Mansha asked to go to the Surging Wave sect or the Soaring Flower Valley to study this number combination, Qin Xian would also have some concerns. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's property in the secular world was the most suitable choice. After all, they didn't have to worry about any safety issues, nor did they have to worry about which side was too powerful. Even Xia Ruofei, as the owner, was the same as everyone else. Even Xia Ruofei was slightly inferior because of his cultivation and background. Mu Xing and Lu Mansha were both people who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, so they naturally understood the various considerations in this matter. Therefore, the two of them didn't raise any objections and readily agreed. Therefore, Xia Ruofei temporarily put away his laptop and contacted the crew who were still on standby in New Wu, asking them to immediately apply for a flight back to the capital. After calling the crew, Xia Ruofei called Wang Qi's doctoral student, Feng Xiaoyi, to ask about Wang Qi's schedule. He found out that Wang Qi happened to be having breakfast on the second floor of the guest house, so Xia Ruofei simply went downstairs to look for him personally. In the private room, the director of the Supercomputer Center, Kai Songlin, Deputy Director Wei, and some other members of the center were eating breakfast with Wang Qi boss Xia. Have you eaten? Wang Qi asked with a smile when he saw Xia Ruofei. It's a little simple. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Academician Wang, you woke up very early. Wang Qi said self-deprecatingly, when people get older, they sleep less. Nowadays, young people sleep until late in the morning. Only the old people with one foot in the grave wake up early. Kai Songlin smiled and said, Academician Wang, this is a healthy lifestyle. It has nothing to do with age. Then, Kai Songlin said to Xia Ruofei, Boss Xia, I asked someone to invite you to breakfast in your room early in the morning, but you guys went to the computer room. I also asked the computer room staff to keep an eye out for you. When you're done with your work, I'll invite you here for breakfast. These people don't pay attention to their work, I'll have to give them a good scolding later. Xia Ruofei was Wang Qi's guest. Because of objective reasons, Xia Ruofei had been waiting in the computer room building in the morning. However, Kai Songlin still felt that he didn't treat his guest well, especially in front of Wang Qi. He still had to show his attitude. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Director Kai, it has nothing to do with the computer room staff. Everyone is very tired from work, especially Engineer He. He couldn't even sleep last night, and he was busy handing over work in the morning. I didn't want to disturb him, so I quietly went back to the guest house. At this time, Wang Qi asked, Boss Xia, did the program run smoothly last night? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the first time, it didn't go very well. Later, I adjusted the algorithm and ran it again. The result was more ideal. Luckily, Academician Wang, you helped to adjust the timing long enough, and my program calculation was less than expected. Finally, I finished the calculation before the timing ran out. Wang Qi showed a hint of surprise and said, so, you also adjusted the algorithm on the spot last night? Under such a tight schedule, it was easy to find the parts that needed to be changed from the massive amount of code, and then change the appropriate content. Even a small bug could take a programmer a few days to fix. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I was lucky. I found the parts that needed to be adjusted first. My thinking was also clearer, so I changed it directly. Amazing. Wang Qi couldn't help but give Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. Xia Ruofei then said, oh right, Academician Wang, what's your schedule for the next few days? Wang Qi smiled and said, my work in Nuwu is finished. It's up to you. If you want to stay in Nuwu for a few days, or if you want to go somewhere else, I'll take little phone back to Beijing first. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we're also preparing to go back to Beijing. Let's go together. Xia Ruofei was worried that Wang Qi still had things to do here. They were all in a hurry to go back and continue to study the number combination. Naturally, they couldn't wait here forever. If Wang Qi couldn't go back to Beijing today, Xia Ruofei would go back first. At most, he would buy a first-class ticket for Wang Qi and his teacher. Since Wang Qi was also going back, it was the best of both worlds. At this time, the flight crew called. Xia Ruofei picked up the phone and said with a smile, Academician Wang, the flight crew called. We're leaving at 10:30 in the morning. Do you have anything to do here? Is this enough time? Wang Qi smiled and said, yes. Yes. Let's prepare according to this time. Okay. Xia Ruofei said, then I won't disturb your breakfast. Let's leave at 9:30 and meet downstairs at the guest house. Xia Ruofei said goodbye to Wang Qi, Kai Songlin, and the others and left the room. Wang Qi said to Kai Songlin, Director Kai, can I trouble the center to send a car to take us to the airport? We'll leave at 9:30 sharp. Kai Songlin hurriedly nodded and said, no problem. No problem. Director Zhong, go and arrange it. Okay. Director Zhong of the general office quickly responded, then walked out of the room with his phone and called the car team to send a car. Just now, Xia Ruofei was there, so Kai Songlin didn't ask. Now that Xia Ruofei had left, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Academician Wang, just now, Boss Xia said, the flight crew called him? It should be the airline's ground staff calling, right? And, the departure time can still be discussed? Wang Qi patted Kai Songlin's shoulder with a smile and said, Xiao Kai. Our imagination should be more vivid. Boss Xia is taking a private plane, so isn't he directly contacting the flight crew? Their departure time is also more flexible, so it's based on the boarding time of the passengers. Kai Songlin was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but show a wry smile and said, poverty really limits my imagination. Wang Qi said with a smile, don't talk about you, it's my first time taking a private plane. I've been to a lot of places in my life, and I've been abroad no less than 30 times in these years. But when I came yesterday, I almost made a fool of myself. Kai Songlin smiled and said, "That's not necessary." Xiao Ruofei returned to the room in the guest house and told everyone about the upcoming itinerary. Then, they were ready to leave. In fact, there was nothing to prepare. Everyone basically had a storage magic treasure, and they were used to carrying all kinds of necessities with them when they went out. They just needed to pack up their things when they left. There was still about an hour before they would depart, so Xiao Ruofei discussed with everyone and decided that they might as well study the number combination of the music score in the guest house. Xiao Ruofei's proposal was naturally unanimously agreed by everyone. Now that the result of the combination of numbers was out, it basically meant that they had taken a big step forward in deciphering the Five Saints Order or the Rising Dragon Order. Now, everyone was itching to find the ultimate answer as soon as possible. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei took out his laptop and studied it with everyone in the room. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. There should be no doubt that 1 to 7 represents due to SI. Xiao Ruofei muttered. Song Wei used this as a foundation and subconsciously hummed a tune. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "What does 0 represent? Rest talisman?" Song Wei was the first to discover that the array seemed to be a musical score, and she had a certain foundation in music theory, so she was more qualified to speak. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Song Wei shook her head slightly and said, "I don't think it's very likely, because the number of zeros appearing is too many, and many of them are in the middle of a group of numbers. If it's a rest talisman, then the music is intermittent. Also, we saw that in some groups of numbers, there were 2 consecutive zeros. A rest talisman shouldn't be used like that." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That makes sense. Then what does 0 represent? Wei, tell us. Everyone, if you have any ideas, share them and let's brainstorm together." Lu Manxia said with a smile, "The knowledge of music theory I know is all about Gongshang Jiaoxiu. I don't understand these tadpole-like numbers at all." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The 5 tones are also connected. As long as it's related to music theory, everyone can talk about it so that we can get inspiration from each other." Lu Manxia smiled and nodded, but she didn't say anything. Obviously, she didn't have any constructive ideas for the time being. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't force her and continued, Wei, what do you think?" Song Wei pondered for a moment and said, "What I say may not be right, it's just a guess, it doesn't matter, just share your ideas," Lu Manxia said with a smile. Here, there's no distinction between seniority and level of cultivation. Everyone can speak freely. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "That's right. Everyone has their own specialization. What's more, this is a brainstorming session. Maybe someone will have a good idea when inspiration comes. It has nothing to do with cultivation. Then I'll share." Song Wei said, "I don't think it's a rest talisman, so could it represent a beat? Let's assume that the number 0 represents an extended beat, then the whole song will be much smoother." After saying that, Song Wei even hummed a few lines. Sure enough, everyone could clearly feel that the first few lines were much smoother, and it was very pleasing to the ears. Xiao Ruofei slapped his thigh and said, "What Wei said is quite possible. The song is obviously smoother. And I feel that this song is really pleasing to the ears. I've never heard a song like this before. It's like celestial music." Xianxia and the others nodded in agreement. This was only the first few lines, and Song Wei hummed it in a low voice, but it was enough to make people feel excited. Of course, this also made everyone even more excited. The more complicated the song was, the more likely it was that they had chosen the right path, and the closer they were to unlocking the secret of the floating point pattern on the token. As for the number 0, we'll deal with it according to the extended beat for the time being. Xiao Ruofei said, "The next question is, these negative numbers, from -7 to -1, what do they represent?" Song Wei said, "I feel that, it might be the pitch. 1 corresponds to 1, -2 corresponds to 2, and so on. But we don't know if the pitch of the negative numbers is higher or lower than the positive numbers, and how much the difference is." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "We can try it out bit by bit. After all, there are only a few possibilities." Xian said, "I think that Song Wei should be closer to the correct answer. After we return to the capital, we'll first convert the song into a simplified score, and then list out all the versions. When the time comes, we should be able to distinguish the correct one by listening to it. Xiaoruofei nodded and said, yes. We already have a few guesses for the main questions. As for the remaining small questions, we should be able to find the correct song soon after we try it out. Mu Xing said with a smile, we're also looking forward to it. This time, we finally see a glimmer of hope. We've studied the secret of the 5 sages token for many years, but we've never had any results. I didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. Although there were some twists and turns in the process of deciphering the token, in Mu Xing's opinion, to be able to progress the deciphering work to such a degree in such a short period of time was already quite successful. Lu Manxia also smiled and said, the younger generation will surpass us in time. If it were us old guys, even if 5 tokens were placed in front of us, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to decipher the secret of the floating point pattern in our lifetime. This time, although the deciphering of the token's secret had not been completely successful, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia already saw great hope. What made them feel even more embarrassed was that the people who played a role in the whole process were basically the young people. Xianxia and Xiaoruofei contributed the most, especially Xiaoruofei. Even Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and the others played a bigger role than them. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, Valley Master Lu, you're too kind. We also relied on the computing power of the supercomputer, and a little bit of luck, haha. Anyway, using this kind of supercomputer. We old guys would never have thought of it in our lifetime. Mu Xing laughed and joined in the praise. This time, it's all thanks to little brother Xia. If we can successfully decipher the token's secret, you will take the first credit. Xiaoruofei quickly said, whether or not we can decipher it is still uncertain. I don't dare to accept sect leader Mu's evaluation. Everyone was discussing the musical score composed of numbers while chatting. Soon, it was almost 9:30. So, Xiaoruofei asked everyone to get up and go downstairs. The bags in everyone's hands were basically for show. Most of their luggage was placed in storage magic treasures. Wang Qi and his teacher were dragging 2 big suitcases. A coaster of the supercomputing center was already parked downstairs in the guest house. Kai Songlin, Deputy Director Wei, and other leaders of the supercomputing center also came to the front of the building to see them off. Academician Wang, can't you stay for a few more days? Kai Songlin said, everyone in the center is looking forward to your guidance in our work. Wang Qi said with a smile, the problems that should be solved have been solved. I have a lot of work to do in the Research Institute in Beijing, so I have to go back as soon as possible. Thank you for your hard work, Academician Wang. I didn't treat you well these 2 days. Kai Songlin said politely. Hey. I'm used to running all over the place. Wang Qi said in a carefree manner. You are the mainstay of our country's computer field. You can't go anywhere without you. Kai Songlin flattered and then said, Academician Wang, please guide the supercomputing center in the future. No problem. Wang Qi said, let's communicate more. If you have any questions, please contact me by email. As they were talking, Xiaoruofei and others also walked out of the guest house. Sorry, I came down late. Xiaoruofei said with a smile. I came downstairs early. Wang Qi said with a smile. Boss Xia, I came and went in a hurry. Please forgive me for not treating you well. Kai Songlin said with a smile. It's my fault for causing trouble for the supercomputing center. Xiaoruofei said politely, thank you very much for the center, Director Kai, Deputy Director Wei, and all the other leaders. When I go back, I will ask the company to send a batch of Yuji ointment. You can give it out as employee benefits. It's not worth much, just to express my gratitude. No. Kai Songlin quickly said, Boss Xia, you don't have to be so polite. We are all doing this for work. Besides, Academician Wang said it himself, so it's not a big deal. Of course I have to thank Academician Wang. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, but the supercomputing center did help me a lot. I have always been a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred, so I still have to thank them. Director Kai, it's about time. We will leave now. Okay. Academician Wang, Boss Xia, I wish you all a safe trip. Xiaoruofei, Wang Qi, and the others got into the supercomputing center's coaster car and drove all the way to the Nuwu Hotel. They checked out of their rooms, then went straight to the airport. At 10:20 a.m., not long after everyone had boarded the plane, the tower had already sent the command to take off. The runway at Nuwu Airport wasn't very long, but it was long enough for the Haven to take off and land. After a short period of gliding, the Haven rose into the air and began to ascend with great speed and agility. The flight was smooth, and before 12 o'clock a.m., the Haven had landed steadily on the runway of Beijing Airport. It was already lunchtime, so Xiao Ruofei dragged everyone to the Taoyuan Club for lunch. After all, the car that picked them up was from the Taoyuan Club. As for the flight crew, after some consideration, Xiao Ruofei told them to take a short break before returning to Sanshan. Sanshan Airport was the base airport for the Haven. This plane was actually under the name of Li Yifu's company. Li Yifu's company had signed a long-term agreement with Sanshan Airport, which included space rental, ground maintenance, fuel refueling, and so on. If the plane wanted to stop at another airport, they would have to pay extra. In addition, the flight crew also had fixed residences in Sanshan, so if they didn't need to use the plane for a short period of time, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was better to let them go back to Sanshan. In fact, he was using the plane less and less these days. After all, the flying boat was more convenient. After having lunch at the Taoyuan Club, Xiao Ruofei gave Wang Qi and Feng Xiaoyi a gift. In fact, they were all products of the Taoyuan company. 2 bottles of Drunken 8 Immortals wine, a box of Dahongpo tea leaves, and a set of Yuji ointment. In addition, among the gifts for Wang Qi, there was also a set of caterpillar fungus. This was something that was good for the elderly. Feng Xiaoyi was still young, so he naturally wouldn't give caterpillar fungus. Of course, the gift was just a small token of his feelings. In fact, Wang Qi and Feng Xiaoyi didn't know that. What was more precious was that Xiao Ruofei felt that he owed Wang Qi a favor. In the future, if there was an opportunity, he must return it. This favor, at the right time, would play an immeasurable role. After arranging the car of the Taoyuan Club to send Wang Qi and Feng Xiaoyi back to Beijing University, Xiao Ruofei also took the commercial car of the Taoyuan Club. Together with Chen Xian, Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others, they returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. After arriving home, Xiao Ruofei directly took everyone to the master's courtyard in the middle. He opened the door and said, "Let's start studying this music score today and try to completely unravel the secret of the token as soon as possible." In comparison, Xiao Ruofei had a sense of urgency compared to Mu Xing and the others. This was because he knew that this token had appeared for more than 300 years. According to the information provided by Yuntai practitioner, it could disappear at any time and then reappear many years later. Chen Xian and the others didn't know this information. The door opened and everyone entered the house together. Chen Xian said, "Brother Xia, where are you going to start? Shouldn't we study the main musical instruments of ancient times first? You know, the sound of different instruments is very different." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "This music score doesn't look like it was written by the ancient people. Although it's hard to determine the age, this kind of score looks even simpler than a simple score. How could it be played with an ancient instrument? So, I've decided to do something simple and crude first." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei's face showed a trace of a smile. "Oh? I'd like to hear the details," Chen Xian said hurriedly. In fact, up until now, the work of deciphering the token was basically led by Xiao Ruofei. Even seniors like Mu Xing and Lu Manxia were used to letting Xiao Ruofei make the decision. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I believe that everyone has seen that this score is extremely simple. Basically, there are only 2 keys, 7 notes, and a number 0 that seems to be the beat symbol. It stands to reason that such a simple score isn't enough to form a song." Speaking up to this point, Xiao Ruofei paused slightly and continued, "But in reality? Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Not only did it form a song, but it also relied on such a simple score, and the simple humming of the tune was extremely beautiful. So, I think we can start from the simplest direction. First, find the correct score, and then consider whether factors such as the instrument will affect the song." "That makes sense." Chen Xian pondered for a moment and nodded, then asked, "How do we do it?" "With the help of the music arrangement software." Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. According to our judgment, enter our score into the music arrangement software according to different situations, and generate several versions of the song. We can just listen to the results directly. Good idea, Xianxia said. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia looked at each other and smiled bitterly at the same time. They didn't know anything about music arrangement software. These few days, they felt like fools who didn't know anything. Xiao Ruofei directly took out his laptop from the Ring 2 space. First, he paid for a professional music arrangement software. After installing it on the computer, he briefly studied it. This kind of professional software generally didn't have a particularly good user experience, and it was still somewhat difficult to operate. However, Xiao Ruofei found a few video tutorials on the software's official website and watched them. Then, he actually tried to operate it. Soon, he had a basic understanding of how to use the software. Xiao Ruofei tried to compose a short piece of music, then smiled and said to Chen Xian, "Brother Chen, you just mentioned the instrument problem. This software can simulate the sound of various instruments. From chimes to guqin, pipa, it has everything." "That's great," Chen Xian said with a smile. "Let's first confirm the song, then use the instrument simulation. We should be able to find the most correct version soon. Then, I'll get to work," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as he moved his shoulders and neck. The next work was actually quite boring, which was to enter the score into the music arrangement software according to the number combination document. Xiao Ruofei first listed a few plans on the paper, mainly related to the different situations represented by negative numbers, and some minor adjustments. In short, they were all guesses that needed to be formed into music through the software. They had to listen to all of them to find the most suitable or the most correct one. Of course, this didn't need to be simulated with a supercomputer, because the final list was only about 20 combinations. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to enter more than 20 times. There were more than 3,000 or 4,000 number combinations each time. It was quite tiring to enter once. If he had to enter more than 20 times, it would be a bit unbearable. There wouldn't be any physical problems, but it was too boring. In fact, Xiao Ruofei only entered each tune into the music arrangement software for the first time. Then, he made a backup of this plan. For the next 20 or so plans, he modified them based on this foundation. Because most of these 20 combinations were actually the same, the areas that needed to be modified were different, but the proportion wasn't very high. Of course, in general, the workload was still very large. Xiao Ruofei didn't finish this work for the entire afternoon. Everyone went to the backyard for dinner, and then Xiao Ruofei continued to work through the night. It wasn't until the second half of the night that Xiao Ruofei entered all 20 combinations into the music arrangement software. He spent some more time checking all of them again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the sky was already bright. Xiao Ruofei stayed up all night again. Now, everyone's trust in Xiao Ruofei was even higher. Last night, they didn't stay in Xiao Ruofei's room the whole time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, they all left, leaving Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue. Of course, Xiao Ruofei couldn't be sure if Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, or even Chen Xian really trusted him completely. He also couldn't rule out the possibility that they used their spiritual power to monitor him after returning to their rooms at night. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei spent the entire night typing in musical notation. She didn't even listen to a small part of it, just so she wouldn't be unable to explain it clearly. In any case, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any intention of monopolizing it. If he wanted to listen to the effect, it was better to wait until everyone was present. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also went to bed in the second half of the night. In the morning, when Xiao Ruofei finished entering all the combinations and stood up to stretch, the two of them woke up again. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue felt sorry for Xiao Ruofei. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei was happy and didn't look tired at all. On the contrary, Xiao Ruofei felt relieved after completing a task that didn't require much skill but was extremely tedious. Moreover, he also couldn't wait to listen to it. What kind of song was it that it had to be hidden so tightly? If he could find the right song, would he be able to discover a shocking secret? Xiao Ruofei let Ling Qingxue and Song Wei freshen up as soon as possible. He walked to the courtyard to stretch his body and breathe in the fresh air. Most importantly, he knew that as long as he appeared in the courtyard, Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others would quickly come out. As expected, just as Xiao Ruofei stretched his limbs and was about to sit down at the stone table, Chen Xian, Mu Xing, and the others walked out of the room one after another. "Good morning." Xiao Ruofei greeted them with a smile. "Brother Xia, you've worked hard." Chen Xian smiled and asked, "You didn't sleep a wink last night?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "Once something is done, it can't be stopped. Might as well finish it in one go." "So, Brother Xia has already finished?" Mu Xing asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "Yes. I took all the possibilities involved in our discussion and formed different song scores. I entered them one by one into the software and generated more than 20 songs. As for the secret that we want to know, whether it's in these 20 songs, I'm not sure." "That's great," Mu Xing said happily. "Brother Xia, it's really been hard on you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Actually, it's all repetitive work that doesn't require any skill. It mainly requires patience." "It's not really hard," Mu Xing deliberately said with a bitter face. "Brother Xia, we old guys don't know anything about the work that doesn't require any skill. After hearing what you said, we feel even more useless." "That's not what I meant," Xiao Ruofei explained. "It's very easy for sect leader Mu to learn these things. It's just that it's not necessary. In terms of learning ability, it would take Mu Xing and Lu Manxia, who were at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, at most a few hours to master the basic knowledge of computer operation and learn how to use a piece of software. However, as Xiao Ruofei said, they usually didn't need it at all, so it was naturally unnecessary. Read books every day." Xiao Ruofei continued, "I plan to listen to these songs now and skip breakfast. What do you think?" "That's exactly what I want," Mu Xing said. "I can't wait either," Lu Manxia said with a smile. Chen Xian said concisely, "Agreed." For cultivators, eating 3 meals a day was more of a continuation of a habit. Their bodies had actually surpassed the scope of ordinary people, so they didn't need to eat every day. In fact, gaining energy by eating food was a relatively low-level way. Cultivators absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth much more directly than eating food. "Then it's settled," Xiao Ruofei said. He directly called Wu Chang and told him that he and the guests wouldn't eat breakfast today. In addition, there was something more important in the master's courtyard, so he asked him to tell everyone not to enter the courtyard. Then, Xiao Ruofei took everyone to the basement. This Sihiyuan had a large basement, in which there was a very professional movie hall, which was basically equipped with a small cinema. The sound system in the movie hall was very professional, so the effect was naturally much better than the sound system of the computer. Xiao Ruofei wanted to listen to more than 20 songs today, so the first thing that came to his mind was to go to the movie hall. In addition to the good sound system, the soundproofing was also very good. Basically, once the door was closed, no sound could be heard from outside. The group walked into the movie hall. There were a total of 8 very comfortable leather sofas in 2 rows, which were placed in a semicircle, facing the movie screen in front of them. Xiao Ruofei asked everyone to find a place to sit down first, then he walked to the small screening room in the movie hall, connected the computer to the sound mixer, and did some simple adjustments. The sound effect was very good. Then, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the screening room and said to everyone, "Everyone, please wait for a moment. I will set up a soundproof barrier, and then we will start listening to the music." After that, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the movie hall and skillfully set up a barrier around it, enveloping the movie hall inside. In this way, the sound wouldn't be heard at all. Xiao Ruofei also considered that the music score was so heavily protected, encrypted and recorded on the token. He didn't know if there would be any special effects. If the sound leaked out and was heard by the staff outside or even the passers-by in the alley, it wouldn't be easy to deal with it. In short, it was better to be careful. After setting up the barrier, Xiao Ruofei returned to the movie hall. Mu Xing and the others were already a little impatient. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Next, I will start playing in order. There are a total of 26 songs, and I have already arranged the numbers. Let's start." Mu Xing said, "We are all ready." Xiao Ruofei nodded and walked into the small screening room next to him. His heart was also full of expectations. He selected the number 1 song on the music arrangement software and clicked play. The melodious tune sounded in the movie hall. The top-notch sound system created a very good surround effect, making people involuntarily immersed in the atmosphere of listening. Xiao Ruofei stood at the door of the screening room, listening to the song carefully with his eyes closed. It had to be said that the tune was very beautiful. Although the score looked very simple, the music formed had a special temperament. It was a bit similar to the folk music style of Xianxia, but it was much better than any folk music Xiao Ruofei had heard. After a long time, the song ended. Xiao Ruofei finally opened his eyes and looked at everyone. "Valley Master Lu, what do you think?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Lu Manxia smiled and said, "It's a beautiful melody, but it shouldn't be the correct version of this song." Mu Xing nodded and said, "The melody is indeed very beautiful, but I keep feeling that some parts are not particularly harmonious. As for the specific reason, I can't tell." "Brother Chen, what do you think?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Qin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, "I feel the same as the 2 seniors. This song shouldn't be the best version." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that everyone feels the same as me." When Xiao Ruofei listened to this song, he also felt that although the melody of the song was very pleasant to listen to, more or less, he could feel a trace of disharmony. This feeling was even more obvious when he released his spiritual power to listen to it. Xiao Ruofei had recorded a total of more than 20 versions of the song. In fact, the differences between each version were very subtle. Perhaps there were only a few small adjustments. Therefore, he basically believed that this song was not the answer they were looking for. "Then let's continue with the second song," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he walked into the screening room and clicked on the second song. This song also made people feel that it was a bit disharmonious, and it was a common feeling for everyone. Then, the third song, the fourth song, Xiao Ruofei and the others listened to 18 songs in a row. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The overall melody of these songs was basically the same, but after some slight adjustments, it gave people a different feeling. What was even rarer was that these 18 songs could definitely be called the best of the best. Any one of these songs, if uploaded to the internet, would definitely be crazily sought after by people who liked folk music. Even people who didn't like to listen to pure music could not help but be attracted. However, to everyone's disappointment, these 18 songs more or less still felt wrong. It felt like they were just a little bit away from perfection, but just a little bit away. Of course, after listening to the 18 songs, although they still didn't gain anything, they were more confident. These 18 songs were enough to prove that the number combination obtained by deciphering the token's floating point pattern through the supercomputer was not a bunch of meaningless numbers. This also confirmed their conclusion: they were really in the right direction this time. Xiao Ruofei was not discouraged. After exchanging opinions with everyone, he opened the 19th song and clicked on the play button. This time, it was the same melody that everyone was already very familiar with. However, when the melody sounded in the screening room, Xiao Ruofei suddenly trembled slightly. His mouth was slightly open. Although his eyes were looking forward, they were obviously not focused. Xiao Ruofei felt as if his soul had left his body, and his consciousness was completely out of his control. Just a moment ago, he was still in the movie hall, but when the music started playing, the scene in front of him changed as if the stars were moving. Xiao Ruofei felt as if he was flying at high speed. Of course, his consciousness was not completely imprisoned. He felt as if he was a weightless body of consciousness, and he was involuntarily flying upwards under the influence of a suction force. He could even feel that the earth was rapidly moving away, and white clouds were rapidly floating past him. In fact, he was moving relative to the white clouds. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei felt as if he had passed through the atmosphere and entered the pitch-black space. He instinctively felt a little scared, but he did not feel any suffocation or discomfort. Only then did he realize that he was not physically leaving Earth, so how could he feel anything? Xiao Ruofei looked down and could already see the huge curved outline of Earth. This was the first time he was looking back at the home of human beings from a first-person perspective, and this spectacular scene was indeed very shocking. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly recovered from this shock, because he found that his consciousness was still moving forward rapidly, and had no intention of stopping at all. As the distance increased, Xiao Ruofei could already see the entire Earth behind him. The blue planet was like a sapphire embedded in the darkness of the universe, and it was so dazzling. Xiao Ruofei felt that he was moving through space at an extremely fast speed, surrounded by absolute darkness and hundreds of millions of years of loneliness. The only light of hope came from the Earth behind him, but it was getting farther and farther away. Even though Xiao Ruofei's psychological quality had long surpassed that of ordinary people, and even though he was already a cultivator at the golden core stage, in such an environment, he still felt a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart. He did not know where he was going, and in front of him was absolute darkness, and there was no end to it. Xiao Ruofei did not know how long he had been flying, but he found a somewhat familiar planet in front of him. He was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the moon? In such a short time, he had already arrived near the moon? Xiao Ruofei was a little dumbfounded. His flying speed did not decrease as he quickly approached the small planet. Seeing the familiar craters and mottled craters on the surface of the celestial body, as well as looking back to confirm the position of Earth, Xiao Ruofei was basically certain that this was indeed the moon that hung in the sky every night. After approaching the moon, Xiao Ruofei found that he finally began to slow down. Could it be that the destination was the moon? A thought came to Xiao Ruofei's mind. His consciousness swept across the surface of the moon and went straight to the back. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel excited. This was the legendary dark side of the moon, as everyone knew, due to tidal locking, only one side of the moon was facing the Earth. The other side was invisible to the Earth. This was what everyone called the far side of the moon. There were many legends about the far side of the moon. Some said that there was an alien base here that was specifically used to monitor the people on Earth. Others said that there were people from the moon living on the far side of the moon. In short, there were all kinds of evil legends. In fact, humans had also sent out probes to check out the situation on the far side of the moon. Huaxia's jade rabbit had even landed on the far side of the moon. From the investigation, the far side of the moon was actually similar to the front of the moon. It was boundless loneliness. Not to mention people from the moon, even single-celled organisms could not be found. Regardless, Xiao Ruofei was more or less looking forward to seeing the far side of the moon. After arriving at the far side of the moon, Xiao Ruofei's flying altitude became lower and lower, but his speed did not decrease by much. After getting close to the moon's surface, Xiao Ruofei also discovered that the craters that looked like pockmarks in various pictures were actually very large. His consciousness swept past one huge crater after another and finally landed on the back of a crater. Then, Xiao Ruofei saw that in this barren valley, there were 8 bright spots that appeared one after another. Each of them lit up 3 times and the order was different each time. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast. The short time difference allowed these bright spots to almost connect into one. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously memorized the positions and order of these bright spots. After the 8 bright spots lit up 3 times, under the thick layer of dust that seemed to have been silent for thousands of years, a pottery that looked a little like a gourd slowly rose. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be a little dumbfounded. This gourd-shaped pottery was obviously an artifact. Why would it appear on the far side of the moon? And what were those 8 bright spots? Everything in front of him seemed to have subverted Xiao Ruofei's understanding. Before he could recover from his shock, the gourd-shaped pottery made a melodious sound. Xiao Ruofei felt that the sound of the music was somewhat familiar, but in his confusion, he could not react for a while. As the music sounded, in the area surrounded by the 8 bright spots, a light curtain slowly appeared. It was like a door of time and space. Xiao Ruofei could even faintly see a world full of green mountains and clear waters behind the curtain of light. It was a world full of spiritual qi, and a similar tune could be heard from the world behind the curtain of light, echoing the music played by the gourd-shaped pottery. The world behind the light curtain door began to become clearer and clearer. At this moment, everything came to an abrupt end. Xiao Ruofei suddenly saw the scene in front of him flash rapidly. It was as if he was rewinding at 16 times the speed. In almost the blink of an eye, he returned to reality. At this time, the sound system also came to the end of the music that gradually weakened. Xiao Ruofei was slightly absent-minded, as if his soul had returned to its original place. Then he suddenly realized that he was listening to a song just now, and then he had such a fantastic experience. The most frightening thing was that Xiao Ruofei, as a cultivator of the gold core stage, was not aware that his mind was captured by the music just now. He even forgot who he was and where he came from. He thought that everything in space was personally experienced by him. Xiao Ruofei still remembered everything that he had experienced just now. Although it was called an illusion, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was not just an illusion. His attainments in array Dao were quite good, and he had personally set up many illusion arrays. No matter how exquisite the illusion array was, it was difficult to achieve the effect of being immersed in the illusion array and completely forgetting oneself. Moreover, when Xiao Ruofei heard the end of the music just now, he suddenly realized, in his experience in the illusion, the corresponding music that came from the gourd-shaped pottery and the light curtain door seemed to be the music that was being played on the computer. When Xiao Ruofei was slightly absent-minded, the music finished playing and the movie hall was restored to silence. No one made a sound. After a long while, Xiao Ruofei was the first to say, "The song we are looking for is this." Although there were still a few songs that had not been heard, Xiao Ruofei had already said his conclusion with certainty. Everyone had obviously just recovered from the shock. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Xianxia could not help but be shocked and said, "That's right. This is it." Lu Manxia nodded and said, "This song is indeed different from the previous 18 songs. I can feel that the slightly uncoordinated parts before have become very smooth." Mu Xing also nodded and said, "Indeed, I feel the same as Ballet Master Lu." Xiao Ruofei's face showed a strange expression. He looked at Xianxia, who also had a strange expression, and could not help but ask, "Did everyone see that magical scene just now?" Xianxia, Ling Qingxue, Yu Xin, and Mu Jianfei nodded at the same time. Song Wei, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia showed a puzzled expression. Lu Manxia saw that her disciple Yu Xin also nodded and could not help but ask, "Xin, what did you see just now?" Yu Xin asked in surprise, "Master, you didn't have that magical experience just now?" Lu Manxia frowned slightly and shook her head. "I can hear that this song is obviously much better than the previous 18 songs. To be precise, I can't find any flaws. But it's just a song. I didn't have any magical experience." Mu Xing also stared at Mu Jianfei and asked, "Jianfei, what did you experience just now? Why didn't I feel anything at all?" Song Wei was also puzzled. Obviously, he did not have any reaction after listening to the song. "Father, let Brother Ruofei speak," Mu Jianfei said. He was also a little confused at this time. He never thought that his father, who was almost omnipotent in his mind, would actually lose to him in listening to a song. Xiao Ruofei showed a thoughtful expression and said, "Seniors, please don't be impatient. Let's confirm it first." Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at the few people who had the same reaction after listening to the song. Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, Brother Jianfei, Miss Xin, and Qingxue, let's confirm if everyone experienced the same scene." Qin Xian, Ling Qingxue, and the others naturally nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll say it first. After the song sounded, my consciousness was immediately immersed. Then, it was like a movie in front of my eyes. I felt like I was quickly flying away from the earth." Qin Xian nodded and said, "After flying in the lonely space for a long time, I saw the moon. I flew directly to the back of the moon and passed many huge craters on the way," Mu Jianfei added. "I slowed down and landed on the back of a crater," Yu Xin said with a slightly red face. "Then, 8 lights lit up one by one, then, a strange instrument appeared and began to play music," Ling Qingxue added. Xiao Ruofei was now sure that everyone experienced the same scene. He nodded and finally said, "Then, as the music sounded, a door of light appeared. I could vaguely see that it was like a fairyland inside. Also, similar music came out of the door of light and echoed each other. Then, the experience ended and everyone's consciousness returned to their bodies, right?" Qin Xian, Ling Qingxue, Mu Jianfei, and Yu Xin all nodded. Obviously, everyone had experienced the same thing. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia were stunned. Of course, Song Wei also felt that it was incredible. In just a short period of time, Xiao Ruofei and the others had experienced such a magical scene. Obviously, the appearance of this scene was related to the music. At the end, when it was about to end, the music was also a kind of response. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia knew that this experience was closely related to the secret of the token. It contained a lot of key information, but they didn't react at all. At this time, Xianxia said, "There's one more thing. Did you notice? Although that experience was like a dream, it's now like it's imprinted in our minds. Every detail is clear and there's nothing left out." Xiao Ruofei sensed it and nodded. That's right. This feeling was similar to when he had received various ancient books and techniques through the inheritance jade talisman. It was completely imprinted in his mind and couldn't be erased. Thinking about how he had memorized the order of the 8 light spots, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. At that time, he didn't need to deliberately record it. He definitely wouldn't forget it because that experience had been imprinted in his mind after listening to the music once. What's going on? Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, why can't Valley Master Lu, Miss Song, and I feel any of this? Is it because we're in the wrong position? Should we change seats and listen to it again? In fact, Xiao Ruofei already had a guess in his heart. However, Mu Xing's request wasn't too much, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. In fact, he yearned for the experience just now and wondered if he could experience it again. Therefore, Mu Xing and Mu Jianfei changed seats. Similarly, Lu Manxia and Yu Xianxia, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei also changed seats. Then, Xiao Ruofei walked into the screening room again and played music number 19 again. The beautiful and mellow music resounded in the movie hall again. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously closed his eyes, but the feeling of his consciousness leaving his body and the stars moving did not appear. He opened his eyes and looked at everyone, and found that everyone was in the same situation as him. Chen Xian, Ling Qingxue, Mu Jianfei and Yu Xianxia. The 4 of them had entered that wonderful scene like Xiao Ruofei before, but this time, it obviously didn't happen. It turned out that it was a one-time thing. Mu Xing, Lu Manxia and Song Wei, who couldn't enter the space and moon scenes before, didn't enter that wonderful scene just because they changed seats. Everyone listened to the song until the last note was played. The movie hall fell into a long silence. Everyone was silent. Especially Mu Xing and Lu Manxia, they obviously found it hard to accept. Why couldn't they do the same thing as Xiao Ruofei, Chen Xian and the others? Even their son and apprentice could do it, but they couldn't do it at all. Where could they put their old faces? There was a brief moment of silence in the room. In the end, it was Lu Manxia who broke the silence. She calmly said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, I want to listen to the remaining versions of the song." Mu Xing also nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, let's listen to the rest of the song." Xiao Ruofei knew what these 2 middle-stage Golden Core seniors were thinking. They were just unwilling to give up. They thought that maybe the effect of the song varied from person to person. What if the later version of the song could also make them enter that wonderful state? Xiao Ruofei knew that the possibility of this was very low. He vaguely felt that the song just now was the only correct answer, and it was impossible for it to appear again. However, since the 2 of them had made this request, he couldn't refuse. It was just a matter of spending more time. Anyway, he had already found the song. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't object to listening to the last few songs. He nodded and said, "No problem." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei walked into the screening room. Lu Manxia and Mu Jianfei didn't change their seats. They were still sitting in Yu Xianxia and Mu Jianfei's seats. Xiao Ruofei operated the music arrangement software and began to play the 20th song. The melodious music sounded again in the movie hall. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia listened attentively. To their disappointment, they didn't enter that wonderful state. The song ended and no one spoke. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything and directly played the 21st song. After the song was played, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia still didn't have any reaction. Then, the 22nd song, the 23rd song, in a short while, all 26 songs were played. When the last note of the last song ended and the movie hall returned to silence, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia finally gave up. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly at the same time. Mu Xing sighed and said, "How can this be? Why can Jianfei react to the song, but Valley Master Lu and I can't?" Mu Jianfei had a strange expression on his face. He felt that there was something wrong with his father's words. No matter how he listened to it, it sounded awkward. Chen Xian thought for a moment and said, "Seniors, could it be because your cultivation is too high? You two are the only two Oris Core middle stage cultivators here today. Among the rest of us, the highest cultivation is only at the early Oris Core stage. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Ruofei. Although he and Xiao Ruofei were both at the early stage of the Gold Core realm, he had to admit that Xiao Ruofei should be much stronger than him. The person with the highest cultivation was naturally Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't agree with Xianxia's judgment. Although his cultivation was at the early stage of the Oris Core realm, his strength was definitely not weaker than a middle-stage Oris Core cultivator. Moreover, in terms of spiritual power alone, he wasn't weaker than a late-stage Oris Core cultivator. If one's cultivation was at the middle stage of the Oris Core realm or even higher, they wouldn't be able to react to the song. Xiao Ruofei felt that he was very likely to be the same as Mu Xing and Lu Manxia. Lu Manxia smiled bitterly and said, "There's a limit to cultivation? Moreover, there's only a limit. How can there be such a thing? If the song didn't work when one's cultivation was at or above the middle stage of the Oris Core realm, it was indeed a bit of a trap." Moreover, Mu Jianfei, Yu Xian and Ling Qingxue were all at the ore refining realm. In other words, there was only a limit to cultivation, but there was no limit. That was even more of a trap. It was as if the song was tailor-made for Lu Manxia and Mu Xing. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "This is only Brother Chen's guess. No one knows the truth yet. We can only analyze it further. However, I personally think that there might not be a limit to cultivation, or even a requirement to the cultivator's level of music theory. Dali Master Lu and Weiwei's attainments in music theory are definitely higher than mine." Ling Qingxue also nodded and said, "I agree with Ruofei's deduction. I know almost nothing about music, and Weiwei is much better than I am. However, the truth is that she didn't react to the song at all. As for me, almost as soon as the first note sounded, I was quickly immersed in the scene." Songwei also felt a little depressed. In the process of deciphering this music score, she had played the biggest role. In fact, most of the details of the 19th song that was selected were actually handled according to Songwei's speculations. The facts proved that her speculations were very accurate. However, accurate analysis was of no use at all. When the song was actually played, she could only appreciate the beautiful melody like a bystander. She couldn't immerse herself in the wonderful scene like Ling Qingxue. Xian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Xia, now we can basically confirm that the 19th song is the correct answer. However, there are still many questions, including the situation of Senior Mu and Senior Lu. It is also very puzzling, so." Speaking of this, Xian paused for a moment, looked around at everyone, and then said, "My suggestion is to make two preparations. On the one hand, we should seize the time to study some key information in the wonderful scene and try to completely crack the secret of the token as soon as possible. On the other hand, we should further confirm what kind of criteria the song has for the selection of listeners." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I agree with Brother Chen's opinion. As for the first question, 5 of us have now experienced that scene. If we sit down and review it together in the next 2 days, we should be able to gain something. As for the second question, does Brother Chen have any good ideas?" In fact, Xiao Ruofei could more or less guess Xian's intention, but he would definitely not take the initiative to say this kind of thing. If he let Xian say it, he could at least gain a favor, right? Sure enough, Xian said directly, "My suggestion is to expand the scope of the selection and let more cultivators listen to this song. Let's see who can respond to the song and who can't enter that scene like Senior Mu and Senior Lu. Only when we get more data can we further analyze it." Mu Xing said, "I think it's okay. However, the members must be selected from our forces, and they must be absolutely reliable." Lu Manxia also nodded and said, "Sect leader Mu's point is very important. In addition, I also want to add that we should try to distinguish the levels as much as possible. Among the participants, there must be cultivators in the Qi refining realm and the Gold Core realm. And it's best if there are cultivators above the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. In this way, the test results will be more accurate." After Lu Manxia finished speaking, she turned her eyes to Xian. The reason was very simple. Whether it was the Surging Wave sect or the Soaring Flower Valley, they only had one cultivator at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, and that was Lu Manxia and Mu Xing. Therefore, it was impossible for them to send another cultivator at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. As for Xiao Ruofei, strictly speaking, he didn't have his own force at all. Even if the star-picking sect was counted, there was only one cultivator at the Gold Core realm, Luo Qingfeng, and he was only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Therefore, Lu Mancha's additional suggestion could only fall on Xianxia and the Tianyi school where Xianxia was. Xianxia's father, the head of the Tianyi school, Chen Nanfeng, was a cultivator at the late stage of the Gold Core realm, and the Tianyi school also had 2 elders at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Now, only the Tianyi school could send out high-end fighters above the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Qin Xian was naturally eager for all the experts in the sect to come and listen to this song, so he naturally wouldn't have any objections. Moreover, he couldn't show it. He had to say in a slightly reserved manner, "I agree. If necessary, the Tianyi school is willing to send out 2 elders at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Even my father can come and test it." After saying that, Qin Xian turned his eyes to Xiao Ruofei. In fact, it was a little unfair to Xiao Ruofei to expand the scope of the information. The Tianyi school, the Surging Wave sect, and the Soaring Flower Valley could all choose enough candidates, but it was unlikely for Xiao Ruofei to do so. However, the token was provided by everyone. According to the current situation, Xiao Ruofei had 20% of the shares. The more people there were, the more Xiao Ruofei would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, not only Qin Xian, but even Mu Xing and Lu Manxia also looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei knew everyone's concerns, so he said with a faint smile, "I have no objection. As for how many people each force will send, we can discuss it together. I don't think there are too many people on my side. At most, I'll ask sect leader Luo to bring 1 more disciple." 2 people. Qin Xian, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia were slightly relieved. In the end, they discussed it and decided that each force would send 5 people. Of course, Xiao Ruofei would only send 2 people. The reason why they decided on 5 people was that they had considered it carefully. The Tianyi sect would send 2 elders at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. In addition, Chen Nanfeng would also come in person if nothing unexpected happened. Thus, 3 people would be used up. The remaining 2 people were the lowest allocation because the Tianyi sect would definitely send an early-stage Gold Core realm cultivator and a Qi refining realm cultivator. As for the Surging Wave sect and the Soaring Flower Valley, they didn't have more middle-stage Gold Core realm cultivators, so they would at least send 1 early-stage Gold Core realm cultivator, or 2 or 3 at most. The remaining people would naturally be Qi refining realm cultivators. In any case, since the Tianyi sect had sent 5 people, the Surging Wave sect and the Soaring Flower Valley naturally couldn't lose out. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any objection. Therefore, Qin Xian and the other 2 immediately contacted their sects and asked them to come to the capital as soon as possible. Everyone decided to set the location of the next stage of the test at Xiao Ruofei's courtyard house for the sake of balance. At the same time, they also wanted to make Xiao Ruofei feel more at ease. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia were the leaders of their respective sects, so they could make their own decisions. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided on the candidates and directly informed their sects so that the selected people could come as soon as possible. However, Qin Xian couldn't make the decision. He still had to report to his father, Chen Nanfeng, first. After hearing Qin Xian's report, Chen Nanfeng didn't raise any objections. He also agreed without hesitation that he would personally go to the capital. After finalizing the candidates, the next step was to wait for everyone to arrive. Including the people from the star-picking sect, there were a total of 17 people coming. Xiao Ruofei also asked Wu Chong to organize people in advance to thoroughly clean the guest rooms in the front yard and the middle yard to prepare for the reception. Fortunately, Lu Heihutong's courtyard house was big enough, so it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate another 17 people. Everyone had different distances to travel, but cultivators could travel very quickly at full speed. Therefore, everyone only needed to wait for 2 days at the latest. Moreover, they wouldn't just wait for 2 days. Xiao Ruofei, Qin Xian, Ling Qingxue, Yu Xian and Mu Jianfei had all experienced that magical scene. Therefore, during these 2 days, everyone mainly sat down and discussed, hoping to find out the key information. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia also participated in the discussion. Although they hadn't experienced the scene, they could still obtain a lot of information from listening to everyone's descriptions. Moreover, they had rich cultivation experience, which would be of great help in deciphering the secret of the token. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days, the people sent by the 3 major sects had all arrived. When Luo Qingfeng received Xia Ruofei's notice, he immediately flew over on his sword with Wang Shan, a disciple in the Qi refinement stage. Because he had to fly with Wang Shan all the way, Luo Qingfeng was also very tired. However, he also successfully arrived at Lu Heihutong's courtyard house a day earlier. After arriving, Luo Qingfeng basically took on the role of half a host, running around with Wang Shan in charge of receiving the guests. This also saved Xia Ruofei a lot of trouble. After all, these were all elites of the cultivation world. It was inconvenient for Wu Chang to receive them. With Luo Qingfeng's status, it was quite appropriate for him to be in charge of receiving them personally. Even Chen Nanfeng didn't feel that he was being neglected. In fact, Chen Nanfeng also arrived in the capital on the first day. However, he flew over on his sword first. The other 2 mid-Oris core stage elders and 1 early Oris core stage elder followed behind with a Qi refinement cultivator. After arriving at the courtyard house in the capital, Chen Nanfeng specially had a long talk with Xiao Ruofei. This time, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel the invisible pressure. On the contrary, he could vaguely feel the goodwill released by Chen Nanfeng. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't completely let down his guard. After all, Chen Nanfeng should be one of the few people in the cultivation world who could pose a huge threat to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei even did the same as before. He tried his best to let Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stay with him. This way, if anything unexpected happened, he could immediately put the 2 of them in the Ring 2 space for protection. Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia were all old acquaintances, so he wasn't bored. He made tea and chatted with his old friends in Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. Before everyone arrived, Chen Nanfeng didn't mention that he wanted to listen to the song in advance. He was very patient. The next day, after everyone arrived, Xia Ruofei brought everyone to the underground movie hall. In addition to Chen Nanfeng, who was a late-stage golden core cultivator, the Tianyi sect also had 2 middle-stage golden core elders. They were called Shen Tianfeng and Han Guangdi. Another early-stage golden core elder was called Wang Fan. Finally, there was a female disciple in the Qi refinement stage, Su Yuro. On the Cunglong sect's side, 2 early-stage golden core elders, Mu Hua and Mu Huashan, came. Elder Mu Hua also participated in the last auction and had met Xia Ruofei once. The other 3 were all disciples in the Qi refinement stage. The 3 of them were 2 men and 1 woman. Their names were Mu Jianran, Mu Jianbin, and Mu Jianping. These few should be the outstanding younger generation of the Cunglong sect. On the Soaring Flower Valley's side, only 1 early-stage golden core elder came. He also participated in the last auction and had met Xia Ruofei once. The other 4 were all disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Their names were Li Wan, Guoku, Lu Minmin, and Gao Xiaolan, and they were all female disciples. In fact, all the disciples in the Soaring Flower Valley were female. It could be said that it was a forbidden place for male cultivators. Xia Ruofei looked around with a smile and then said, "Seniors, fellow Taoists, thank you for coming to the capital as soon as possible. Next, I will play a song. Just listen carefully. If you have any feelings after listening to it, please tell me honestly. Thank you." In order to limit the scope of their knowledge as much as possible, the disciples of several sects were still unaware of their mission in the capital, including Luo Qingfeng and Wang Shan from the star-picking sect. Of course, as the sect leader of the Tianyi sect, Chen Nanfeng naturally knew about this. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not explain the matter very clearly. He only said that he wanted everyone to listen to a song. After everyone had arrived in the capital, they had all received orders from their respective headmasters to obey Xiao Ruofei's arrangements. They were to do whatever they were told and were not allowed to ask too much. Thus, everyone had nodded and no one had asked the purpose of this. Xiao Ruofei looked at Qin Xian, Yu Xian Mu Jianfei, and the others who were sitting outside the crowd. Like Xiao Ruofei, they quickly entered that wonderful dream after listening to the song. This time, their mission was to observe everyone's reaction when they heard the song. Xiao Ruofei and the others would certainly ask everyone how they felt after listening to the song, but they could not rule out the possibility that some people would not tell the truth. Therefore, it was necessary to let these people who had personally experienced that wonderful experience observe from the side. Qin Xian and the others nodded slightly at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei walked into the screening room and began to play the song. While the song was playing, Xiao Ruofei also walked out of the screening room and carefully observed the reactions of Chen Nanfeng and the others after listening to the song. According to his experience, if the song was effective, it could basically pull people into that wonderful situation as soon as the first note sounded. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei glanced around, he already had a rough idea of who could react to the song and who could not. Xiao Ruofei revealed an intoxicated expression as he admired the beautiful song while observing these cultivators who were listening to the song for the first time. As long as they entered that wonderful situation once, this song would no longer have any effect on them after listening to it again. That wonderful experience could only be experienced once. Unknowingly, the song finished playing. Xiao Ruofei walked into the screening room and turned off the music arrangement software. Then, he walked out of the room and looked at Chen Nanfeng for advice. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Nanfeng's face as he lightly shook his head without a trace. Xiao Ruofei nodded to himself. In fact, he had already gotten the answer. It seemed that Chen Nanfeng was honest and did not lie about this matter. Of all the people who listened to this song for the first time, only Chen Nanfeng knew about it. If he wanted to pretend that he had entered that strange place, he would be able to come up with a perfect excuse. However, Xiao Ruofei also paid special attention to Chen Nanfeng while the song was playing. He could tell that although Chen Nanfeng was listening very seriously, he most likely did not enter that magical experience. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Chen Nanfeng would say that he had a reaction to the song. If that was the case, there was nothing they could do. In the world of cultivation, the fist was the absolute truth. Chen Nanfeng was basically invincible in the current world of cultivation on Earth, excluding the hidden masters. If the number one master in the world of cultivation acted shamelessly, no one could do anything to him. Fortunately, Chen Nanfeng's character was not bad, or he had other considerations, so he did not play any tricks on this matter. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Now that everyone has finished listening, according to our arrangement, everyone will report to their respective sect leaders. I will summarize the situation later." This was also arranged in advance. First, each sect would understand the situation, and then everyone would analyze it together. Even the venues for each sect had been arranged. It was just a few relatively spacious guest rooms. Xiao Ruofei even set up a soundproof barrier for them. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he said directly, "Sect leader Luo, Wang Shan, come with me." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the lead and walked out of the movie hall. He directly took Luo Qingfeng and Wang Shan to the living room of his master suite. After closing the door, Xiao Ruofei asked directly, "After listening to the song, did you two have any different experiences or feelings?" Luo Qingfeng and Wang Shan were slightly stunned, and then they shook their heads at the same time. Luo Qingfeng asked with a puzzled expression, "Great Elder, this song is very good. I have never heard such a melody before, but that's it." Because Wang Shan was present, Luo Qingfeng naturally couldn't call Xiao Ruofei master. Using the honorary position of Great Elder to call him was not disrespectful, and it wouldn't make him seem too flattering. Obviously, it was the most suitable title. Xiao Ruofei basically knew the result through observation, but he still had a glimmer of hope. After reading the feedback of Luo Qingfeng and Wang Shan, Xiao Ruofei secretly smiled bitterly. He said, "It's nothing. Since you don't have any other reactions, it means that you and this song are not fated. This is the end of the matter. Don't ask any more." Luo Qingfeng and Wang Shan nodded at the same time. Xiao Ruofei continued, "I'll trouble Wang Shan to stay and help me receive these cultivators for the next 2 days. Sect leader Luo, if you have something to do in the sect, you can go back first." Luo Qingfeng said with a smile, "The whole sect has been relatively stable recently. I'm not in a hurry to go back. It's better for me to stay and help." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, sect leader Luo. The Tianyi school, the Canglang school, and the Soaring Flower Valley were also in their guest rooms, interrogating the elders and disciples who had been temporarily recruited this time. The three sects were all interrogating one-on-one. The others were waiting outside, but they were not allowed to communicate with each other. Chen Xian, Mu Jianfei, and Yu Xian'er were also in the guest rooms of their respective sects to assist. Soon, the results were out. Xia Ruofei, Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia came to the living room of the master room in the middle courtyard. Xia Ruofei casually set up a soundproof ward and then asked, "Seniors, how is it going?" "The two of us from the star-picking sect didn't respond to the music." Chen Nanfeng said with a wry smile, "I'm ashamed to say that as the head of the Tianyi school, I can't respond to the music. Among the 5 of us from the Tianyi school, only 2 of us successfully entered the situation you described. They are Shen Tianfeng and Su Yuro." After Chen Nanfeng finished speaking, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia frowned slightly at the same time. This was not good news for them. Because Shen Tianfeng, the elder of the Tianyi school, was a cultivator at the Elixir Realm middle stage. Since Shen Tianfeng could respond to the music, it meant that the selection criteria of the music was not cultivation. The 2 of them were not unable to respond to the music because their cultivation was too high, but because they did not meet the selection criteria of the music in other aspects. Or to be more precise, it should be that one of their conditions did not meet the selection criteria of the token maker. Of course, what comforted Mu Xing and Lu Manxia a little was that Chen Nanfeng, a cultivator at the Elixir Realm last stage, had become their fellow sufferer just like them. But in any case, the Tianyi school had 3 people who met the criteria, and they were respectively at the Elixir Realm middle stage, Elixir Realm early stage, and Qi refining stage. It could be said that the cultivation levels were very evenly distributed. But the situation of Mu Xing and Lu Manxia's sects was not so good. Lu Manxia smiled bitterly and said, "Our Soaring Flower Valley was almost wiped out." Fortunately, Elder Yang Lu could respond to the music and entered that wonderful situation. Mu Xing also said, "We are Elder Mu Hua and Mu Jianpain. Both of us responded to the music." Xia Ruofei silently compared them in his heart and knew that the people who met the selection criteria of the music were the same as what he had observed before. The 3 heads did not lie about this matter. In this way, the Tianyi school had 3 people, namely Shen Tianfeng at the Elixir Realm middle stage, Chen Xian at the Elixir Realm early stage, and Su Yuro at the Qi refining stage. The Surging Wave sect also had 3 people, namely Mu Hua at the Elixir Realm early stage, and Mu Jianfei and Mu Jianpain at the Qi refining stage. The Soaring Flower Valley had 2 people, namely Elder Yang Lu at the Elixir Realm early stage and disciple Yu Xian'er at the Qi refining stage. Xia Ruofei was limited by his own strength, and Luo Qingfeng and Wang Shan did not meet the requirements, so he should have been alone. However, Ling Qingxue had already responded to the music, so she was a qualified candidate. Ling Qingxue was naturally on Xia Ruofei's side, so in fact, Xia Ruofei's side also had 2 people, whose cultivations were at the Elixir Realm early stage and the Qi refining stage respectively. This was almost the same situation as the Soaring Flower Valley. In terms of absolute strength, Xia Ruofei's side was stronger. Ling Qingxue's cultivation might not be as good as Yu Xian'er's, but Xia Ruofei's strength was far stronger than Yang Liu's. Xia Ruofei quickly summarized the situation in his mind, and then said, "In that case, let the qualified fellow stay. Let's continue to discuss some key information about the wonderful situation. As for the other fellows who don't meet the requirements, if they want to stay in the capital for a while, I'll find someone to arrange for them. If they want to go back, they can go back now." Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei added, "Of course, sect leader Chen, sect leader Mu, and Valley Master Lu will stay to preside over the overall situation." Embarrassment flashed across the faces of Chen Nanfeng and the other 2. Speaking of which, the 3 of them did not meet the requirements. However, they were the leaders of their respective sects, so they naturally could not be treated like ordinary disciples. Moreover, many things needed to be decided by them. For example, Chen Xian basically could not make any decisions, and he had to ask Chen Nanfeng for instructions. Therefore, even if the 3 of them did not meet the requirements, they had to stay. Chen Nanfeng said, "The elders or disciples who don't meet the requirements should not stay in the capital anymore. Let everyone go back." Mu Xing and Lu Manxia both nodded in agreement. After all, what everyone was most concerned about now was to crack the secret of the token. Soon, the three sects arranged everything. The disciples who did not meet the requirements were led by the elders to go back thousands of miles away. As for the people who were chosen by the music, they stayed in the Sihiyuan of Luhai Alley. Soon, everyone was summoned to the movie hall in the basement. Xiao Ruofei looked around and said with a smile, "Everyone here is fated to hear that song. Everyone has experienced that wonderful and unforgettable scene. However, some of you may not know the origin of this song. Let me introduce it to you first." Mu Hua and the others immediately focused their eyes on Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, "The whole thing started with the 5 sages token." Then, Xiao Ruofei told everyone about the efforts they had made to crack the token, the detours they had taken, and the results they had achieved. In the end, he mentioned the wonderful song. At this time, Mu Hua and the others realized that the scene they had experienced when listening to the song was actually related to the legendary 5 sages token. Everyone suddenly became a little excited. Even Shen Tianfeng, who was at the middle stage of Gold Core, could not help but show a slightly shocked expression. At this time, Chen Nanfeng stood up and said, "Everyone has heard Xiao Ruofei's introduction. I hope that everyone will first keep their mouths shut. This is a matter of great importance. You must not leak the news. In addition, you are the people who were chosen by the music. The secret of cracking the token will fall on you. I hope that everyone can work together." Chen Nanfeng was the most powerful person in the cultivation world. He was naturally full of confidence when he said these words. At this time, Mu Xing's face suddenly changed slightly. He could not help but cry out. "What happened?" Chen Nanfeng asked quickly. Mu Xing's complexion became very unsightly. He said, "My 5 saints token disappeared without a trace. I put it in the storage ring. How could it suddenly disappear? It's really a ghost." In fact, after the floating point pattern was scanned, everyone had already separated the 5 sages tokens and kept their own tokens. Mu Xing had just been looking for something in the storage ring and accidentally found that the 5 sages token had disappeared. He scanned every corner of the storage ring with his spiritual strength, but there was no trace of the token. As soon as Mu Xing said this, everyone's faces changed. Soon, Lu Manxia also looked as if she had seen a ghost and said, My token is also gone." Hearing this, Chen Nanfeng's expression changed. He quickly looked at Qin Xian and asked, "Xian, where are our 2 tokens?" The Tianyi Palace was the only sect that had 2 5 sages tokens. This time, Qin Xian went down the mountain to experience the world, so Chen Nanfeng gave the token to him. Yesterday, Chen Nanfeng rushed to the capital and did not take the token back. He still handed it to Qin Xian for safekeeping. Qin Xian's face became a little pale. Even his voice was trembling. "It's gone. Both of them are gone. What's going on?" At this time, everyone remembered that there was another owner of the token, so they all looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Don't look at me. When Senior Mu said that his token was gone, I immediately checked mine. It was indeed gone." Xiao Ruofei's 5 sages token was placed in the ring to space, but it had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei did not notice it at all. Xiao Ruofei could be said to have absolute control over the ring to space now. It was absolutely impossible for a token to disappear in the space without him, the owner, noticing it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was actually quite shocked. Of course, he was shocked by this ingenious method, not the disappearance of the token. Xiao Ruofei had learned from Yuntai that one of the mysterious characteristics of the Rising Dragon token was that it would mysteriously disappear every 300 years or so, and then reappear in every corner of the cultivation world after 50 years or so. The 300 years or so was not a definite period of time. Sometimes the token would disappear after 300 years, and sometimes it would be a little longer. Xiao Ruofei could judge from the era of the previous owner of the Ring to Space, Shenren Shanhe, that the token he owned had been in the Ring to Space for at least 300 years. In other words, according to the past pattern, the token could disappear at any time. Therefore, he had always felt a sense of urgency when he learned about this characteristic. This was also the main reason why Xiao Ruofei was willing to take a little risk and take the initiative to tell them that he owned the last token, and actively promote the secret research of the token. Xiao Ruofei knew that the token would mysteriously disappear sooner or later. This day could come at any time. However, he did not expect that the token would really disappear just as they made a little progress in the research of the token. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a little scared. If he did not work hard to promote the research of the token, the next time the token appeared would be 50 years later. For a young man in his 20s, 50 years was really a very long time span. Xiao Ruofei knew about this characteristic of the rising dragon token, but the other cultivators, including Chen Nanfeng, who was at the late stage of the Jindan realm, were completely unaware of it. Therefore, at this time everyone seemed a little flustered. Chen Nanfeng frowned and said, "How could this happen? Everyone keeps their tokens in their storage space. Who would have such a heaven-defying method to steal their tokens without anyone noticing?" Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart, "Fortunately, after scanning the high-definition picture of the floating point pattern last time, everyone separated the token and kept it separately. If it was still in the same state and kept by one person, it would be impossible to clear his name." This time, Xiao Ruofei was the leader of the research of the token, so if it was really kept by one person, that person would most likely be Xiao Ruofei. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia also had no clue. The token was personally kept by the two of them, and it was inexplicable that it disappeared. If it had been stolen or snatched by someone, at least there would be a target. But now, there was no clue at all. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Seniors, my master once told me that the token would mysteriously disappear every 300 years or so. Whether it was in a storage magic treasure, a heavily guarded treasure house, or even a forbidden area, the result would be the same. It would disappear into thin air, as if it had never appeared here. So, I think this might be the case this time." Chen Nanfeng's expression changed and he hurriedly asked, "Fellow Daoist Xia, your token was also given to you by your master?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, my master said this to me when he gave me the token. So, I think that the disappearance of the token this time was not due to an expert stealing it, but that it had reached the time when the token would automatically disappear." Xiao Ruofei did not have a master, and he deliberately did not mention much about this master in order to create a sense of mystery. Chen Nanfeng had already guessed that Xiao Ruofei's master was the nascent soul stage ancestor of the star-picking sect, so he did not have the slightest doubt. Instead, he attached great importance to this new information. In Chen Nanfeng's view, Xiao Ruofei taking the initiative to take out the token and actively promoting the research of the token during this period of time was a little illogical. But now, it seemed that there was a reasonable explanation. Mu Xing said, "If that's the case, then it's all thanks to little brother Xia this time." Lu Manxia also came back to her senses. She took a deep look at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Yes. Now that we have the most crucial information of the token, even if the token disappeared, we can still continue to explore. It can be said that fellow Daoist Xia's contribution to being able to make such important progress in such a short period of time cannot go unnoticed." Chen Nanfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "That's true. Although the token is gone now, we can still continue our research on it. Moreover, if it weren't for fellow Daoist Xia, we might not have made any progress until the token disappeared. Then all our efforts over the past few decades would have been in vain." Xiao Ruofei said modestly, "Seniors, I dare not claim credit. This is the result of everyone's hard work. By the way, my master also told me that after the token disappears, it will appear in every corner of the cultivation world about 50 years later. In the end, it will be collected by everyone." "Oh? There's such a thing?" This was the first time Chen Nanfeng had heard of such a thing, so he couldn't help but be interested. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Master also said that after the token reappears, the style will be the same after the combination, but the floating point pattern will be different every time." Chen Nanfeng and the others looked at each other, and they all revealed shocked expressions. First of all, for Xiao Ruofei's master to know such important information, it was very likely that he had experienced the appearance and disappearance of the token several times. This mysterious master had lived for at least 600 to 700 years, or even longer. In this way, the identity of Xiao Ruofei's master seemed to be even closer to the nascent soul stage master that Chen Nanfeng had guessed. Secondly, Xiao Ruofei and the others had already deciphered the floating point pattern once. If the information provided by Xia Ruofei was true, and the floating point pattern was different every time, it meant that the number combination that was deciphered would also be different. In the end, it meant that a new piece of music would be produced. Chen Nanfeng pondered for a long time and finally said, "So, every 350 years or so, the token will provide a completely different piece of music. What does this mean?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Sect leader Chen, I'll analyze it first." "Okay, we're all ears," Chen Nanfeng said hurriedly. Now it seemed that Xia Ruofei had more information than them. Chen Nanfeng and the others naturally attached great importance to Xia Ruofei's analysis of the whole matter. Xia Ruofei said, "The most intuitive understanding is that different pieces of music provide different information. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble." Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Xia Ruofei continued, "Most of you have experienced the experience of the moon. I personally feel that this piece of music should play a role similar to a map. In other words, there might really be such a secret realm on the far side of the moon. If we follow the scene that we experienced when listening to the music and find the crater along the route, we might be able to enter the secret realm." Everyone had a thoughtful look on their faces. In fact, Xia Ruofei's inference was the most intuitive. It was also the first possibility that came to everyone's mind after receiving so much information. Chen Nanfeng pondered for a while and said, "According to fellow Xia, we should explore the moon?" Although cultivators in the golden core stage could already fly on their swords, they were still far from being able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. It was even more impossible for them to fly out of the atmosphere and enter outer space. As for the distance between the moon and the earth, it was extremely far for cultivators in the golden core stage. In the eyes of the older generation of cultivators like Chen Nanfeng, the moon was just a concept in myths and legends that they heard when they were young. If there was such a secret realm on the moon, could it be the legendary Moon Palace? Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "The only way to verify whether this guess is correct is to find the crater and try to open a secret realm." In fact, if they could find the crater, they could basically confirm that the illusion created by the music actually existed and was not a virtual image. Chen Nanfeng frowned slightly and said, "It's easier said than done to go to the moon. Let's not talk about this for now." Xia Ruofei said, "Sect leader Chen, we are now analyzing which is the most likely. As for how to achieve it, that's the next step." Chen Nanfeng nodded in agreement and said, "Fellow Xia, please continue." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's go back to the token. As I said just now, the change in the floating point pattern of the token means that even if we collect 5 more tokens 50 years later, we should get another piece of music. According to the experience just now, the message of this new piece of music should be different. What does this mean?" After Xia Ruofei asked this question, he looked at everyone quietly and waited for them to think about it themselves. Everyone present was an elite in the cultivation world. Naturally, they didn't need to think hard about such a simple question. Soon, Mu Xing's face changed slightly and he said, "The change in the floating point pattern means that the music has changed. This means that the entrance to the secret realm on the moon may not be completely fixed. The next time a new piece of music appears, it should be the message of a new entrance to the secret realm. In this way, all these seemingly unreasonable situations have a reasonable explanation." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I have the same idea as sect leader Mu. I think the disappearance of the token has already sounded the alarm for us. That is, the secret realm that may exist on the moon may soon change its location. At that time, even if we find the crater, we may not be able to get anything. And this song that we spent so much effort to get the token and so much time to decipher will become worthless." Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, "Although I didn't see the scene you mentioned with my own eyes, the design of the token that conveys the message is so exquisite. I'm afraid that the secret realm is also very amazing. If we can enter it, we will definitely gain a lot." "Fellow Tao Xia, do you mean that we should set off to find the entrance to the secret realm as soon as possible?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, since we know that the entrance is likely to change, we naturally have to hurry up." Mu Xing said with a wry smile, "That's true, but how can we get to the moon? Even with the help of a powerful magic treasure like a flying boat, I'm afraid that among the people present, only sect leader Chen has the ability to do so." Chen Nanfeng also showed a wry smile on his face and said, "Brother Mu, you really think too highly of me. Not to mention that I'm only at the late gold core stage, even a nascent soul stage master would find it difficult to reach the moon safely. After leaving the ground and reaching a certain height, the air will become very thin, or even there will be no air at all. In such an environment, even a nascent soul stage master can't survive for a long time. What's more, the distance from here to the moon is really too far." Xiao Ruofei said, "The moon is a satellite of our Earth, and it is the closest extraterrestrial star to us. However, it is relatively close. The moon has always been rotating around the Earth. At its closest, it is about 363,000 kilometers away from us, which is 726,000 miles away. At its furthest, the distance between the Earth and the moon is as high as 405,000 kilometers, which is 810,000 miles. This information was basically common knowledge for modern people. Even if they didn't know the exact data, the search engine was so convenient now. They could just search on the internet casually and find out. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already searched for information about the moon on the internet on the day he finished listening to the music, so the data naturally came out of his mouth. Xiao Ruofei's words made everyone silent. 700,000 to 800,000 miles, even in the eyes of cultivators who could fly on their swords, was an extremely long distance. The speed of cultivators flying on their swords was faster than civil airplanes, but compared to the distance of 700,000 to 800,000 miles, this speed was obviously far from enough. Chen Nanfeng frowned slightly and said, "If I fly on my sword, I can fly about 4,000 to 5,000 miles in an hour. Even if I don't sleep and rest, it will take me 200 hours to travel 700,000 to 800,000 miles. That's 16 or 17 days. And it's absolutely impossible for me to fly at full speed for 16 or 17 days in a row. The vitality in my body can't support such a long flight at all. Even if I rest halfway, I won't be able to fly such a long distance in a month." Mu Xing said with a wry smile, "Brother Chen's flying on his sword is already extremely fast. If it were me, it wouldn't be enough even if I flew for half a month." Xiao Ruofei said, "In fact, the long journey is just one aspect. There are even greater difficulties. Sect leader Chen just said that the higher the altitude, the thinner the air. In fact, the thickness of the Earth's atmosphere is only about 2,000 miles. In other words, if the altitude is higher than 2,000 miles, it will be an absolute vacuum where you can't breathe. In fact, in addition to the inability to breathe in outer space, dangers were everywhere, including cosmic rays, ultra-low temperatures, and so on. Moreover, if human beings were exposed to a vacuum, their internal organs would definitely explode instantly due to the pressure difference. Even if a cultivator's body was strong, they couldn't survive in such an environment for a long time. However, the inability to breathe was already a big problem. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't need to explain too much about the dangers of outer space. Chen Nanfeng looked worried and said, "It seems that it's really difficult to get to the moon. Plucking the stars and summoning the moon was undoubtedly something that only the legendary Almighty could do." Chen Nanfeng was a cultivator in the late Horus core stage, one step away from the nascent soul stage, but compared to those Almighty who could fly, there was still a big gap. Chen Nanfeng thought of Xiao Ruofei's master. If his guess was correct, the ancestor of the star-picking sect, Senior Qi Yun, was already a cultivator in the nascent soul stage more than 500 years ago. If he had lived until now, it was very likely that he was already in the out-of-body stage. Such a cultivation level was unimaginable for the current Chen Nanfeng. He felt that an out-of-body stage Almighty might have a way to reach the moon. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xia, do you have any way to overcome these difficulties?" In Chen Nanfeng's opinion, among everyone, perhaps only Xiao Ruofei could come up with a solution. The others, including Mu Xing and Lu Mansha, were not even as strong as him, so it was impossible for them to have any good ideas. Mu Xing and the others also thought so everyone looked at Xiao Ruofei with hope. Of course, everyone did not think that the young Xiao Ruofei had this kind of ability, but they were full of reverence and expectation for the master behind Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "To be honest, my master did not mention anything about the moon to me. I guess that this is the first time the token has been cracked, and my master does not know that the secret involved in the token is related to the moon. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. This was easy to understand. If someone had cracked the secret of the token long ago, then the legend of the five sages token would not have become more and more exaggerated. Moreover, everyone was very clear about the process of cracking the floating point pattern. If not for the help of a supercomputer, even an almighty in the nascent soul stage or out-of-body stage would find it difficult to eliminate all the possibilities one by one in their lifetime. Therefore, it was normal that Xiao Ruofei's master did not know the specific information contained in the token. Xiao Ruofei continued, as for the matter of going to the moon, I'm afraid it's impossible to ask my master for help. He is always the one who comes and goes. It's impossible for me to find him if I take the initiative to look for him. It's been a few days since the music was selected. If he wanted to help, he would have shown up a long time ago. Now that he hasn't come to me, it means that he won't interfere in this matter. Maybe, this is also a kind of training for me. Xiao Ruofei's words were reasonable, and no one had the slightest doubt. On the contrary, everyone was more in awe of Xiao Ruofei's master. Even in the eyes of Chen Nanfeng, the number one person in the cultivation world, this was a hell-level mission, but he actually used it to train his disciple. This was really the style of a master. Hearing this, Mu Xing sighed and said, it seems that it's impossible to take a shortcut. We can only rely on ourselves. Yes. Let's discuss if there's any way. Chen Nanfeng said, even if it's very dangerous, this trip to the moon must be completed. Qin Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Father, seniors, fellow Taoists, do you think it's possible to use a flying boat to go to the moon? Chen Nanfeng said, we still don't know if the flying boat can fly in the outer space that fellow Taoist Xia mentioned. In addition, the breathing problem is still unsolved. Cultivators could reduce the need for oxygen through internal breathing. It was not a problem for them to hold their breath for half an hour or an hour. However, it was impossible to not breathe for a long journey that would take more than 10 days. This was also an unavoidable hurdle. Xiao Ruofei had been quietly listening to everyone. When he heard Chen Nanfeng mention the breathing problem, he said, Seniors, the breathing problem may be solved with modern technology. Qin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly asked, Brother Xia, are you talking about the clothes worn by astronauts? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, to be precise, it should be an extravehicular spacesuit. Although this kind of spacesuit is a little cumbersome, it can be very useful. Astronauts are just ordinary people. After they wear this extravehicular spacesuit, they can be directly exposed to space because of the protection of this extravehicular spacesuit. It can pressurize the inside of the spacesuit and maintain normal air pressure. It can also provide oxygen. Some even have jetting devices. In fact, it is a small aircraft. Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and the others naturally did not understand this knowledge. They also felt that it was very inconceivable. How could those ant-like ordinary people have a way to solve a problem that even cultivators could not solve? However, when they remembered that the floating point pattern on the token was cracked by a supercomputer invented by ordinary people, everyone felt relieved. Sometimes, modern technology could indeed play a role that cultivators could not. Xiao Ruofei looked at Chen Nanfeng and the others and added with a smile, in fact, these ordinary people have successfully landed on the moon in the 1960s. They relied on modern technology. Chen Nanfeng and the others were even more shocked when they heard this. Lu Manjia couldn't help but say, ordinary people have already landed on the moon 70 or 80 years ago? Lu Manjia's disciple, Xianxia, nodded and said, Master, it is indeed so. At that time, the two superpowers were in an arms race, so many projects were more radical and rushed. However, the Americans did succeed in landing on the moon in the 1960s. Xianxia was also a young person. She had lived in modern society and even obtained a postgraduate degree. Therefore, she was naturally very clear about the Cold War and the arms race between the two superpowers. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there are also some doubts on the internet. They say that the Americans landing on the moon was a shocking scam and that it was fake. However, this is not the scope of our discussion. In fact, even 70 or 80 years ago, human technology was already able to land on the moon. Therefore, with the help of some modern technology, we may be able to make our trip to the moon go more smoothly. Xianxia said, the extravehicular spacesuit can indeed be pressurized and provide oxygen, but the amount of oxygen it can provide is limited. Anyway, it shouldn't be able to last for half a month. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it should be 5 to 8 hours. Including the backup oxygen tanks, it shouldn't be more than 9 hours. Naturally, it is far from enough. However, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and said, modern spacesuits are designed in modules. As long as we prepare enough oxygen modules and replace them after use, in theory, it should be able to last for a long time. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, we still need to prepare a few more spacesuits as backup. After all, it will be very dangerous if the spacesuits malfunction during such a long voyage. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, that's true. Whether it is the oxygen or the spacesuits, we have to calculate according to the journey back and forth and leave enough margin. Otherwise, it will be quite dangerous if the oxygen is exhausted on the way. Xiao Ruofei, Qin Xian, Xianxia, and the other young people discussed the problem of oxygen supply during the journey. Chen Nanfeng and the other older cultivators couldn't get a word in at all. In the end, Xiao Ruofei said, in theory, according to the plan we just discussed, most of the problems should be solved. Now, what we need to determine is whether the flying boat can fly in outer space. If it can fly, will its performance be affected? Qin Xian nodded and said, yes, if the flying boat can't be used, our discussion will be meaningless. It is simply unrealistic to fly to the moon on a sword. However, I have another question. Where are we going to get so many extravehicular spacesuits and oxygen modules? These things can't be sold on the market. Mu Xing asked, nephew, didn't you just say that the Americans used these things to reach the moon? Also, you just said that some people in Huaxia went to outer space and have these spacesuits. Can't we just go and get them? Let's not touch Huaxia spacesuits for now. It's a waste not to take the American spacesuits. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Steal spacesuits from NASA? Needless to say, if Golden Core cultivators like Mu Xing and Qin Xian were to go, they could definitely flatten NASA. Stealing a few spacesuits didn't seem to be difficult. However, Xiao Ruofei still shook his head and said, I'll think of a way first and see if I can get some through legal channels. If it doesn't work, we'll go and get them. After all, Xiao Ruofei felt that the word steal was a bit indecent, so he copied Mu Xing and used the word get. Can fellow Xiao think of a way? Lu Manxia asked. I'll try. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll ask my friends in America to think of a way to solve the problem of spacesuits through legal channels. Chen Nanfeng said, okay. Then we'll leave this matter to fellow Xia. If there are any expenses, our sects will bear them together. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, spacesuits are definitely not cheap, but worldly money is nothing to us. If we can use worldly money to solve the problem, it's naturally the best. Chen Nanfeng and the others nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei continued, putting aside the problem of whether or not the spacesuits can be used, we have to first determine the people who will go to the moon. Because of the harsh environment and limited resources, we can't have too many people. At this point, Xiao Ruofei looked at Chen Nanfeng and the others. After hesitating for a while, he said, first of all, I think, the people should be selected from those who can respond to music. Xiao Ruofei's words were equivalent to excluding Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia, the three experts. Naturally, the three of them were not very willing, and they frowned slightly at the same time. Xiao Ruofei said, seniors, please don't misunderstand. This junior is mainly considering that the screening mechanism of this music is very complicated, and the screening criteria have not been figured out yet. I think it's best to follow the results of the screening. If we can't sense the wonderful situation of the music and force our way through, I'm afraid there will be some unknown dangers. You have to know that the moon is 700,000 to 800,000 miles away from Earth. It's barren, desolate, and uninhabited. There's not even air. If we really encounter any danger, I think, the chances of survival are very low. Chen Nanfeng and the other two revealed thoughtful expressions. To be honest, with their cultivation, they might not be able to do anything they wanted in the cultivation world, but there weren't many evenly matched opponents. Such experts naturally had a kind of self-confidence from the bottom of their hearts. However, when it came to the moon, which was 700 to 800,000 miles away, the unfamiliar and harsh environment there was terrifying. Even Chen Nanfeng and the others couldn't help but be persuaded by Xiao Ruofei's words. This music was indeed very strange. Whether it was the people who were selected or those who weren't, they couldn't figure out the reason. Xiao Ruofei and the others were also inexplicably selected, and Chen Nanfeng and the other two were even more confused when they were eliminated. No matter what, the screening mechanism that took so much effort to come up with couldn't possibly be a child's play. There must be a purpose. If they weren't selected and forced their way through, they might really encounter great danger. If they weren't careful, they might end up dying. With their cultivation at the level of Chen Nanfeng and Lu Manxia, they naturally cherished their lives more. After all, they still had a lot of days to live. Moreover, their status in the cultivation world was so high that it was indeed not advisable to take risks easily. Chen Nanfeng lowered his head and pondered for a while. In the end, he resisted the temptation of the secret realm and slowly nodded, saying, "I agree with fellow Xia's opinion. If we can't sense the music, we shouldn't make trouble this time." Since Chen Nanfeng had expressed his opinion, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia naturally wouldn't have any objections. Both of them agreed with a wry smile. This also meant that these three sect leaders had no chance to come into contact with the secret realm that might exist on the moon. Chen Nanfeng said, "Even so, there are still many people who can sense the music. We still have to continue to reduce the number of people. As for our Tianyi Palace, Shen Tianfeng and Qin Xian must participate. How about this? 2 people from our sect will go, and 1 from each of your 3 sections. How about that?" There were 3 people in the Tianyi Palace who could sense the music. They were Shen Tianfeng, who was at the middle stage of the Gold Core Realm, Qin Xian, who was at the early stage of the Gold Core Realm, and Su Yuro, who was at the Qi Refining Realm. As for the Surging Wave sect and the Soaring Flower Valley, only one elder at the Gold Core Realm could sense the wonderful situation in the music. The rest were disciples at the Qi Refining Realm. Chen Nanfeng's plan did reduce the number of people a lot. The high-end combat power of the Tianyi Palace could all participate. The Surging Wave sect and the Soaring Flower Valley could also send cultivators at the Gold Core Realm, including Xiao Ruofei, who was at the early stage of the Gold Core Realm. It could be said that the number of people was relatively equal. The Tianyi Palace had 2 tokens, so it was reasonable for them to get more places. After hearing Chen Nanfeng's distribution plan, everyone was lost in thought. Reading House Qin Xian said awkwardly, "Father, I promised Brother Xia that if we explored the secret of the token, I would give him one of the places of the Tianyi Palace." At that time, Qin Xian wanted to compete for the 5 Saints token at the auction. Because he didn't have enough spirit stones, he borrowed them from Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, he made such a promise. Hearing this, Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but be stunned. He really forgot about this. At that time, Qin Xian didn't know that Xiao Ruofei had a token himself. At that time, everything was not clear, and he didn't know what the secret of the 5 Saints token was. He only estimated that if the secret of the token was cracked, each sect would have 3 places. If they got 2 tokens, they would have 6 places. It was not a big deal to give one to Xiao Ruofei. But now the situation was different. Xiao Ruofei had a token himself, and the destination of this expedition was the moon. They needed to reduce the number of people as much as possible. According to Qin Xian's plan, the Tianyi Palace would have 2 places, the Zhonglong sect, the Soaring Flower Valley, and Xiao Ruofei would each have 1 place. Then, according to Qin Xian's promise, Xiao Ruofei would have 1 place. That meant that Xiao Ruofei would have 2 places, and the 3 sects would only have 1 place each. Obviously, Chen Nanfeng couldn't accept this. However, the words that were spoken were like spilled water. How could they be taken back? What's more, a big sect like the Tianyi Palace had to keep its promise. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng suddenly fell into a very awkward situation. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Chen, that was just a joke. How can you take it seriously? There's no need to mention this again. Let's arrange the people according to sect leader Chen's plan." Chen Nanfeng said, "No. Xianer made a promise on behalf of the Tianyi Palace. We can't go back on our words. What's more, if it weren't for fellow cultivator Xia's generosity, this token would have fallen into the hands of another sect. Maybe we won't be able to reach an agreement to study the token, or maybe the token will disappear while we're still arguing. Therefore, fellow Taoist Xia's actions back then were a great help to us. Xiao Ruofei was also dumbfounded. He did not need so many spots. It was indeed inappropriate for the Tianyi Palace to have fewer quotas than him. After all, they had offered 2 tokens. At this moment, Ling Qingxue, who was beside Xiao Ruofei, gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered into his ear, "Ruofei, I want to go too." Only then did Xiao Ruofei realize that Ling Qingxue had also passed the music selection. In theory, she could also go to the moon to find the arcane realm. However, Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, "Are you kidding me? They were going to the moon. Not the back garden. It's too dangerous, you can't go." Ling Qingxue said, "If you can go, I can go too. No matter how dangerous it is, I'm not afraid. You're going so far this time, so I have to be with you. Otherwise, I'm really afraid." Speaking of this, Ling Qingxue's eyes became a little wet. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He gently put his arm around Ling Qingxue's shoulder and said, "Qingxue, don't worry. I will definitely come back safe and sound. You just wait for my news at home." Ling Qingxue shook her head stubbornly and said, "I won't. I also sense the situation of the music. I also meet the criteria for the selection. Since you have a quota, why don't you let me go? Speaking of danger, everyone has to face it. If you go alone, won't we be worried?" Although the 2 of them spoke in low voices, they were all cultivators, so how could they not hear them? Therefore, Chen Nanfeng took a deep breath and said loudly, "Fellow cultivator Xia, there's no need to say any more. The quota given to you by the Tianyi Palace must be honored. Just let your Taoist companion go with you." "Well, our quota will be given to Elder Shen Tianfeng. Chen Xian won't go. According to this allocation, only Shen Tianfeng of the Tianyi Palace would be given a quota. Elder Muhua of the Surging Wave sect could go, and the quota of the Flying Flower Valley would naturally fall to Yang Lu." That was 1 cultivator at the Elixir Realm middle stage and 2 cultivators at the early stage of the Elixir Realm. In addition to Xiao Ruofei, who was at the early stage of the Elixir Realm, that was to say, except for Ling Qingxue, who seemed to be at the Qi refining stage, the others were all at the Elixir Realm. Xiao Ruofei shook his head. He thought for a moment and said, "Sect Leader Chen, seniors, fellow cultivators, let me also propose a quota allocation plan. What do you think of it?" Xiao Ruofei proposed a new plan at this time. Naturally, it was different from Chen Nanfeng's plan. According to Chen Nanfeng's plan, only 1 person from each sect could go. Xiao Ruofei's plan couldn't reduce their quota, could it? Therefore, everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei said, "I think it seems more appropriate to use the plan of 2 quotas per token. In this way, the Tianyi Palace will have 2 tokens, which means that they will have 4 quotas. In this way, the Tianyi Palace will have 3 quotas, I will have 3 quotas, and the Surging Wave sect and the Flying Flower Valley will each have 2 quotas." When everyone heard Xiao Ruofei's allocation plan, they couldn't help but be a little tempted. According to this allocation, there would be much more room for them to arrange their members. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Let me make it clear in advance. According to this allocation plan, my 3 quotas should be freely allocated, right? Therefore, I may not use up all 3 quotas. Maybe only 1 or 2 people will participate in this expedition." Xiao Ruofei was obviously still hesitating whether to take Ling Qingxue with him. When Chen Nanfeng heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but be slightly moved. In his opinion, Xiao Ruofei obviously asked for a quota in order to fulfill the reputation of the Tianyi Palace. Moreover, he didn't intend to use this quota at all. According to Xiao Ruofei's plan, not only would the Tianyi Palace's reputation not be damaged, but they would also have 3 quotas. They had only selected 3 people through the music selection. It could be said that they had used up all the quotas. The Surging Wave sect and the Flying Flower Valley would also have 1 more quota. Naturally, everyone was happy. Only Xiao Ruofei's allocation plan didn't change much compared to Chen Nanfeng's proposal just now. Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but be a little moved. He said, "Fellow cultivator Xia, thank you for thinking about us in all aspects. The Tianyi Palace will remember this kindness. We will definitely repay you generously in the future. Chen Nanfeng's statement clearly meant that he had agreed to allocate the quotas according to Xiao Ruofei's allocation plan. Mu Xing of the Surging Wave sect and Lu Manxia of the Flying Flower Valley naturally didn't have any objections. They nodded in agreement. Qin Xian couldn't help but inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. He had almost missed out on this unprecedented opportunity to go to the moon because of the quota. He couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Xiao Ruofei. The qi refining disciples of the three sects were also grateful to Xiao Ruofei. They had also obtained the opportunity to join the expedition because of Xiao Ruofei's new allocation plan. Especially Su Yuro of the Tianyi Palace. A total of 3 people from the Tianyi Palace had passed the music selection. Now that the Tianyi Palace had obtained 3 quotas, it meant that she would definitely be able to join the expedition. Therefore, Su Yuro was full of gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Xiao Ruofei. Everyone was more supportive of Xiao Ruofei's plan. Several sects quickly chose their candidates to go to the moon. The Tianyi Palace naturally didn't need to choose the 3 quotas. Shen Tianfeng, who was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core Realm, Qin Xian, who was at the early stage of the Golden Core Realm, and Su Yuro, who was at the Qi Refining Realm. A total of 3 of them had passed the music selection. Moreover, their cultivation levels matched perfectly. In fact, there was no suspense about the quotas of the Surging Waves sect and the Flying Flower Valley. The Surging Waves sect had Elder Mu Hua and Mu Jianfei. They were also the strongest among the people who had passed the music selection. As for the Flying Flower Valley, they naturally chose Elder Yang Lu and Lu Manxia's personal disciple, Yu Xian'er. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't decide for the time being. In theory, he had 3 quotas, but in fact, he only wanted to use one of them. He didn't want to take any more. This was because he didn't want Ling Qingxue to take the risk with him. As for the 3rd quota, it was of no use to him at all. Of course, if the news was released that this quota was for sale in the cultivation world, everyone would definitely fight for it. They would not hesitate to pay a high price. However, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not do that. He was not short of spirit stones, and he didn't want to have any uncertain factors in the team going to the moon. Therefore, he would rather void the quota than sell it. Moreover, everyone had agreed that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. No news of it could be leaked out. After everyone had decided on the candidates, they went back to their rooms first. There were still a lot of things to do, including testing whether the flying boat could travel in outer space. In addition, they had to solve the problem of the spacesuits, so it was impossible for them to set off immediately. This trip to the moon was very dangerous, so they naturally had to be fully prepared. After returning to the room, Ling Qingxue saw that the other sects had finished allocating the quotas. She couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, you have more than enough quotas. Take me with you." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "Qingxue, this is not an outing. We're going to the moon. It's very dangerous. I really don't want you to take risks with me." Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and said, "It seems that you think my cultivation is too low and you're afraid that I'll be a burden." "That's not what I meant." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Your cultivation is not low. Su Yuro of the Tianyi Palace and Yu Xian'er of the Flying Flower Valley are both at the same level as you. To be honest, the gap between the qi refining stage is not very big." As soon as Xiao Ruofei mentioned the 2 female cultivators, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but frown and say, "If you don't think I'm a burden, then why? Are you afraid that I'll affect your friendship with the 2 beauties? I saw that Fairy Su of the Tianyi Palace was looking at you with a gaze as tender as water." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "What are you talking about? We're going to do something serious this time. What's there to talk about? I'm not familiar with them at all, okay? Won't you get to know them better when you get along with them on this adventure?" Ling Qingxue said, "You said it yourself. It's very dangerous this time. If you save the beauties 2 more times, they might throw themselves at you. We're talking about the quota. If we talk about this, it won't be interesting." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly. He thought to himself, "Sure enough, you can't reason with a woman. You can't reason with her when you're unreasonable, but when you're reasonable, she won't reason with you at all." At this time, Song Wei, who had been watching the show, said with a smile, Ruofei, I think you can actually consider taking Xianxia with you. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't pass the music selection, I would have gone with you. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei helplessly and said, Wei, don't tell me you think I'm that kind of person, like Xianxia. There are so many female cultivators in the cultivation world. How could I? Song Wei chuckled and said, we're not that shallow. Xianxia was just joking with you. Right? Xianxia. Ling Xianxia snorted and said, who told this guy not to take me with him? And he rejected me so quickly. When we talked about the two female cultivators just now, he was so nervous. Don't let me guess what you're thinking by accident. Ruofei isn't that kind of person. Song Wei said with a smile, he's just worried about your safety. Let's talk to him. Maybe he'll agree. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei and Ling Xianxia and said meaningfully, I can see that you two are playing the good cop and bad cop. That's a pretty good move. Song Wei blushed slightly and said, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm thinking for you. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei with interest and said with a faint smile. Song Wei sat down on the sofa and said, first of all, the other sex have at least 2 or 3 people. You'll be at a disadvantage if you go alone. And you won't even have someone to take care of you. Since Xianxia meets the requirements and you have so many places, it'll be helpful to take her with you. That's not true. Xiao Ruofei said, I have the ability to protect myself. Even if Shen Tianfeng can defeat me, it's impossible for him to kill me easily. At least I'm confident that I can escape from his attack. As for the others, they're no match for me at all. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone in a harsh environment like the moon. Song Wei said, any accident is possible, so Xianxia and I are actually very worried about you. Xianxia is also thinking about this, so she's determined to go with you. Xiao Ruofei looked touched and said, I know your intentions, but you are the most important women in my life. How can I take Xianxia to such a dangerous place? If something happens, how can I explain it to Uncle Ling? Ling Xianxia's eyes were red and she said, I believe that you have enough ability to protect me. Even if the environment is harsh on the moon, I'm not afraid of anything with you. Reading how Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but hold Ling Xianxia and Song Wei's soft hands and said, I do have some means of self-protection. If there is no big accident, I should be able to protect Ling Xianxia. But I don't think it's necessary for Xianxia to take risks with me. You just need to cultivate well under my protection. I will do my best to provide you with the best conditions. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia looked at each other and then said, of course we believe in you, but we don't want to become that kind of person. We don't want to be of no help to you at all. So, this is also the second reason I want to tell you. After Song Wei finished speaking, he paused for a moment to organize his words. Then he said, I believe you have also noticed that the other 3 sects have sent disciples in the Qi refining realm to participate in this moon expedition. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes, but they can only send disciples in the Qi refining realm if they want to use up all the quotas. Both the Surging Wave sect and the Soaring Flower Valley had only sent 1 elder at the early stage of the Gold Core realm to pass the music selection. Of their 2 quotas, the remaining quota would naturally be given to a disciple in the Qi refining realm. Song Wei shook his head and said, I heard that there are many elders in the Gold Core realm in the Surging Wave sect and the Soaring Flower Valley. If they sent more people to be screened, it shouldn't be difficult for 1 more elder in the Gold Core realm to pass the music selection. Xiao Ruofei hadn't thought about this, so he couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard this. Song Wei continued, in fact, they didn't do that. Instead, they sent a lot of talented disciples in the Qi refining realm. Generally speaking, it should be much more dangerous for cultivators in the Qi refining realm to explore the moon with you. Once something unexpected happens, they will be the first to die. But why would they rather take the risk and add disciples in the Qi refining realm to the team? Sect leader Mu sent his own son, and Xianxia is also Valley Master Lu's favorite disciple. Don't they care about the life and death of their descendants? Obviously not. Xiao Ruofei said, but the competition in the cultivation world is very cruel. This is a great opportunity that others can't get even if they beg for it. How could sect leader Mu and Valley Master Lu deprive their juniors of the opportunity to get the opportunity just because it might be dangerous? Even if they may encounter an accident, they will be seriously injured, or even die on the deserted moon, which is 7 or 800,000 miles away from Earth. They won't hesitate. That's only one aspect. For example, the sect's disciples in the Qi refining realm. For example, the Tianese is 3 quotas, S's, S, and Qi. The S, 2 of the 3 people. To. To be. To them. To them too. To SST it and of course. And he. I didn't pass the music selection, so I didn't personally experience the scene on the moon you mentioned. Song Wei said, however, according to your description, the biggest opportunity of this expedition is very likely to be the looming secret realm. The music selection criteria for the cultivators are also very strange. It seems that it has nothing to do with cultivation. Whether it is the middle stage of the elixir realm, the early stage of the elixir realm, or the Qi refining realm, it is possible for them to pass the selection. I even think that if there is a cultivator in the Yuaning realm, it is still possible for them to pass the selection. Could it have something to do with the secret realm? For example, Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up and he said, for example, there are some areas that only cultivators in the Qi refining realm can enter. Song Wei nodded and said, or you will face some tests. The tests faced by cultivators in the Qi refining realm will be much more difficult than those faced by cultivators in the elixir realm. Maybe the probability of passing the tests will be higher. Seeing Xiao Ruofei nod repeatedly, Song Wei knew that he had taken his advice to heart, so he smiled and continued, in short, cultivators in the Qi refining realm will definitely not be cannon fodder. Otherwise, what's the point of the music selecting them? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that makes sense. That makes sense. It seems that Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and the others have already thought this through. But they tacitly didn't say it out loud. They probably want me to go to the moon alone. These old fogies are really bad. Song Wei pursed his lips and smiled. They are also thinking about the interests of the sect. Ruofei, so you are now willing to. I will immediately ask Qingfeng to go to the star-picking sect and ask for more cultivators in the Qi refining realm. I don't believe that no one in such a big sect can pass the selection. Xiao Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue heard this and immediately raised her eyebrows. She said, Xiao Ruofei. You are deliberately going against me, right? I clearly meet the requirements, but you still want to ask for more cultivators from the star-picking sect to participate in the selection? What are you trying to do? Do you look down on me that much? Xiao Ruofei came to his senses and quickly smiled apologetically. Qingxue. I didn't mean it like that. I was just thinking that if you can avoid going to such a dangerous place, then don't go. There are many cultivators in the Qi refining realm in the star-picking sect, so losing 1 or 2 of them is no big deal. What? Ling Qingxue was so angry that she stomped her feet. Song Wei used his eyes to stop Ling Qingxue, who was on the verge of exploding. He smiled and said, Ruofei, if you ask me, Qingxue is more suitable to go with you. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and then at Song Wei, but did not say anything. Obviously, he was still unwilling to let Ling Qingxue take the risk with him. Song Wei continued, even if the star-picking sect's disciples are strictly selected, you can't completely trust them. In an environment like the moon, if you can't completely trust them, sometimes it's very easy to ruin things. Also, we know that you must have some unknown means to protect yourself and the people around you. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you won't use these means unless you have to, right? Xiao Ruofei nodded. His biggest trump card was naturally the ring to space. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would definitely not want to reveal the secret of the ring to space. Song Wei said, everything on the moon is unknown, and there may be all kinds of dangers in the Arcana land. If you really have to use those means, do you think it's better for Qingxue to be by your side, or for a disciple of the star-picking sect that you can't completely trust? Xiao Ruofei immediately fell into deep thought. Song Wei's words had indeed moved him. He asked himself honestly, if he really had to risk his life by not using the ring to space, if it was a disciple of the star-picking sect by his side, he would really abandon the disciple rather than risk exposing the secret of the Ring 2 space to save someone. But if he did that, his conscience would definitely be condemned, and perhaps even his Dao heart would be affected. But if it was Ling Xianxia by his side, of course he would not hesitate at all. He would save her first and think about it later. From this perspective, perhaps Ling Xianxia was more suitable to go to the moon with him. Of course, in that kind of environment, the situation was constantly changing, and unexpected situations could occur at any time. It was still very dangerous for Ling Xianxia to go with him. Song Wei did not want Xiao Ruofei to have any hesitation, so he said directly, "Don't think so much. Xianxia is a ready-made candidate, and she's also one of us. Why do you have to go to the star-picking sect to look for her?" Ling Xianxia also looked at Xiao Ruofei with a murderous look. Although she did not say anything, it seemed that if Xiao Ruofei dared to refuse again, she would pounce on Xiao Ruofei and scratch his face until it was full of flowers. Xiao Ruofei could not bear the pressure from his two confidants. Moreover, Song Wei's analysis was very objective and very reasonable. After some internal struggle, Xiao Ruofei finally nodded helplessly and said, "Okay. Then I'll bring Xianxia." When Ling Xianxia heard this, the murderous look on her face disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by an expression of joy. She smiled like a flower and said sweetly to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, thank you. I knew you were the best." Xiao Ruofei felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard these sweet words. He shuddered and said, "Speak properly." Ling Xianxia and Song Wei both laughed, and the two of them even high-fived to celebrate. They had probably discussed this beforehand, and now that their evil plan had succeeded, the two of them were naturally very happy. Xiao Ruofei said again, "Xianxia, you can come with me, but you have to listen to my orders the whole time. You're not allowed to act on your own. You're also not allowed to disobey orders. If this happens, I'll immediately imprison you until we return to Earth." Xiao Ruofei himself was not sure what kind of situation he would face on this trip. Now that he had to bring Ling Xianxia along, he naturally felt more pressure. Therefore, he was afraid that Ling Xianxia would not listen to his orders and fall into a dangerous situation. Ling Xianxia stuck out her tongue and said, "I know. Don't worry. I'll be obedient." As long as she could go on an adventure with Xiao Ruofei, she would do whatever he said. She would never object. Song Wei looked envious and said, "I also want to go with you. It's a pity that I'm not good enough to pass the music selection." Xiao Ruofei comforted him, "Actually, going to the moon is not necessarily a good thing. It's still very dangerous. Besides, Wei Wei has a mission on Earth." "What's the mission?" Song Wei asked quickly. "The distance between Earth and the moon is not too far, so there won't be too much delay in real-time communication." Xiao Ruofei said, "So I may build a communication system between heaven and Earth, and Wei Wei will be in charge of the ground. On the one hand, she can keep track of everyone's situation. On the other hand, if there are any accidents, she can also leave behind information for future generations to refer to. I believe that the three sects will definitely support us. For the Tianyi sect, the Songlong sect, and the Soaring Flower Valley, even if this group of people was wiped out, they would not stop exploring. In the future, more people would be selected and formed a new exploration team to go to the moon. In this way, some real-time information of the first team could be sent back and recorded, which would be of great reference value." Song Wei's eyes turned red and he said, "Don't say such discouraging words. You'll be fine." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "It's just better to be prepared. What's more, there are still many benefits to being able to communicate in real time between heaven and Earth." "Yes, yes." Song Wei nodded and said, "I'm willing to do that. After all, I'll feel much more at ease if I can keep in touch with you." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It's getting late. Let's go to bed first. There are still many things to do tomorrow." The next day, Xiao Ruofei told Chen Nanfeng and the others that he had decided to take Ling Xianxia to the moon with him. Of course, no one had any objections. Xiao Ruofei originally had 2 spots, plus the one that the Tianyi sect had given him. It was reasonable for him to take 2 people with him. There was nothing they could say, not to mention that Xiao Ruofei was only using one of the spots. Xiao Ruofei continued, "I'll contact the spacesuits first. Also, we can start a preliminary test today to see if the flying boat can adapt to the outer space environment. However, for safety reasons, we need to do it step by step. And, before we get the spacesuits, it's better not to go to outer space. Chen Nanfeng and the others all agreed. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard Layman Yuntai's voice in his mind. Little Xia. These words that you calculated with a supercomputer are useless. Layman Yuntai said, I'm dizzy after reading 1,000 words. It's completely useless. Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered that a few days ago, he had given Layman Yuntai a laptop that contained the first calculation result of a supercomputer. That was to say, every floating point was a Chinese character, and the most likely 1,000 words were simulated. Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to cooperate with Layman Yuntai to operate the computer. After that, he didn't care about this anymore. Later, he switched to using a numerical solution. Then, Song Wei accidentally found some clues. He was busy adapting it into music. He had been so busy these days that he completely forgot that Layman Yuntai was still studying those meaningless man groups. After hearing Layman Yuntai's words, Xia Ruofei quickly said goodbye to Chen Nanfeng and the others. He told them that he was going to contact the spacesuits first. Then, he hurried back to his room. Xia Ruofei said to Layman Yuntai, Master Yuntai, didn't I tell you the other day? This plan has been rejected. Those words are meaningless. You really read them for a few days? Layman Yuntai snorted and said, if I didn't read them myself, how could I be sure that there's no mystery in those words? So you've read them now? What's the result? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Layman Yuntai said in a depressed tone, I've read them. There's no mystery at all. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He then said, Master Yuntai, actually, we've made a breakthrough in deciphering the token. We've obtained very important information. Coincidentally, I have something to ask you. Reading room wait. Layman Yuntai was not interested in Xia Ruofei's question. He asked directly, Xia Ruofei, you mean, you've solved the mystery of the floating point pattern? Xia Ruofei set up a soundproof enchantment around himself and continued to communicate with Layman Yuntai through telepathy, more or less. Tell me. Tell me. Layman Yuntai said eagerly, in our time, many masters spent their whole lives studying the Rising Dragon token, but to no avail. You're just a rookie in the Golden Core stage. How could you solve it in such a short time? Xia Ruofei said, as long as you find the right direction, solving the secret of the token has nothing to do with cultivation. So, you found the right direction? Layman Yuntai asked, you've solved it by treating the floating points as numbers? To be precise, each floating point corresponds to a set of numbers. Xia Ruofei said with certainty, we're pretty sure about that. We've got an answer with more than 3,000 sets of numbers. And then? Layman Yuntai asked. It's actually a piece of music. Xia Ruofei said. Then, he briefly explained the process of deciphering the music to Yuntai Hermit. In the end, he said, because the selected music is very special and has an effect that can only be found in the world of cultivation, we have basically confirmed that we are on the right track so far. That's amazing. Layman Yuntai exclaimed, I didn't expect that a few Golden Core stage and Qi refining stage cultivators could solve the secret of the Rising Dragon token so easily. And that supercomputer you mentioned, is it really that powerful? Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Senior Yuntai, maybe the cultivation world hasn't made much progress in the past thousands of years, but the ordinary people's society has changed after thousands of years of development. Now, human technology is very powerful and can even make up for the shortcomings of the cultivators in many aspects. For example, the supercomputer we've used this time. If we rely on the human brain to calculate, we won't be able to calculate it in a lifetime because the calculation amount is too large. But for a supercomputer, it only takes a few hours to calculate. It seems that the outside world has changed a lot since I disappeared for 3,000 years. Yuntai Hermit exclaimed. Xia Ruofei asked, in that case, does Senior Yuntai also think that we have completed the deciphering? Right, just now, we discovered that everyone's tokens have disappeared. It should be like what Senior told me before. This time, the tokens have been out for more than 300 years. It's time for them to disappear. Therefore, we no longer have a token to continue our research. Even if we can scan and save a high-definition image of the floating point pattern, if the real secret lies in the token itself, we have already lost our chance. Yuntai Hermit said with certainty, you don't need a token anymore. If this is not the final message that the token wants to convey, it can only mean one thing. The floating point pattern on the token is just a trick. It has no practical meaning. Then, Yuntai Hermit changed the topic and said, however, every time the token disappears and reappears, the floating point pattern will be different. This means that the message it wants to convey will also change. Therefore, the message you received this time may still be valid now, but it won't be clear after a long time. That's what we think too. Xiaoruofei said, so, we're going to explore it as soon as possible. You mean the moon? Yuntai Hermit asked. Yes. That's why I have some questions for you. Xiaoruofei said. No one in our time has been to the moon. Yuntai Hermit said with a smile, I've never been to the moon. So, you're asking the wrong person. Xiaoruofei said, Senior Yuntai, we want to know if a flying boat can fly out of the earth and fly stably in outer space for a long time. Yuntai Hermit was stunned and said, the earth? Do you mean the world we live in? It looks like a big ball, but it should have more water, right? Why is it called the earth instead of a water ball? Xiaoruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, this is a common name. How would I know why? However, after hearing Yuntai Hermit's words, Xiaoruofei knew that at least 3,000 years ago, the cultivators had flown out of the earth. He didn't know how far they had flown, but at least they had looked back at the earth from outer space. Otherwise, Yuntai Hermit wouldn't have known that the world he lived in was a big ball, and most of it was covered by the ocean. Xiaoruofei said, Senior Yuntai, this. I'm not sure about the naming. Anyway, it's always called the earth. So, have you been to outer space? Did you go out by flying boat? Yuntai Hermit said with a smile, you have too many questions. I'll answer them one by one. The cultivators of our time, as long as they were above the nascent soul stage, had been to outer space. It was no problem to fly out directly, whether by flying boat or sword. In fact, the real danger was the extreme cold of outer space. There was no air for breathing, and the environment was very bad. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage or even the out-of-body stage couldn't survive for a long time. Yuntai Hermit paused for a moment and continued, so, in the early years, there were people who wanted to explore the outside world. However, as we learned more about outer space, such suicidal behavior never appeared again. Of course, cultivators above the nascent soul stage could survive in that environment for half a day or a day. So, most cultivators at the nascent soul stage would go out and have a look out of curiosity. Xiaoruofei said, I see. In other words, one can fly out of the Earth's atmosphere and reach outer space by flying on a sword. It's the same with flying boats, right? Something like that. Yuntai Hermit said, but your question was whether a flying boat could fly in outer space for a long time. How should I put it? It depends on what kind of flying boat it is. As I said, the environment outside is very bad. Sometimes it's extremely cold, sometimes it's extremely hot. If you're unlucky, you'll be attacked by flying rocks. So, ordinary flying boats may not be able to last that long. Speaking of this, Yuntai Hermit asked again, by the way, since you have my storage ring, you should have my obsidian flying boat, right? Xiaoruofei almost burst into tears. Yuntai Hermit finally remembered his black flying boat. After using it for so long, he finally knew the name of the treasure. It turned out to be the obsidian flying boat. So it's called the obsidian flying boat. It's really a good name. Xiaoruofei said, I wanted to ask Senior about it several times, but you went into seclusion after a few words, so I didn't have time to ask you. Haha. Yuntai Hermit smiled awkwardly and said, Kid Xia, since the obsidian flying boat is in your hands, it's not a big problem for you to go out and explore. Do you know what the biggest advantage of the obsidian flying boat is? The obsidian flying boat was Yuntai Hermit's proudest work. He only had Xiaoruofei to talk to, so when the obsidian flying boat was mentioned, he couldn't help but want to show off. Xiaoruofei was obviously a good supporting actor. He asked, could it be that the biggest advantage is its speed? Xiaoruofei had taken the blue water flying boat of the Tianyi Palace. Compared with the obsidian flying boat, he could clearly feel that the obsidian flying boat was much faster than the blue water flying boat. No, no, no. Yuntai Hermit repeatedly denied, the obsidian flying boat's speed is only above average. There have been some flying boats in the cultivation world that are known for their speed, but they are all much faster than the obsidian flying boat. Then I don't know. Please enlighten me. Xiao Ruofei said humbly. Yuntai Hermit said proudly, the obsidian flying boat's biggest advantage is its defense. I specially found precious obsidian crystals and made it by combining them with 18 kinds of precious ores. At least in the era I lived in, I have never seen a flying magic weapon that is stronger than the obsidian flying boat. As I said just now, the environment in outer space is extremely cold and hot, and we may also encounter attacks from outer space. Ordinary airships, under the alternating effects of extreme cold and extreme heat, may not last long before collapsing, but the obsidian airship will never have such a problem. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but show a hint of joy. He said, so, taking the obsidian flying boat to the moon and looking for the secret realm mentioned in the music is a feasible plan? Yuntai Hermit also changed from his bragging mode. He quickly said, Boy Xia, are you really going to the moon? Didn't you say so yourself? The disappearance of the token means that the validity of the message sent by the token is not long. If there is really a secret realm on the moon, the location of the exit may soon change, so we naturally have to go to the moon and check it out as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I just said that the obsidian flying boat should have no problem adapting to outer space. Even if the environment is extremely cold and hot, it can guarantee that it will not be damaged. I have driven the obsidian flying boat out of Earth before and stayed outside for 2 days. The obsidian flying boat was not damaged at all. Yuntai Hermit said. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He was not shocked by the obsidian flying boat's rough skin, but by the fact that Yuntai Hermit could be exposed to outer space for 2 days. Were the bodies of nascent soul cultivators all so strong? Yuntai Hermit's words were obviously not to show off that he could survive in outer space for 2 days without any external equipment, so he quickly changed the topic and said, Boy Xia, if you want to go to the moon, transportation is only one thing. More importantly, you have to be able to survive in such a harsh environment for a long time. You must know that there is no air outside. Nascent soul cultivators can go for a few days without breathing, but you, a golden core cultivator, can only last for 2 to 4 hours, right? What's more, a few days is not enough for you to go from the Earth to the moon. It is far from enough. Also, the extremely cold and hot environment I mentioned just now is not only the flying boat that has to withstand such an environment, but also the people who ride the flying boat. In my opinion, at least a golden core cultivator like you will not be able to survive in such an environment. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. Junior will think of ways to solve these problems one by one. Junior will not be so foolish as to insist on throwing his life away for the sake of a possible mystic realm that might exist. It's good that you know. Yuntai Hermit said, You are a smart man. I believe I don't need to remind you that you won't do anything stupid. Speaking of this, Yuntai Hermit immediately said, By the way, I just said that the obsidian flying boat can sail in outer space for a long time, but that was just an inference. After all, I have never flown it outside for more than 10 days, a month or even several months in a row. I believe in Senior's professional judgment. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Yuntai Hermit was a master refiner in his own era, so Xiao Ruofei trusted his judgment on the performance of flying magic weapons. The distance to the moon is at least hundreds of thousands of miles. No one knows what will happen and what dangers we will encounter on the way. Yuntai Hermit said solemnly, No one has ever tried to go to the moon before, so everything is unknown. I dare not guarantee that the obsidian flying boat can take on such a heavy responsibility. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, At least Senior gave me more confidence and let me know that the obsidian flying boat's defense is top-notch. That's enough. The path of cultivation was like sailing against the current, and it was like defying the heavens and changing one's fate. So, how could it possibly be smooth sailing and safe forever? If you hide at the first sign of danger, I don't think you will have much success in cultivation. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this trip to the moon will be foolproof, but it's a must. Yuntai Hermit was silent for a moment and said, Boy Xia, you have taught me a lesson. In that case, I also support your exploration of the moon. Of course, you must first solve the problem of protection, which is the problem of extreme cold, extreme heat and breathing. Otherwise, no matter how confident you are, you won't be able to hold on for a long time. Lofty aspirations can't be eaten. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Senior, don't worry. I'm thinking of a way to solve it. Didn't I say it before? The development of modern technology can sometimes solve problems that cultivators can't solve. This time, we may have to rely on modern technology to solve the problem. It's good that you can consider these problems and come up with a solution. Yuntai Hermit said, in that case, I'll go into seclusion for a while. Seclusion again? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but complain in his heart. Senior Yuntai Hermit is really a seclusion maniac. Yuntai Hermit went silent, but soon he said, don't worry. This is just a short seclusion. I don't want to miss out on such a magnificent feat like your exploration of the moon. Remember to let me know when the time comes. It's best if I can see the beauty of the dark universe again. Xiao Ruofei was shocked by Yuntai Hermit's sudden change. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, no problem. When the time comes, I'll remove all barriers and you can use your spiritual power to experience it, haha. Thank you in advance. Yuntai Hermit laughed. Then, there was really no more sound. Xiao Ruofei sensed with her mind power and confirmed that Yuntai Hermit, the seclusion maniac, had really gone into seclusion. Only then did Xiao Ruofei take out the satellite phone from the spiritual map space and skillfully press a few numbers before dialing them. Reading how Xiao Ruofei was in contact with Li Yifu on Peach Blossom Island. After talking with Yuntai, Xiao Ruofei knew that the defense of the obsidian spaceship was strong enough to deal with outer space. Therefore, he decided to find a way to solve the spacesuit problem. Li Yifu's family had been developing in the United States for a long time. After 2 generations of accumulation, their assets had reached tens of billions of dollars. They had a lot of influence in the United States. Xiao Ruofei wanted to get a spacesuit from NASA, so naturally, Li Yifu's first choice. Of course, Huaxiao was also the world's leader in the aerospace field. Huaxiao's self-developed Feitian extravehicular spacesuit was also very advanced in technology. It wasn't difficult for Xiao Ruofei to get a few spacesuits from the aerospace industry through the coordination of Elder Song and the others. He wouldn't ask for them for free. He would definitely pay for them. However, it was difficult to explain the purpose of buying a spacesuit. It might even cause unnecessary trouble for Master Song and the others. After all, the aerospace field was too sensitive. It was impossible for Xiao Ruofei to use the methods of cultivators in his own country to steal it for the sake of deceiving others. Therefore, he chose to secretly buy a spacesuit from the United States. Of course, if the deal in America did not work out, benevolence and righteousness would not exist. Xiao Ruofei would definitely not be polite. He would not have any psychological burden for stealing NASA's spacesuits. Xiao Ruofei contacted Li Yifu with the mentality of buy if you can, steal if you can't. Li Yifu quickly picked up the phone. He said respectfully, Granduncle, how can I help you? Xiao Ruofei asked, Yifu, do you have a way to get in touch with NASA? Li Yifu couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before asking, Marshal Granduncle, you mean NASA? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, you didn't hear wrong. It's that NASA. I want to do business with them. Can you find a way? Li Yifu said, Granduncle, I can definitely find a way with NASA. However, the aerospace field is very sensitive, and I'm Chinese, so it's impossible to trade some core technology with them. The American intelligence agencies are watching. I don't want any technology from them, Xiao Ruofei said, I just want a few spacesuits. Can you do it? Spacesuits? Li Yifu was stunned for a moment, then he said, Granduncle, are you going to outer space? Because they weren't talking face to face but through a satellite phone, in theory, there was a possibility that their conversation could be monitored. So, Xiao Ruofei didn't explain it in detail. He just said, he didn't explain. More or less, the most important thing now is to get spacesuits, and they have to be extravehicular spacesuits. Yifu, can you think of a way? Li Yifu thought for a moment and said, Granduncle, if you want to buy spacesuits from an official organization like NASA, it's probably going to be difficult. don't think that it's just spacesuits. It also involves a lot of core technology. If it's too difficult, then forget it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I'll think of something else. Xiao Ruofei's something else naturally didn't mean buying spacesuits. For cultivators, even if NASA was heavily guarded, they could still come and go as they pleased. The only problem was, how could NASA have so many spacesuits in stock? In addition, it was said that spacesuits were tailor-made for astronauts. If there were no missions, there might not be enough spacesuits, and they might not fit. Li Yifu said, Granduncle, Disciple said that it's not easy to get spacesuits from NASA, but it should be possible to get spacesuits. Oh? Xiao Ruofei asked with interest. Other than NASA, where else can we get spacesuits? I wonder if Marshall Uncle has ever heard of Elon Musk's name? Li Yifu asked. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said with some uncertainty, You mean the owner of Tesla? Li Yifu said with a smile, Yes. The founder of Tesla, but he also has another identity, which is SpaceX. He's the CEO and CTO of the American Space Exploration Technology Corporation. Granduncle, you should have heard of this company's Falcon rocket, right? Xiao Ruofei said, I think so. I heard that their rocket boosters can be recycled, right? You're saying that this space technology company also belongs to this guy. And that he might be able to get spacesuits from there? That's what Disciple meant. Li Yifu said, in fact, SpaceX has received a lot of technology from NASA. Their manned spaceflight technology is very advanced, and they will soon be able to carry out independent manned flights. Therefore, the quality of SpaceX's spacesuits is no worse than NASA's. Moreover, it's definitely much easier to deal with a private company than with an American national organization. Understood. Xiao Ruofei said, Yifu, then please personally coordinate this matter. I need to get at least 18 sets of spacesuits as soon as possible. If we can get more, that would be even better. In addition, we also need as many oxygen supply modules as possible. At the very least, we need enough oxygen supply modules to support 9 people in outer space for 1 to 2 months. 3 from the Tianyi sect, 2 from the Surging Wave sect, 2 from the Soaring Flower Valley, plus Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. They had a total of 9 people on this trip. The 18 spacesuits were just 1 main spacesuit and 1 backup spacesuit. Considering that the probability of everyone's spacesuit failing was not high, 1 main spacesuit and 1 backup spacesuit would barely be enough. Of course, after all, they were going to be in outer space for a long time. If the spacesuit could not support them for that long, they would have to change it. In that case, 18 sets would be a stretch. It would be best if they could buy more spacesuits. As for the oxygen supply modules, they would definitely have to prepare more of them. Li Yifu couldn't help but say, that's a lot. Granduncle, Elon's company may not have so many in stock. After all, the cost of spacesuits is as high as tens of millions of dollars. As long as he has the technology and we have the money, we will definitely be able to produce them as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei said, Your task is to get Elon to provide us with as many things as possible as soon as possible. Understood. Li Yifu said, Granduncle, this disciple will go back to the United States as soon as possible, but the Peach Blossom Island, I will ask Qingfeng to take Xianxia there. Xiao Ruofei said. Xianxia had also learned how to control the Peach Blossom Island's great array, and his level of array formation was far superior to Li Yifu's. Through the jade pendant refined by Xiao Ruofei, he was responsible for the daily maintenance of the great array and resisting possible external enemies. In addition, Luo Qingfeng, a gold core cultivator, was also there, so there was no chance of anything going wrong. It just so happened that Luo Qingfeng was also in the capital, bringing Wang Shan to help receive the cultivators. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei only needed to give the order, and he could call Xianxia and go to the Peach Blossom Island together. Yes. After Luo Qingfeng and Xianxia arrive and hand over the control talisman, this disciple will quickly go to the United States. Li Yifu said respectfully. Then I wish you success. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xiao Ruofei thought of another thing and said, That's right. Yifu, when you talk to Elon, don't limit yourself to spacesuits and support modules. As long as you can get your hands on outer space equipment, we will want it, even the spaceship experiment cabin. As long as he is willing to sell it, I will pay for it. Okay, this disciple will do his best. Li Yifu said. However, space equipment involves a lot of sensitive technology, so this disciple can't guarantee that the negotiations will go smoothly. After all, Elon is not particularly short of money. If money could solve problems, Li Yifu wouldn't even frown, even if he used up all his wealth. However, Elon himself was also a rich man. As early as the 1990s, he started his business in Silicon Valley. Later, he developed the famous payment tool PayPal, which made him a lot of money. After that, he founded the famous Tesla company and created the Tesla pure electric car that was popular all over the world. This guy had always been very persistent in his space dream. In 2001, he invested $100 million to establish SpaceX, which was now popular all over the world. At that time, everyone thought that this guy was crazy. He wanted to enter the space industry as a private individual, which many countries couldn't afford to spend money on. $100 million was only enough to buy a few sets of extravehicular spacesuits. It was destined to not make any splash. However, in 2012, he sent the Falcon rocket into space, which opened the era of private space transportation. In 2018, he completed the complete recovery of the first stage booster rocket, which greatly reduced the launch cost. As SpaceX's manned spaceflight was infinitely close to success, Elon's assets also snowballed. Now, his net worth had reached $40 to $50 billion, which could be said to be comparable to Li Yifu. For such a rich man, it was definitely not enough to just throw money at him. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Of course, it is most convenient to use money to solve problems. Although Elon has a lot of assets, there are also many places where he needs to spend money. As long as he can make a lot of money safely, I don't believe that he won't be interested." Li Yifu said, "Of course he will be interested in making money. He is still a businessman in essence. If we can ensure his safety, I believe that he should be tempted. Therefore, I may have to trouble you to go to the United States in person." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and understood Li Yifu's meaning. He said with a smile, "That's right. Such a large pile of equipment and spacesuits are very sensitive equipment. It is impossible to transport them out of the United States even through smuggling channels. We can only transport them with storage magic treasures. I think that as long as we don't transport them out of the United States, Elon should have less worries." "I think so too." Li Yifu said, "I will not let others handle this matter. I am going to talk to Elon in private." "Well, if money really can't solve it," Xiao Ruofei said, "you can consider some other methods. If necessary, you can use some means of cultivation. In short, we can only succeed in this matter. We can't afford to fail. We have no way out." Although many cultivators despised using the means of cultivation to deal with an ordinary person, exploring the moon was too important, and time was relatively tight. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any psychological burden to deal with an American. "Understood." Li Yifu said, "Don't worry, Marshal Uncle. I will go to the United States first. If we can't reach an agreement, I will report to you and see what to do next." "Well, I will arrange it here. I will come to the United States to meet you then," Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei called Luo Qingfeng. He said seriously, "Qingfeng, contact Xianxia immediately and go with him to the Peach Blossom Island. Yifu has an important task and needs to return to the United States for a period of time. During his absence, you and Xianxia will be in charge of the Peach Blossom Island. Xianxia will be mainly responsible for the maintenance and control of the array, and you will be in charge of the overall situation." Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Yes. The old slave will leave immediately." Xiao Ruofei nodded and checked the soundproof enchantment again. Then, he whispered, "Be careful on the way and take a few detours to avoid being followed." During this period of time, many cultivators had come to Xiao Ruofei's courtyard house, and there were many masters of the gold core stage. If they were not careful and were really followed and discovered the Peach Blossom Island, it would be a lot of trouble. Xiao Ruofei also knew that sooner or later, the Peach Blossom Island would be exposed to the cultivation world. However, he hoped that it would happen as late as possible. It would be best to wait until his strength had reached a point where everyone had to look up to him. This way, no one would dare to covet his island. In fact, the most convenient way would be for Xiao Ruofei to take Luo Qingfeng back to the star-picking sect with the obsidian flying ship, take Xianxia, and then fly to the Peach Blossom Island. He should even directly send Li Yifu back to the United States by flying ship, which would be the fastest way. But now, the Tianyi school and many other sects were working together to crack the token and organize the exploration of the secret realm on the moon. Xiao Ruofei was the key figure in this, and he also had the most important information. No one would be at ease to let Xiao Ruofei go alone. But because the Peach Blossom Island had to be kept a secret, and Xiao Ruofei could not take these cultivators with him, so this most convenient way was doomed to be impossible. Therefore, he could only let Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu spend more time and energy on the journey. There was no other way. Luo Qingfeng used the phone in Xiao Ruofei's room to contact the sect. Soon, he found Xianxia and agreed on a meeting place with him. Then, he respectfully said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei. After leaving the room, Luo Qingfeng was about to say goodbye to Chen Nanfeng and the others. After all, he was the head of the star-picking sect, and his status in the cultivation world was equal to Chen Nanfeng and the others. Just as they stepped out of the door, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng saw Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia walking towards them from the front yard. The three of them didn't look too good and were in low spirits. What's wrong? Xiao Ruofei looked at the three dejected people and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Reading how seeing Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, Chen Nanfeng squeezed out a smile and greeted them, sect leader Luo, fellow Daoist Xia. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. Luo Qingfeng naturally noticed that there was something wrong with the three of them, but he didn't ask much. He just smiled and said, Sect Leader Chen, Sect Leader Mu, Valley Master Lu, I was just about to say goodbye to you. Oh? Sect Leader Luo, are you leaving? Chen Nanfeng asked in surprise. In his opinion, Luo Qingfeng was a firm supporter of Xiao Ruofei. Although Luo Qingfeng didn't pass the music selection, he could at least give Xiao Ruofei more confidence if he stayed here. After all, he was also a cultivator at the gold core stage, therefore, Chen Nanfeng and the other two were quite surprised that Luo Qingfeng was in such a hurry to leave. Luo Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, There are still many things to do in the sect. I can't help much here, so I just discussed it with the first elder and then I'll go back first. The disciple I brought with me will stay and continue to serve everyone well. I see. Then I wish sect leader Luo a safe journey. Chen Nanfeng said. Chen Nanfeng's attention was not on Luo Qingfeng. What's more, Luo Qingfeng did not pass the music selection. Even if he stayed, it was impossible for him to participate in the exploration of the moon. Therefore, in Chen Nanfeng's opinion, Luo Qingfeng's departure was not important at all. Luo Qingfeng smiled and nodded. He said goodbye to Mu Xing and Lu Manxia, and then nodded to Xiao Ruofei. Then, he directly stepped out of the Sihiyuan, found a place where no one was around, took out his flying sword, and directly flew away. In the Sihiyuan, Xiao Ruofei looked at Chen Nanfeng and the other two and asked, Seniors, what happened? I see that you don't look very good. Chen Nanfeng sighed and said, Let's talk inside. Okay, please come in. Everyone went to Xiao Ruofei's master suite and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Chen Nanfeng then said, Fellow Daoist Xia, the three of us used some time just now to test the Jade Water flying boat. Xiao Ruofei was very surprised. He had just talked with Layman Yuntai for a while, then called Li Yifu to arrange the purchase of spacesuits and other space equipment. Then he called Luo Qingfeng over and gave him some instructions. In fact, it didn't take much time. The three of them had actually taken a trip to outer space on the Blue Water airship. However, after giving it some thought, he felt relieved. If it was just to test the performance of the flying boat, they didn't necessarily need to rush out of the atmosphere completely. Besides, if they were to go straight up and down, that little bit of time was enough. Xiao Ruofei's mind raced as he asked, Sect Leader Chen, have the three of them reached the outer space? Chen Nanfeng shook his head slightly and said, I don't think so. However, I can indeed see the curved outline of our world. It's considered a relatively high altitude. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, So, the results of the test weren't very good? Chen Nanfeng sighed softly and said, The environment outside is far worse than we thought. As fellow Taoist Xia said, the air at our altitude is very thin. If an ordinary person doesn't have any protection, they may die in a short time. Even if it's a gold core stage cultivator, they can't hold on for a long time. It's because of this reason that we didn't continue to fly up, but chose to return. I know about the environment of outer space, Xia Ruofei said, that's why I attach great importance to the spacesuits. I've already found a way to get someone to contact the United States to buy spacesuits. Of course, there are some other equipment, including the oxygen module, which must be prepared well. As I said before, the science and technology of the secular world are sometimes more useful than the methods of the cultivation world. Chen Nanfeng nodded in agreement and said, that's right. I heard from Xian'er that there's a space station above us that's made by ordinary people flying around. It's much higher than the altitude we were at, but ordinary people without any cultivation can live up there for a long time. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, human technology still has a lot of merits. Moreover, their speed of development far exceeds that of the cultivation world. Then, Xia Ruofei asked again, 3 seniors, if it's just the problem of the harsh environment of outer space, you don't need to worry too much. This junior will definitely find a way to solve it. At this time, Mu Xing said, if it's just this problem, we won't be so depressed. Oh? Could it be that there's still a difficult problem to solve? Xia Ruofei asked. Let Brother Chen say it himself. Mu Xing said with a sigh. Chen Nanfeng said with a wry smile, fellow Taoist Xia, I won't hide it from you. I'm afraid our plan needs to be discussed again, because I'm afraid the Jade Water airship won't be able to withstand a long period of outer space flight. Mu Xing also nodded and said, that's true. We didn't stay for a long time, but the Jade Water airship has already suffered some damage in the extremely cold environment outside. You also know that many things in the ancient cultivation world have been lost, and this airship refining method is one of them. We simply don't know how to repair the damaged airship. It's only been such a short period of time, but it's already caused several damages. Lu Mansha also said, and a one-way trip to the moon will take 10 days to half a month. We all feel that the Jade Water airship won't be able to last that long. What's more, we still have to consider the problem of returning. Chen Nanfeng waited for his 2 friends to finish speaking and then said, I remember fellow Taoist Xia also said that the environment of outer space is not only extremely cold, but also extremely hot. Under the alternating cold and heat, I'm afraid the Jade Water airship won't be able to withstand it. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, that's indeed the case. In addition to the extreme cold and extreme heat, the universe is full of all kinds of cosmic rays that we can't see with the naked eye, which will also cause damage to the materials of the airship. If the materials used to refine the airship aren't strong enough, there's indeed a risk of it collapsing. In fact, only high-level cultivators like Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Mansha would be able to withstand the cosmic rays. If it were an ordinary person exposed to the environment of outer space, they would have already been killed by the cosmic rays, or frozen into a popsicle before they were killed by the cosmic rays. It seems that we have to consider changing the plan. Mu Xing said with a sigh. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, hey. Just now, Brother Chen said that, there's a space station in the sky that orbits the Earth all year round, and ordinary people live in it all the time? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, to be precise, there's an international space station. In addition, our country also has a Heavenly Palace experiment module. The scale is naturally smaller than the space station, but it's also designed to allow people to stay in it for a long time. Mu Xing clapped his hands and said, then it's settled, isn't it? Let's steal the International Space Station and take it to the moon. Wouldn't it be great? Lu Mansha's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said, Sect Leader Mu, that's a good idea. Since even ordinary people can survive in it, it's naturally not a problem for cultivators. Even Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but show a hint of excitement when he heard this. The blue water airship had only flown out for a short while, but it had already been damaged to a certain extent. Chen Nanfeng was very distressed. After all, no one had the ability to repair the airship now. What's more, at this rate of damage, the blue water airship would not be able to support the moon at all. It would completely collapse, and then everyone would die in the vast space. Therefore, it was imperative to find another way. Mu Xing's suggestion provided another line of thought. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know how to explain it to these science illiterates. In the end, Xiao Ruofei tried his best to explain in plain language, "Seniors, I'm afraid this is unrealistic. Whether it's our country's heavenly palace or the International Space Station, they can only fly around the Earth. They rely on gravity to orbit the Earth. If they want to fly to the moon, they must get rid of the Earth's gravity, which is something the space station doesn't have." In fact, it was true. The International Space Station naturally had a power plant, but it was prepared for orbit fine-tuning when necessary. It was not enough to get rid of the Earth's gravity and fly to the moon. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't talk about the international impact to the 3 Golden Core Stage seniors. If the International Space Station disappeared, it would probably cause a global panic. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that Chen Nanfeng and the others probably wouldn't care much about it. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Chen Nanfeng asked with some disappointment, "Fellow Daoist Xia, is this method really not working?" "Absolutely not," Xiao Ruofei said with certainty. "Then what should we do?" Mu Xing said, "Since the methods of the cultivation world are useless, we can only rely on the technology of ordinary people." Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, "Yes. I remember fellow Daoist Xia said that the Americans had already landed on the moon 50 or 60 years ago. We'll go to the United States and let them send our people to the moon." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Seniors, I'm afraid that the United States doesn't have ready-made rockets and spaceships. Those were the products of the struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union decades ago. At that time, the Apollo program cost a lot of money. In fact, at present, the moon landing is more symbolic than practical, so the United States hasn't launched another moon landing program in the past few decades. In other words, even if the Americans want to return to the moon, they don't have ready-made equipment to use. They have to build it from scratch. This is a systematic project. I'm afraid it can't be completed in 1 or 2 years. This won't work, that won't work." Mu Xing said with a slight frown, "Are we just going to look at the moon above our heads and know that there may be a top-secret treasure land on it, but we can't go there at all?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Seniors, please don't be impatient. In fact, this junior also has a flying boat. I think we can test whether this junior's boat can withstand the outer space environment and then make a plan." Mu Xing wasn't in a good mood. He said, "Little brother Xia, brother Chen's jade water flying boat has already been tested. Testing your flying boat again? I'm afraid it's meaningless. If your flying boat is damaged for no reason, wouldn't the loss outweigh the gain?" Lu Manch's thoughts were similar to Mu Xing's, so she nodded and echoed, "I think it's better to think of other ways." However, Chen Nanfeng's heart moved and he said, "I think, there's no harm in trying." Mu Xing was a little anxious when he heard this. He said, "Brother Chen, you've experienced it yourself just now. You know how bad the environment outside is. The jade water flying boat has been damaged a lot in such a short time. It's a bit inappropriate for you to let little brother Xia take the risk to take the treasure. In today's cultivation world, a flying boat could be regarded as a very precious treasure. Although a flying boat couldn't assist in cultivation or help people retreat from the enemy, flying magic treasures were very rare. Compared to flying on a sword, a flying boat was much more comfortable. In today's cultivation world, the highest level of cultivation was below the nascent soul stage, and the flying boat was still a divine tool for escaping. The speed of most cultivators flying on swords was not as fast as the flying boat. Mu Xing had always favored Xiao Ruofei, so he was quite protective of Xiao Ruofei in his words. Even in the face of Chen Nanfeng, the #1 master in the cultivation world, he didn't mince his words. Of course, this was also because Mu Xing and Chen Nanfeng had a good personal relationship. The two of them would never fall out over such a trivial matter. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Mu Xing gratefully, and then said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader Mu. But this junior is still very confident in his obsidian flying boat. Besides, whether it works or not, we'll only know after trying it." Chen Nanfeng looked at Mu Xing with a smile and said, "Brother Mu, did you hear that? Fellow Daoist Xia is very confident. Besides, do you think I'm the kind of person who would harm others without benefiting myself? Since fellow Daoist Xia proposed this plan, I believe he must have his own reasons. Shouldn't we express our support?" In fact, what Chen Nanfeng said was not important. He didn't say the most important reason. That was, he had sent someone to secretly investigate Xiao Ruofei. He also knew that Xiao Ruofei's black flying boat was extremely fast. At least in terms of performance, it was much better than the blue water flying boat. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng was also looking forward to seeing whether Xiao Ruofei's flying boat could withstand the harsh environment of outer space if the blue water flying boat was not up to the task. Whether it could work or not, Chen Nanfeng at least knew one thing, that was, Xiao Ruofei's black flying boat should not be as fragile as the blue water flying boat. And this time everyone had experience, so they naturally wouldn't be caught off guard. Even the black flying boat couldn't withstand such an extremely harsh environment. Chen Nanfeng felt that he could at least ensure that Xiao Ruofei's black flying boat would not suffer as much damage as the blue water flying boat just now. Mu Xing said helplessly, "Since you all said so, what else can I say? Let's try it." Chen Nanfeng and the other two had hurried back mainly because the jade water flying boat was damaged. In fact, the three of them could still hold on. Plus, cultivators had strong recovery abilities, so they were already in peak condition. Since Xiao Ruofei proposed to test the obsidian flying boat immediately, they naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Chen Nanfeng also called Xianxia over. Xiao Ruofei directly released the obsidian flying boat in the courtyard and had it float above the middle courtyard. Fortunately, the flying boat had an invisibility effect on ordinary people. Otherwise, with such a huge flying boat quietly suspended above their heads, the huge oppressive feeling brought by the black hull with a hint of modern technological beauty would definitely remind people of keywords such as the invasion of an alien civilization. Xiao Ruofei and the other four jumped onto the flying boat. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to drive the flying boat higher. Instead, he first took Chen Nanfeng and the others to tour the flying boat. Mu Xing clicked his tongue and praised, "Little brother Xia, your flying boat looks much bigger than brother Chen's. And this black material looks very sturdy." Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Could a refining material be measured by sturdiness? Gold was very soft. Was it worse than a hard rock? Lu Manxia touched the side of the boat and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, what material is your flying boat made of? Why does it look like obsidian crystal?" "Impossible. How precious is obsidian crystal?" Mu Xing shouted, "A fist-sized obsidian crystal can be sold for a sky-high price. How many obsidian crystals would be used to make such a big flying boat? It's impossible to take out the entire sect." Chen Nanfeng opened his mouth and said, "Brother Mu, you're mistaken. I'm sure this flying boat definitely uses obsidian crystal, and it's very likely that it's the main material." "Really?" Mu Xing couldn't believe it and looked at Xiao Ruofei inquisitively. Xiao Ruofei nodded helplessly and said, "Master did mention that this flying boat was refined with precious obsidian crystal as the main material, so it's called the obsidian flying boat." Although they had guessed the answer, Chen Nanfeng and the other two still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a big flying boat completely made of obsidian crystal, the visual impact was quite huge. Moreover, when they heard Xiao Ruofei mention Master again, they had a feeling that it was just as they thought. Obviously, in their opinion, no matter how talented Xiao Ruofei was, he couldn't be like Doraemon Cat, treasures after treasures. For example, this obsidian flying boat, this flying boat was definitely bestowed by Xiao Ruofei's mysterious and powerful master. Of course, Chen Nanfeng and the others did not have any improper thoughts. First of all, they were now allies and would soon cooperate to explore the moon. In addition, since Xiao Ruofei's master gave this obsidian flying boat to Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei took it out in front of everyone without any hesitation, it meant that there must be a way to protect the flying boat. Otherwise, an ordinary man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. If an ordinary cultivator owned such a flying boat, it was very likely that they would get themselves killed. Of course, this was also because the temptation wasn't great enough. After all, flying boats were mainly used as flying tools, and the range of application was relatively narrow. If it was a treasure land like Peach Blossom Island, perhaps even Chen Nanfeng would find it difficult to resist the huge temptation. Xiao Ruofei took everyone around for a tour. Chen Nanfeng secretly felt that this obsidian flying boat was much better than the clear water flying boat, but he didn't know how the obsidian flying boat's defensive ability was and whether it could adapt to the environment of outer space. Chen Nanfeng said in his heart, "This flying boat is made of extremely precious obsidian crystal, and the defensive power of obsidian crystal is also extremely high. I think this obsidian flying boat shouldn't be bad either." Everyone came to the control room. Seeing the control panel that was much simpler than the clear water flying boat, Chen Nanfeng asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xia, what is the fuel for your flying boat?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Spirit stones, spirit crystals are fine. As long as it can be provided with energy, it can fly. The higher the purity of the energy, the faster the flying speed. So today, I'm going to give it some high-purity fuel." After that, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out a crystal that exuded a rich energy aura from the ring to space. Yuan Jing. Chen Nanfeng and the others couldn't help but be surprised. "Haha. Little brother Xia, you're really generous," Mu Xing said with a smile. Yuan Jing could directly provide rich Yuan Jing and was the preferred resource for gold core stage cultivators to assist in their cultivation. However, Yuan Jing was also extremely precious, especially in the modern cultivation world where resources were increasingly scarce. Yuan Jing was becoming increasingly scarce. Even gold core stage cultivators were reluctant to use Yuan Jing in their daily cultivation. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Resources are used to play a role. This is not a gem. Do you think it has any collection value?" Chen Nanfeng and the others couldn't help but laugh. But at the same time, they deepened their judgment. No wonder Xia Ruofei stepped into the gold core stage at such a young age. He must have received the best resources since he was young. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the feeling of lacking cultivation resources. He was definitely a winner in life who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. "Seniors, Brother Chen, let's set off then." Xia Ruofei inserted the Yuan Jing into the control panel and said, "Please sit down, everyone. At the same time, pay attention to your personal protection. The environment outside the atmosphere is very harsh. The three seniors have already experienced it, so I won't say more." Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and Qin Xian all nodded and each found a seat to sit down. Xia Ruofei also sat in front of the control panel and controlled the flying boat to ascend. Because the goal this time was very clear, the jade water flying boat was basically ascending in a straight line and didn't move too much horizontally. The speed of the flying boat wasn't too fast at the beginning, but as it kept accelerating, it naturally became faster and faster. In almost the blink of an eye, the flying boat drilled into the clouds. Immediately after, the flying boat immediately arrived above the clouds. At this time, all they could see was a vast expanse of white clouds, like balls of cotton. Moreover, these balls of cotton quickly reached under everyone's feet and were getting farther and farther away. In fact, at this height, the oxygen content was very low and the temperature would become very low. If an ordinary person was directly exposed to such an environment, it might only take a dozen seconds, or at most a few dozen seconds, to fall into a coma due to the lack of oxygen to the brain. If it took a little longer, they would naturally not be able to escape the fate of suffocation or freezing to death. However, the protective shield of the obsidian flying boat itself had a certain defensive function, and Xia Ruofei and the others had already covered their bodies with yuanqi, at the same time, changed to internal breathing, and were already prepared for defense, so everyone was safe and sound. Despite being in such a harsh environment, Chen Nanfeng's expression was still very relaxed. He still had the strength to remind, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you must pay close attention to the flying boat's situation. If it is damaged, stop in time and return as soon as possible. Don't try to be brave." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior." In fact, Xia Ruofei's mental power had not relaxed for a moment, and had been sensing the overall situation of the obsidian flying boat. So far, the obsidian flying boat's performance was excellent. Under the low temperature, its appearance did not change in the slightest, and its internal structure was still as stable as before. While Xia Ruofei controlled the flying boat through the control panel, he also knew the situation of the flying boat like the back of his hand. If there was any damage to the flying boat, he would be able to detect it immediately. Of course, this height was far from the limit. It was just a little higher than the cruising altitude of ordinary civil aircraft, but strictly speaking, it was still within the atmosphere. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to move forward, and controlled the flying boat to rise quickly. After a while, everyone had already experienced the effect of weightlessness, and some unfixed things in the flying boat began to slowly float up. At this time, looking out through the porthole, they could already see the huge arc outline of the earth. In addition to being brought into a wonderful situation by the music, this was the first time Xiao Ruofei looked back at the earth in a real sense from this point of view. He couldn't help but be attracted by the magnificent scenery in front of him, and stared at the earth through the porthole. Without any additional controls, the obsidian flying ship was naturally ascending at a fixed speed. Chen Nanfeng's expression also became more and more dignified. This was almost the highest height that the three of them had reached on the blue water flying boat. Just now, when Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Mansha reached this height, the blue water flying boat had already suffered many damages, and Chen Nanfeng had to stop ascending and choose to return. Chen Nanfeng wanted to remind Xiao Ruofei to pay attention to the situation of the obsidian flying boat again. But when he opened his mouth, he immediately realized the situation. Just now, they had discovered that in this near-vacuum environment, the other party could not hear them if they spoke directly. Chen Nanfeng did not know the principle that sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum, but he already had practical experience, so he directly transmitted his voice to Xiao Ruofei. Chen Nanfeng reminded, "Fellow Taoist Xia, this is already the limit of my blue water flying boat's ascent. Pay attention to the obsidian flying boat, and don't be careless. It would be a pity if such a good flying boat was damaged." Xiao Ruofei smiled and replied to Chen Nanfeng, "Sect leader Chen, don't worry, I have been monitoring the flying boat with my mental force. I haven't relaxed for a moment. So far, the obsidian flying boat has not suffered any damage, and its performance is quite good." "No damage at all?" Chen Nanfeng was a little shocked. "You have to check carefully. In such a cold situation, it is very likely that there is no change on the outside, but in fact, the internal structure has been seriously damaged." Xiao Ruofei replied with a smile, "This junior has checked very carefully, senior, don't worry." Chen Nanfeng's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. After seeing the obsidian flying boat, he expected that the defensive power of this flying boat would be much better than that of the blue water flying boat, but it was still undamaged, which was somewhat beyond Chen Nanfeng's expectations. After all, Chen Nanfeng actually did not have much confidence in using the flying boat to travel for more than 10 days and directly to the moon. But now, the performance of the obsidian flying boat gave him a glimmer of hope. The flying boat continued to ascend. Now that they had basically reached the edge of the atmosphere, the outline of the earth was more clearly visible. Of course, the environment had also become worse. On the flying boat, the 5 people, including Xiao Ruofei, were all cultivators of the gold core stage. Needless to say, Chen Nanfeng was the only one at the late gold core stage. Mu Xing and Lu Mansha were both at the middle gold core stage. Only Xiao Ruofei and Chen Xian were at the early gold core stage. In such an environment, the gap between everyone was also revealed. The 3 sect leaders were still fine. After all, their cultivation was profound, and they were far from reaching their limits at this time. As for Xiao Ruofei and Chen Xian, Xiao Ruofei was still relatively relaxed, while Chen Xian's expression was somewhat struggling. He needed to use his vitality to protect his body, and in such a low-temperature environment, the consumption was very large. At the same time, he also had to maintain the state of internal breathing, using his vitality to replace the intake of oxygen, which was also consumed. When the two were combined, it was obvious that Chen Xian's cultivation foundation was much worse than Xiao Ruofei's. Chen Nanfeng and the other 2 also saw this. Seeing Chen Xian's dignified expression, Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh. Xianer's title as the #1 genius of the younger generation has completely changed hands. Chen Nanfeng transmitted his voice to Xiao Ruofei, "Fellow Taoist Xia, I think this height is enough. We can plan to return now." Xiao Ruofei also saw that Chen Xian was a little difficult to hold on, so he nodded and said, "Okay, the environment here is basically the same as outer space. It's just that the flying boat test is almost enough. However, whether or not it can adapt to the environment is one thing, and whether or not it can meet the conditions of a long voyage may need to be tested. Of course, this kind of test can wait until our spacesuits arrive. At that time, we can also let the fellow cultivators in the qi condensation stage participate." After all, they are also part of the exploration team, and their strength is the weakest. Only if the cultivators in the Qi condensation stage can safely ride the flying boat for a long time can our test be considered a success. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, agreed. Fellow Taoist Xia, let's stop here for today. Let's go back now. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. No problem. After that, he operated the control panel for a while, and the momentum of the obsidian flying boat suddenly slowed down. Then, without needing to change direction, it directly began to descend again. After the flying boat entered the atmosphere, everyone felt relaxed. The environment of outer space was still too harsh for cultivators at their level. The legendary physical body that could fly through the void was still too far away from them. The obsidian flying boat passed through the clouds. Just as it was about to rush out of the clouds, Chen Nanfeng said, Fellow Taoist Xia, why don't we let the flying boat hover here first? Let's see how the flying boat is after this flight. Reading house at this time, the obsidian airship had returned to the atmosphere, so Chen Nanfeng naturally didn't need to transmit his voice. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia also nodded in agreement. They were also very curious about the situation of the obsidian airship after the flight that had exceeded the limit of the clear water airship just now. They had just seen the tragic state of the clear water airship. Just the external damage had already made Chen Nanfeng's heart ache. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, of course. After that, he operated the control panel, and the airship soon stopped descending and hovered in the clouds. Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia all summoned their flying swords and left the airship. The obsidian airship belonged to Xiao Ruofei, so he could directly sense the situation of the airship with his spiritual force. Naturally, he didn't need to get off the ship to check. Qin Xian hadn't fully recovered yet, and his face was still a little pale. Obviously, he had overused his primordial qi, so he didn't leave the airship but chose to recover his primordial qi in the cabin. Chen Nanfeng and the other two checked around and soon returned to the cabin. The three of them all had a strange expression on their faces. Chen Nanfeng couldn't hide his shock and asked, Fellow Taoist Xia, is it really unscathed? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, it's true. But the flight time this time is relatively short, so the reference value is not great. In fact, more in-depth tests are needed to test whether the airship is suitable for long-term space travel. This has already exceeded our expectations. Lu Manx's beautiful eyes showed unconcealable joy. We thought that the plan of using airships to travel across space to the moon should be impossible. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xia to give us such a big surprise. Chen Nanfeng smiled bitterly and said, comparing goods has to be thrown out. Compared to this obsidian flying ship, our First Heaven Society's clear water flying ship is nothing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Sect Leader Chen, you're exaggerating. We can only say that each has its own strengths. I remember Master telling me that because this blacklight airship is made of a special material, its defensive ability is stronger than most airships, but other airships may not have such a great advantage. At this time, Qin Xian, who had recovered a little, said, Brother Xia, your master is too modest. I can see that our azure water airship is behind the obsidian airship in all aspects. Not only in terms of defense, but also in terms of absolute speed, we're much slower than the Blackbright airship. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Seniors, Brother Chen, if there is nothing else, shall we return to the surface? All right. Sure, let's go back first. Xiao Ruofei controlled the obsidian airship and steadily hovered above the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. The five of them jumped down from the flying ship, and Xiao Ruofei put away the obsidian flying ship. Chen Nanfeng and the others were led to the living room of the master suite, and everyone took their seats. Xiao Ruofei made tea for everyone and said, Seniors, our top priority now is to prepare the protective equipment in space as soon as possible. I've already asked someone in the United States to contact the spacesuits and related equipment. If everything goes well, it shouldn't take too long before we can conduct more in-depth tests. I think the day when we officially depart to the moon shouldn't be too far away. That's great. Mu Xing said, Little brother Xia, it's all thanks to you this time. From the beginning of the cracking of the token, you've contributed the most. If it weren't for little brother Xia, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to study even a little bit of useful information before the token disappeared. Senior Mu, you're too kind. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, we're all cooperating. I'm not doing voluntary work. Even so, little brother Xiao's contribution is the greatest. Mu Xing said, Brother Chen, Valley Master Lu, I have a suggestion, at least we can't let little brother Xiao work for free again and again. For example, during the hundreds of thousands of miles to the moon, little brother Xiao let everyone ride on the flying ship for free, but we should all pool together the crystals consumed on the way, right? And the spacesuits, I heard it's extremely expensive. Although money in the secular world is nothing, there's no reason to let little brother Xia pay for it alone. I think everyone should take the initiative to bear these costs. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, I agree. And the Tianyi Palace is willing to pay 20% more. After all, we take up a lot of spots. Lu Mansha said with a smile, the soaring flower valley has no objections. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, seniors, what are you doing? Although I'm not rich, I can still afford a few crystals. We're all cooperating to explore the secret realm, so there's no need to calculate so clearly, right? That's another matter. In short, we can't let you work hard and suffer losses. Mu Xing said, it's settled then. Before we officially depart, we'll gather the crystals and give them to you. Also, we'll pay for the spacesuits as well. Little brother Xia, it's reasonable to say that we should pay you some compensation, but I don't think you'll accept it. However, it's better for everyone to pool the resources together. Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, if that's the case, then we'll do as you say. Today, I called you here to tell you that the spacesuits will have to wait for at least 2 or 3 days. There's nothing to do in the next few days, so everyone can go to the various scenic spots in the capital and relax. If there's anything you need to arrange, you can tell me and I'll arrange it. If the negotiations in America go well. In fact, regardless of whether the negotiations go well, I'll be going to America in a few days. Everyone, come with me. We'll take the obsidian flying ship, it should be very fast. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, no problem, we'll listen to your arrangements for the next few days. In fact, after 2 tests, Chen Nanfeng and the others were very clear that even if the obsidian flying ship's defense was strong enough, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't leave them and go directly to the moon at this stage. The reason was very simple. With Xiao Ruofei's cultivation, it was impossible for him to last so many days without any protection. In fact, even Chen Nanfeng, who had the highest cultivation, couldn't last that long. However, Xiao Ruofei went to America to contact the purchase of the spacesuits. If Xiao Ruofei successfully got the spacesuits and directly drove the obsidian flying ship from America to the moon, then Chen Nanfeng and the others would be caught unprepared. Without the obsidian flying ship, even if Chen Nanfeng was the #1 expert in the cultivation world, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Xiao Ruofei. Although everyone was on good terms now, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng and the others naturally wouldn't be completely relieved to let Xiao Ruofei go to America alone. It was inevitable that they would go with him. In the next few days, the cultivators of the 3 sects lived in Xiao Ruofei's courtyard house. The older generation generally didn't like to be crowded and spent most of their time cultivating alone. The young people were still more curious about the capital. In particular, some people grew up in sects and felt that everything in the modern city was very fresh. Xiao Ruofei simply took everyone to visit all the famous scenic spots in the capital. In addition, he took them to eat a lot of the capital's specialty snacks. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean in America, a Gulfstream G650 private plane landed steadily at the San Francisco International Airport in San Francisco, California. Although it was a long flight, Li Yifu was still in high spirits, and his eyes were filled with excitement. After such a long time, he could finally help his martial granduncle with something. Although it was only a matter of the secular world, he knew that this matter was very important. Yesterday, Luo Qingfeng took Xianxia on his sword and rushed to Taoyuan Island at the fastest speed. Of course, in order to avoid being followed, Luo Qingfeng took some detours, so it took a longer time than expected for him to get there. After Li Yifu handed over everything on the island, he asked Luo Qingfeng to take him directly to the nearest island with an airport. He had already transferred his private plane to wait here in advance. Li Yifu directly took his private plane and refueled on the way. After a total of more than 10 hours of flight, he finally landed in San Francisco at 10 o'clock in the morning local time. A black extended Bentley drove directly to the tarmac. This was Li Yifu's car. It was a specially customized extended version. The body was equipped with thick armor, and the tires, glass, and so on were all bulletproof. The security level was very high. This was also transferred to San Francisco by a transport plane last night. Chairman, you've worked hard. A Chinese girl wearing a capable black suit stepped forward and bowed slightly. This was Li Yifu's personal assistant, Lin Wei. She was a full-time assistant who served Li Yifu and helped him coordinate all his affairs. However, Li Yifu was basically not in the United States in the past 6 months, and did not care about the company's affairs. Therefore, Lin Wei became very idle. She also took the initiative to ask to keep her assistant position and go to some other department positions to train. This time, Lin Wei was naturally notified of Li Yifu's return to the United States. She handed over all her other work in advance and became a full-time assistant again. Li Yifu nodded slightly and asked faintly, "Have you contacted Elon Musk?" Lin Wei nodded and said, "Mr. Musk has been in Silicon Valley during this time, but his schedule is very full. Our latest confirmed meeting time is 2:30 this afternoon, about half an hour." Li Yifu frowned slightly and said, "It's so short? Can't it be arranged at dinner time?" Although Li Yifu grew up in the United States, he was still a traditional Huaxia person and was more accustomed to talking about business at the dinner table. What's more, this matter had to be in a relatively private place, where only he and Musk could talk. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible to succeed. Lin Wei said, "Chairman, Mr. Musk's assistant replied that because SpaceX's manned flight plan is about to be implemented, Mr. Musk, as the company's CEO and CTO, is very busy and his schedule is particularly full." This half-hour meeting time was squeezed out at the last minute. Because of this, Mr. Musk also cancelled a meeting. Lin Wei was also worried that Li Yifu would feel that he was neglected, so she quickly explained. In fact, Elon Musk still gave a lot of respect to an industrialist and veteran super-rich like Li Yifu. Otherwise, it would be impossible to arrange a meeting in the afternoon as soon as the plane landed. Li Yifu's mind was filled with thoughts of doing things well for Xia Ruofei, so he did not think about the problem of neglect. He thought for a while and said, "Okay. Half an hour it is. Have you confirmed with them?" "I need to talk to Elon Musk alone." "This has been confirmed with the other party." Lin Wei quickly said, "Mr. Musk said that there is no problem at all." "Okay." Li Yifu said, "Let's go back to the hotel first." 2:30 in the afternoon. Tesla's headquarters in Silicon Valley. Li Yifu, who arrived 10 minutes early, walked into Elon Musk's office under the guidance of a blonde female secretary. Elon Musk fully expressed his respect for Li Yifu, the industrialist, and got up in advance to greet him warmly. "Mr. Musk, I took the liberty to visit you today. Sorry to disturb you," Li Yifu said with a smile. "Mr. Li, please sit." Elon Musk smiled and led Li Yifu to the reception area, then said, "It is my honor to meet with a business tycoon like Mr. Li. In my mind, your position is not inferior to Mr. Li from Hong Kong." Elon Musk's posture was very humble, but in fact, it was not too exaggerated. Elon Musk's net worth should be about the same as Li Yifu's, roughly around 40 to 50 billion US dollars. However, Li Yifu's name was in the industry, and the cash flow advantage of doing business was very big. The market value of those technology giants in Silicon Valley was also very high, but that was illusory. Compared to the cash flow, it was much worse than the industrial companies. What's more, Elon Musk continued to burn money in SpaceX, and now he also needed a continuous injection of funds. He did not know why Li Yifu took the initiative to come to him, but he felt that this might be an opportunity that could bring him a lot of money. "Mr. Musk is too kind," Li Yifu said with a smile. "Our two generations have worked hard for decades and hundreds of years, but the speed of accumulating wealth is far inferior to the new software of some technology companies in Silicon Valley. Therefore, now is the world of the young people." The two exchanged a few words, and the secretary brought the coffee and left the office. Elon Musk went straight to the point. His time was very precious, and of course, it was impossible to keep beating around the bush. Mr. Li, what business do you have with me this time? Elon Musk asked straightforwardly. I specially came to visit this time to do business with Mr. Musk. Li Yifu said with a smile. Elon Musk raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, is that so? You are welcome. I like to do business with industrialists like Mr. Li, but I don't know what business Mr. Li wants to do with me. I hope to purchase a batch of extravehicular spacesuits and related equipment and accessories from SpaceX in my private name. Li Yifu said directly. The smile on Elon Musk's face suddenly froze, and his face showed an expression of disbelief. His mouth opened slightly, and he stared at Li Yifu for a few seconds before asking, Mr. Li, are you sure you are not joking with me? Li Yifu shrugged with a hint of displeasure on his face. He said, Mr. Elon, do you think I flew all the way to Silicon Valley just to make fun of you? Elon Musk waved his hand and said, no, Mr. Li, you misunderstood. It's just that the deal you proposed is a bit beyond my expectations. Li Yifu smiled and said, I believe that with SpaceX's technical strength, they should already have a mature extravehicular spacesuit product. As for the other supporting equipment and modules, they are not a problem. Why are you so surprised, Mr. Musk? SpaceX's technology is of course not a problem. Elon Musk shook his head and said, but Mr. Li should know the sensitivity of aerospace technology. Especially. I'm sorry, I don't mean any racial discrimination, but the reality is like this. Mr. Li, your Chinese identity may make this matter more sensitive. I can guarantee that all spacesuits, supporting equipment, and modules will not be shipped out of the United States. No technical details will be leaked, and they will not be used in the military field or terrorist attacks. Li Yifu said. Elon Musk smiled and said, Mr. Li, you should know that such a guarantee will not help in reaching a deal. And I'm curious, Mr. Li, why do you suddenly want to buy such a large number of extravehicular spacesuits? Is your company also interested in entering the aerospace field? Li Yifu thought for a moment and said, I can't comment on the use of spacesuits. But our company has no intention of entering the aerospace field and will not become a competitor of SpaceX. This is just a purchase in my name. Li Yifu's words obviously could not dispel Elon Musk's doubts. Li Yifu looked at Elon Musk and said, Mr. Musk, in fact, this matter is not that complicated. You can look at it as an ordinary transaction, but the transaction amount is a bit large, maybe more than $1 billion. I think SpaceX's continuous investment in the aerospace field, especially now that they have entered the critical stage of human spaceflight, should have a high demand for funds. I am very willing to help you at this time. As long as we reach an agreement on the transaction, I am willing to pay in full in one go. The reason why Elon Musk was hesitant was because Li Yifu's proposal to purchase an extravehicular spacesuit was easily $20 to $30 million per set. Therefore, the transaction amount would definitely not be too low, and SpaceX indeed needed more cash flow to maintain the high expenditure at this stage. Otherwise, when Li Yifu proposed to buy a spacesuit, Elon Musk would have refused without hesitation. It had to be said that $1 billion cash flow was very tempting for Elon Musk. Although the cost of producing these spacesuits and other equipment was high, the profit margin was also very large. Considering the accounting period and other factors, in fact, this $1 billion could be regarded as net income in a short period of time. However, after a fierce battle of thoughts, Elon Musk slowly shook his head and said, I'm very sorry, Mr. Li. I really want to help you, and I really want to get more money, but this deal is too risky. I'm afraid I can't help you. Mr. Musk, the risks are actually controllable, Li Yifu said. We can sign a series of, sorry. Elon Musk's attitude became a lot more firm. Mr. Li, I know lawyers have 100 ways to let us complete the deal without any legal risks. But, the FBI guys won't talk about the law with me. You know. At this point, Elon Musk shrugged and didn't continue to speak. Li Yifu also understood Elon Musk's concerns. His understanding of the United States was even better than his own country, Xianxia. He did not need Elon Musk to continue. He was very clear that agencies like the CIA and FBI would not talk about the law at all. As long as the label of endangering national security was put on them, they could carry out all actions outside the legal authorization. It was like holding an imperial sword. The people did not fight with the officials. Even in the United States, this was also an irrefutable truth. Li Yifu secretly sighed. He knew that today's negotiation would not have a result. Although the meeting time was half an hour, Li Yifu did not continue to try to persuade Elon Musk. Instead, he stood up and said, "Okay. What a pity. If Mr. Musk changes his mind, please contact me immediately. I should be in Silicon Valley these days." Elon Musk stood up and shook hands with Li Yifu. He smiled and said, "Definitely." Elon Musk personally sent Li Yifu to the door, and then both sides waved goodbye. Although Elon Musk was very polite, Li Yifu could see that it would be very difficult to change the other party's mind. On the way back to the hotel, Li Yifu's eyes revealed a trace of light. If normal business methods were not effective, then he could only use some unconventional methods. After Li Yifu returned to the hotel, he first used a satellite phone to contact Xiao Ruofei. The reason why he used a satellite phone was naturally to reduce the possibility of leakage. This was the United States, and surveillance could be said to be everywhere. "Marshal uncle, disciple is incompetent," Li Yifu said directly. The negotiation failed. The other party has a lot of concerns. Just the temptation of money is not enough. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and asked, "What are you going to do? If the soft approach does not work, then I can only use the hard approach." Li Yifu said, "I just want to report to you that disciple may use some cultivator's methods. Please rest assured, Marshal uncle, disciple will handle this matter as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't be in a hurry. Wait a little longer. Anyway, I have to go to the United States. You can make plans after I reach the United States." Li Yifu said with some fear, "Marshal uncle, it is disciple's fault for not doing a good job and making you travel such a long distance. Whether things go smoothly on your side or not, I have to come over." Xiao Ruofei said, "I have nothing to do these few days, so I might as well come over a little earlier. Yifu, before I reach the United States, don't act rashly, understand?" "Yes. Marshal uncle, disciple will wait for your arrival in Silicon Valley," Li Yifu said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei told Chen Nanfeng and the others about his plans to go to the United States. Chen Nanfeng and the others were not interested in going to the United States, but they did not dare to completely trust Xiao Ruofei. They let him go to the United States alone to deal with the problem of the spacesuit. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to let Qin Xian and Xiao Ruofei go together. As for the Flying Flower Valley, Lu Manchao let Yu Xian'er go as well, saying that she wanted her to broaden her horizons. As for the Tsonglang sect, Mu Sheng trusted Xiao Ruofei. He also knew that at the crucial stage of their cooperation, the possibility of Xiao Ruofei and the others leaving the Tsonglang sect behind was very low. Therefore, Mu Sheng did not send anyone. As for Xiao Ruofei, he still brought along Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Before he had enough ability to protect himself, he did not dare to place his hopes on Song Wei and Ling Qingxue's character. Even if the foundation of their cooperation was solid, Xiao Ruofei still had to be careful. Therefore, during this period of time, he did his best to bring Song Wei and Ling Qingxue with him. The others who did not go to the United States continued to stay in Xiao Ruofei's courtyard house. Xiao Ruofei also instructed Wu Chang to take good care of these guests. The next day, Xiao Ruofei and the others boarded the obsidian flying ship that was suspended above the courtyard house in the middle of the courtyard house and quickly flew in the direction of the United States. It would take at least 10 hours to travel to San Francisco by civil aircraft, even if it was a direct flight. On the other hand, the time needed to drive the airship was greatly reduced because the airship didn't need to follow the established route and flew in a straight line. In addition, the speed of the airship was much faster than the cruising speed of the civil aircraft. The difference in speed might not be obvious for a short journey, but for a journey of thousands of miles, the difference in speed would be obvious. Xiao Ruofei controlled the obsidian flying ship to fly at full speed. In just 2 or 3 hours, the obsidian flying ship had already arrived at Silicon Valley in the San Francisco area. Xiao Ruofei followed the address provided by Li Yifu and landed the flying ship near the Hilton Hotel where he lived. Then, he walked directly to the hotel with Qin Xian and the others. Xiao Ruofei and the others had all changed their appearances to a certain extent. Xiao Ruofei himself still looked like Xiao Chen. In fact, when he first walked in the cultivation world, he used Xiaochen's image, but this time, his secular identity had been exposed, and everyone was used to his original appearance. As for the others, although they didn't have a secret technique like Xiao Ruofei to change their appearance at will, it was still very easy for them to use disguise to change their appearance. After all, no one had gone through any immigration procedures, especially people like Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were still living in the secular world. If they didn't change their appearances, it would be troublesome for them to be found in the United States without any records at customs. Li Yifu was already waiting in the hotel lobby. Li Yifu was already very familiar with this image of Xiaochen. What's more, he was extremely familiar with the aura of Xiao Ruofei, so when Xiao Ruofei and the others appeared at the entrance of the hotel, Li Yifu quickly got up to greet them. "Martial Granduncle." Li Yifu bowed slightly and called out. Qin Xian and Yu Xian were a little surprised that this white-bearded old man actually called Xiao Ruofei Martial Granduncle. Qin Xian had seen Li Yifu at the auction last time, so he still had a little impression of Li Yifu. At that time, everyone still had a lot of guesses about Xiao Ruofei's identity, but now they were more inclined to believe that the master behind Xiao Ruofei was the primordial soul stage ancestor of the star-picking sect, Taoist Qi Yun. With Qi Yun's seniority, it was very normal for Xiao Ruofei to have a disciple as old as Li Yifu. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "Are the rooms ready?" "Yes. According to your instructions, this disciple has booked 3 luxurious suites." Li Yifu said. "Okay, let's go back to the room first," Xiao Ruofei said. Of course, they couldn't use the passports of Xiao Ruofei and the others to book a room at the Hilton Hotel. Li Yifu had already booked a room with someone else's identity in advance. This was naturally not difficult for a local tyrant like him. Xiao Ruofei and the others followed Li Yifu to take the elevator to the 19th floor. Li Yifu took out 3 room cards and gave them to Xiao Ruofei, Qin Xian, and Yu Xian. Then, he said, "Martial Granduncle, seniors, these 3 suites are all on the same floor. There is 1 on the east side and 2 on the west side. The procedures have been completed. Everyone can check in according to the room card." There was a long corridor between the east and west sides, so a single room was naturally more peaceful. This was the room that Li Yifu had left for Xiao Ruofei. Yu Xian, who was young, blushed when she was called a senior. The key was that her cultivation was not much higher than Li Yifu's. Therefore, Yu Xian quickly waved her hand and said, "I'm not a senior. You should call me Xian." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I think the seniority in the cultivation world is also very messy. It's better for us to address each other separately. Otherwise, Li Yifu's seniority would be too low." Xiao Ruofei then said, "Everyone, let's sit in my room first. Let's discuss what to do next." Everyone went to the luxury suite at the east end of the corridor and sat down together in the small living room. Li Yifu was busy making tea for everyone, but he was stopped by Xiao Ruofei. He said, "Yifu, don't be busy. Everyone is not thirsty. You should tell us about the situation first." Only then did Li Yifu sit down on the sofa opposite Xiao Ruofei. With a look of shame, he said, "Martial Granduncle, I'm really incompetent. I can't even handle such a small matter. I have to trouble Martial Granduncle to do it personally." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This is not a small matter. It's normal for Elon Musk to have concerns. Tell us about the situation first." "Yes. Martial Granduncle." Following that, Li Yifu recounted yesterday's meeting to Xiao Ruofei in detail. Finally, he said, "Martial Granduncle, Elon Musk's concerns are still very big. I'm afraid that through normal business negotiations, it's not likely that this transaction will be completed." After hearing this, Yu Xian said with some confusion, "Brother Xia, if that's the case, why don't we go directly to the factory to get the spacesuits and leave?" The cultivation world did not intervene in worldly affairs, but that was also relative. If an ordinary person had the cultivation world's most precious treasure, the cultivators would naturally not rob him just because he was an ordinary person. Similarly, the exploration of the moon could be said to be a top priority now. Now, the extravehicular spacesuits had become the key equipment. Under such circumstances, it was naturally normal to use the means of cultivators to obtain the spacesuits directly. It would not be criticized at all. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Miss Xianxia, there's something you don't know. The cost of extravehicular spacesuits is extremely high, and they are custom-made according to the actual body of the astronaut, so it's basically impossible for them to be in stock. The most convenient channel for us is to customize them through SpaceX. Reading house, so that's how it is. Xianxia suddenly realized, but at the same time, she was a little embarrassed. Xianxia muttered, if that's the case, Elon Musk is the key figure. Of course. Xiao Ruofei said, he has the absolute right to speak in SpaceX. And he also has the ability to help us complete this matter. It seems that we have to start with this person. Xianxia's eyes revealed a glimmer of light as he spoke. If they wanted to force an ordinary person to submit, there were countless ways for a practitioner to do so. Any one of them was enough to make ordinary people suffer so much that they wished they were dead. They would feel like they were in purgatory every second. Even agents who had received professional anti-interrogation training might not be able to withstand it for long, let alone a super-rich person like Elon Musk. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if it really doesn't work, we can only use this method. Xiao Ruofei had a more foolproof method, and that was the Soul Seal. Wang Boshan had already been executed, so there was a quota for the Soul Seal. Xiao Ruofei could directly use the Soul Seal on Elon Musk and turn him into a soul slave. Elon Musk was an ordinary person, so naturally, he would not have any leeway to resist. It could be said that he would definitely fall for it. At that time, Elon Musk would not hesitate to carry out any of Xiao Ruofei's instructions, and there would be no discounts. If he wanted the cooperative factory to produce all kinds of parts at full capacity and finally assemble them into a spacesuit, there would naturally be no problem. However, Xiao Ruofei would not use this method easily. After all, the other party was just an ordinary person. Even if he was rich, the help he could provide to Xiao Ruofei was limited. Wasting a Soul Seal quota because of such a thing was really not worth the loss. Xiao Ruofei was not the kind of person who was cruel and merciless. Otherwise, he might directly kill the other party after using him. This way, the Soul Seal would not be wasted. Or he could try stripping the Soul Seal. Although this might turn the soul slave into an idiot, at least he would be able to keep his life. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ruofei was unwilling to use this method to deal with ordinary people, including Bonnie Rithi, who was still doing odd jobs on Peach Blossom Island. Bonnie Rithi had long lost his value. For Xiao Ruofei, the most cost-effective way to deal with him was to kill Bonnie Rithi with his sword and free up the Soul Seal. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that Bonnie Lady wasn't an evil person and didn't deserve to die. Therefore, he still kept him alive and didn't even try to forcibly remove the Soul Seal. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't easily use the Soul Seal to deal with Elon Musk. Li Yifu hesitated for a moment before saying, Granduncle, actually, Elon Musk suddenly left Silicon Valley yesterday, after you met him? Xiao Ruofei asked. This has nothing to do with me. Li Yifu said with a wry smile, he probably had some urgent personal matters, so he pushed back his schedule and left Silicon Valley directly. I'm trying to find out the reason for Elon Musk's hasty departure through some channels. Elon Musk spent most of his time in Silicon Valley. Most of his businesses, such as Tesla, SpaceX, and the super battery factory, were in the Silicon Valley area. During this period of time, because of the manned flight, Elon Musk's schedule was very tight and there was a lot of work to deal with every day. Something urgent must have happened for him to suddenly leave Silicon Valley at this time. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, find out what he's doing as soon as possible. Our matter can't be delayed. We have to hurry up and get it done. Understood. Li Yifu said, I've already asked people to step up the investigation. I believe there will be news soon. As soon as Li Yifu's voice fell, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and quickly said, Granduncle, it's the person I sent to inquire about the news, answer it here. Li Yifu said, yes. He answered the phone and his voice returned to its usual majesty, hello? Did you find out? Don't say too much over the phone. Come to the room and tell me. I'm in room 1926. After Li Yifu hung up the phone, he said, Granduncle, I have the latest news. I'm worried that the phone communication is not safe, so I asked him to come to the room and tell me. It's necessary to be cautious. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. Some special institutions in the United States could be said to be notorious. All kinds of monitoring doors were frequently exposed. For a rich person like Li Yifu, it was difficult to say that the phone call was absolutely safe. After a while, the doorbell rang. Li Yifu got up and opened the door. He looked at the person outside and said in English, "Come in and talk." Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw a white man of about 40 years old respectfully following Li Yifu into the room. The white man's body was considered standard. At least, he wasn't out of shape. However, his appearance was very ordinary. He was the kind that couldn't be found in a crowd. He had a head of disheveled blonde hair and a bag under his arm. He looked like an ordinary frustrated middle-aged man. The white man didn't expect there to be so many people in the room. When he saw Xiao Ruofei and the others, he couldn't help but show a trace of hesitation on his face. Li Yifu said lightly, "Mark, these are friends that I absolutely trust. You don't have to worry. Just tell me what you found out." Mark listened to Li Yifu's words and nodded. He bowed slightly to Li Yifu and said, "Mr. Li, according to your instructions, I started the investigation as soon as possible. According to the preliminary information we received, Mr. Elon Musk went to Los Angeles. He owns a mansion in Los Angeles. According to reliable information, he returned to that mansion in an emergency." Li Yifu asked lightly, "This should be an unplanned arrangement. Have you found out why he went to Los Angeles in a hurry?" Mark said respectfully, "It's been a short time, so the information I received is not very accurate. However, I can basically confirm that his temporary departure from Silicon Valley has something to do with his newborn child. The child should have a serious health problem. We are still trying to understand the specific situation. However, you know that the medical information of such a rich family is highly private. It is more difficult to find out the exact information." After that, Mark quickly handed over the briefcase and said, "The specific information is here. Please take a look." Li Yifu took the briefcase, nodded and said, "Well done. Mark, continue to understand the specific situation. Remember to inform me if there is any news." "Understood," Mark said. Li Yifu took out a check from his jacket pocket and handed it to Mark. Then, he said lightly, "Thank you for your hard work. If you can get more useful information next, the reward will definitely not disappoint you." Mark quickly glanced at the amount on the check. There was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he was full of enthusiasm. He said, "Please rest assured. Dear Mr. Li, our firm is first class in the United States. We will definitely complete your request." Then you go ahead and do your work," Li Yifu said. Mark nodded and bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei and the others. Then, he quietly left the room. Li Yifu and Mark's communication was in English, but Xiao Ruofei and the others could basically understand it. Xiao Ruofei's English was enough for normal communication. Song Wei and Ling Qingxua's English was also good. Yu Xian'er had lived in the secular world for many years and had obtained a master's degree. Simple English communication was not a problem for her. Chen Xian, on the other hand, had not specifically learned English. He had only learned a little English when he was learning about computers for the convenience of learning. Therefore, among the few of them, Chen Xian had only heard the general idea and was a little confused. The others, including Yu Xian'er, had already understood the current situation. After Mark left the room, Li Yifu immediately said respectfully to Xiao Ruofei, "Master's uncle. The situation is not particularly clear now, but the information provided by Mark is definitely not a problem. Their detective firm has a high reputation in the industry." Xiao Ruofei said, "So Elon Musk really left in a hurry because of family matters?" Xiao Ruofei thought of Mark's words and suddenly asked, "Yifu, do you know about Elon Musk's son?" Li Yifu said, "This disciple has learned about him in the past 2 days. After all, it's best to know yourself and the enemy if you want to negotiate with him. Elon Musk's son was just born a few months ago. His girlfriend is a Canadian pop singer, Grimes, who is 17 years younger than him." Xiao Ruofei said, "Oh. An old cow eating young grass. It seems that this Mr. Musk is also a playboy." Li Yifu said with a smile, "This guy has 2 ex-wives. One of them got married, divorced, remarried, and divorced for a long time. He should have more girlfriends. After all, his image is not bad. The most important thing is that he has money. Amazing. Xiao Ruofei said casually. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "You seem to be envious of him." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill. He turned around and saw Song Wei and Ling Qingxue staring at him with unkind eyes. He quickly laughed and said, "I just said it casually. I despise this kind of people who rely on their stinky money to fool around with other women. Why would I be envious of him?" Hee hee. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue laughed at the same time. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. "Ifu, this Elon Musk should be 40 or 50 years old, right? I think he's 48 years old this year." Li Yifu said. "That's barely considered an old child." Xiao Ruofei said, "He should be very concerned about this son." Li Yifu thought about it and said, "An old child is definitely counted, but this isn't his first child. He and his first wife had 5 children. Ah?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is so good at giving birth. Test tube babies." Li Yifu said with a smile, "To be precise, he and his first wife had 6 children, but the first child died not long after birth due to sudden infant death syndrome. After that, he seemed to believe that science could give him healthy children, so he had a pair of twins through test tube baby technology. Later, he might have felt that this method was pretty good, so he had triplets. So, there were 5 children in total, but he actually had 2 children." Li Yifu had obviously done his homework, and he was very familiar with Elon Musk's situation. Xiao Ruofei nodded thoughtfully and said, "This guy has so many children, and now that his newborn son has health problems, he still left a lot of work and rushed back anxiously. It seems that he really cares about his child." Li Yifu nodded and said, "At least from the public reports, Elon Musk should be considered a good father. He works more than 100 hours a week, but even if he's very busy, he still insists on playing with his children at home every weekend, and he also takes time to take his children on trips. I remember that when he visited Huaxia a few years ago, he even brought his children with him. In order to take care of his children, even his ex-wife went with him to Huaxia." Li Yifu paused and continued, "In addition, he often shows off the gifts his children gave him on his social media, and he also brings his children to his company. What's even more exaggerated is that he feels that these schools in America are far from his standards, so he specially set up a school for his 5 children." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little speechless. He said, "Sure enough, he's rich and willful." However, from the information that was publicly disclosed, it was clear that he really cared about his child. Of course, this can't be ruled out as a kind of persona. Li Yifu smiled and shook his head. It shouldn't be. With Musk's wealth and status, he doesn't need to set up a persona. And his style has always been straightforward, so he shouldn't deliberately create an image of a good father to the public when it comes to his children. Martial uncle, I think this should be a more genuine disclosure." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, we might be able to find a breakthrough from his children." Li Yifu was shocked. He hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but say carefully, "Martial uncle, this. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. As the saying goes, one shouldn't implicate one's wife and children. His children are innocent. What's more, he didn't do anything wrong. He just didn't want to make a deal with us because of various concerns." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Ifu, what kind of person do you think I am? Do I look like that kind of cruel person?" Li Yifu hurriedly stood up and said in fear, "Martial uncle, I deserve to die. I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have guessed Martial uncle's thoughts. Please forgive me, Martial uncle." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "I'm just kidding. It's my fault that I didn't make it clear, so there was ambiguity. Sit down first." "Yes." Li Yifu sat down uneasily. Xiao Ruofei opened her mouth and said, "What I mean is, doesn't this newborn child have serious health problems? We might be able to help him. In exchange, he will also help us with some small matters. Isn't this logical?" Reading House. It was only then that Li Yifu understood Xiao Ruofei's true intentions. He also felt ashamed, because the first thing that came to his mind was that Xiao Ruofei wanted to use Elon Musk's child to threaten the other party. It seemed that he was the one with the dark side. Xianxia and the others hadn't participated in the discussion. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Xianxia couldn't help but say, "Brother Xia, isn't this too troublesome? After all, we don't know what's going on with that child." Xian'er also agreed. She said, "I think what sect leader Chen said makes sense. Moreover, if a super rich man like Musk can't cure his child, I'm afraid we can't." Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and smiled. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, Miss Xian'er, I'm still a little confident in my medical skills. No matter what the problem is with Elon Musk's new son, I should be able to cure it. As for the fact that a super rich man like him can't do anything, isn't that good? It means that this health problem is very serious, and even money can't solve it. If we can help him solve this problem, then this favor will be even greater." Ling Qingxue also chimed in, "That makes sense. Money isn't everything. Boss Chow is so rich, so if he needs to die, he'll still die. The more serious Musk's child's condition is, the better." At this point, Ling Qingxue also felt that her words seemed to be a little inappropriate, so she quickly explained, I mean, this child's condition is already like this. If Musk's money can't save his child's life, then Ruofei's kindness will be even more precious, right?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's more or less what I mean. Brother Chen, Miss Xian'er, if we directly use the methods of cultivators, we can indeed force Musk to produce spacesuits for us. However, using such a method to deal with ordinary people wouldn't reveal his face, right? What's more, now that something like this has happened to his family, it seems a little unreasonable for us to use coercion on him. Cultivators were also humans, and it was inevitable for them to have emotions and desires. This was especially true for female cultivators like Xian'er. She had grown up in the secular world and received the traditional education of the secular world. She only entered Soaring Flower Valley to cultivate after she became an adult, so she resonated with Xiao Ruofei's words even more. She nodded in agreement and said, "If his child is really dangerous, it's not appropriate for us to deal with him now." Qin Xian smiled bitterly and said, "I don't insist on using tough means to deal with this person. It's just that I don't know how good Brother Xia's medical skills are. Since Brother Xia is so confident, it's better to use a softer method." "I have no objections." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I believe that a conciliatory approach is always better than a coercive approach. Since Musk is willing to cooperate with us, we can feel more at ease. After all, we're the ones using the spacesuits. If something is really done to them during the production process, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage." Chen Xian nodded and said, "Agreed. Then let's use Brother Xia's method and try it out." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Ifu, hurry up and get someone to find out what's going on with Musk's son." In fact, no matter what illness Musk's son had, Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could treat it with his traditional Chinese medicine methods and the petals of the spirit heart flower. However, before you go to someone's door to help, you have to find out what illness they have, right? If you say that you can cure your child's illness without knowing anything, it would be strange if you don't get beaten up. Li Fu nodded and said, "Yes. Marshal Granduncle, I'll find a few more detective agencies and try to get the exact information as soon as possible." "Yes." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It seems that we haven't even warmed up from sitting here and we have to move to Los Angeles again." "Marshal Granduncle, I'll arrange a plane," Li Yifu said quickly. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need, we'll just take the flying boat there." "Yes. Marshal Granduncle, I'll make some arrangements first," Li Yifu said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "There's no need to rush this little bit of time." Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at the time and said, "It takes time to gather information. It's already evening. Why don't we just stay here for the night and leave tomorrow morning? Everyone, rest well in your rooms. Just treat it as recharging your energy. Of course, if you want to go out for a walk, it's fine. After all, this is the territory of the United States, we won't come here often." Chen Xian smiled and stood up and said, "Then we'll go back to our rooms first. Old man, I'll have to trouble you here." Chen Xian was talking to Li Yifu. After all, Li Yifu was an old man. Facing an old man with white hair and beard, Chen Xian didn't feel right to call him by his name. However, Li Yifu's cultivation and seniority were very low. Xianxia couldn't call him senior, so he could only use a more neutral term, old man. Li Yifu quickly said, "Young Master Chen, you're too serious. It's my duty to serve Martial Granduncle. I wouldn't dare to say that it's hard. Please go back to your rooms and rest. I've already arranged a banquet. I'll have to invite everyone to come later." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "We have to come. When we arrive in the United States, Yifu is the host. We're all here to eat from the rich. Brother Chen, Miss Xianxia, go back to your rooms and rest for a while. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Then, I'll accept your invitation." Yu Xianxia said with a smile. Chen Xian and Yu Xianxia went back to their rooms. Li Yifu also got up and left to arrange the trip to Los Angeles. He wanted to contact more private detectives to inquire about Musk's family. In the evening, Li Yifu hosted a banquet to entertain Xiao Ruofei and the others. Because the things they had to do in the United States hadn't been done yet, everyone naturally wasn't in the mood to drink. After dinner, they went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Li Yifu took everyone to the hotel's buffet restaurant for breakfast. Then, everyone prepared to go directly to Los Angeles. Naturally, Li Yifu didn't need to personally deal with things like checking out. After breakfast, they went directly to a relatively secluded place. After Xiao Ruofei released the obsidian flying ship, everyone quickly jumped on the flying ship. Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying ship to ascend and asked, "Yifu, did you find out any specific information?" Li Yifu looked ashamed and said, "No one has replied to me yet." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Maybe the time is too short. Let's go to Los Angeles first." From San Francisco to Los Angeles, an ordinary civil aircraft took about 1.5 hours. Using the obsidian flying ship, it was even faster. In 20 minutes, everyone had already arrived in Los Angeles. Xiao Ruofei followed Li Yifu's guidance and found a relatively secluded place near the famous Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles to slowly land the flying ship. After everyone jumped off the flying ship, Xiao Ruofei quickly put away the obsidian flying ship. Not far ahead was the Beverly Hills Hotel. Li Yifu had already booked a room here in advance. The people arranged by Li Yifu had already made arrangements. The room was also booked in the name of someone else, so they didn't need to check in at the hotel. They directly got the room card from the staff of Li Yifu's company and went straight to the room. This was the most famous 5-star hotel in Los Angeles. It also had a long history. Although the hotel was old, the facilities were still very advanced. In recent years, it had been upgraded many times and maintained a fairly high standard. Xiao Ruofei and the others first came to one of the luxury suites together, and then Li Yifu began to make phone calls to understand the situation. Xiao Ruofei took out a tea set and Taoyuan de Hong Pao from the Ring 2 space and sat around with everyone to make tea and chat. In a hotel in the United States, it was definitely impossible to find any good tea leaves. There would also be no kung fu tea sets unless they specifically requested from the hotel. Even the water used to make the tea was the spirit pond water that Xiao Ruofei took out from the Ring 2 space. The spirit pond water was filled with a 5-liter kettle. Many people were very particular about the quality of the tea, so it wasn't strange that Xiao Ruofei stored some tea water in his storage magic treasure. Everyone didn't care. Instead, they were all full of praise for the taste of Taoyuan de Hong Pao. After a while, Li Yifu came over and said, "Martial Granduncle, it's basically clear. Musk's child was diagnosed with rhabdomyosarcoma yesterday. This kind of tumor is relatively malignant, and the prognosis is not very good." "Rhabdomyosarcoma?" Xiao Ruofei said as he took out his mobile phone to search. "Is this disease very troublesome? Even someone as rich as Musk can't cure it?" Chen Xian and Yu Xianxia couldn't help but exchange a look. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei confidently said that there was no problem with his medical skills. Why did it seem like he hadn't even heard of the name of this disease today? Why did he have to search for information on the spot? Did he really rely on Baidu to see a doctor? Was this guy reliable or not? Xiao Ruofei happened to look up at that moment and saw Chen Xian and Yu Xianxia's strange looks. He immediately guessed what they were thinking. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Brother Chen, Miss Xianxia, my medical skills are mainly in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. This rhabdomyosarcoma is what Western medicine calls it. I have to check the situation first. In fact, although Xia Ruofei's medical skills had reached a very high level, when he treated some malignant diseases or difficult diseases, he used more simple and crude methods. He used the petals of the spirit heart flower directly, and it was tried and tested time and time again. However, this was not something outsiders could tell. Chen Xian and Yu Xian nodded skeptically. No matter how good Xia Ruofei's medical skills were, there was no harm in trying. If this method really didn't work, they had other means to force Musk to submit. Xia Ruofei quickly checked the situation of the rhabdomyosarcoma and found that it was a malignant tumor that mainly appeared in children. According to Western medicine, it was usually treated with surgery, combined with radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Xia Ruofei quickly browsed through the relevant information and said, "This disease is quite serious, but it seems that the cure rate is not bad. Musk is so rich, so the child shouldn't lose his life, but he will definitely suffer a lot." Li Yifu said, "Grandmaster, according to the information we have, this child's rhabdomyosarcoma is a relatively malignant type. This sarcoma grew on his arm. When he was born, we thought it was a red birthmark. We didn't expect it to be such a serious disease. I heard that the disease has now affected the kidneys and some other important organs. Also, under normal circumstances, the survival rate of this type of rhabdomyosarcoma is less than 1/3, so it's still quite dangerous." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I understand. That means he should be able to keep his life for the time being, but the probability of recurrence is very high." "Yes." Li Yifu nodded and said. "Yifu, contact Musk." Xia Ruofei said, "Be sure to get him to agree to meet with us." "Yes, Grandmaster." Li Yifu replied. Los Angeles, Bel Air. In a somewhat retro Spanish-style mansion, Elon Musk was having a meeting with his personal doctor and several pediatric oncologists. Next to Elon Musk, his girlfriend, Grimes, looked haggard. Elon Musk himself was frowning. He said somewhat impatiently, "So, the only solution now is surgery? But little X is so young. Can he withstand this kind of surgery?" Elon Musk had named his newborn son Little X, a very unique name. It was said that it was not only because his company was called SpaceX, but also because of that, but it seemed to have more meaning. Elon Musk's personal doctor, Manuel, exchanged glances with several experts, then nodded cautiously and said, "Mr. Musk, in order to prevent the condition from deteriorating further, we suggest that the surgery be performed as soon as possible. Of course, because the patient is too young, some risks in the surgery process are inevitable, but we can do sufficient preoperative preparations through scientific means to reduce the risk of the surgery as much as possible." Elon Musk asked directly, "Dr. Manuel, tell me, what is the success rate of the surgery?" Manuel hesitated for a moment, then he said, "In terms of the surgery itself, the success rate should be more than 80%. What we need to pay attention to is the postoperative infection, as well as the problems of the immune system caused by the follow-up radiation and chemotherapy. Of course, the most important thing is the probability of recurrence. From a macroscopic point of view, the combination of these factors is the standard to measure the success of the surgery." Elon Musk asked, "Then, according to this standard, what is the probability of the surgery being successful?" "About 30%, Manuel said. If we can avoid postoperative infection and successfully complete comprehensive treatment such as radiation and chemotherapy, the survival rate should increase to 40% to 50%. When Elon Musk's girlfriend, Grimes, heard the doctor's judgment, she couldn't help but sob. Elon Musk frowned slightly and said, "In other words, if surgery and follow-up comprehensive treatment are carried out, the survival rate will not exceed 50%? You can understand it that way." Manuel said, "In fact, the survival rate indicators include a 5-year survival rate, a 10-year survival rate, and so on. But if little X's disease recurs, I'm afraid." Manuel shrugged and didn't say anything else, but everyone understood what he meant. Elon Musk's face was sullen as he fell into a dilemma. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "Thank you, Dr. Manuel, and the other experts." "Thank you. As for the treatment plan, I think I still have to think about it." "Of course. This is very important. Manuel nodded and said, I don't mean to rush you, but I still have to remind you that you need to make a decision as soon as possible. The longer you delay, the worse it will be for your condition. I know. Elon Musk rubbed his hair and said, you guys can stay at my place for now. I've already arranged a room for you. I need to discuss it with my girlfriend. Okay. Manuel stood up and said, Mr. Musk, please inform me as soon as you make a decision. I'll be on standby. Elon Musk nodded and let the butler take the medical experts to the guest room to rest. Elon, what do we do now? Grimes was a little out of her wits. Elon Musk patted Grimes' shoulder and said, my dear, don't worry too much. We can provide the best medical conditions for little X, and the world's best pediatricians and oncologists will treat him. He will be fine. Grimes choked and said, Dr. Manuel must have considered these factors, but his estimation of the survival rate is still so low. This shows that this disease is really difficult to cure. Elon Musk knew this. He just wanted to comfort his girlfriend, but in fact, he also felt that he needed to be comforted. Grimes asked again, Elon, what do we do now? Do we have to perform the surgery? If the surgery failed, it was needless to say that the child would not even be able to leave the operating table. Even if the surgery succeeded, there would be a series of subsequent problems, any of which could take the child's life. Even if those difficulties were overcome, the probability of a relapse was extremely high. In other words, it was very likely that he would suffer a lot of hardships that even an adult would find unbearable. In the end, he still wouldn't be able to keep his life. If he did not undergo surgery and only received conservative treatment, it might not be so painful, but it was obvious that his life had already entered the countdown. The so-called conservative treatment was in fact, most of the time, it was just hospice care. There was no real treatment effect. Elon Musk sighed and said, I'm really conflicted. Little X is still so young. He shouldn't have to bear all this suffering. In fact, the moment Elon Musk heard that his child had a malignant tumor, he subconsciously thought of his first child. At that time, the child was only 10 weeks old. Like all fathers, he wanted to let the child take a nap. Then, he put the child on his shoulder. However, when he looked at the child again, he found that the child was no longer breathing. Of course, in the end, the doctor concluded that the child died of sudden infant death syndrome. It was not because he held the child in the wrong position that caused the child to suffocate. However, Elon Musk still felt great pain. He stayed in the hospital for 3 days and then never talked about the child's death again. In fact, the sudden death of this child was a huge blow to him. So much so that his 5 children were conceived through IVF technology. In the depths of his heart, he believed that only science could guarantee the absolute health of the child. Only this time, his girlfriend's pregnancy was an accident. However, since there was already a child, it was definitely going to be born. When the child was born, Elon Musk was a little nervous. Fortunately, the situation at the time showed that the child was very healthy, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the good times did not last long. The nightmare still came. The child that he named Little X could not escape the misfortune in the end. He actually got such a serious disease. His life was in danger, as if he was cursed. The psychological shadow that was hidden in the depths of Elon Musk's heart suddenly shrouded him. Elon. Elon. The voice of his girlfriend, Grimes, woke him up from the painful memories. Ah? Elon Musk was a little confused. Sorry, dear, I was a little distracted. What did you say? Elon, your phone is ringing. Grimes said. Elon Musk then realized that the phone in his pocket was not only ringing, but also vibrating. It was just that he really did not notice it just now. Oh. Thank you. Elon Musk took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. He could not help but frown slightly. This call was from Li Yifu. According to the normal procedure, if Li Yifu wanted to contact Elon Musk, he would definitely have his assistant or secretary make an appointment with Elon Musk's secretary. However, the scale of the two people's wealth was about the same. They were both heavyweight tycoons. The last time they met, the two exchanged business cards out of courtesy. Therefore, Li Yifu directly called Elon Musk's private phone number. Elon Musk wanted to hang up the phone and refused to answer. After all, he really did not have the mood to discuss business with Li Yifu right now. Not to mention that Li Yifu's business was too risky and he was not interested. However, refusing to answer was obviously very impolite, especially when the other party was a tycoon like Li Yifu. If he hung up rudely, he might really completely offend the other party. Therefore, although he was unwilling, Elon Musk still answered the phone. However, his tone was a little cold. "Mr. Li, are you looking for me?" "Mr. Musk, I hope to see you again," Li Yifu said. "Sorry, Mr. Li, I have already left Silicon Valley." Elon Musk said, "These 2 days, something happened at home, so I temporarily left work. In addition, I think my attitude is very clear about the matter that Mr. Li wants to discuss. Indeed, because of the consideration of risk control, we are unable to cooperate on that project." "I'm really sorry." "Mr. Musk is in Los Angeles, right?" Li Yifu asked with a smile. "It just so happens that I am in Los Angeles too." Elon Musk's face changed slightly and said, "Mr. Li, what do you mean? Are you following me?" In fact, at this moment, Elon Musk had a lot of thoughts. Because Li Yifu proposed to buy spacesuits and aerospace equipment, it was too sensitive in itself. Moreover, Li Yifu's Chinese identity made it difficult for Elon Musk not to think that the Huaxia government was behind this matter. He had just left Silicon Valley, and under the circumstances of keeping his whereabouts secret, the other party had already come to Los Angeles. This could not help but make Elon Musk vigilant. "Mr. Musk, don't misunderstand," Li Yifu said with a smile. "This time I am not looking for you to discuss business. I heard that your child has some health problems, which is really unfortunate. I am willing to provide you with some medical help." A trace of displeasure arose in Elon Musk's heart. Obviously, Li Yifu had spent a lot of effort to investigate him. Otherwise, how could he have chased him to Los Angeles so quickly and know about little X's situation? Although Elon Musk did not deliberately keep it a secret, this did not mean that he could accept his privacy being snooped on. Therefore, Elon Musk's tone became less polite. He snorted and said, "Mr. Li, I don't know what you mean by medical help. Does Mr. Li think that I can't find the best doctor or hospital to treat little X?" Li Yifu said lightly, "Of course I don't think so. But, as far as I know, the degree of malignancy of rhabdomyosarcoma is very high, especially your child's situation seems to be more serious. Even under the best conditions, I think the survival rate seems to be less than 40%, right? So what?" Elon Musk felt that his patience was about to be worn out, and his tone became more and more stiff. "This survival rate is simply a gamble," Li Yifu said somewhat exaggeratedly. "Mr. Musk, do you think that if the conditions I can provide are only 40% survival rate, or just a little increase, I will still call you?" Elon Musk's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Then Mr. Li, what do you mean, with the medical help you provide, what is the survival rate of little X?" Li Yifu said lightly, "More than 90%. If you don't consider some unforeseen factors, then it is 100%. Li Yifu was full of confidence in Xia Ruofei's medical skills. In fact, he was full of confidence in Xia Ruofei's ability in any field. To put it bluntly, it was blind worship. After Elon Musk heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He then came back to his senses. He felt that it was impossible, especially for someone like him who believed in science. Everything had to conform to the laws of science, including his son's illness. Obviously, from a scientific point of view, the treatment plan proposed by Dr. Manuel's team had reached the world's top level, and the patient's survival rate had been raised to the limit. Li Yifu said something like 90% and 100% right from the start. It sounded like he was a swindler. Elon Musk couldn't help but feel a trace of displeasure in his heart. He felt that Li Yifu was making fun of him. He said coldly, "Mr. Li, your joke is not funny." "It seems that Mr. Musk doesn't believe what I said," Li Yifu said calmly. "Uh-huh." Elon Musk said coldly, "Could it be that Mr. Li feels that his words have a trace of credibility?" Li Yifu laughed and said, "Whether it is credible or not, won't you know after trying it out? You don't even have the courage to try, and you are so anxious to come to a conclusion? What Mr. Li said doesn't conform to the laws of science, so there is no need to try." Elon Musk was unmoved. The laws of science? Science stipulated that your son must undergo surgery? Li Yifu sneered. Science stipulated that he has to face the terrifying chemotherapy at such a young age. Science also stipulated that he has a 50% to 60% probability of not living past the age of 5. Mr. Li, please pay attention to your words. Elon Musk's face was as calm as water. Little X is very unfortunate to have this disease. This is something that no one wants to see. Li Yifu's tone eased a little and said, Mr. Musk, I didn't mean to provoke you. I just wanted to tell you that there is no loss in giving yourself another chance to try. On the contrary, it is very likely to usher in a miraculous turn of events. Then, Li Yifu said, this time, I specially brought a medical expert from Xianxia. He will conduct a comprehensive treatment for little X from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine. Our expert already understands little X's condition, and he is very confident in curing this disease. Without waiting for Elon Musk to speak, Li Yifu struck while the iron was hot and said, Mr. Musk, with traditional Chinese medicine treatment, there is no need for surgery, and there is no need for chemotherapy. The damage to the body is almost zero. Even if it doesn't succeed, you might as well give it a try. Can the situation get worse? Li Yifu's last words finally moved Elon Musk. He hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Li, I don't know much about traditional Chinese medicine. The expert you brought, can he really treat rhabdomyosarcoma? Li Yifu said, I know it may be hard to believe, but it is the truth. In fact, the expert I brought has successfully cured a serious brain tumor. Please note that it is cured. Elon Musk took a deep breath and said, okay, I am willing to try a new treatment method, provided that it does not cause any harm to the body. Of course, I can guarantee this, Li Yifu said. Elon Musk hesitated again and asked, Mr. Li, this treatment, is it related to the business you mentioned the day before yesterday? Li Yifu interrupted Elon Musk's words with a smile and said, let's not talk about this first. Let's see the effect of the treatment first. How about it? Elon Musk knew that even if the two sides did not sign any agreement, Li Yifu was not a character that could be easily manipulated. If the treatment was really effective, he would most likely have to take the risk to complete this huge order. Otherwise, with Li Yifu's influence in the United States, he would not be able to bear the crazy revenge. Okay. After a short moment of hesitation, Elon Musk said decisively, Mr. Li, please bring the medical experts to my manor. By the way, where are you now? I will send a car to pick you up. Beverly Hills Hotel, Li Yifu said. Okay. Elon Musk said, please wait at the hotel for half an hour. Grimes had been listening to her boyfriend talk on the phone. After Elon Musk hung up, she quickly asked, Elon, have you found a better medical expert? Elon Musk let out a long sigh and said with a complicated expression, I don't know. What? Grimes was confused. She looked at Elon Musk with her eyes wide open. You don't know? Elon Musk made a gesture to calm her down and said, Darling, wait for me for a moment. Then he turned his head and waved at the butler standing in the distance. After calling the butler over, he ordered the butler to immediately send a car to the Beverly Hills Hotel and gave him Li Yifu's contact information. Finally, Elon Musk exhorted, you must maintain enough respect for Li Yifu. He's a senior in the business world. Understood. Sir, I'll personally bring a car to pick up Mr. Li. The butler said respectfully. Elon Musk nodded and waved his hand tiredly. Go and come back quickly. The butler went to the hotel to pick up Li Yifu, while Elon Musk looked at Grimes and asked, Darling, do you know Chinese medicine? Grimes hesitated. Chinese medicine in Xianxia? Uh-huh. Elon Musk nodded. Grimes shrugged and said, I've heard a little about it. There are a few stars in Hollywood who prefer Chinese medicine in Chinatown, but they mainly do physical therapy, massage, and so on. I heard that Chinese medicine also uses grass roots and tree bark to treat people. The mysterious Easterners probably still don't strictly distinguish the difference between witchcraft and medicine. Elon Musk frowned and said, Mr. Li Yifu recommended a Chinese medicine doctor to me. Oh. God. Grimes covered her mouth and said after a while, Darling, don't tell me you want to give little X that black witchcraft medicine. I can't imagine it. Elon Musk pressed down on Grimes's shoulders, looked into her eyes and said, "My dear, you need to calm down first. Li Yifu is a well-known super-rich man in America. He shouldn't be so ridiculous as to use a swindler who doesn't know anything about medicine to fool us." "Perhaps he had something to ask of you, and saw that you were desperate," said Grimes. "Perhaps he was deceived himself? In short, little X is still so young. We can't risk his health." Elon Musk shook his head and said, "If it was an ordinary disease, I definitely wouldn't do this. But you've heard Dr. Manuel's analysis. Rhabdomyosarcoma is highly malignant, and little x's rhabdomyosarcoma is especially dangerous. Even with the best medical resources in the world, the survival rate is only about 1/3. If they were to use Dr. Manuel's plan, the risk would also be very high. The Chinese medicine that Li Yifu introduced doesn't require surgery or chemotherapy. Even if there's a certain risk, I think it's worth it even if it's a small probability." Elon Musk was a businessman, so he naturally used the risk-benefit ratio to evaluate the feasibility of this matter. In comparison, he was much calmer than Grimes. After hearing this, Grimes pondered for a long time before finally nodding and saying, "All right then. But I have to be by little X's side during the treatment." "Of course, I will accompany him throughout the whole process," said Elon Musk. In fact, he didn't have much hope for this. At the Beverly Hills Hotel, after Xiao Ruofei and the others discussed it, they decided that Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu would go to Elon Musk's manor, while the others would rest in the hotel first. After all, they were going to treat someone, not be guests. It was not appropriate for 5 or 6 people to go at once. Soon, Elon Musk's butler contacted Li Yifu. The car he brought had already arrived at the hotel. So, everyone got up and left the room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue stayed in the room to rest, while Chen Xian and Yu Xiner returned to their own rooms. Xiao Ruofei took out an exquisite medical box from the Ring 2 space. It contained a set of silver needles used by Chinese medicine, as well as some Chinese medicine equipment, including cupping. He carried the medical box in his hand and went downstairs with Li Yifu. Soon, they saw Elon Musk's butler. The butler respectfully welcomed the two of them into a Bentley, then sat in the passenger seat and directed the driver to return to the manor. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei was calm and relaxed. When the car was about to reach the destination, he opened his eyes and looked out the window. Elon Musk's mansion was located in Bel Air, Los Angeles. Like most super mansions, the privacy of this small manor was very good. The surrounding trees were verdant and lush, and the entire house was surrounded by a golf course and forest, forming a corner of its own. However, Xiao Ruofei looked carefully at the house that was faintly visible in the distance. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It wasn't as magnificent as he had imagined, nor did it have a sense of technology that matched Elon Musk's status. On the contrary, it looked very simple and even a little old. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "How much did this house cost?" Li Yifu said, "He should have spent more than $20 million on this house." "Wow. It's really not cheap." Xiao Ruofei said, "Is the house price in the United States so expensive?" Li Yifu said with a smile, "Uncle Master, a mansion is different from an ordinary house. There is no reference price. It mainly depends on the environment and so on." The driver and the butler didn't understand Chinese, so Li Yifu didn't need to worry too much. Li Yifu then said, "I've checked some information. Musk's house is focused on environmental protection. You can see that he installed a lot of solar panels. Musk has always been committed to promoting the development of clean energy, such as alternative energy vehicles. Solar energy is also a key part of his industry." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, this guy is a little interesting." While they were talking, the car had already entered the interior of the mansion through an arch similar to a Spanish castle. Musk, who had been notified in advance by the butler, had already come out to wait. Beside him was his girlfriend, Grimes. The Bentley slowly stopped. The butler quickly got out of the car and opened the door on Xiao Ruofei's side, while the driver opened the door on Li Yifu's side. The two of them stepped out of the car. Elon Musk took a few steps forward. He saw Xiao Ruofei get out of the car on the other side and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He even looked into the car somewhat unwillingly, hoping to see someone who hadn't gotten out of the car. Although in the United States, there was no such thing as the older the doctor, the more popular they were, Xia Ruofei's image was too young. The learning cycle of medicine was relatively long. Generally, medical students at Xia Ruofei's age might still be studying for a master's degree or a doctor's degree. He didn't even have much practical experience. How could he be an expert who could cure a serious brain tumor? Elon Musk suddenly felt like he was being played by Li Yifu. Li Yifu went around the front of the car and met up with Xia Ruofei. Then, the two of them walked towards Elon Musk together. Mr. Li. There was a trace of displeasure on Elon Musk's face. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is the Chinese medicine expert you mentioned on the phone here?" Li Yifu looked at Xia Ruofei next to him and said with a smile, "Mr. Musk, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Xia from Huaxia. Dr. Xia has cured many cases of serious malignant tumors." Elon Musk didn't believe it at all. If the young man in front of him was really so powerful, all kinds of reports would have been overwhelming. If he could even cure a terminal brain cancer, this kind of achievement would have won him a Nobel Prize. There was no suspense at all. In other words, if Xia Ruofei was really so awesome, he couldn't be unknown. Elon Musk confirmed that he had never seen Xia Ruofei in any reports. Previously, when the Qantas plane was forced to land in Saipan, Xia Ruofei, as a passenger who had never flown a plane, successfully landed the plane and saved hundreds of people. Such a heroic deed was very popular with the Western media. At that time, there were a lot of reports on the global media. However, there was one thing. Xia Ruofei was now using the image of Xia. Even if Elon Musk had an impression of the news of the Qantas landing, he would never associate the changed Xia Ruofei with the legendary hero at that time. Elon Musk's eyes showed a trace of ridicule, but he still politely asked, "Dr. Xia, which medical university did you graduate from? Which hospital are you currently working in?" Xia Ruofei said with a faint smile on his face, "I didn't graduate from a medical university. In fact, I didn't go to university. In addition, although I have a medical qualification certificate from Huaxia, I don't work in any hospital." "Mr. Xia opened his own private clinic?" Elon Musk asked. In the United States, private clinics and private hospitals were also very common, and the level and conditions of these private medical institutions were often better. Of course, the cost of seeing a doctor in a private medical institution was also a lot higher. The average wage earner would obediently go to a public hospital to see a doctor. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "I didn't open a clinic, nor was I hired to be someone's private doctor." Elon Musk raised his eyebrows, then spread his hands towards Li Yifu and said, "Mr. Li, this Dr. Xia doesn't seem to be the medical expert you mentioned, Mr. Musk." Xia Ruofei said directly, "Chinese medicine pays more attention to inheritance. Many famous Chinese medicine doctors are passed down from master to disciple. In our country, the inheritance of master and disciple is also recognized, so not all practicing Chinese medicine doctors graduated from a Chinese medicine university." Xia Ruofei paused, then quickly continued, "In addition, I didn't work in a hospital, nor did I engage in medical-related work, because I didn't want to treat this as my profession. This time, it has nothing to do with the level of my medical skills. For example." Xia Ruofei glanced at Elon Musk and Grimes. In fact, he had already used his spiritual power to check on them. At the same time, he also used the look in Chinese medicine to observe the situation of the two of them. After pausing for 2 seconds, Xia Ruofei smiled and continued, "For example, even if I'm not a professional doctor, I can still see at a glance that Mr. Musk hasn't been sleeping well recently, and he has a serious tinnitus. In addition, if I'm not wrong, Ms. Grimes' right arm was once fractured, and because it didn't recover completely back then, it often hurts, especially when the climate changes." Elon Musk and Grimes were both stunned when they heard this. If Elon Musk's health and medical records could be investigated through some other means, then Grimes wasn't a particularly famous star. Many years ago, when her arm was fractured, she wasn't Elon Musk's girlfriend at all. She had just entered the entertainment industry, and no one knew her at all. How could things be investigated at that time? What's more, Elon Musk's sleep and tinnitus problems only appeared recently. Because he was busy with work recently, and then there was the matter of little X's rhabdomyosarcoma, he didn't seek medical treatment at all. He only consulted Dr. Manuel briefly, so it was impossible for him to leave medical records. Unless this young Dr. Xia in front of them bribed Dr. Manuel. Let's not talk about the probability of this happening. Just based on this matter alone, bribing Dr. Manuel didn't have any meaning at all. In the end, it still depended on medical skills. The patient was there, and little X's illness wouldn't get better just because Elon Musk and Grimes were fooled. Elon Musk turned his gaze to Grimes. Grimes had a look of disbelief on her face. She nodded gently and said, "When I was 18 years old, I fell off the stage during rehearsals, and my right arm was fractured. Over the years, when there was wind and rain, my arm would indeed ache faintly." What he said was very accurate. "This is really surprising," Elon Musk said. "Dr. Xia, how did you do it to be able to see so much and such accurate information just by looking at it with the naked eye?" Xia Ruofei said faintly, "Chinese medicine is particular about looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Looking is just one of the skills. A skilled Chinese doctor can indeed get a rough judgment just by looking at the patient's complexion without having to come into contact with the patient. Of course, if you need a more accurate diagnosis, you also need to take the pulse, ask about the medical history, and so on. Sometimes you also need to rely on some Western examination methods, such as CT, color Doppler, and so on." "I understand." Elon Musk nodded as if he didn't fully understand. In fact, he was a little confused when he heard about looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. However, he had personally experienced Xia Ruofei's skill just now. Therefore, even if he didn't understand what Xia Ruofei said, he still felt that it was quite amazing. He didn't understand, but he felt that it was amazing. The look on Elon Musk's face immediately became a lot more enthusiastic. He made an inviting gesture and said, "Mr. Li, Dr. Xia, let's go in and sit down before we talk. Please come in." Elon Musk and Grimes led Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu to the huge reception room on the first floor of the mansion's main building. Elon Musk asked, "Mr. Li, Dr. Xia, tea or coffee?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Mr. Musk also has tea here?" Elon Musk smiled and said, "Not long ago, a friend from Huaxia gave it to us. Although the two of us aren't too used to the taste of Huaxia's tea leaves, the tea leaves this time seem to be particularly fragrant, so we occasionally drink some." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Then let's also try this tea." "No problem." Elon Musk nodded with a smile and then motioned to the housekeeper standing to the side. The housekeeper bowed slightly and walked to the side to prepare tea for everyone. The thermostatic tea cabinet was in the corner of the reception room. Although the reception room was very large and the distance was a bit far, Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu could see at a glance that the housekeeper had actually taken out Taoyuan de Hong Pao from the cabinet. Moreover, looking at the packaging, it was the most expensive kind. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other and smile. What made Xia Ruofei somewhat surprised was that there was actually an exquisite kung fu tea set next to the cabinet. It was probably also a gift from Elon Musk's tea delivery friend. The housekeeper's movements in making tea were somewhat jerky, and what made Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu not know whether to laugh or cry was that the housekeeper had basically used the complicated tea set as a filtering tool. In the end, the brewed tea was actually placed in coffee cups, and everyone was given a large cup. This cup of tea, if it was a normal tea cup, could fill at least 10 to 20 cups. No wonder the housekeeper had to toss and turn for a long time when making tea. After all, this kind of kung fu tea set could only fill 4 to 5 teacups. 4 large coffee cups and steaming hot tea were placed in front of Xia Ruofei and the others by the housekeeper on a tray. Elon Musk smiled and said, "Mr. Li, Dr. Xia, please have a taste." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei's expression was a little strange. He picked up the heavy coffee cup and took a sip. Although the tea brewing technique was terrible to the extreme, Taoyuan de Hong Pao was still fragrant and tasted good. Of course, he could only get an evaluation of not bad. It was impossible for him to get any higher. Good tea leaves needed to be brewed carefully. Moreover, there were subtle differences in the taste and aftertaste of each brew. People who often drank tea would be able to feel the subtle changes just by tasting it. This cup of tea was mixed with several stews, so the taste had already become a little strange. Elon Musk also took a sip, revealing an expression of reminiscence as he asked, "Dr. Xia, how is this tea? Xiao Ruofei tactfully replied, not bad, right? He couldn't say, the tea is impeccable, but the tea brewing technique is terrible. Such expensive tea leaves are wasted. However, Xiao Ruofei still felt that his Taoyuan de Hong Pao wasn't worth it, so he couldn't help but say, Mr. Musk, in Huaxia, there are still many things to pay attention to when brewing tea. Your tea set is quite good, but there seems to be some small problems with the way you use it. Of course, this isn't important. If there's a chance, I can show you the correct way to brew de Hong Pao tea leaves. As for now, let's talk about the condition first. Elon Musk quickly nodded and said, okay. Little X was diagnosed 3 days ago, and she did a very comprehensive examination in the past 3 days. Dr. Xia, I'll get someone to bring the examination reports over, and call Dr. Manuel's medical team over. How about you discuss it first? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'd prefer to see the patient first. Mr. Musk, I just told you that Chinese medicine is particular about looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. It's very important to diagnose the patient face to face. In contrast, we don't rely on the examination reports as much as Western medicine. Elon Musk and Grimes looked at each other. They both thought of Xiao Ruofei's magical look formula outside just now. With a glance, he could accurately determine the disease in the patient's body. This was simply more powerful than CT and MRI, since they had already agreed to Xiao Ruofei's visit for treatment with an attitude of giving it a try. Elon Musk and Grimes naturally wouldn't refuse Xiao Ruofei's normal request for a face-to-face diagnosis. Therefore, Elon Musk quickly nodded and said, no problem. But I'll have to trouble Dr. Xia to move to the 3rd floor. Little X is receiving preoperative treatment and can't leave her room. Of course. Xiao Ruofei picked up the coffee cup and drank a big mouthful of tea. He stood up and said, it's better to be early than late. Let's go see the patient now. Okay. Please come with me. Elon Musk also stood up. He looked at Li Yifu and hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Li, why don't you rest here for a while? Li Yifu had already stood up with Xiao Ruofei. He said, I'll go with you. Is it convenient? Since his martial granduncle was treating someone, how could he, as his grand disciple, sit here casually with a cup of coffee and a cup of tea? Even if he couldn't help, he had to have a proper attitude. Elon Musk felt a little strange, but he immediately said, of course it's convenient. Please come this way. Elon Musk and Grimes led Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu directly through the indoor elevator to the 3rd floor. The group passed through a stone corridor and came to a room at the east end. Elon Musk pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Ruofei and the others followed closely behind. Xiao Ruofei saw a young female nurse in a white coat and a 40-year-old aunt in the room. She looked like a nanny who specialized in taking care of children. She was probably a domestic confinement nanny, but foreigners didn't pay attention to confinement, so there was no such thing as a confinement nanny. When the young female nurse saw Elon Musk and the others walk in, she quickly gestured for them to keep quiet and said softly, Mr. Musk, the child just fell asleep. Please keep quiet. Elon Musk turned his gaze to Xiao Ruofei, his eyes revealing a look of inquiry. Xiao Ruofei nodded gently and said, it's okay if he's asleep. After that, he walked to the modified crib and leaned in to observe. Little X was still a newborn. His hair was a little sparse and the skin on his face wasn't completely smooth. There were also some places that were peeling and didn't look cute at all. Although he was sleeping, his little eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Obviously, he wasn't very comfortable. There was an obvious red lump on the child's neck. Even his face was slightly deformed. There was also a shelf next to the crib with an infusion bag hanging on it. Little X was still receiving an infusion, but the child's blood vessels were too thin. Only the blood vessels on the forehead could barely meet the infusion conditions. Therefore, the infusion needle was inserted on the forehead, which looked shocking. Xiao Ruofei reached out his hand and carefully avoided the position of the infusion needle. He gently stroked Little X's forehead. The nurse's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but call out softly, Sir. Elon Musk waved his hand to stop the nurse. The nurse stopped, but there was still a trace of displeasure on her face. Xiao Ruofei's hand moved away from the child's forehead. Other than Li Fu, the others didn't see that Xia Ruofei had just used a small strand of spiritual force to let the baby enter a deeper sleep. In fact, after the spiritual force took effect, the child's eyebrows had already slowly relaxed. This was because he couldn't feel the pain of his body in a deep sleep. Xia Ruofei reached out and gently opened the child's eyelids to take a look. Then, he gently opened the child's mouth to observe the coating on his tongue. Finally, he reached out and pulled a stool to sit by the crib. Then, he put his fingers on the child's wrist and took his pulse. A child's pulse was much weaker than an adult's. Without a certain level of skill, it wasn't easy to check the pulse. However, this obviously wasn't a problem for Xia Ruofei. After a while, Xia Ruofei stood up. When he was taking the pulse, he had also used his spiritual force to conduct a thorough examination of the child. Therefore, he already knew what was going on. He nodded slightly to Elon Musk and took the lead to walk out of the room. Elon Musk and the others hurriedly followed, leaving behind the young female nurse and the nanny looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know what the Asian man that their boss had brought in was doing. He didn't say anything when he came in. He went over to the child and rolled his eyelids and pinched his mouth. Finally, he touched his wrist and closed his eyes in contemplation. After a series of operations, he didn't say anything and just got up and left. The nurse thought for a moment and walked to the corner of the room. She took out her phone and called Elon Musk's personal doctor, Manuel, and reported the situation to him. Manuel and the medical team he had set up lived in this mansion. This included the nurse. Strictly speaking, she was a member of Manuel's medical team. Therefore, to be more precise, Manuel was her boss. She had to be responsible for her boss. In fact, they provided medical services in this mansion as a stopgap measure. Once the treatment plan was determined, it was certain that they would have to go to a professional medical institution for surgery and follow-up treatment. It was just that rich people could choose the best private medical institutions and receive better treatment than public hospitals. After leaving the room, Elon Musk directly led Xia Ruofei to a room next door and then impatiently asked, "Dr. Xia, how is the situation?" Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "It is indeed a rhabdomyosarcoma. The primary focus should be the neck. However, the course of the disease is progressing very quickly. It has now begun to spread to the brain. There are already tumor cells in the eye socket. In addition, there are also early lymph node metastases and hematological spread. There are also signs of infection in the lungs." Elon Musk and Grimes looked at each other and revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Xia Ruofei's judgment was almost exactly the same as the medical team's examination results yesterday. That was the examination results that Dr. Manuel and the others had used a lot of the best medical equipment to produce. Xia Ruofei only had to look at the eyes, tongue coating, and then take the pulse to make such an accurate judgment. It was simply unimaginable. The reason why it was almost exactly the same was because the medical team's examination didn't find any metastases in the eye socket. However, Elon Musk and Grimes already had a lot of trust in Xia Ruofei's medical skills. At the very least, they were incomparably convinced by his examination methods. Therefore, they would rather believe that the medical team's examination wasn't thorough enough and not that Xia Ruofei's judgment was wrong. Elon Musk was somewhat flabbergasted and couldn't help but ask, Dr. Xia, how did you come to such a detailed conclusion? If Xia Ruofei's examination methods were in the field of Western medicine, it would only be the simplest of physical examination methods. He could only make a basic judgment and it was simply impossible for him to be so accurate. Elon Musk had personally seen Xia Ruofei's understated examination methods. He even had an illusion that if he learned a few techniques, he could also be as powerful as Xia Ruofei. After a brief hesitation, Xia Ruofei slowed down his speed and said, "After the initial examination, the child's tongue is light and fat, white coating is slightly greasy, and the pulse is heavy and slippery. According to the symptoms of the disease and the child's constitution, it can be determined that it's a mixture of phlegm and heat. Therefore, the affected area will be painful and red. The child's vital energy has already been damaged, so he can't fight against the disease." It was indeed difficult to express the dialectical theory of TCM in English. Xia Ruofei also had to rack his brains before he could barely translate it. Furthermore, there were some words that couldn't convey the meaning. When Elon Musk and Grimes heard it, they were even more confused. They had no idea what Xia Ruofei was talking about, but it sounded very magical. Li Yifu smiled and said, Mr. Musk, Dr. Xia's medical skills are second to none in Huaxia. Let me give you a friendly reminder. Not all TCM doctors can make such an accurate judgment in a short period of time. Furthermore, TCM treatment pays attention to both the symptoms and the root cause. The treatment process is often longer than Western medicine, and the effect won't be as quick. Therefore, you can't blindly believe in TCM. Li Yifu reminded him out of kindness. He didn't want Elon Musk to become a fanatic fan of TCM in the future, wanting to invite TCM doctors to take a look at any illness. If there were any serious problems, it would be easy to delay the treatment. Furthermore, the probability of encountering a swindler wasn't low. Li Yifu continued, of course, Dr. Xia's TCM treatment is different from others. Generally speaking, the effect will be very fast, even faster than Western medicine. Furthermore, it has an advantage that Western medicine can't compare to. That is, most cases don't require surgery, so it won't harm the patient's vitality. Elon Musk nodded and said, Thank you for your reminder and explanation, Mr. Li. Thank you. Li Yifu smiled and nodded. Elon Musk immediately looked at Xia Ruofei and asked eagerly, Dr. Xia, you already understand little X's condition. May I ask if it can be treated through TCM? Xia Ruofei smiled and looked at Elon Musk and Grimes, who were eagerly looking at him. He nodded with certainty and said, I have treated malignant tumors that were much more serious than this. The patient has now completely recovered. Although little X's condition is somewhat serious, because it was discovered in time, it won't be a big problem to completely cure it. Reading house. As soon as Xia Ruofei said this, Elon Musk and Grimes were in disbelief. Of course, they had great hope, but Xia Ruofei said that he could completely cure little X, which gave them a feeling of unreality. Li Yifu had always worshipped Xia Ruofei blindly. When he saw Elon Musk and Grimes standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but say, Mr. Musk, since Dr. Xia said that he's confident, then there's definitely no problem. He never makes promises easily. Elon Musk came back to his senses. He stood up and said, Dr. Xia, can you really completely cure little X? What about the probability of recurrence? The probability of recurrence of rhabdomyosarcoma was still very high, and the metastasis was very fast, especially the type of rhabdomyosarcoma that little X had. Once it recurred, it was basically a death sentence, which was why the survival rate was so low. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, For me, the standard of a complete cure naturally includes the factor of recurrence. If there's a recurrence, then can it still be called a complete cure, 100% no recurrence? Elon Musk couldn't help but open his mouth, revealing an expression of disbelief. At this moment, an angry voice rang out. Mr. Musk. I'm sure this is a hateful liar. No one can guarantee that rhabdomyosarcoma won't recur 100%. As soon as the voice fell, Elon Musk's personal doctor, Manuel, walked into the room angrily with a few pediatric oncologists. After the nurse reported the situation to Manuel, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly rushed to little X's room with a few experts. Before they entered little X's room, they heard the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Elon Musk in the next room. When Manuel heard Xia Ruofei say that it was completely cured and that there was a 100% chance of recurrence, he suddenly became angry and couldn't help but push the door open and barge in. When Elon Musk saw the angry Manuel, he couldn't help but frown slightly and said, Dr. Manuel, Mr. Musk, please forgive my presumptuousness. Manuel bowed slightly to Elon Musk and said, I accidentally heard your conversation outside and couldn't help but barge in. Elon Musk waved his hand and said, It's okay. Let me introduce them first. Dr. Xia, this is my personal doctor, Dr. Manuel, and his medical team. Dr. Manuel, this is Dr. Xia from Huaxia. He is in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Sorry, Chinese medicine? Manuel couldn't help but interrupt Elon Musk again. He said sternly, Mr. Musk, I know that you are very concerned about little X's condition and hope to increase his survival rate as much as possible. Perhaps it is because of this that some swindlers have a loophole to exploit. After that, Manuel revealed a mocking expression as he looked at Xiao Ruofei and said contemptuously, "As far as I know, your so-called Chinese medicine is still using the most primitive method to extract a pitiful amount of medicinal ingredients from grass roots and tree barks. There are no scientific experiments, no sophisticated instruments, and no clear theoretical system. If I remember correctly, there hasn't been a single Chinese medicine that has been approved to enter the American market. Maybe your country didn't even intend to apply, right? Because you know that the so-called medicine that you decoct from grass roots and tree bark simply can't pass the strict drug inspection standards and drug testing procedures in the United States." After spewing out a torrent of criticism, Manuel turned his gaze to Elon Musk and said, "Mr. Musk, medical treatment is a very rigorous subject. You are a giant in the scientific and technological world, a legend in Silicon Valley. How can you believe in this kind of pseudoscience?" It had to be said that Manuel's imposing manner was still very strong. Even Elon Musk couldn't help but waver a little. However, when he thought of Xiao Ruofei's mysterious examination method, coupled with Xiao Ruofei's promise of a complete cure, which was very tempting, he finally became firm again. He said, "Dr. Manuel, I just want Dr. Xia to try the methods of traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Xiao's treatment doesn't require surgery on little X, and it won't harm his body. It won't affect the treatment work of you and your team. How can it not be affected?" Manuel's eyes widened exaggeratedly. He spread his hands and said, "All the traditional Chinese medicine hasn't been tested. If it's rashly given to the patient, it will cause unpredictable consequences. And I can't guarantee that it won't conflict with our medicine. Once there's an uncontrollable situation, it will be very dangerous." Elon Musk was naturally inclined to let Xiao Ruofei try first. After listening to Manuel's words, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. He wanted to hear how Xiao Ruofei refuted Manuel's point of view. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, had a calm smile on his face since Manuel broke into the room. Even when Manuel belittled traditional Chinese medicine, he still didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure. He gave people an unfathomable feeling. It wasn't until everyone looked at him that he adjusted his sitting posture to a comfortable position. He glanced at Manuel and said lightly, "Mr. Manuel, is it? Although your point of view isn't worth refuting, since you've said so much, then I'll ask you a few questions." Manuel shrugged. With a disdainful expression, he raised his chin at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I'm all ears." Looking at Manuel's "come and argue if you don't agree" look, Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Do you know how long the history of traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down? Do you know how extensive and profound the theoretical system of traditional Chinese medicine is? Of course you don't. Thousands of years ago, when the Westerners still regarded bloodletting as a standard, traditional Chinese medicine in Huaxia already had a complete theoretical system. You don't know what is the unity of man and nature, nor do you know about yin and yang and the 5 elements, nor do you know about the 5 qi and 6 qi, nor do you know about the meridians of the human body, but you can talk nonsense about traditional Chinese medicine. It's like a primitive man who only knows how to use simple stone tools and sees a modern airplane. He will never understand this modern transportation tool. However, primitive people worship airplanes as gods, but you talk nonsense about traditional Chinese medicine. We usually call this ignorance." "You." Manuel was so angry that his face turned red. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't give him a chance to speak. He only paused for a moment before continuing, "Isn't it ignorance to classify everything you don't understand as pseudoscience? And you're using ignorance as fun. Mr. Manuel, you must be very proud of the argument you put forward, which is that traditional Chinese medicine can't enter the United States through the standards of the FDA. What I want to say is that the drug inspection standards in the United States are for Western medicine and Western medicine. Why should traditional Chinese medicine be evaluated according to this standard? In addition, why must traditional Chinese medicine and traditional Chinese medicine enter the United States market? Is this our loss or the Americans' loss?" After that, Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I don't know what gives you such a ridiculous sense of superiority." Manuel was almost angered to death by Xiao Ruofei. He gasped and said, "You can't change the fact. Cancer is a problem that can't be overcome for a long time now and even for a long time in the future. If traditional Chinese medicine can really cure cancer, you would have already announced it to the world. I'm sorry, I don't remember seeing a case of traditional Chinese medicine successfully curing cancer in a top weekly magazine. So, your glib tongue is simply a castle in the air. It's completely untenable. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a trace of a smile and said, "You can't win the argument, so you're starting to act shamelessly? This is really very American. You didn't answer my question directly." Manuel felt that he had won back 10%, and there was a trace of pride on his face. In his opinion, this was a problem that couldn't be solved. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "If you had proposed to speak with facts earlier, I wouldn't have to waste so much saliva. Of course, I would use facts to tell you that traditional Chinese medicine is much more advanced than you think. Unfortunately, before you prove yourself, I won't agree to let you treat my patient." Manuel said, "Mr. Musk, I'm your personal doctor, and I have to be responsible for my employer. If you insist on letting Mr. Xia treat little X, then I'll have to resign. Because I'm not sure if such an irresponsible treatment will bring about unpredictable results. For the reputation of my team and myself, I have to avoid such risks." Elon Musk looked at Xiao Ruofei. Manuel was considered a top doctor in the United States, and Elon Musk naturally didn't want him to resign and leave so easily. After all, no matter how rich he was, if he wanted to find a reliable personal doctor, he also needed a bit of luck. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course, I won't use little X's case to prove my medical skills. However, it doesn't seem to be very difficult to speak with facts." After that, Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "Dr. Manuel, I don't know if you know about Mr. Elon Musk's physical condition?" Manuel said proudly, "Of course. I know Mr. Musk's physical condition like the back of my hand." "Then, what about his recent tinnitus?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "As far as I know, Mr. Musk's tinnitus is already very serious, but you don't seem to have a good way to treat it." Manuel couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he immediately said, "Mr. Musk's tinnitus appeared recently, and our main focus in these few days is on the treatment plan for little X. Tinnitus is not life-threatening, and it can be dealt with later. This is also a way to optimize the management of medical resources. Of course, I'm afraid your Chinese medicine doctors don't understand this at all. Then, why don't we ask Dr. Manuel to come up with a treatment plan for Mr. Musk now?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Although tinnitus isn't life-threatening for the time being, for the patient, it's very painful." Elon Musk couldn't help but nod. There were many types of tinnitus. Some were high-frequency sounds similar to the chirping of cicadas, and some were low-pitched roars. No matter what kind of sound it was, if it was continuously ringing in the ear for 24 hours, no one would feel good. Especially in the dead of the night, this sound was more obvious. Therefore, tinnitus was often accompanied by insomnia, headaches, and other symptoms. Manuel couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He looked at Elon Musk and said, "Mr. Musk, I've already explained to you last time. At present, there is no particularly effective treatment for tinnitus, and there are many reasons for tinnitus. Most of them are related to mental stress. I think it's related to little X's condition and your recent work pressure. I believe that after a period of time, it should be alleviated on its own." When Xiao Ruofei heard this answer that he had expected, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. He spread out his hands and said to Elon Musk, "Mr. Musk, do you see it? This is the so-called rigorous Western medicine? In the face of a small tinnitus, you can only hope that it will be cured without medicine." Manuel was so angry that he stomped his feet. "You're changing the concept. Difficult and complicated diseases exist in any era. This is different from our professionalism." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Then I'll use facts to tell you that the difficult and complicated diseases in your eyes are just small problems that can be easily solved in the eyes of traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, little X's condition is the same. You can't design a complete solution for your employer no matter how hard you rack your brains, but in my opinion, it's not difficult at all." After that, Xiao Ruofei no longer paid attention to Manuel. He turned to look at Elon Musk and said, "Mr. Musk, I want to solve your tinnitus problem before treating little X. Do you mind?" Elon Musk quickly said, "Of course. If Dr. Xia is willing to treat me, I'll be very grateful." Elon Musk also had the intention of testing Xiao Ruofei's medical skills. After all, Xiao Ruofei had shown his ability in detection, but in actual treatment, he hadn't shown his true ability. Although tinnitus and little x's rhabdomyosarcoma were two unrelated diseases, if Xiao Ruofei could really easily solve the problem of tinnitus, it could also prove that he really did have excellent medical skills. After all, Manuel had just said that in the eyes of Western medicine, there was no particularly good way to treat this kind of neurotic tinnitus. What's more, he had been troubled by tinnitus these days. If it could really be cured, it would be a great relief. Xiao Ruofei nodded and picked up the small medical box at his feet. After opening the box, Xiao Ruofei took out a small cloth bag with a set of silver needles and spread it on the coffee table unhurriedly. He said, "I need to explain first that in the treatment process, I will use these very thin silver needles. This is a treatment method of Chinese medicine called acupuncture. It is not defined as surgery by Western medicine. And these silver needles are very thin, you will hardly feel any pain. At most, it will be like being bitten by a mosquito, so there is no need to be afraid." Manuel stuck his head out to take a look and discovered that the set of silver needles were indeed very thin, like the hair of an ox. He knew that such needles would not cause any harm to Elon Musk, so he only curled his lips and did not say anything. In fact, Manuel even felt that these silver needles, which were much thinner than the needles used to draw blood, couldn't successfully penetrate a person's skin. So he still had the mentality of watching a show, waiting for Xiao Ruofei to give himself away in the next moment. In fact, Manuel didn't know that there were many Chinese medicine doctors who could use the smallest silver needle. This wasn't a great skill, but if the silver needle wasn't used well and the acupoints were chosen incorrectly, it could cause serious consequences. If this thin silver needle was used by a quack, it could harm a person's life. Manuel didn't even know about Chinese medicine's acupoints, so he naturally didn't know about these things. Elon Musk looked at the silver needles. Although these silver needles were very thin, none of them were short. Elon Musk was still a little afraid when he thought of such a long silver needle being inserted into his body. However, there were so many people watching, and his girlfriend, Grimes, was also present. In addition, he also wanted to use this treatment to examine Xiao Ruofei's medical skills, so he couldn't back down no matter what. Elon Musk hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, Dr. Xia, please treat according to your Chinese medicine methods. I have no objections." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Because the follow-up treatment for little x will also use acupuncture, so I'm telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared." When Elon Musk heard that the silver needle acupuncture method was going to be used on little x, his fatherly love suddenly burst out. He said without hesitation, "In that case, try it on me first." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw Elon Musk's heroic appearance. He said, "As long as the technique is correct, there's no danger in acupuncture. Mr. Musk, please relax a little. If your muscles are tense, it's not good for acupuncture." Li Yifu also said with a smile, "Mr. Musk, Dr. Xiao's words are very important. If you keep tensing your muscles, the silver needle may get stuck or even break inside, so you must relax." Elon Musk was frightened by Li Yifu's words and became even more nervous. It was difficult for him to relax. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at Li Yifu and shake his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He didn't ask Elon Musk to relax again. Instead, he directly opened a bottle of medical alcohol and dipped a cotton swab in it to disinfect the silver needle. Next, they used cotton swabs dipped in alcohol to disinfect the acupoints behind Elon Musk's ear. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei used his finger to pick up the silver needle and said in a gentle tone, "Mr. Musk, we will begin the treatment now. Please relax your entire body." These words didn't mean much to Grimes and the others, but when they fell into Elon Musk's ears, it was as if there was an invisible magic that made him involuntarily relax. Of course, this was just a small application of spiritual power hypnotism. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had increased greatly, so he was very familiar with this little trick. There was no possibility of failure if he used it on ordinary people. At the same time that Elon Musk relaxed, Xiao Ruofei quickly extended his right hand forward, and then immediately retracted it. Elon Musk didn't even feel anything. He only felt an itch behind his ear. It wasn't painful at all. Even a mosquito bite would be more painful than this. When he saw that the silver needle in Xiao Ruofei's hand had disappeared, he realized that Xiao Ruofei had already completed the process of inserting the needle. In the eyes of Grimes, Manuel, and the others, Xiao Ruofei's technique was even more magical. His speed of inserting the needle was too fast, causing everyone to feel a blur in front of their eyes. They seemed to see Xiao Ruofei's hand shake, and then they saw that the silver needle had already been inserted somewhere behind Elon Musk's ear. It was still trembling and shaking. Before anyone could react, Xiao Ruofei had already picked up a second silver needle that had already been disinfected. Similarly, he didn't need to spend any effort to identify the acupoints. With a light wave of his right hand, the second silver needle was inserted. The process of Xiao Ruofei inserting the needle was like moving clouds and flowing water. Everyone was dazzled. In just a few breaths of time, Xiao Ruofei had already inserted the silver needles into 6 acupoints. The order and depth of these silver needles were all carefully chosen. However, Grimes and the others naturally couldn't see through it. Even Li Yifu didn't understand this very well. At most, he was just watching for fun. If Elon Musk's tinnitus problem were to be treated with the petals of the spirit heart flower, perhaps 1/10 of the petals would be enough to solve the problem. However, in Xiao Ruofei's opinion, this kind of problem could be easily solved by using traditional Chinese medicine methods, since he had already integrated many lost Chinese medicine classics. Naturally, there was no need to waste precious petals. Moreover, if it could be cured by simply drinking some medicine, how could it show off his medical skills? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei still chose acupuncture, which was a very ornamental project. This could also give Elon Musk and Grimes a greater shock, making them more resolute in their idea of inviting him to treat little X. After inserting the needles, Xiao Ruofei began to gently twirl the silver needles. Sometimes, he would use his fingertips to lightly flick a silver needle. If a Chinese medicine master were to see this long-lost acupuncture array, he would definitely be shocked. Unfortunately, there weren't any knowledgeable spectators here today. Naturally, even if everyone didn't understand, they could still see that Xiao Ruofei's movements were indescribably smooth. It looked very comfortable and coordinated. Elon Musk's feelings were even more direct. Although he couldn't see Xiao Ruofei's movements, he could feel that the place where the silver needles were inserted began to have a clear soreness. Moreover, it was as if someone had used a hot towel to compress him. From the back of his ears to his neck, he felt warm. This was the first time in his life that Elon Musk had received acupuncture. He didn't expect that when the silver needles were inserted into his body, not only would it not hurt, it even gave him a feeling of floating. This feeling was even more comfortable than when he secretly tried smoking marijuana when he was young. Elon Musk couldn't help but close his eyes. After Xiao Ruofei finished the acupuncture, he immediately pulled out the silver needles. After re-disinfecting them, he methodically put them back into the needle bag. Then, he said, "Mr. Musk, it's done. How do you feel?" Elon Musk opened his eyes. At this time, he realized that the acupuncture had been completed. Moreover, the soreness and hot feeling at the place where the needles were inserted was indeed slowly receding. Elon Musk felt somewhat unsatisfied and blurted out, "So fast?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Chinese medicine pays particular attention to being neutral and peaceful. Just the right amount is the best. If the acupuncture is done for a long time, it might be counterproductive. Mr. Musk, feel it. If there are no accidents, the tinnitus problem should have already improved." Elon Musk only remembered the proper business. He quickly closed his eyes and felt it. Manuel couldn't help but sneer, "I admit that your performance is very good. However, aren't you being too whimsical if you want to achieve the goal of treatment with just a few simple needles?" "Shut up." Elon Musk frowned and shouted. Manuel couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Elon Musk with his mouth slightly open. Elon Musk said with a displeased expression, "Dr. Manuel, please keep quiet. I'm feeling whether the tinnitus situation has improved or not. Tinnitus was a problem. If it was in a relatively noisy environment, it wouldn't be abnormal. Only when the environment was quiet would the tinnitus sound be infinitely amplified." Elon Musk was carefully feeling whether the tinnitus in his ears had eased. As a result, Manuel was chattering on the side. He naturally couldn't help but reprimand him. Only then did Manuel react. His face alternated between red and white as he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Musk." Elon Musk waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." Everyone, please keep quiet. Thank you. The room suddenly became quiet. Only the faint sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. Although Manuel didn't dare to speak again, his gaze towards Xiao Ruofei was still full of disdain. He didn't believe that acupuncture alone could solve the tinnitus problem. Elon Musk tilted his head and felt for a while. Grimes also looked at him with some nervousness. After all, this was not only related to whether Elon Musk's tinnitus problem could be solved. More importantly, if Xiao Ruofei's superb medical skills were confirmed, then the probability of little X's survival would greatly increase. However, in order not to affect Elon Musk, Grimes didn't dare to speak. After a long while, Elon Musk's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I have to leave for a while. Please wait here for a few minutes. I'll be back soon." Grimes asked worriedly, "Dear?" Elon Musk smiled and patted Grimes' hand. He said, "It's okay, dear. You take care of the guests. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Elon Musk turned his gaze to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Please." Elon Musk quickly walked out of the room. He then walked through the corridor and took the elevator to the basement. There was a movie hall with very advanced facilities. In order to have the best viewing experience, the movie hall's facilities were very advanced, including soundproofing. Even the walls were made of very professional sound-absorbing materials. It could be said that as long as the door was closed, it would be absolutely quiet inside. Elon Musk was excited and nervous. He directly pushed the door open and walked into the movie hall. After he closed the door, he went straight to a seat in the middle of the room and sat down. He quietly felt it. In fact, when he was upstairs, Elon Musk couldn't feel his tinnitus. However, he was worried that it was his illusion. He was also worried that the environment was too noisy, so he couldn't hear the tinnitus. In fact, this was because he was too concerned. He had been suffering from tinnitus for a long time. After solving this problem, he actually didn't dare to believe the truth of this matter. Elon Musk was now sitting in the movie hall. It could be said that he could hear a pin drop on the ground clearly. However, he still couldn't hear the slightest bit of tinnitus. In the past, if he was in such a quiet environment, the low-frequency rumbling sound in his left ear was enough to drive him crazy. However, if the high-frequency sound in his right ear was like the chirping of cicadas, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, at last, that annoying and incessant sound had disappeared. Elon Musk almost burst into tears. He sat in the soft first-class seat and felt it for a while before he finally confirmed this fact. For the first time, he felt how wonderful the silence was. Elon Musk thought that Xiao Ruofei and the others were still waiting upstairs. He didn't have time to enjoy the silence for a while longer. He quickly got up and left the movie hall. He took the elevator back upstairs and walked into the room next to Little X. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he looked at Elon Musk, who pushed the door open and came in. Xiao Ruofei had already detected Elon Musk's actions through his spiritual force. Therefore, he was very clear about what he was doing. As soon as Elon Musk entered the room, he said excitedly, "Dr. Xia, this is simply amazing. My tinnitus symptoms have completely disappeared. Even in the quietest environment, I can't feel any tinnitus." Manuel sucked in a breath of cold air and revealed an expression of disbelief. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already ignored Manuel. He smiled and said to Elon Musk, "Mr. Musk, I think you shouldn't have any doubts about the effects of acupuncture now, right?" "Of course." Elon Musk said with a smile of exultation, "This is the most magical medical skill I've ever seen. Traditional Chinese medicine is simply amazing." Grimes said in surprise, "Dear, have the symptoms of tinnitus really completely disappeared?" Elon Musk nodded and said, "Yes. I just went downstairs to the movie room and stayed for a while. There's no tinnitus at all." "Oh my God. This is too magical." Grimes was so excited that her eyes were brimming with tears. She used the word amazing several times to express her feelings. On one hand, she was happy for Elon Musk, but more because of Xiao Ruofei's magical acupuncture technique, which greatly increased her confidence. She was full of hope for the treatment that Little X would receive. Manuel's face was pale as he muttered to himself, "Impossible. Impossible. This isn't scientific at all. Elon Musk only noticed Manuel's existence at this time. His tone was a little cold as he said, Dr. Manuel, the facts are right here. I think you should put away your prejudice against Chinese medicine. Manuel's whole body quivered, and then he said dejectedly, I understand, Mr. Musk. I apologize for my previous remarks. I think. Elon Musk said, the person you should apologize to is Dr. Xia. Manuel's face suddenly became more unsightly, but he still braced himself and said to Xia Ruofei unwillingly, Dr. Xia, I'm sorry. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I'll give you a piece of advice on behalf of the Chinese medicine community in Huaxia. We in Huaxia pay attention to being inclusive. I think Dr. Manuel should learn more about Chinese medicine when you have time. It may be helpful for your work. Manuel squeezed out a smile and said, I will. Thank you for your advice. After that, Manuel took a deep breath and said to Elon Musk, Mr. Musk, I think I'm not suitable for the position of your personal doctor. Elon Musk waved his hand and said, Dr. Manuel, I'm quite satisfied with your work. For the past few days, you and your team have been diligent and responsible for little X's matter, so there's no need to resign. Mr. Musk. Manuel felt a little ashamed and felt that he didn't have the face to stay any longer. Elon Musk waved his hand and interrupted Manuel's words. He said, I still hope that Dr. Manuel can stay and continue to perfect little X's treatment plan. We can use it as a backup option. At this point, Elon Musk looked at Xia Ruofei and asked politely, Dr. Xia, you don't mind, right? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, Of course, there's no harm in being prepared. Even though I don't think there's a need, I won't interfere with your decision. Elon Musk showed a trace of embarrassment, and Li Yifu also showed displeasure. He felt that Elon Musk didn't trust Xia Ruofei enough. However, Xia Ruofei's expression remained indifferent and didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Elon Musk hesitated for a moment and said, Then please ask Dr. Manuel's team to stay first. After all, they still have to provide other medical services for me and my family. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, I have no objections, but I hope that Mr. Manuel and the other members of the team can sign a confidentiality agreement. Confidentiality agreement? Elon Musk was stunned for a moment. Regarding today's matter and the subsequent treatment of the patient, I don't want it to be hyped up by the outside world, so I think a confidentiality agreement is still necessary. Xia Ruofei said. Elon Musk was very puzzled. He said, Mr. Xia, if you can conquer such a dangerous disease, you will definitely become famous on a global scale. Also, I don't want to be famous. Xia Ruofei directly interrupted Elon Musk's words. Elon Musk was very puzzled by Xia Ruofei's decision. Was there anyone in the world who didn't want to be famous? He worked in the internet and high-tech industry, and some of his ideas were deeply ingrained. Sometimes, a piece of good news, or even an illusory concept, could double the market value of a technology company. Therefore, he found it difficult to understand Xia Ruofei's low-key approach. However, since Xia Ruofei had made the decision, he would not oppose it. After all, it was his freedom. Therefore, Elon Musk nodded and said, No problem. Then, he asked, Dr. Manuel, this confidentiality agreement, we'll sign it. Manuel said without hesitation. Although he didn't understand the Huaxia people's indifference to fame and fortune, being able to keep this high-paying job was only good for him. As for signing the confidentiality agreement, it wasn't a loss for him. Even if he didn't sign any agreement, he wouldn't go around helping Xia Ruofei publicize. Elon Musk nodded. He immediately took out his phone and called his assistant to arrange the matter of the confidentiality agreement. Elon Musk's company had a lot of cutting-edge technology, and confidentiality was the most important thing. Such a confidentiality agreement had a template. As long as the terms were slightly modified on the basis of the template, it wouldn't be difficult. Dr. Xia, I've already arranged it, Elon Musk said. Elon Musk said. After the confidentiality agreement is prepared, Dr. Manuel and his team members will sign it immediately. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Manuel felt that he really didn't have the face to stay any longer. He took this opportunity to say, Mr. Musk, I'll go and perfect the treatment plan first. Elon Musk nodded and said, Okay, thank you. Manuel left the room with his team members. He came in aggressively, but he didn't expect that not only did he not expose the liar, he was slapped in the face. In the blink of an eye, their high-end medical team had become a spare tire. It was really heartbreaking, Xiao Ruofei said to Elon Musk. Mr. Musk, regarding the issue of tinnitus, I have to tell you that acupuncture can only treat the symptoms. Treat the symptoms? Although Xiao Ruofei tried to explain the two words in English in a way that was easy to understand, Elon Musk obviously didn't understand it very well. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, simply put, it can only have a mitigating effect. Ah? Elon Musk turned pale with fright. He didn't want to experience the torture of tinnitus again. Then, that is to say, such symptoms will appear in the future? Then, can I perform acupuncture once in a while? That's also possible, but it's still only treating the symptoms and not the root. Xiao Ruofei said, so, if you want to completely solve this problem, you still need to take Chinese medicine. Elon Musk breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that this problem would never be cured. He quickly said, no problem. I'll listen to you, Dr. Xia. I'll treat it however you want. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He asked for a pen and paper from Elon Musk and wrote on it. After a while, Xiao Ruofei stopped writing and handed the paper to Elon Musk. Elon Musk took it and looked at it. It was all in Chinese. Although the handwriting looked very elegant, and even he, who didn't understand Chinese at all, felt that the words were full of spiritual energy, the key was that he didn't know what the content was. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this is a prescription. It's all common Chinese medicine. You can send people to any Chinese medicine shop in Chinatown and they can easily prepare it. In addition, I also wrote the decoction method. Nowadays, Chinese medicine shops have a decoction service. You can just ask them to decoct the medicine for you. According to this prescription, take it 3 times a day after meals for 7 days. Basically, this tinnitus problem can be cured. This prescription for treating tinnitus wasn't precious to Xiao Ruofei, so he didn't deliberately keep it a secret. Of course, if the people in the Chinese medicine shop knew the goods, they would record this prescription. It was still quite valuable. Elon Musk grabbed the paper in his hand as if he had found a treasure. He then called the housekeeper over and told him to go to Chinatown to get the medicine as Xiao Ruofei had just said. He didn't even let the housekeeper take the prescription, but let him take a picture with his mobile phone, while he carefully put the prescription away. The housekeeper naturally didn't dare to neglect. After taking a picture of the prescription, he hurried to the nearby Chinatown to get the medicine. Elon Musk's face was filled with gratitude as he said, Dr. Xia, thank you so much this time. I'll have to trouble Dr. Xia for the follow-up treatment of little X. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you're welcome. There's a saying in the Chinese medicine industry in Xianxia that a doctor has the heart of a parent. We will treat every patient like our own child and do our best. Thank you. Thank you. Elon Musk rubbed his hands and said, I really don't know how to thank you. I originally wanted to help you publicize your medical skills, but you didn't want to publicize it. How about this? Dr. Xia, no matter how effective little X's treatment is, I'll pay you a consultation fee that will make you absolutely satisfied. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. As for the consultation fee, Mr. Li Fu has already paid it. I think. Mr. Musk, you should be very clear about Mr. Li's intentions. Elon Musk was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at Li Fu, and then looked at Xiao Ruofei. He couldn't figure out whether Xiao Ruofei understood the big business that Li Fu had discussed with him. Seeing this, Li Fu said with a smile, Mr. Musk, Dr. Xia is one of us. He knows a lot more than you think. Let's open the window and be frank with each other. When Elon Musk heard this, the hesitation on his face didn't completely fade away. Obviously, he still had some concerns. Li Fu said with a smile, Mr. Musk, Dr. Xia doesn't have any official background in Xianxia. You can completely rest assured about this. In addition, our deal this time has nothing to do with the Xianxia officials. Elon Musk nodded, and then whispered to Grimes, Dear, go next door and take a look at little X. Grimes knew that it wasn't convenient for her to be present when Elon Musk wanted to talk about something, so she nodded and slightly bowed to Xiao Ruofei and Li Fu, and then left the room. Elon Musk let all unrelated people leave the room, leaving only him, Xiao Ruofei, and Li Yifu. Then, Elon Musk said with a wry smile, "Mr. Li, you really gave me a big problem. The technology in the aerospace field is very sensitive. You should be very clear about it." Li Yifu smiled and said, "Of course. However, rocket technology is relatively more sensitive, and space survival equipment, including spaceships, is relatively less sensitive, isn't it?" Rocket technology was involved in military applications. Some long-range intercontinental missiles and launch vehicles were similar in principle. In addition, heavy-duty launch vehicle technology, especially rocket engine technology, was only in the hands of a few countries. Such technology would definitely be strictly blocked. Elon Musk said, "It's only relative. NASA is very strict with their own things. Even if it's a small technology like space food, they also have a strict confidentiality process. SpaceX has obtained some technology from NASA, but we have all signed a confidentiality agreement. If we violate it, my company will face very serious charges, and I may even face imprisonment." Li Yifu opened his mouth, but Xiao Ruofei stopped him with a look. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Musk, I think you know very well that the equipment that Mr. Li proposed to buy won't pose any threat to your country's national security. And we also guarantee that these things won't be transported out of the United States. Presumably, with the strength of the American Intelligence Department, it's certainly impossible for us to transport such a large number of things out of the country without anyone noticing, right?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Elon Musk and continued, "Also, I think with Mr. Musk's strength, you should be able to easily erase all traces. Even if we are caught by the FBI and the CIA, your company won't be implicated." Elon Musk sighed and said, "Everything is unpredictable. SpaceX is in a critical stage. Once it succeeds, our market value may increase several times. We really can't afford any mistakes. But things have already come to this." Xiao Ruofei smiled and interrupted Musk's words. "Mr. Musk, let's not talk about this matter first. Let's treat the child first. Nothing is more important than the child's health now, right?" Elon Musk showed a trace of emotion. He knew very well that although he couldn't renege on the debt in the end, after all, Li Yifu's strength couldn't be underestimated. But there was no doubt that now was the best time for Xiao Ruofei to bargain. Xiao Ruofei had already proven his medical skills, and little X's life was at stake, waiting for Xiao Ruofei to save it. But Xiao Ruofei didn't use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate the purchase of spacesuits and other equipment. Instead, he proposed to treat the child first, which made Elon Musk feel a trace of warmth. Elon Musk subconsciously looked at Li Yifu. He always thought that this matter was decided by Li Yifu. Xiao Ruofei was too young, and he was also a doctor. He felt that Xiao Ruofei shouldn't be too involved. However, Elon Musk saw that Li Yifu had already retreated to the side. He didn't show the slightest displeasure because of Xiao Ruofei's decision. On the contrary, Li Yifu looked as usual, as if Xiao Ruofei's decision was a matter of course. Elon Musk's observation skills were still very strong. He immediately realized that it seemed that he should re-evaluate this young Dr. Xia. "Mr. Musk." Xiao Ruofei's voice sounded again. "What do you think of my proposal?" "Ah?" Elon Musk came back to his senses and quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your generosity. Please rest assured that Mr. Li's matter will also be solved as soon as possible. A safe and beneficial solution for both parties. I will do my best to satisfy Mr. Li's needs." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "Let's go. Let's go see the patient again. Heart for heart. If you gave enough kindness to the other party would naturally feel it and also release kindness in return. Sometimes, things in the world were like this. A little more warmth might not be any worse than a tough approach." Xiao Ruofei, Li Yifu, and Elon Musk went to the next room. Grimes was sitting next to the crib, staring blankly at little X, who was still sleeping soundly. "Dear," Grimes said softly. "Little X seems to be sleeping very soundly today. A few days ago, he was often woken up by pain in his sleep, and his little eyebrows were always wrinkled. Today, however, they are relaxed, and there is even a smile on the corner of his mouth." When Elon Musk saw his son, his eyes softened a lot. He leaned over to take a look and said happily, "It's true." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Maybe he knows that he will soon be free from the torment of his illness, so he is smiling in his sleep." Reading House End of Chapter 1765. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.